Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Distribution of Wives. Clang, 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 clang. The distribution of wives has begun. Everyone gather at the village entrance. As the shouts echoed from outside, son Jian regained his senses, finally coming to terms with the fact that he had traversed into the life of a namesake within the Great Daqian Empire. This individual had lived a meek existence, merely a scholar, rarely venturing beyond his doorstep, all in pursuit of academic accolades to bring honor to his family. However, fate was unkind. After years of attempts, he had failed to achieve the status of a successful candidate. The engagement arranged by his parents had also fallen through, as his fiancée eloped with his cousin. Recently, his parents had succumbed to famine, leaving him bereft of any financial support, often enduring days of hunger. He had not stepped outside his dilapidated abode for 5 days. In a world rife with chaos, a scholar like him had no space to survive. The villagers had nearly forgotten his existence, merely awaiting his demise to claim his 2 remaining mud-walled rooms. Such was the situation that son Jian had inherited. After sifting through the memories of his predecessor, son Jian could not help but smile bitterly. They indeed shared a common plight. In his previous life, having graduated from university, he spent years delivering takeout, unable to find even a girlfriend, while others reveled in the company of beautiful women. He had resigned himself to the belief that such would be his fate. He would simply live day by day until death claimed him. Just moments ago, in a desperate scramble for a fleeting moment, he was struck by a Porsche at an intersection, leading to his untimely demise. And then he found himself here. What are you dawdling for? The wives are being distributed. Hurry up and come out. Run faster. If you arrive late, there will be no wives left, and you will be sent to the front lines. The clamorous calls from outside the door stirred son Jian from his thoughts. He reluctantly left his shabby dwelling, bewildered as he observed this new world, following a few eligible young men from the village to the assembly point. A group of tattered women stood at the center, overseen by several officials, ranging from the elderly to those as young as 11 or 12. The leading official struck a gong. Our Great Jian is currently at war with the Great Zhou, and the situation at the front is dire, with heavy losses among our soldiers. According to the latest decree, eligible bachelors must choose wives from these battle women to help replenish our population for the empire. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming like wolves as they surveyed the women before them. My lord, I want this one, the fair-skinned beauty. That one has ample bosom and hips. She will surely bear sons. I choose her. Son Jian stood amidst the throng. Having spent over 2 decades as a singleton in Blue Star, he found himself in an unprecedented situation. Everyone quiet down. I have not finished speaking. The court is providing you with an opportunity amidst the war, but you must reciprocate. For every wife chosen, you will owe an additional 50 pounds of grain each month. Selecting 2 will require 100 pounds, and so forth. The more, the merrier. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence. The villagers exchanged glances, excitement and greed replaced by anger and fear. In these tumultuous times, they toiled for a month to barely earn 50 pounds of grain, just enough to sustain themselves. To marry one wife at the cost of 50 pounds of grain meant, no, even the finest woman cannot compare to one's own life. Let's go. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Amidst the uproar, many villagers began to leave. Son Jian felt the same way. His memories were becoming clearer, and he had gained a better understanding of this world. 50 pounds of grain was indeed a matter of life and death. Having just crossed over, he had no intention of meeting his end so soon. Currently, the Great Jian, Great Zhou, Great Song, and Great Xia were embroiled in chaos, compounded by years of natural disasters that left the populace in dire straits, with corpses lying in the streets, resorting to cannibalism. The burdens of taxes were unbearable, leaving the impoverished commoners to suffer the most. Son Jian silently resolved to cautiously develop until he could ensure his own safety. Several officials brandished their swords, blocking the exit. No one is allowed to leave. According to the regulations, each man must marry at least 1 wife. Those who refuse will be sent to the front lines. Son Jian was taken aback, standing frozen in place, mentally lamenting, my goodness, is there truly such coercive commerce? You have until the incense burns down to choose. Under the pressure of the officials, Sun Jian stepped forward alongside several other eligible villagers. Others, in the face of survival, chose robust women, clearly capable of labor. This one is lovely, with a slender waist, so vivacious. That one has long legs and a generous bosom. She will do nicely. Whom should I select? Sun Jian pondered internally. Just as he found himself at an impasse, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Suitable host detected. Establishing affinity system. Detected that Zhou Wanner has one affinity for you. Gu Zijian has two. Chu Qingsheng has one. Ah! Sun Jian could not help but exclaim, his mouth agape. The system, an essential artifact for every transmigrator, had arrived. This was truly a stroke of fortune. The nearest official frowned, glaring at Sun Jian, and barked, choose wisely. Do not act foolishly. If you do so again, you shall face immediate consequences. Sun Jian snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously at the official. Yes, yes, yes. I will be careful. He swallowed hard, staring blankly at the virtual panel before him. Host, Sun Jian. Skills, none. Items, none. Points, 0. Affinity acquisition targets. Zhou Wanner, Gu Zijian, Chu Qingsheng. Store. Basic permissions granted. Accumulated affinity points may be used to purchase corresponding items. Zhou Wanner, Identity. Third Princess of the Great Zhou. Affinity. 1 point. Gu Zijian, Identity. Female General of the Great Qian Rebel Army. Affinity. 2 points. Chu Qingsheng, Identity. Fallen Noble Lady. Affinity. 1 point. When the affinity of the acquisition target surpasses 10, 20, 50 points, etc., various rewards will be granted. Similarly, as affinity points increase, the target's attitude towards the host will gradually change. Conversely, should the affinity points drop into the negative, the target may flee or even attempt to harm the host. Sun Jian could not help but marvel. Each of the 3 potential affinity targets was remarkable in her own right. The Grand Princess of the Great Zhou, how could she have fallen to such depths, becoming a mere prisoner? Sun Jian found himself perplexed, yet now was not the time for contemplation. The system understood his predicament, for the 3 women were the very objects of his earlier deliberation. Commander, I desire her, and this one as well, Sun Jian declared with a beaming smile, pointing at Zhou Wanner, Gu Zijian, and Chu Qingsheng. The crowd was taken aback. Numerous officials stared at Sun Jian in disbelief. The other villagers bore expressions akin to those mourning a loss, caught in the dilemma of choosing just one. Yet Sun Jian boldly selected 3. What was most striking was that apart from their beauty, these 3 women possessed no discernible skills suitable for labor. Beep. Detected that Zhou Wanner's favorability towards the host has decreased by 1. A red alert has been triggered. Please be cautious, host. Sun Jian felt a slight tremor run through him, casting a complex glance at Zhou Wanner. Zhou Wanner glared at Sun Jian, bowing her head and silently cursing. Humph. Lecherous scoundrel. Once I return to the Great Zhou, I shall deal with you. Observing this, Sun Jian sighed inwardly. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. So fickle. My favor points are scarce. I must tread carefully for my own sake. At that moment, Sun Hao, his face marred by pockmarks, approached and forcefully patted Sun Jian on the shoulder, speaking with a mocking tone. Sun Jian, can your frail body withstand the weight of 3 wives? Each month you'll owe 150 Jian of grain. Can you manage that? Don't drag the Sun clan down with your foolishness. The surrounding villagers erupted in laughter. Sun Jian, you've never tasted a woman's embrace, have you? Just don't end up dying at their hands. Ha ha. Look at your scrawny frame. A gust of wind could knock you over. I have a jar of tiger bone wine at home. Shall I pour you a few cups to strengthen you? Sun Jian was well aware of the enmity between his original self and Sun Hao. He surveyed the crowd, fixing his gaze upon Sun Hao. You needn't worry about that. Then, he gestured to several officials nearby. As the esteemed gentlemen have mentioned, the more, the merrier. Are you attempting to obstruct me? The officials nodded, sternly reprimanding Sun Hao. Those who dare disturb the selection ceremony shall face dire consequences. Sir, I meant no offense. I was merely jesting. Sun Hao, thoroughly frightened, bent low in apology, casting a venomous glare at Sun Jian before retreating. Before long, the time for selection had elapsed. Very well, the selection is complete. You shall take your wives home and live well. A month from today, we will return to collect the grain. Anyone unable to provide will be sent to the front lines as soldiers. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao and many villagers directed scornful laughter at Sun Jian. Fool! He would risk his life for a woman. In 1 month, he would meet his demise. Sun Jian, however, was unfazed by their thoughts, beaming as he beckoned Zhou Waner, Gu Zijian, and Chu Qingsheng. Ladies, let us return home. The three women exchanged glances, their expressions complex, and followed suit. As they walked, villagers pointed and whispered about Sun Jian and his companions. Unbothered, Sun Jian led Zhou Waner and the others straight home. Ladies, my abode may be a bit shabby, with scarcely a decent stool to sit upon. I hope you won't mind. Sun Jian felt a tinge of embarrassment. In his previous life, such conditions would not only deter a wife, but even make a dog turn away in disdain. Not at all. If not for you, I would have been chosen by no one, destined to be sold to a wealthy family as a servant or to a brothel as a courtesan. You have saved me, and I vow to live well by your side. Chu Qingsheng gazed at Sun Jian with gratitude. Zhou Waner and Gu Zijian fell silent. Indeed, had Sun Jian not chosen them, their fates would have been far grimier. Beep. Detected that Chu Qingsheng's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Sun Jian shook his head, chuckling. He hadn't anticipated that a simple remark could earn him Chu Qingsheng's favor. Indeed, the daughter of a wealthy family was well-mannered and refined. As for Zhou Waner and Gu Zijian, one was a princess of an enemy nation, and the other, a female general of a rebel faction. Winning their favor would undoubtedly prove a challenge. A series of rumbling sounds echoed. Zhou Waner shivered, lowering her head in embarrassment. She had not eaten for more than a day. Gu Zijian, accustomed to rigorous training, was better able to withstand her hunger. Sun Jian chuckled, slapping his forehead. Look at me, too preoccupied with conversation to attend to your needs. Please, find a place to sit while I prepare something to eat. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. You are truly kind. Chu Qingsheng cast a grateful glance at Sun Jian, then turned to Gu Zijian and Zhou Waner. Sisters, now that we are all family, let's get to know one another and coexist harmoniously. Zhou Waner hesitated but nodded. In these tumultuous times, amidst the chaos of 4 warring nations, she had no idea when she could contact her father. Remaining here offered at least a semblance of stability, one step at a time. Zhou Waner. Hello, I am Gu Zijian. Gu Zijian shared similar sentiments. Having arrived, she would make the best of the situation. Meanwhile, Sun Jian gazed at the empty grain bin, troubled. I promised to cook for them, yet I have no grain. What am I to do? To bring them home and not be able to provide a hearty meal? How humiliating. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had the system. Sun Jian promptly checked his attributes panel and discovered he had garnered a significant number of favor points from Chu Qingsheng, reaching a total of 10 points, enough for a reward. System, initiate reward extraction. Beep, the system is executing. Please select a designated lottery direction. Without hesitation, Sun Jian chose food. Beep, the ordinary lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 packets of instant noodles, 100 Jian of rice, and a barrel of cooking oil. As he beheld the abundance of food materializing before him, Sun Jian was elated, his smile stretching from ear to ear. This favorability system was truly remarkable. With such provisions, they would be set for some time. Next, he would need to devise a plan to earn more favor points to purchase necessities from the marketplace, ensuring he could meet the grain quota of 150 Jian in a month's time. What shall we eat? They must be famished. Let's prepare the simplest yet most delectable instant noodles. Sun Jian acted swiftly, washing the pot and boiling water. In no time, a large pot of aromatic instant noodles was ready. Sun Jian called over Zhou Waner, Gu Zijian, and Chu Qingsheng. Upon beholding the fragrant noodles, Zhou Waner, Gu Zijian, and Chu Qingsheng were utterly astounded. To them, Sun Jian was capable of merely offering a dish of wild vegetables along with a few bowls of thin porridge. They never anticipated this. Chu Qingsheng was the first to regain her composure, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sun Jian and asked, My lord, what is this? Zhou Waner perked up her ears, intrigued. As a princess of the Great Zhou, accustomed to luxury, she prided herself on having tasted all manners of delicacies. Yet, upon introspection, she realized she had never encountered such a dish. It seemed Sun Jian was no ordinary rustic villager. At that moment, Zhou Wan'er felt a surge of curiosity towards Sun Jian. Gu Zijian was equally intrigued, stealing glances at Sun Jian. Instant noodles, a delightful fare. Allow me to serve you. Do savor it, Sun Jian said with a smile as he ladled generous bowls of steaming noodles for Zhou Wan'er, Chu Qingsheng, and Gu Zijian. Zhou Wan'er, indeed famished, took a large bite and could not contain her exclamation. Wow, this is utterly delicious. I never imagined such a delightful food existed in this world. Realizing her unguarded reaction, a few shades of crimson swiftly crept onto her fair cheeks. Chu Qingsheng and Gu Zijian echoed her praises, astonished that they could partake in such a delightful meal. If you like it, feel free to eat more. Rest assured, there is plenty. Chu Qingsheng nodded happily, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Jian. My lord, you are too kind to us. Don't just watch. Join us. Sun Jian also served himself a bowl and began to eat. Having traversed to another world, married 3 enchanting wives, and savored the delicacies of his homeland, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Take your time. No one is competing with you for food. If you find it insufficient, I shall prepare more, he reassured them. Zhou Wan'er felt a blush rise to her cheeks. She desired to maintain her poise, but the noodles before her were simply too delicious to resist. Gu Zijian and Chu Qingsheng shared her sentiment. After the meal, Sun Jian tenderly attended to the 3 ladies, earning a few points of affection. Notably, Zhou Wan'er's fondness for him had increased by 2 points, alleviating any fears of her suddenly turning hostile. As night descended, it was time to retire. Sun Jian gazed at his 3 exquisite wives, pondering a dilemma, not out of an urgent desire to consummate their unions, but rather because there was only one bed in the house and how to make arrangements. Should he broach the subject directly, the image he held in the hearts of Zhou Wan'er and the others would surely plummet, diminishing their fondness and potentially endangering his life. Zhou Wan'er discerned Sun Jian's intentions and pointed to the bed, stating, I shall sleep in the bed tonight. Gu Zijian added, I will take the floor. Chu Qingsheng, blushing, murmured, My lord, I. Before she could finish, a heavy knocking resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Jian glanced at Zhou Wan'er and the others, saying, I shall answer the door. You may discuss how to arrange your sleeping arrangements. With that, he dashed out of the modest dwelling and opened the door. Standing at the entrance was Sun Hao, his face marked with pockmarks, carrying a bag of something. Sun Hao, what brings you here? Sun Jian, I reckon you're still hungry, aren't you? Famished, I presume? Well, here I am, delivering provisions, Sun Hao said, opening the bag to reveal some yellowed, moldy grains. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year is hardly sincere. Sun Jian scoffed softly, stating coolly, Sun Hao, there are no outsiders here. Let us speak candidly. At this, the smile faded from Sun Hao's face as he replied solemnly, Very well. I shall no longer hide my intentions. I wish to spend a night of passion with your particularly well-endowed wife. What do you say? Volume 1. Chapter 3. Do you think you can trade my wife for a bag of moldy rice? What a ridiculous dream. The one with the most ample bosom? Zhou Wan'er. Sun Jian chuckled. The esteemed 3rd princess of the Great Zhou dynasty wishes to spend a night of passion for merely half a bag of moldy rice. Sun Hao truly has delusions of grandeur. Haha, you laughed, so you must agree. I knew you were starving. This half bag of grain is your lifeline. No need to thank me. Quickly take me to your wife. Rest assured, I shall be ever so gentle, Sun Hao said eagerly, reaching for Sun Jian's hand. In his mind, Sun Jian was a pushover. A little sweetening with a half bag of grain would make the other 2 wives his without any cost. In this manner, Sun Jian's 3 wives would effectively belong to him, without the need to pay even a morsel to the court. How delightful. But he never anticipated that the outcome would greatly exceed his expectations. Get lost. I'm disgusted, Sun Jian retorted, his face stern as he pushed Sun Hao away. Sun Hao stood there, stunned for a full minute before reacting. His face darkened, as if he could weep, glaring fiercely at Sun Jian. You think you're playing me? And if I am, now get out, Sun Jian commanded. Enraged, Sun Hao's eyes darted, and he seized a nearby wooden stick, swinging it towards Sun Jian's head. Just at that critical moment, with a swift swoosh, Gu Zijian emerged, effortlessly grabbing the stick, her gaze icy as she stared at Sun Hao. Earlier, she had heard the commotion outside and, fearing for Sun Jian's safety, had come out to conceal herself behind the door. Upon overhearing Sun Hao's proposal, She found it shameless and quite amusing. Sun Jian had treated them to delectable instant noodles. How could moldy rice compare? Had it been any other time, she would have long since taken Sun Hao's life. Yet now, she wished to avoid causing trouble for Sun Jian. At that moment, Sun Hao's face turned crimson, gritting his teeth as he exerted all his strength to wrench the stick back for another strike, but to no avail. Sun Jian, you a grown man, rely on a lowly woman for protection? Do you have no shame? If you have guts, let her go, and I'll fight you fair and square. Sun Hao shouted in fury. Sun Jian stepped forward, patting his face gently. Sun Hao, you've got it wrong. It is only natural for a wife to protect her husband. Moreover, in this world, men and women are equal. Who says women are inferior to men? Upon hearing the phrase gender equality, Gu Zijiang trembled slightly, casting a complex glance at Sun Jian, murmuring to herself, what a peculiar man. Ding. Positive feelings detected. Gu Zijiang's affection for you has increased by 2. Sun Jian was taken aback. Such direct affection? Madam, please release him. Gu Zijiang nodded and withdrew her hand. Suddenly released, Sun Hao fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain as he glared at Sun Jian, shouting, Sun Jian, if you dare let this wretched woman harm me, I will not let this matter rest. Sun Jian displayed no fear, responding with a smirk, the opportunity has been given to you. If you do not leave now, you may find it impossible to do so later. Upon meeting Gu Zijiang's chilling gaze, Sun Hao swallowed hard, scrambling to his feet and fearfully running a few paces forward before abruptly turning around to glare at Sun Jian once more. Sun Jian, my elder brother works at the county office. If you offend me, you will surely regret it. Sun Jian remained unfazed, fully aware that Sun Hao's elder brother, Sun Hu, held a minor position in the county office, and that he had often been bullied by both Sun Hao and Sun Hu in his youth. But what of it? If his brother dared to come, old scores would be settled alongside new ones. You've brought this trouble upon yourself, Gu Zijiang remarked, her expression slightly unsettled. Sun Jian waved dismissively. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall bury it. Gu Zijiang looked at him with astonishment. How could such a simple villager articulate so eloquently and still produce wondrous instant noodles? It's chilly outside. Let us return indoors, he suggested. Indeed, she replied. And they went back inside. Chu Qingqing approached with a worried expression, asking, my lord, what transpired outside just now? Sun Jian briefly recounted the incident with Sun Hao. Zhou Wanner, her face darkening with anger, stamped her foot and exclaimed, despicable, shameless, vile. I shall ensure he pays for this. Realizing her outburst, she immediately fell silent. My lady? Gu Zijiang cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Wanner, discerning that her sister had not been entirely truthful, her identity evidently complex. However, this was not surprising, as she too had withheld the truth earlier. Chu Qingqing, being rather naive, did not notice the undercurrents and expressed her concern for Sun Jian, saying, my lord, if you treat Sun Hao this way, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Sun Jian felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Do not worry, I can handle it. Have you discussed how we shall rest tonight? Zhou Wanner immediately lifted her head and walked towards the bed, declaring, we shall sleep in the bed, and you will take the floor. If you dare to misbehave, I shall have Zijiang deal with you. You have just witnessed her prowess. Chu Qingqing stifled a smile. Gu Zijiang also shot a warning glance at Sun Jian as she approached the bed. Sun Jian shrugged, a wry smile on his face, as he retrieved bedding from the cupboard to prepare his sleeping area on the floor. Surrounded by 3 enchanting wives, yet unable to indulge. The revolution has not yet succeeded. My comrades must strive harder. He lamented inwardly as he settled onto the floor. Time passed, and suddenly, Sun Jian felt something embrace him. Awakening with a start, turning his head, he discovered a bashful Chu Qingqing beside him. Charming city, Chu Qingqing lowered her voice and said, husband, today marks our wedding day, the night of our union. I understand the customs of heaven and earth, and I know you are a good man. I wish to fulfill my duties as a wife. Yet for now, I can only accompany you in this manner. Please do not blame me. Sun Jian, deeply moved, embraced Chu Qingqing tightly, exclaiming, foolish girl. How could I ever blame you? It is only natural for us to feel reluctance given our circumstances. When the time is right, I shall host a grand wedding for you, and that will truly be our wedding night. Chu Qingqing trembled slightly, gazing at Sun Jian with teary eyes. Husband, you are truly wonderful. Meeting you is a blessing I have earned through many lifetimes. Ding. The system detected Chu Qingqing's affection for the host. granting an additional 10 points of favorability, along with another reward. Sun Jian, exhilarated and beaming, urged, "My dear, please share your story with me." At that moment, he was profoundly touched by Chu Qingqing and yearned to learn everything about his gentle and understanding wife. Chu Qingqing nodded, her voice trembling as she began. "I was born into a wealthy family in Jiangnan, engaged in the silk trade. However, unwilling to collude with local officials and exploit the farmers who raise silkworms. My family was ultimately framed by those in power. Out of over 100 family members, I was the only one saved by a mysterious benefactor. The rest tragically perished in the corrupt magistrate's prison." At this point, she broke down in tears. Sun Jian, filled with compassion, held Chu Qingqing tightly, reassuringly stating, "Do not weep, my dear. I promise you, I will avenge your family and ensure that scoundrel pays for his sins." "Yes, husband, I believe in you," she replied. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Gu Zijian turned over slightly, murmuring to himself, "Will you avenge her? Will you avenge me as well?" As dawn gradually broke, Sun Jian awoke and gazed at the sleeping Chu Qingqing. He quietly got up, intending to claim his reward from the system. Just then, a loud, frantic knocking resounded from outside. "Disaster! Disaster!" Sun Jian, "Open the door quickly." A middle-aged man clad in coarse linen, his face smeared with blood, exclaimed urgently, "What disaster? What are you talking about?" Sun Jian, still groggy, rubbed his eyes, but his expression shifted dramatically as memories flooded back to him. Indeed, his former self had owned an old yellow ox, the family's sole possession, which had recently been lent out for plowing. The old yellow ox was entrusted to this very man, Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang was known as an honest man in the village, though his uncle held a position in the magistrate's office, leaving him with a few acres of land. While his life was not affluent, he was not in danger of starvation. "The old yellow ox has been slaughtered." "By whom?" Sun Jian seized Lao Jiang by the collar, a tempest of anger brewing within him. That ox was the only remnant of his parents' legacy, and to think it had been so brutally taken from him. The memories of the former owner had left an indelible mark on the present Sun Jian. His reaction was not exaggerated. Even Lao Jiang felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead at the thought that the death of the old yellow ox could cost Sun Jian his life. "Sun Jian, you cannot blame me for this." Sun Hao had gone mad, having recklessly charged into the ox, yet he insisted that the old yellow ox had attacked him first, plunging a knife deep into its heart. "You must go and see for yourself. The old yellow ox is beyond saving. But we might salvage some meat if we act quickly. If you delay, there will be nothing left." Lao Jiang, with good intentions, had come to warn Sun Jian. "Sun Hao? That wretched scoundrel." Sun Jian seethed with fury. It seemed he was truly desperate, bullying me as if it were a sport. Upon hearing Sun Hao's name, realization struck Sun Jian. What cow had run into him? It was merely an excuse. This was Sun Hao's deliberate act of revenge against him. He must be seeking death. Sun Jian declared with venom. From a young age, Sun Hao had tormented the former owner without cease, his most egregious act being the theft of half of the money meant for the former owner's mother's medical treatment, which he adamantly denied, almost leading to their family's starvation that month. The former owner, being timid, had never dared confront Sun Hao. Today, having encountered him, it was time to settle both old and new scores. "If he wished for death, then I shall oblige." Lao Jiang, frightened by Sun Jian's words, grasped his arm tightly. "Do not rush to your demise." Sun Hao was with Sun Hu. Sun Hu, being Sun Hao's elder brother, was a formidable figure. The captain of the county constables, known for his towering physique and fierce fighting prowess. Rumor had it that he once single-handedly faced 4 men from the neighboring village and emerged unscathed. "My uncle once shared that Sun Hu held equal standing within the county office. Would you dare provoke him?" With a cold laugh, Sun Jian responded, "Sun Hu? What of it?" Just retrieve the ox, and do not mention that I informed you," Lao Jiang cautioned before hastily departing, fearing the repercussions of the situation. Sun Jian gazed at his emaciated arms, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Lao Jiang's warning was well meant. After all, the former owner was a frail scholar, perpetually undernourished and reduced to skin and bones. In a contest of life and death with Sun Hao, he might have had a fighting chance, but against Sun Hu, it would surely be a death sentence. Yet some matters cannot be calculated so simply. For those like Sun Hu and Sun Hao, if one continues to endure in silence, it invites even greater retribution. Damn it, I have toiled like a beast for half my life, and just as I have arrived here, Finally endowed with a system and blessed with 3 enchanting wives, I encounter such repugnant individuals and circumstances. The system. Sun Jian's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he possessed a system. It was the perfect opportunity to test its might. He opened the system panel and invoked a standard lottery draw, directing his focus towards martial prowess. Sun Jian silently chanted a phrase in his mind. Ding. System executing. Congratulations, host. You have drawn martial prowess and acquired a complete set of Tongbei Quan, successfully mastered and implanted in your consciousness. Martial power 18 points. Current attribute panel. Host, Sun Jian. Martial power 58, 40-18. Agility 40. Intelligence 80. Charisma 60. Skills, Tongbei Fist Technique. Proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics. Martial techniques. None. Items. None. Lucky draw. 1 standard draw. System notification. All attributes are calibrated with 50 points representing the standard values of a healthy adult prior to the host's reincarnation, while 80 points denote the limits of an ordinary human. As Sun Jian absorbed the system's revelations, he glanced at his arm, watching as his muscles visibly swelled, a profound sense of strength enveloping him. Sun Hao, wait for me, I am coming. Just as Sun Jian departed, Zhou Wan'er, clad in simple garb, stepped through the doorway, her gaze following the direction of Sun Jian's departure, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile, nodding in approval. Not bad. He possesses some resolve. I underestimated him before. Ding. Zhou Wan'er's favorability increased by 2 moments earlier when old Jiang knocked on the door. It startled both Sun Jian and Zhou Wan'er from their reverie. Zhou Wan'er had heard every word exchanged between old Jiang and Sun Jian. Sun Hao had already bullied Sun Jian. If Sun Jian chose to remain passive, such a man would surely appear spineless and would never capture Zhou Wan'er's interest. However, it seemed that Sun Jian had not disappointed her thus far. Yet, could he truly hold his own? She hoped he wouldn't meet his demise out there. Zhou Wan'er furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow him. After having a bowl of instant noodles courtesy of Sun Hao and resting for half the night, her strength had nearly been restored. As a princess, Zhou Wan'er had trained in martial arts from a young age. While her skills might not rival those of great generals, she could easily handle a commoner. Although her impression of Sun Jian was not particularly favorable, he had saved her life by providing her with sustenance. She could not simply stand idly by. However, just as Zhou Wan'er stepped out, another figure emerged through the door. Gu Zijiang. It appears this woman is indeed not to be underestimated. Gu Zijiang gazed in the direction of Zhou Wan'er's departure, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. During their dinner the previous day, she had already sensed the unique aura surrounding Zhou Wan'er. At that time, she refrained from speaking much, choosing instead to observe her discreetly. Her instincts could not be mistaken. Zhou Wan'er must have trained in martial arts, and she was certainly no ordinary combatant. How intriguing. They are far more complex than they appear. I am eager to witness what transpires. Gu Zijiang's gaze flashed with determination as she gently closed the door and swiftly followed suit. Volume 1. Chapter 5. That petite figure should kneel and call me grandfather upon seeing me. At this moment, on a rural path, Sun Jian strode forward with remarkable speed, a sickle in hand, as if propelled by an unseen force. In the past, traversing such a distance would have left him breathless, yet now he felt no hint of fatigue. Instead, warmth coursed through his body, a sensation of boundless power surging within him. After walking a few steps, a bonfire came into view ahead. A group of 7 or 8 men, all clad in the garb of local constables, were seated in a circle, busily butchering an old yellow cow, preparing it for roasting over the flames. One could not deny that despite its lean appearance, the beef was quite suitable for pairing with wine. A robust constable downed a hearty drink, clutching a sizable chunk of beef, and with a vigorous bite, he relished the meal. The others followed suit, indulging in the feast. In these times, to enjoy such wine and meat, aside from the affluent gentry in the county town, one would likely find only these constables partaking in such luxuries. Feasting to their heart's content, they could only blame the old yellow cow for its unfortunate fate, having crossed paths with Sun Jian. Could this beast truly challenge me? With a slightly tipsy demeanor, Sun Hao stood up, a large piece of beef in hand, and boisterously proclaimed, "This cow is Sun Jian's, isn't it? We should at least have some restraint in our bullying. His family is destitute, and his parents have perished from starvation. This cow is likely his lifeline. Consuming it could lead to dire consequences. Sun Hu, more composed and mature in his speech, interjected. After all, he worked in the county office and held a minor position, having encountered many people and situations, unlike the reckless Sun Hao. Ha ha, brother, you think we might cause a death? You overestimate that good-for-nothing Sun Jian. Do you believe he is Wusong? He could hardly bring harm to me. With that frail frame of his, upon seeing me, he would kneel and call me grandfather. As Sun Hao recalled the humiliating scene before Sun Jian earlier that day, an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within him. It seemed that the young man was no longer as easily bullied as before. However, with Brother Hu present, could he truly turn the tables? Midway through his thoughts, a furious roar erupted. Sun Hao, surrender your life to compensate for my ox. Sun Jian charged forth, wielding a sickle with fervor. Brother, it's that rascal Sun Jian. As Sun Jian approached, brimming with determination, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sun Hao's eyes, quickly replaced by malice. Ha, what a bold lad, daring to chase me here. It appears he has a death wish. Sun Hu set down his wine bowl, exhaling a breath tinged with alcohol. It is a well-known principle that commoners should not confront officials, especially in tumultuous times. Moreover, Sun Hu was no ordinary constable. He held the position of a captain, akin to a chief of police in later times. In Hongnong County, he had long been accustomed to his domineering ways. Not only did commoners like Sun Jian bow their heads before him, but even fellow constables treated him with utmost respect. It was surprising that the once timid Sun Jian, who would avoid conflict for fear of offending anyone, now dared to brazenly shout in defiance over a mere ox. His audacity was indeed remarkable. Brothers, let him breathe. But do not let him escape unscathed, commanded Sun Hu, prompting several constables nearby to roll up their sleeves, eager to confront Sun Jian. Sun Hao also seized a nearby stool, his face alight with malicious glee. If he could render Sun Jian half dead today, not only would it relieve his pent-up frustration, but perhaps he could also indulge in some playful antics with the latter's stunning wives later. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. As a throng of men closed in, Sun Jian's eyes blazed with indignation. These individuals were no mere constables. They resembled ruthless bandits intent on devouring their prey. Not far away, Zhou Wanner felt her heart tighten with anxiety as she watched the unfolding scene, her eyes filled with worry and hesitation. To her, Sun Jian's life seemed insignificant compared to her own safety. Yet, if Sun Jian were to perish, the troubles and unknown dangers it would bring her would be boundless. But to intervene in his defense would yield similar dire consequences. In a foreign land, revealing her identity, even slightly, could lead to a fate far more terrifying than she could imagine. After all, she faced a group of constables, representatives of the Daqian government. Cursed fate. She hoped she could muster the courage to act. Zhou Wanner bit her red lips, placing all her hopes on Gu Zijiang, who was likewise hidden in the shadows. Observing everything unfold, Gu Zijiang furrowed her delicate brows, equally torn with indecision. Confronted by this group of constables, she mentally weighed the risks and rewards repeatedly. However, since she had followed them thus far, she believed that when the moment became truly critical, she would undoubtedly strive to safeguard Sun Jian's life. As Sun Hao observed Sun Jian besieged, he remained unmoved, mistakenly believing him to be paralyzed by fear. Without waiting for the other officers to intervene, he eagerly swung the solid wooden bench in his grasp, aiming for Sun Jian's head. The bench, being entirely made of hardwood, coupled with Sun Hao's swift and precise strike, could easily fracture not just a human skull, but even a block of marble. You worthless trash die. With a resounding thud, the heavy impact reverberated, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Not only were Sun Hu and his companions taken aback, but even Gu Zijiang and Zhou Wanner, hidden in the shadows, nearly gasped in fright. Who could have anticipated that Sun Hao's attack would not only miss its target, but would instead result in Sun Jian delivering a fierce kick to his chest? Sun Hao was sent sprawling, spewing blood, and lay on the ground, howling in agony. Even the officers closest to Sun Jian were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Sun Hu stood up in shock, his eyes filled with a complex mix of disbelief as he gazed at Sun Jian. Who could have imagined that overnight, Sun Jian had transformed so drastically? He had shed his timid, cowardly demeanor and seemed to have gained some fortitude, as if his frail body had become sturdier. What on earth had transpired with this fellow? Brother, kill him, kill him, Sun Hao pleaded from the ground, his voice strained due to several broken ribs. Sun Jian had first argued with him, then humiliated him, and now had the audacity to injure him. He was determined to make Sun Jian pay with his life. Very well. How dare you harm my brother? Today, I shall break your legs. Chapter 6. Who exactly are you? Sun Hu bellowed, his eyes filled with malice. Regardless of whatever peculiarities Sun Jian possessed, the fact that he dared to injure his own brother in front of him was an affront to his dignity. If he allowed Sun Jian to leave here standing, how could he ever maintain his authority? Rising from his chair, he seized a sturdy wooden club and advanced towards Sun Jian. Sun Jian let out a cold snort. Dismissing the threat entirely, threaten me? Let us see who meets their demise first. Your brother's son Hao has slaughtered a plow ox, which is a capital offense under the Great Zhou law. As the head officer, you fail to impose strict punishment and instead condone your brother and subordinates in slaughtering the ox for a feast. Ignorance of the law only compounds the crime. Humph. Whether you can break my legs today remains to be seen, but mark my words, your group shall one day ascend the guillotine. Upon hearing these words, the officers under Sun Hu's command were filled with trepidation. Sun Jian's proclamation was not mere hyperbole. According to the Great Zhou legal code, slaughtering a plow ox was indeed a death penalty offense. In this tumultuous era, chaos reigns, with flames of war and the specter of famine haunting every corner, leaving the populace in dire straits, resorting to the unthinkable. In such desperate times, sustenance becomes the foremost concern of any nation, underscoring the paramount significance of plowing oxen. Fear not, brethren. This lad may have attended a few years of school, but what does that amount to? He is so impoverished that he has nothing left but fleas, and I doubt he can even afford a scrap of paper to detail his grievances. Let us unite and sever his tongue, as long as we avoid spilling blood. He will have no recourse to appeal in the future. As the head constable, Sun Hu discerned Sun Jian's cunning intent. He swiftly dispelled the constable's hesitations and rallied them to act against Sun Jian. Yet, Sun Jian remained unfazed, standing with poise. I apologize, but prior to my arrival, I informed numerous villagers to come witness this spectacle. They shall soon see how you butcher plowing oxen for meat, and how you intend to gouge out my eyes. At these words, a hush fell over the crowd, leaving even Sun Hu hesitant to advance. Brother Hu, could he truly have summoned a multitude? Perhaps we should flee. The consequences of being captured would be dire. Even the county magistrate could not save us. Indeed, Brother Hu, there is ample time ahead. We cannot afford to stumble now. Sun Hu glared at Sun Jian with malice, yet felt powerless. As the head constable of Hongnong County, if the villagers were to apprehend him and his men, escape would be impossible. After weighing his options, he resolved to lead a retreat. Take my brother and depart. Cursed be it. Sun Jian, wait for me. Just you wait. Observing Sun Hu's hasty exit, Sun Jian shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, even if you do not flee, I harbor no fear of you. I shall await your return. Bah, a band of fools, thinking they can contend with me. Recalling memories from his past life, Sun Jian glanced at the pot of tender beef, feeling a pang of regret. What a pity for my plowing ox. Yet, the flavor seems delectable. Just as he indulged in the savory beef, Zhou Wanner and Guzi Jian emerged from the shadows, their expressions a mix of complexity as they regarded Sun Jian. Oh, ladies, what brings you here? Sun Jian exclaimed, his mouth full, as he noticed the two beautiful women standing a short distance away, their faces painted with astonishment. After a moment of surprise, warmth flooded his heart. It seemed these two lovely ladies were concerned for his safety and had come to protect him. Despite his meager surroundings and constant hunger, he found solace in the thought of having three extraordinarily beautiful wives who cared for him deeply. Truly, fate had not been unkind to him. Zhou Wanner and Guzi Jian exchanged a glance, and she urged, let us not linger. This is no place for conversation. We must depart swiftly. Did you not mention that the villagers would be arriving soon? If we are seen here, there would be no way to clear our names. Not even if we plunged into the Yellow River. Indeed, my lord, we should take our leave, Guzi Jian concurred. Villagers? What villagers? Oh, it just struck me. I was merely frightening Sun Hu and the others. There are no villagers coming. Sun Jian, oblivious to his own appearance, his mouth stuffed with meat, hands greasy, whimpered, think. Will you? Before I set out, I had no knowledge of Sun Hu's whereabouts, so how could I possibly summon the villagers? Moreover, we are living in tumultuous times, surrounded by rogues and bandits. Who in their right mind would come here at this hour? Hey ladies, stop dawdling and sit down to enjoy the meat. Sun Jian hastily beckoned Zhou Wanner and Guzi Jian to take their seats, reminding them to save some for Chu Qingqing at home. In these times of scarcity, merely surviving is a luxury, let alone being satiated, much less indulging in hearty fare. As the two women continued to gaze at him with a mixture of admiration and complexity, Sun Jian offered a wry smile and directly handed them chunks of meat. Quickly, eat. If you delay any longer, the meat will grow cold. With the fragrant pieces of beef in hand, Zhou Wanner and Gu Zijian could no longer resist and began to eat heartily. In that moment, their taste buds and stomachs experienced an unprecedented satisfaction, particularly for Zhou Wanner. She could scarcely recall the last time she had tasted meat, since being captured by the Daqian army and turned into a war widow. This was her first encounter with a sense of security and solace, all thanks to this man she had known for merely a few days. Gu Zijian, too, had not experienced such peace and a full meal in a long while. She had feared that being chosen by this man would lead to a fate even more dire than that of a war widow, suffering both physically and emotionally. And she anticipated a return to a life of being hunted, fleeing, and being displaced. Yet, to her astonishment, none of this had come to pass. Instead, she found herself in a different kind of life. Reflecting on this, Gu Zijian could not help but regard Sun Jian with a hint of feminine tenderness. There seemed to be an enchanting quality about him that instilled a profound sense of stability. Was he truly nothing more than an ordinary villager, possessing such courage and wisdom? After their hearty meal, as they walked home, Zhou Wanner could no longer contain her curiosity. "Pray tell, who exactly are you?" Sun Jian, somewhat perplexed, noted that throughout their journey back, these two young women had regarded him as though he were some sort of creature. Yet, each time he glanced back to meet their eyes, they instinctively averted their gaze, which struck him as rather peculiar. "What else could I be? I am your husband." Volume 1, Chapter 7. Will there be meat to eat every day in the future? As Sun Jian pondered this, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. The system has detected that Zhou Wanner's affection for you has exceeded 20. The current value is 22. You are entitled to 1 ordinary directional lottery and 1 rare directional lottery. Ding. The system has detected that Gu Zijiang's affection for you has also exceeded 20. The current value is 24. You are entitled to 1 ordinary directional lottery and 1 rare directional lottery. Sun Jian was momentarily taken aback. When did the affection levels rise so swiftly? He vaguely recalled that not long ago, they were still in single digits. Nevertheless, it was a cumulative gain, and he couldn't be bothered with the details. To suddenly obtain 4 lottery chances was simply exhilarating. Who would have thought that scaring Sun Hu and the others once, followed by another serving of meat, would yield such an abundance of affection? If he indulged a few more times, would he not surpass 100 in no time? Even in these chaotic times, even amidst the starvation and despair, so what? With the system in hand, what was there to fear from Sun Hu's vengeance? He could easily vanquish him without leaving a trace. "Why are you laughing?" Zhou Wanner asked, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Sun Jian. As they approached their doorstep, she was taken aback to see her husband laughing maniacally, and the nature of his laughter was rather unsettling. "It's nothing, nothing at all. I just suddenly thought of a brilliant plan." "Bah, you are not my husband." "A brilliant plan? What brilliant plan? Come on, let us go inside and talk." Once they returned to the dilapidated house, Chu Qingqing immediately embraced Sun Jian, her face filled with concern as she hurriedly inquired whether her husband had sustained any injuries or endured any bullying. Seeing the tears welling in the young girl's eyes, Sun Jian quickly reassured her and recounted the events from start to finish. Chu Qingqing's emotions were tumultuous. She marveled at her husband's cleverness while also feeling immense anxiety, fearing that her husband might be outmaneuvered by that group. It is an age-old truth that the common folk must not contend with officials. If those in power wish to eliminate someone, there are countless ways to do so. This time, they had thoroughly offended Sun Hu and Sun Hao. Who knew what schemes awaited them in the future? Chu Qingqing's concerns were not unfounded. Although Zhou Wanner and Gu Zijiang also felt apprehensive, they had witnessed their husband's bravery and wisdom firsthand that day. Both women understood that Sun Jian was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Moreover, seeing him now, calm and composed, they did not believe he would lead himself to ruin. "Do not worry about him. He is full of tricks." Gu Zijiang gently took Chu Qingqing's hand, offering a soft consolation. Zhou Wanner turned to Sun Jian. "What shall we do next? If that Sun Hu comes looking for trouble again, how do you plan to handle it?" Sun Jian smiled slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I can manage." "Oh, how will you manage?" Zhou Wanner retorted. I admit that I have indeed provoked them this time, but they wouldn't dare to bring up the farming oxen, nor would they mention my beating of Sun Hao. Doing so would be akin to shooting themselves in the foot, Sun who is not that foolish. In the ensuing days, they would not casually come to the village, for they fear us more than we fear them. Thus, I suspect that if they seek trouble, it will likely be during the grain tax collection at the beginning of the month. Grain tax? Oh right, my husband has married all three of us, and every month we must pay 150 Jian of grain. What shall we do? Chu Qingqing anxiously paced back and forth in the room. Do not worry. It's merely 150 Jian of grain. When the time comes, I will give them half a year's worth of grain all at once. Furthermore, I can guarantee that our family will have meat at every meal. What? Half a year's worth at once? Meat at every meal in the future? Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, the three women were utterly taken aback. Could their husband have lost his mind? What nonsense was he spouting? Although they had savored the delicacies he had prepared, having never tasted such exquisite food before, they also noted that there was only a limited supply of grain left in the house. Yet, there were still more than 20 days until the tax collection. Even if they scrimped and saved, they would hardly have 50 Jian of grain left. They had no means of livelihood, nor did they possess any farmland. When the tax collection day arrived, would they resort to begging? In this day and age, it would be a miracle to beg for grain. And half a year's worth of military rations, 900 Jian of grain, where would that come from? Stop keeping secrets. Tell me, what do you intend to do? Zhou Wanner maintained her lofty demeanor, yet her tone softened noticeably. Sun Jian chuckled, placed a finger to his lips, and made a shushing gesture, deliberately creating suspense. Do not ask, do not pry. I have my own clever strategies. All right, let us sleep. As usual, I will take the floor while you three sleep in the bed. Good night, my wives. With that, Sun Jian snuggled into the prepared bedding, leaving the three women exchanging glances, utterly perplexed. That night, as the three women lay in bed, each was lost in her own thoughts, finding it difficult to sleep. Without exception, they all shared a common realization. Their husband, who lay snoring loudly on the floor nearby, was no ordinary man, nor was he simply a rustic villager. In the dead of night, within Sun Jian's humble abode, a notification chimed. Ding. The system has detected that Chu Qingqing's affection for you has exceeded 30. The current value is 31, and you may receive an epic-level designated direction lottery. Ding. It has been detected that the total accumulated affection has surpassed 70. Congratulations. The host has received 10 points to distribute among any attributes and a mid-level gift pack. In the depths of slumber, Sun Jian was roused by the incessant chimes of the system echoing in his mind. As he groggily opened his eyes, prepared to utter a curse, he was taken aback to find Chu Qingqing crouched beside him, gently covering him with a blanket, her gaze suffused with tenderness. A wave of emotion surged within Sun Jian, prompting him to softly embrace Chu Qingqing's slender waist. This unexpected gesture startled her, eliciting a delicate gasp as her body quivered slightly, her soft form inadvertently brushing against his lips. A faint fragrance enveloped him, and the warmth of her gentle touch instantly lifted his spirits. He admonished himself to temper his desires, recognizing that the moment was not yet ripe for such indulgence. It must be said that his three wives were each exquisite in their own right, aside from being somewhat delicate. Each one could easily be regarded as a goddess in the annals of future generations. Bathed in moonlight, Sun Jian discerned the rosy hue blooming on Chu Qingqing's cheeks. Have you awakened, my dear? She inquired softly. Sun Jian nodded, gently sitting up to plant a kiss on her cheek, uttering in a hushed tone, return to your slumber. I shall ponder some matters at the door. The night breeze is strong. Do wrap yourself in this blanket lest you catch a chill, she advised. Each time they drew near, Chu Qingqing's heart raced, her breath quickening, and she dared not maintain eye contact with Sun Jian. Very well, you should rest, he replied. After ensuring Chu Qingqing was settled, Sun Jian draped the blanket over his shoulders and stood in the dilapidated courtyard, muttering curses beneath his breath. System, could you not be so intrusive at night? I was lost in sweet dreams before you so rudely interrupted. The system paid no heed to his complaints, instead reiterating the information. 10 arbitrary attribute points? A mid-tier gift pack? He was not surprised by the increase in Chu Qingqing's affection for him in the dead of night. Among the three women, she had shared the most intimate moments with him. Coupled with his unparalleled charm, it was not difficult to win over a few hearts. However, the 10 arbitrary attribute points were quite impressive. Ding. The system has detected that the host has unlocked the mid-tier system, granting 10 arbitrary attribute points. Would you like to use them? Yes. Allocate them all to martial prowess. The rest can wait. In such chaotic times, one must first possess the ability to protect oneself. The system responded promptly, and with a flicker of light, Sun Jian's martial strength surged from 58 to 68, nearing the limits of human capability. Opening the attribute panel, Sun Jian commanded the system with his will. Host, Sun Jian, Strength, 68, Agility, 50, Intelligence, 80, Charisma and Appearance, 60, Skills, Tombe Boxing. Proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics. Martial Arts, none. Items, Intermediate Gift Package, Lucky Draw, 2 Ordinary, 2 Rare, 1 Epic. After a series of operations, Sun Jian felt significantly strengthened, his entire being brimming with vitality. He activated the Intermediate Gift Package. Upon issuing the new command, a splendid golden gift box materialized on the system panel. In a flash of golden light, 5 different types of items appeared, nearly blinding Sun Jian. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 enhanced antibiotics, 10 premium new energy fishing rods, 5 infrared semi-automatic compound bows with 100 arrows, 10 enhanced adrenaline, and 100 super potatoes. Sun Jian was momentarily stunned. The contents of this intermediate gift package were extraordinary, practically resolving all the pressing issues he faced. Not to mention the life-saving enhanced antibiotics and enhanced adrenaline. The new energy fishing rods and infrared semi-automatic compound bows already filled him with ecstatic joy. Just imagine fishing without nets or hooks, merely wading into the river and electrocuting a multitude of fish. The bounty would be insatiable. Truly, it felt as though the heavens were aiding him. Moreover, possessing an infrared semi-automatic compound bow meant that hunting in the deep mountains would be a breeze, with built-in targeting. No prey could escape from 100 meters away. Yet, what thrilled Sun Jian the most was the revelation of the super potatoes, leaving him utterly astounded. Super potato, a large, fortified potato, rich in nutrients, cold-resistant, drought-resistant, with no seasonal limitations, capable of rapid reproduction, maturing in just 30 days. Sun Jian could hardly contain his excitement, nearly exclaiming aloud. Indeed, the promises of the system had not deceived him. The surprises of the night were overwhelming, and he felt there was no need to activate the lucky draws immediately. He could do so when the need arose. The following morning, as Sun Jian opened his eyes, he discovered 3 women embroiled in a heated debate over how many instant noodles to cook. Chu Qingcheng, resembling a startled deer, clutched a packet of noodles tightly, refusing to hand it over to Zhou Waner. No way. If our husband fails to procure food, this is all the rations we have left. Besides, we still have much to gather for the next food drive. We should eat a little, just enough to stave off hunger. We cannot consume too much. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly resolve the food issue. Eating a bit more is of no concern. I have faith in him. Zhou Waner wore a nonchalant expression. Prior to yesterday, she may have been frugal and meticulous in her calculations. However, following the events of last night, she realized such considerations were entirely unnecessary. Gu Zijiang, standing nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed, unsure of whom to support, and could only urge them to refrain from quarreling. After being hungry for so long, finally having food, especially such delicious fare, who wouldn't want to indulge? Yet, Chu Qingcheng had a valid point. If Sun Jian failed to procure more rations, a significant portion of this food would need to be reserved for future supplies. Even so, the deficit remained considerable. Every ounce saved was crucial. Why create such a commotion so early in the morning? Sun Jian, with an air of resignation, approached, took the instant noodle packet from Chu Qingcheng's hands, and handed it to Gu Zijiang. From today onward, we shall have 3 meals a day, 2 packets of noodles per person. Go and prepare them. And don't forget the seasoning. Chu Qingcheng felt a twinge of grievance. Sun Jian patted her shoulder confidently. Trust me, our lives will improve. With her husband's gentle reassurance, Chu Qingcheng's anxiety dissipated significantly, and she could only obediently nod. Although she harbored doubts about Sun Jian's words, she dared not voice them, especially since their current provisions were all provided by him. The other 2 women, shedding their previous attitudes, cast tender glances and smiles at Sun Jian before hastily preparing the meal. Once they were satiated, Sun Jian presented his thoughts on resolving their food dilemma through fishing and hunting. Hunting? Fishing? The 3 women were momentarily taken aback, perplexed about what their husband was proposing. In these times, Many villagers without land relied on such means for sustenance. However, with everyone fishing and hunting, the mountains and forests surrounding Hongnon County had become scarce in game and catch. Most hunters from the village returned home empty-handed after long hours in the deep mountains. Moreover, Sun Jian lacked any skills in hunting or fishing. He was, after all, merely a scholar, and now, with nothing to his name, he possessed neither bows nor fishing rods, let alone proper iron tools. What could he possibly use to catch anything? His grandmother's shoe insoles? Sun Jian had anticipated their reactions. In this era, most people still relied on outdated longbows and inferior fishing nets, so it was natural for them to be skeptical. Wait, let me show you some remarkable items. With that, Sun Jian stepped outside, pretended to descend into the cellar, and opened his system backpack, retrieving a semi-automatic compound bow with infrared technology, a new energy fishing rod, and an insulated suit. When the three women beheld these items, astonishment washed over them once more. Husband, what are these? Is this really a bow? As the daughter of a general, Gu Zijiang instantly recognized the object before her as a type of bow, albeit one she had never encountered before. Zhou Wan'er and Chu Qingcheng, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, shared in Gu Zijiang's bewilderment, for aside from the bow, the other two items were equally unfamiliar to them. What exquisite iron! How could such remarkable metal exist in this world? Gu Zijiang cradled the composite bow, examining it with a look of sheer adoration. My goodness, how much effort and energy must have been expended to forge such exceptional iron. What did you just call me? Sun Jian's face broke into a peculiar grin, teasingly gazing at Gu Zijiang. Suddenly realizing her faux pas, Gu Zijiang hastily set down the bow, her cheeks aflame, lowering her gaze as her small hands flitted about uncertainly. The atmosphere took on an unexpectedly intimate tone, the very air thick with a hint of youthful hormones. Volume 1. Chapter 9. Gu Zijiang calls him husband for the first time. The ambience was both awkward and suggestive. Zhou Wan'er pouted, tactfully turning away, while Chu Qingcheng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Observing Gu Zijiang's adorable demeanor, Sun Jian couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, "This is indeed your first time calling me husband." Gu Zijiang hesitated, her shyness overwhelming her to the point she wished for a hole to hide in, rendered momentarily speechless. Noting the girl's bashful expression, Sun Jian decided against further teasing her and swiftly changed the subject. "You're absolutely right. Crafting this iron requires many generations and a considerable amount of time. I can assure you, there is but one of its kind in the world. Come, give it a try." Sun Jian picked up the composite bow and handed it to Gu Zijiang, pointing towards the phoenix tree in the courtyard. "Me? Is it really all right?" Receiving the bow stirred a small thrill within Gu Zijiang. "Of course. From here, aim here, and align your sights with the target, 3 points in harmony." While instructing Gu Zijiang, Sun Jian could not resist the temptation to admire her form, given her ample bosom and curvaceous figure. In close proximity to Sun Jian, Gu Zijiang's cheeks deepened in color, an unfamiliar sensation blossoming within her, causing her breath to quicken. Yet, this did not hinder her focus on mastering the use of the semi-automatic composite bow. Remember, this bow does not require you to pull back the string. Simply secure it in the latch and press the trigger to unleash your shot. Sun Jian continued to guide her, steadying her breath. Gu Zijiang took aim at the target and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The sound of air being cut through echoed in the courtyard as the steel arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing the phoenix tree with such force that a portion of the arrowhead embedded itself into the earthen wall behind, vibrating audibly. How impressive! The three women were momentarily stunned by the bow's formidable power, their astonishment palpable. Originally, they believed that this bow was merely a slightly enhanced version of a regular longbow. However, given the current circumstances, it not only penetrated a thick piece of wood, but also embedded itself deeply into the wall. Such power is akin to that of a legendary weapon. "Did you create this?" Zhou Wan'er seemed to sense something unusual, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Who else could it be but me?" Sun Jian replied with a sense of pride. "Who are you really, and how do you possess such an array of extraordinary items, including never-before-seen delicacies and such formidable weapons?" Zhou Wan'er posed the same question again, her curiosity about Sun Jian's identity and background deepening. Initially a mere suspicion, witnessing such a powerful weapon today solidified her belief that Sun Jian's status was undoubtedly on par with that of Gu Zijiang. Could it be that he is a descendant of the illustrious Mo family, hiding in this small county to escape the ravages of war? Or perhaps he is from another prominent family in a foreign land, now fallen to the same fate as herself? As the three women cast him curious glances once more, Sun Jian maintained his previous stance. I am your husband, he declared. Now, today's hunting is not our primary objective. The focus is on this. He pointed to the new energy fishing rod beside him as he addressed the ladies. Husband, what can this long rod with an iron cap do? Chu Qingsheng asked playfully, lifting the energy fishing rod and even attempting to press the power buttons on either side. Her action nearly caused Sun Jian to lose his composure. The critical issue was that the rod's positive and negative ends were aimed directly at his lower body. If she pressed the button, it could spell disaster for them all. Don't touch that. Sun Jian quickly snatched the fishing rod from Chu Qingsheng's hands and repositioned it, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The three women looked at him in confusion, their brows furrowed in puzzlement. Seeing their curious expressions, Sun Jian sighed in exasperation and explained. This is a weapon even more formidable than a semi-automatic compound bow. Using it carelessly could be fatal. Upon hearing it was more powerful than a semi-automatic compound bow, the three women were eager to witness its might. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Sun Jian ultimately agreed to show them the world. According to the regulations of the Daqian kingdom, ordinary women were not permitted to venture out freely, but in these tumultuous times, where many faced hunger, such rules were often overlooked. In typical households, men toiled in the fields during the day or hunted in the morning to exchange for grain in the afternoon, while women foraged for wild vegetables on the hills, working tirelessly just to secure their daily sustenance. Thus, when Sun Jian set out with the three women, they encountered several village women heading to the back hills to gather wild vegetables. Oh, isn't that Sun Xiao from the east end of the village? What are you up to? The speaker was the wife of the farmer Ma Daqian, who was also the leader of this group of women. In the village, Ma Daqian, known for his arrogance, felt superior to the other villagers, having a few acres of land and employing several impoverished laborers for his farming needs. His wife, Madame Ma Jian, was infamous for her fierce temperament, and few dared to provoke her. When Sun Jian expressed his disinterest in engaging further, Ma Jian persisted with her mockery. What? You? Fishing? Ha ha ha. Her laughter was contagious, causing the surrounding women to join in uproarious amusement. You must have never seen a fish. You might as well have fallen into the river yourself. Look at him, nearly starving, and yet he claims he won't fish. What? Will he return home to scavenge for dung instead? And to top it off, he has three wives with him. Are you afraid of drowning? So your wives can fish you out? The ridicule continued, with comments about his seemingly frail appearance contrasting with his recent growth and stature. Listening to the crude insults from the village women, Jian felt a strong urge to slap a few of them to teach them a lesson. It was evident that even Zhou Wan'er, typically gentle, found it intolerable, highlighting the harshness of their words. Yet, Ma Jian remained relentless, questioning why a man who had taken three wives was not at home tending to his family during such dire times. What business is it of yours? Sun Jian retorted, unwilling to indulge her. He had no qualms offending someone like her, having already crossed paths with more formidable foes. You, a poor scholar, barely scraping by, dare to take three wives? Just wait until 20 days from now when you can't produce grain. We shall see how you fare then. After being confronted, Ma Jian became increasingly agitated, stamping her feet in frustration. Sun Jian, disinterested in further conflict with the group of women, quickened his pace alongside the three ladies. What does that little sun-child have in his hand? One of them wondered. What does it matter? He has nothing left but to beg for food and await his fate. As they proceeded, a new chapter began, the blessings of three lives. Husband, are we truly going fishing with that? Chu Qingsheng inquired, her expression one of bemusement. She, along with Zhou Wan'er and Jian, shared her confusion. They dismissed the women's taunts, but were puzzled by Sun Jian's earlier response. If I recall correctly, after passing through the nearby grove and walking 2 more miles east, we shall reach a great river. The water is shallow and ideal for fishing, Sun Jian confidently asserted. However, given the proximity to the village, any fish would have long been caught, and the idea of using a long pole to catch them seemed implausible. Do not question it. You will understand when we arrive, he instructed. It was the autumn season, a time when animal activity was still relatively frequent. As winter approaches, the task may become considerably more challenging. Sun Jian, drawing upon memories of his past life, recognizes that although the river is not far from the village, fishermen tend to prefer the ponds in the back mountains for their catch. The river, fraught with numerous crevices and flowing water, poses a risk. Typical fishhooks often get caught in the rocks, and commonly used nets are difficult to spread, resulting in few villagers choosing this location to fish. Upon reaching their destination, Sun Jian handed 3 young women some branches, instructing them that the fish he would catch would float to the surface, and they were to retrieve them from the narrower bank downstream. Although perplexed by the notion of fish floating, the 3 women complied with Sun Jian's directions. After donning a specially designed insulated suit, Sun Jian entered the water, holding 2 new energy fishing rods, and began to observe the river. Perhaps due to the insulation, the water was surprisingly mild, reaching just above his knees. Despite the rocky crevices and uneven riverbed, visibility was remarkably clear. Did we overestimate his capabilities? Can he truly catch fish with that contraption? Zhou Wanner furrowed her brow, voicing her skepticism once more. However, the scene that unfolded next nearly led them to believe Sun Jian possessed supernatural abilities. He plunged the rods into the water, and with a slight flick of his wrist, a couple of fish floated to the surface, drifting downstream. What are you waiting for? Retrieve the fish. Sun Jian's call snapped the 3 women from their stupor, and they hurriedly used their prepared wooden forks to scoop up the fish. Ding! The system detected Zhou Wanner's affinity level at 3, currently at 25 points. Ding! The system detected Gu Zijian's affinity level at 3, currently at 27 points. Ding! The system detected Chu Qingxing's affinity level at 3, currently at 34 points. From upstream to downstream, they worked in unison, and in the blink of an eye, they nearly filled their catch. Not bad, not bad, they are quite plump, Sun Jian observed as the 3 women struggled to carry the fish. He then ascended the bank to tally their total catch, releasing the smaller fish and counting nearly 50 larger ones remaining. The 3 women were ecstatic, nearly deifying Sun Jian with their praise. My lord, is this a divine artifact? How is it that without hooks, forks, or even a net, the fish can succumb and swim right into our hands? Zhou Wanner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Hey, I want to try too. Sun Jian, feeling quite pleased, stowed away the energy fishing rods, acknowledging their immense power, but cautioning that improper handling could lead to self-injury. For today, let us leave it at that. I shall teach you the technique another time. Stingy. If you want to let me try, then don't. Zhou Wanner pouted playfully. Not only she, but also Gu Zijiang and Chu Qingxing, who once regarded Sun Jian with gentle eyes, now gazed at him with a hint of admiration and curiosity. Let us go home. Upon returning to the village just past noon, Sun Jian and his companions, carrying an abundant catch of fish, drew the attention of numerous villagers. The plump fish were strung together with hemp ropes, still dripping with fresh blood. As they approached the village entrance, a crowd began to gather. Young man of the Sun family, where did you catch so many fish? Wow, such fat fish. I wish to have some. Why didn't we realize this scholar had such remarkable skills before? Could it be that the small river at the east of the village is overflowing with fish? Let us hurry and take a look. 9, 15, 11. There are so many fish, each weighing 3 or 4 pounds at least. Good heavens. If we take these to town, we could exchange them for at least 50 or 60 pounds of grain. It's a bountiful harvest. No way. I must get some fish to eat today. I haven't tasted meat in over a year. A throng of people expressed their envy and jealousy, with some even drooling at the sight of the fresh fish. Only those women who had previously mocked Sun Jian turned pale with anger, their faces a mix of green and purple. They had not anticipated that Sun Jian's rare appearance in the village would yield such a substantial reward. Today, he had surely brought pride to the village. The villagers understood that even if the small river to the east teemed with fish, catching them was no easy feat. If one could manage several successful hauls in a month, they would not only meet the monthly grain tax, but also ensure they were well fed at every meal. It was no wonder he could afford 3 wives. It seemed he had his ways. Upon returning home, the 3 women were eager to steam a few fish to savor the freshness, but to their surprise, Sun Jian stopped them. What's wrong, my dear? Can't we eat fish today? Chu Qingxing inquired with wide, sparkling eyes, seeking Sun Jian's intent. Zhou Wanner and Gu Zijiang were also famished, having last eaten the previous afternoon. However, with so many mouths to feed at home, they felt somewhat embarrassed and were unsure of Sun Jian's reasoning for denying them fish. Yes, all the fish we caught today must be taken to town in exchange for coarse grain. Zhou Wanner raised an eyebrow, feeling both joy and complexity within her. The joy stemmed from witnessing Sun Jian's sense of responsibility. Exchanging today's catch for coarse grain was surely a preparation for the monthly grain requirement of 150 pounds. The complexity arose from the realization that they might have to tighten their belts in the future. After all, even if Sun Jian's fishing prowess was exceptional, as winter approached, the fish in the river would dwindle, and no one could guarantee such bountiful catches every day. Yet, Zhou Wanner understood well that, as a fallen princess of a defeated nation, encountering Sun Jian was a stroke of fortune in her life. Compared to being reduced to a courtesan in a brothel or marrying an abusive man who would treat her body as a mere commodity, her current situation was worlds apart. Gu Zijiang smiled gently and said softly, "Rest assured, my dear husband has his reasons for doing this." Sun Jian playfully flicked the tip of Gu Zijiang's nose and remarked, "You are the cleverest of them all." Indeed, women of ancient times were far less resilient to flirtation than their modern counterparts. Gu Zijiang, taken aback by Sun Jian's sudden tenderness, felt her heart race, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her heart fluttered like countless startled deer, and she quickly turned her face away, unable to meet Sun Jian's gaze. Chapter 11. Potatoes, don't you recognize them? Sun Jian, no longer wishing to tease the young lady, promptly explained his intentions. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. With unrest permeating the surroundings, the abundance of fish we had at home was akin to broadcasting our provisions to the world, regardless of how the villagers might react. Those who were famished would undoubtedly harbor ill intentions upon learning of our bounty. Thus, it must be dealt with. Wouldn't coarse grains attract the same attention? Chu Qingcheng raised her inquiry. Sun Jian smiled and replied, "I shall distribute the coarse grains to villagers who lack land to cultivate, until every last grain is given away." "Oh, I understand now. Your purpose is to cultivate subordinates, to nurture your own enforcers, right? So that when Sun Hu and his associates create trouble, we will have allies to fight alongside us. Am I correct?" Zhou Wanner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she felt she had grasped Sun Jian's intentions. Such nonsense. Sun Jian shot Zhou Wanner a disapproving glance. This girl, accustomed to a life of luxury as a princess, seemed to think that a mere handful of resources could easily win over loyalty. One must realize that these displaced individuals and refugees are different. Even if they are fed a hearty meal once, they may not stand against the authorities when danger arises. Human nature is inherently selfish, a truth that remains unchanged across all eras. Moreover, even if one were to cultivate subordinates and enforcers, it cannot be achieved in such a simplistic manner. My true aim is to enlist the villagers' help in laboring for us, to clear the wilderness so that we may cultivate crops. We shall provide for their sustenance, and in return, they will work for us. I already possess the seeds. All that remains is land. In these times, as long as one offers them a morsel of food, they will toil relentlessly for us. If we were to feed them only coarse grains and wild game daily, our numbers would surely grow. Clearing wilderness and feeding them wild game? The three women listened, somewhat bewildered, yet they sensed a resemblance to the relationship between landowners and farmers. However, they understood that nearly all the land surrounding the village was already owned, leaving only some hillside fields and arid land. The distance from the water source is quite considerable, making it exceedingly difficult for weeds to thrive, let alone for crops to flourish even if seeds are sown. Sun Jian continued to build suspense, assuring them with the words, "Fear not, for I possess a clever plan. All you need to do is follow my instructions and place your trust in me. With the super potatoes, any patch of land can yield a bountiful harvest. And this concern does not trouble Sun Jian in the least. His only deficiency lies in the lack of manpower. Yet, in such times, securing labor is the simplest of challenges. As long as one can feed the starving, not only will they be willing to work, but if provided with sustained meals, they would even consent to self-harm. Zijian, you possess commendable martial skills and adept archery. Take this composite bow I have given you and venture into the mountains to hunt. Remember, upon your return, when passing through the village, inform the villagers that anyone without land to cultivate is welcome to come to our home for a hearty meal." "Understood, my lord," Gu Zijian replied, nodding with admiration. "Qingcheng, seek out old Jiang and ask him to find 2 trustworthy companions. Take these fish and accompany them to the town to exchange for grain, promising him 10 catties of millet upon the trade. Be sure to take the main road, allowing everyone to see us bringing fish to the town." "Why old Jiang? Why can't I go with her?" Upon hearing Sun Jian's arrangements, Zhou Wanner expressed her confusion. Though old Jiang is impoverished, He possesses connections within the government, ensuring that even if we encounter starving individuals on the way, we will not face personal threats, Sun Jian patiently explained. Taking the main road is safer and also serves to inform everyone of our grain exchange, thus alleviating any lingering concerns over our limited provisions. I anticipate that when we return with the millet, Jian will also return from hunting, allowing us to accomplish both tasks simultaneously. Oh, Zhou exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What about me? What shall I do? Sun Jian gently ruffled her hair, momentarily surprised when she pulled away, yet he bore no offense. Recognizing her princely demeanor, you shall remain at home, tasked with nurturing the seedlings. Sun Jian smiled, thinking, it is a stroke of fortune that this grand princess does not trouble me. Who would dare assign her labor? Very well, let us speak no more. Above all, ensure your safety. Understood, my lord. After issuing all his instructions, Jian and Chu Qingcheng began to disperse. While Sun Jian led Zhou to the cellar, Sun Jian had already placed the super potatoes in the cellar, and upon their descent, Zhou gazed in astonishment at the neatly arranged heaps of tubers. What are all these lumps of earth? Potatoes, of course. What? Do you not recognize them? Her question momentarily perplexed Sun Jian. While it was true that the super potatoes were significantly larger and differently colored than ordinary potatoes, they were not so difficult to identify. How is it that the illustrious princess of the Zhou dynasty does not recognize a potato today? Could it be that royal members remain aloof from the soil, unaware of the agricultural endeavors of the common folk? What exactly is a potato? Goodness, she truly does not know. Sun Jian patiently elucidates. A potato, also known as earth yam or Solanum tuberosum, is akin to other crops, a staple food with nutritional value comparable to that of grains. While you may not comprehend the intricacies of its nutritional benefits, you should understand that it not only satiates hunger, but, more importantly, it is high-yielding and matures rapidly. What? Zhou was once again taken aback, holding a sizable potato in her small hand with an expression of disbelief. But how can one consume something so earthy? There are numerous ways to prepare it: steaming, roasting, frying, or even serving it cold in salads. The key is that it is quite delicious, Sun Jian continued to explain. How marvelous! After spending several days together, Zhou harbored no doubts about Sun Jian's words, for this man was imbued with an air of mystery and wonder. Unbeknownst to Sun Jian, it was not that Zhou was ignorant of farming practices. Rather, in this era, potatoes had yet to be introduced to the lands of Huaxia. Even farmers who had toiled in the fields their entire lives would scarcely recognize it, let alone Zhou. Although the potato ranks among the 5 major crops globally, alongside wheat, rice, and sorghum, it was not until the 16th century that it made its way to China. Now, our task is to encase the potatoes in moist clay and await their sprouting. Once they sprout, we will cut them into 4 or 5 pieces to plant in the ground. Volume 1, Chapter 12, A Calamity. My wife has been apprehended by the constables. Following Sun Jian's instructions, the two began to encase 91 potatoes in clay, leaving 9 for Zhou to steam, so that when Jian and Chu Qingcheng returned, they could all enjoy a taste. As dusk descended, Jian returned to the village, laden with a bountiful catch: 3 wild rabbits, 2 mountain chickens, and a gray lynx. Such a harvest, at this time, could rival the accomplishments of local hunters over an entire week. Much like the scene when Sun Jian returned with his fish catch, Jian was surrounded by villagers, who followed him all the way to his doorstep. These villagers were mostly refugees, clad in tattered garments, their rough clothes stained and patched. They swallowed hard, eagerly awaiting the chance to procure some food from Sun Jian. Upon entering the house, Jian was greeted by the enticing aroma of potatoes and hurried to the kitchen, eager to unload his game. Jian is back? Quick! Have a potato to tide you over. It has just finished cooking, but be careful, it's hot. Upon seeing Jian enter, Sun Jian initially wished to embrace her warmly, but upon noticing her bashful demeanor, he swiftly altered his stance and retrieved a steaming potato from the wooden cage, presenting it to her. This is a staple food known as potato. It is quite delectable. Do savor it. As Zhou bit into the tender potato, she eagerly shared the knowledge she had acquired that day with Jian. The aroma wafted through the air as she took a bite, the starchy essence flooding her palate, nearly bringing Jian to tears of joy. Take your time. Each of you can have 3. There's more than enough to fill you. Sun Jian watched tenderly as the 2 women indulged, thoughtfully offering them a ladle of water. observing the few villagers and refugees gathered outside the low earthen wall. Sun Jian sensed that Gu Zijiang had nearly completed her task. Now they merely awaited the return of Chu Qingqing. Suddenly, the harmonious atmosphere was shattered by frantic shouts from outside. Make way, make way! Peering out, Sun Jian saw their neighbor, old Jiang, limping through the crowd, covered in dust and wearing an anxious expression, calling out urgently. Where is Sun Jian? Is he here? Alarm coursed through Sun Jian's veins as he rushed outside, his gaze settling on the battered old Jiang, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. What has happened? Where is Sister Chu? Zhou Wanner and Gu Zijiang hastily exited the house, scanning for familiar figures, but aside from the refugees at the entrance, they found no one they recognized. Sister Chu and I had just gathered the grain and were about to borrow 2 donkey carts to return from town when, unexpectedly, we encountered Sun Hu and several constables on patrol. They insisted our fish was stolen. The more Sun Jian listened, the more his anxiety escalated, and he grasped old Jiang by the collar. What do you mean stolen? They claimed to have seen you stealing the fish, insisting its origins were dubious, and took Sister Chu back for interrogation. I could do nothing to stop them. Old Jiang exclaimed, his frustration evident as he stomped his foot. What? Sun Jian's fury ignited at the news of his wife being detained. Though he had not been in this world long, Chu Qingsheng had bestowed upon him warmth and tenderness unlike any he had known, and hearing such dreadful news filled him with urgency. Nonsense about stealing fish. We caught those fish ourselves. You, isn't your uncle a constable? How could Sun Hu that beast take my wife away? My uncle is indeed a constable, but his position holds no real power. Fortunately, Sun Hu still considers my uncle, or else I wouldn't even have had the chance to warn you. Old Jiang, on the verge of tears, wore an expression that revealed his profound guilt. Sun Jian had entrusted him with such a prestigious task, and he never intended to deliver such disheartening results. Yet the reality was beyond his control. I understood that this was all a vengeful act from that beast, Sun Hu. Sun Jian's fists clenched tightly, his heart brimming with unutterable wrath. He had initially believed that, despite Sun Hu's blatant disregard for authority, he would still hesitate to exploit his position as the head of the constabulary, even if it meant harming him. However, he was taken aback by Sun Hu's audacity to act within mere days. Whether in this life or the last, family had always been Sun Jian's Achilles heel. Since Sun Hu dared to provoke his deepest vulnerabilities, he must pay 100-fold for his transgressions. I shall visit the magistrate's office. You all take care of the household. Sun Jian commanded as he prepared to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, he was halted in his tracks by Zhou Wanner. You cannot go, she insisted. Why can't I? Sun Jian furrowed his brow. You are worried about your husband, aren't you? Do not fret. I will accompany him. I shall protect him. Gu Zijiang stepped forward resolutely. My lord, if a crime is to be fabricated, there will always be a pretext. That scoundrel dares to brazenly abduct innocent women in broad daylight. He is clearly determined to oppose our family. We should storm the magistrate's office and rescue him. The county magistrate will surely grant us justice. Gu Zijiang, inherently possessing a sense of chivalry, felt even more compelled to act since this incident involved her sister. Let us remain calm. Rashness will only exacerbate the situation. Zhou Wanner continued to obstruct them. Consider this. Since Sun Hu dares to brazenly seize someone in plain sight, it indicates he has prepared a trap, eagerly awaiting my husband to fall into it. If we recklessly create a commotion at the magistrate's office, we would only be playing into Sun Hu's hands. Upon hearing Zhou Wanner's words, Sun Jian gradually regained his composure and began to think rationally. He reassessed the figure before him. This modestly dressed, yet undeniably graceful and stunning princess of the Zhou. One could not deny that, despite her usual indulgence in leisure, she exhibited remarkable prudence in times of crisis. Had it not been for her intervention, he might have unwittingly fallen into Sun Hu's scheme. Did she just refer to him as her husband? Surely, he had not misheard. It was no small feat for these 3 ladies to call him their husband. It appeared that they had genuinely acknowledged his role as their partner. However, with Chu Qingqing still imprisoned, Sun Jian felt a surge of joy within him. Yet he knew this was not the time for frivolous banter. He began to formulate a plan in his mind. Gu Zijiang paced anxiously, while Zhou Wanner, observing Sun Jian's contemplative demeanor, gently patted Gu Zijiang's shoulder and reassured her, Do not worry. Our husband is no ordinary man. We must have faith that he will undoubtedly find a way to rescue Sister Chu from the magistrate's clutches. Volume 1. Chapter 13. A brush with death. Jian exhaled softly and nodded. Sun Jian, drawing from the memories of 2 lifetimes, reached a conclusion. In this era, the lowborn have no means to confront officials directly. Even in times of chaos, the distinction of social classes remains painfully clear. Due to the influence of societal status and resources, the lowest of the low often find themselves deprived of basic human rights, let alone the capacity to rescue someone from prison. In the matter of detaining Chu Qingcheng, the audacity of Sun Hu indicated that he had likely fabricated evidence long ago. Unafraid of any appeals from Sun Jian. Presently, Sun Jian was bereft of money and connections. But I still have the system. With this thought, Sun Jian hastily instructed Jian to disperse the villagers and vagrants gathered outside, and to bring the day's catch to the village chief's house to be cooked and shared. The overarching plan to cultivate the wilderness for potato farming remained unchanged. Understood, my lord, Jian promptly replied before departing. Wanner, please wait for old Jiang in the outer room. I require a moment to contemplate. Once alone, Sun Jian eagerly activated the system. System, my wife has been captured. Is there any way within the lottery segment to rescue her? Or perhaps some means to deceive the officials? Sun Jian understood that, given the current circumstances and clues, he was left with 2 possible courses of action. Either find a higher-ranking official and employ methods to extricate Chu Qingcheng from her imprisonment, or utilize all available lottery chances to enhance his martial prowess and attempt a solo rescue at night. However, the latter option seemed impractical. Even if the system were to elevate his martial strength to 90 points, allowing him to contend with the foremost generals of the age, the consequences of exposure would be dire, unimaginable. After all, that was the dungeon deep within the magistrate's office, not the midday execution ground. Not to mention the hundreds of guards and officers. Should it devolve into a protracted conflict, the thousands of soldiers stationed in the city would not be trifled with. With a martial value of 90, it might be feasible to face 100 foes, but 1 against 10,000? That was a mere fantasy. Furthermore, with 4 lottery attempts, there was no certainty that his martial strength would even reach 90. This route could be dismissed outright. He could only place his hopes in the system. Yearning for a spell of persuasion. Ding. This system does not possess such items. Even in the marketplace, there are limitations on technological items, let alone enchanting sorcery. Such wonders do not exist, even in the technology of your past life. Sighing heavily at the system's response, Sun Jian felt a chill of despair. In a daze, he seemed to hear the conversation outside between Zhou Wanner and old Jiang. Madame Zhou, what I, old Jiang, say is true. One must never approach the magistrate's office. Sun Hu's audacity stems not only from his forged evidence, but crucially, he is backing. Backing? What kind of backing? A fortnight ago, the county magistrate's wife fell gravely ill, prompting the magistrate to delegate all affairs of the county office to the deputy magistrate and the chief clerk, the latter being the very godfather of Sun Hu. They protect one another, hoarding wealth and resources. Sun Jian's visit would surely be perilous. What affliction has beset the magistrate's wife? Even if he is not in charge, he should be able to pay her a visit, right? Zhou Wanner inquired. Old Jiang rubbed his temples. I have merely heard that she was bitten by something, and the wound has festered and become inflamed. Numerous esteemed physicians have declared her condition hopeless. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian's heart sank, and he hurriedly exited the room, seizing old Jiang and demanding, what did you just say? Both Zhou Wanner and old Jiang were startled by Sun Jian's sudden outburst. Old Jiang stammered. I advised you against going to the county office. Not that. The next part. The next part? I mentioned that they protect one another, and your visit would be fraught with danger. What? I asked what illness the magistrate's wife suffers from. Sun Jian retorted, exasperated. She was bitten by something, and her condition seems dire. Many medical officials have stated they are at a loss, merely awaiting the old lady's passing. Old Jiang continued. I ought not to know this, but it was my uncle in Yiqing who informed me. Is the magistrate's wife suffering from an unrelenting fever? Is she in a state of unconsciousness? Is her pulse weak? Sun Jian pressed on. Yes, yes. How do you know this? Old Jiang replied, perplexed. Only Zhou Wanner understood that her husband seemed to have formulated a plan, remaining silent while awaiting Sun Jian's response. This is due to a bacterial infection causing inflammation, resulting in the persistent fever. Wonderful. Splendid. There is hope for Qingcheng. Sun Jian exclaimed, as if he had discovered a lifeline, brimming with excitement. What bacteria? What inflammation? Old Jiang was utterly bewildered. All right, old Jiang. I ask one final favor of you. The 10 pounds of grain I promised you shall remain intact. Ultimately, this matter arises from my failure to care for Madame Chu. Though I, old Jian, am poor, I am a man of dignity. Old Jiang felt a profound sense of guilt. Do not mention one favor. I would not hesitate to assist you tenfold, but I cannot accept the grain. Speak, what do you require of me? Sun Jian replied earnestly. We must head to the city immediately and seek out your official uncle, who will take us to meet the magistrate. I believe I have a way to treat the magistrate's wife. Should I falter, I willingly stake my life as collateral. What? Old Jiang was taken aback, staring incredulously at Sun Jian. Even Zhou Wanner was astonished that Sun Jian would dare to make such a declaration. Could it be that her husband possessed medical knowledge? What do you mean? The mere fact that I dare to say such a thing indicates my unwavering confidence. Enough of this idle chatter. We cannot afford to delay. I shall accompany you. Zhou Wanner felt a twinge of unease regarding Sun Jian and expressed her desire to accompany him. Please take me along, my husband. The night is quickly falling, and there are many ruffians about. The roads are perilous. It is safer for us to travel together. So we can look out for one another, she implored. Gu Zijiang, shaking the sword in his hand, echoed her sentiment. Sun Jian found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he feared potential mishaps, while on the other, he was reluctant to leave the women alone at home. After much deliberation, he acquiesced to their wishes. Very well, let us go together. Seeing Sun Jian's resolute agreement, old Jiang cast aside his doubts and quickly borrowed a donkey cart from the village head, taking both Sun Jian and Zhou Wanner towards the city. As the night enveloped them like ink, they fortunately arrived at their destination unscathed. Old Jiang's uncle, Wang Yuren, held the position of postmaster in Hongnong County. Though this office was of little repute, primarily concerned with the delivery of correspondence and the reception of passing officials, his connection to the county magistrate served as a valuable introduction to prevent any disturbances. However, no one could have anticipated that upon learning of Sun Jian's purpose, Wang Yuren would erupt in fury. Nonsense. You call this treating illness? You are blatantly attempting to snatch a soul from the grasp of Yama himself. He can heal. Do not presume that I, an old man, cannot recognize this person. With a disdainful snort, he flicked his sleeves. This boy is a scholar from the 7th year of the Qianwu era, named Sun Jian. Though he possesses a degree, he is nothing but an idler, lazy and unambitious. If he had any medical skill, even a pig could ascend a tree. And he foolishly dreams of meeting the magistrate. Get out of my post house. Observing his friend being chastised, old Jiang hurried to defend him, but before he could utter a word, Sun Jian interjected. Master Wang, your words seem rather nonsensical. Whether a pig can climb a tree is beside the point. You are not me. How can you assert that I lack medical knowledge? You, a scholar, ought to understand the principle that the wise do not speak, and those who speak do not know. With calm composure, Sun Jian stepped forward and continued. You have yet to witness my medical abilities. How can you claim I cannot heal? These two statements rendered Wang Yuren momentarily speechless. Sun Jian pressed on. May I ask you, is it not true that the magistrate's wife is in grave condition and that many physicians are at a loss? Indeed. A physician seeks not the methods but the remedies. Is this not correct? Yes. Then, Master Wang, I assure you with my very life that I can save her. Yet, you persist in obstructing me. There is nothing amiss with our departure from here. But should I indeed possess the skill to save lives, tell me, when the time comes, will the magistrate's wife have perished by your hand or due to her ailment? Wang Yuren was left utterly speechless by Sun Jian's piercing words. As the time drew near, Sun Jian spoke again, expressing his concern. I have heard of many renowned physicians who, even if they fail to heal, are still compensated for their efforts. Why is it that today, with complete confidence in my abilities, I am turned away? The young man reiterated, if I cannot cure her, I am willing to stake my life on it. Gu Zijiang stepped forward, declaring, count me in as well. Not wanting to be outdone, Zhou Wanner also asserted her resolve. Although their acquaintance with Sun Jian had been brief, they were no strangers to the world. Both women understood that Sun Jian was far more complex than he appeared. From his repeated challenges to the astonishment he evoked, a veil of mystery perpetually surrounded him. They recognized that his possessions, from instant noodles and flour to compound crossbows, along with the extraordinary fishing rod and potatoes, were not items one would expect from an ordinary person. Even if Sun Jian were to fail in treating the county magistrate's wife, they knew they could be implicated, and thus it was better to take the risk now. For this man was never lacking in miracles. Count me in too. Old Jiang, demonstrating loyalty, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward alongside the others. This action meant that Sun Jian now bore the weight of 5 lives on his shoulders. Faced with such unity, Wang Yuren fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Very well, I will take you. But remember this, should anything go awry, I too may face consequences. Rest assured, Lord Wang, no mishaps will occur. Sun Jian replied with a smile, retaining his confident demeanor. Isn't it just a case of a wound infected with bacteria causing a persistent fever? I refuse to believe that a shot of enhanced antibiotics won't resolve the issue. If necessary, I could administer a dose of super adrenaline. I guarantee that within moments of the injection, the old lady will be up and running, even lifting weights. Oh wait, it seems weights do not yet exist in this world. Through the introduction of Wang Yichang, Sun Jian easily gained an audience with the county magistrate. Although Zhou Wan'er and the others were left in the reception hall to await news, traversing through the courtyard and long corridors, Wang Yichang led Sun Jian to the magistrate's study, where the magistrate, known as Wang Muji, had been anticipating their arrival. In his 50s, the magistrate was a frail old man with a square face, short beard, and deep-set eyes. He was regarded as a decent official by the people, reputed to be both literate and martial. Perhaps due to his wife's condition, Sun Jian noted that he appeared quite worn, displaying an unusual agedness and fatigue for someone of his years. His temples were tinged with gray, and he seemed listless. After exchanging pleasantries, Magistrate Wang inquired, "May I ask your place of origin, sir? If your skills are indeed hereditary, did your parents possess any notable titles?" Sun Jian, unperturbed, casually concocted a tale, claiming that his parents were refugees who had found themselves in Hongnon County, only to perish from starvation in their early years, leaving no illustrious legacy behind. However, his lineage was reputed for treating such ailments. Little did he know, his fabrication nearly terrified Wang Yichang, who feared that should the situation remain unresolved, and if County Magistrate Wang discerned the truth, the consequences could be fatal. He pondered the current state of the lady. As her ailments multiplied, hope for her recovery dwindled, and he implored the magistrate to accompany him. Sun Jian recognized the magistrate's apprehension, who sought further clarification. Yet, his interest in weaving lies faded, especially with Chu Qingqing still imprisoned. The lady had succumbed to a coma. Her pulse and breath grew increasingly faint, and yesterday, she could not even swallow medicine. The magistrate's eyes appeared hollow, as if his very soul had been drained. "Doctor, is there any hope? If not, please spare her further torment. The physician has declared that today marks the lady's departure from this world." Upon hearing this, Wang Yichang broke into a cold sweat. With her pulse so weak and unable to ingest medicine, any chance of salvation seemed futile. It was akin to contesting with the king of hell for a soul. He cast a glance at Sun Jian once more, subtly shaking his head, signaling him to decline this daunting task, for it was not too late to withdraw. But to his surprise, Sun Jian smiled confidently, maintaining an air of assurance. "If the magistrate places his trust in me, I shall make an attempt. I cannot guarantee success, but I will not allow the lady to meet her end today." "Is this truly your assertion?" "It is indeed. Should the lady, there is no such possibility." Sun Jian interjected decisively, cutting off the magistrate's words. Wang's gaze bore into Sun Jian's, and after a prolonged silence, he softly replied, "Very well. Follow me." Accompanied by County Magistrate Wang, Wang Yuren and Sun Jian proceeded to a chamber within the inner courtyard of the magistrate's residence. Although Sun Jian had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the elderly woman lying on the bed shocked him deeply. Words such as haggard and on the brink of death scarcely captured the dire condition of the county magistrate's wife. At that moment, she seemed to possess only the faintest breath of life, her body growing cold, with her pulse and breathing barely discernible. After feeling her pulse, Sun Jian rose from his chair, his expression fraught with conflict. This was no mere act of healing. It was akin to snatching a soul from the clutches of Yama, the king of hell. In this first chapter, it dawned upon him that had he arrived even an hour later, not even the most advanced 21st century medical equipment could have saved her. Initially believing that a powerful antibiotic would suffice to alleviate her grave condition, he now realized that at the very least, a fortified dose of adrenaline would be necessary. Upon observing the complex expression on the face of County Magistrate Wang, a sudden jolt of apprehension surged within him, causing his voice to tremble. Did he not comprehend the dire state of his wife? Besides Sun Jian, 2 physicians had already assessed her condition that very morning, bluntly informing Magistrate Wang that his elderly wife would not survive until noon, asserting that even the intervention of celestial beings would prove futile. They advised him to prepare for her impending demise, leaving no room for hope of recovery. Despite the grim reality, Magistrate Wang clung to the faintest glimmer of a miracle, however infinitesimal it might be. Sun Jian let out a sigh, deliberately adopting an enigmatic demeanor. This was not an act of arrogance, but rather a necessary pretense to facilitate the administration of medication to the elderly lady. He could not simply instruct Magistrate Wang to undress his wife for the injection. After all, in this era, even the act of healing required the decorum of a silk curtain. With measured intent, Sun Jian extended his right hand, his thumb moving rhythmically between his middle and index fingers, murmuring incantations under his breath. This peculiar behavior left both Wang Yuan and Magistrate Wang in a state of bewilderment. He hardly resembled a physician. Instead, he appeared more akin to a charlatan. Was he perhaps attempting to divine the future? The two exchanged confused glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation, and held their breaths, consciously slowing their inhalations lest they disturb Sun Jian's concentration. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Jian finally exhaled a deep sigh and declared, "There remains a sliver of hope. Perhaps it is worth a try." Is it truly so? The mere mention of hope caused Magistrate Wang's pupils to dilate, and his body began to tremble with anticipation. If this young man could indeed revive his nearly lifeless wife, he would willingly offer anything within his power, even his own life, without a moment's hesitation. Yet, in order to ensnare Magistrate Wang further, Sun Jian chose to tease out the suspense. However, it comes with a cost. Whatever is needed, whatever price must be paid, I shall exhaust every means to procure it. Another prolonged sigh escaped Sun Jian's lips. This matter is rather intricate. In essence, to cure your wife, I must exchange 10 years of my own life force. Initially, Sun Jian intended to convey that the lady's spirit had already been claimed, and that to save her, he would need to descend to the underworld himself to retrieve her. However, he reconsidered, deeming it too extravagant a claim. Though the people of this time were steeped in superstition, he felt it prudent not to stray too far into the realm of the fantastical, thus opting for a more palatable articulation aimed at invoking guilt in Magistrate Wang. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Magistrate Wang experienced a tumult of emotions, joy intertwined with sorrow. After a moment of contemplative silence, he clasped his hands in salute and bowed deeply. "Divine Healer, I implore you to find a way to save my wife. Whatever compensation you desire, I, Wang, shall fulfill it, even if it costs me my life." Witnessing the earnestness and urgency in Magistrate Wang's demeanor, Sun Jian felt confident that his strategy had succeeded, and he promptly stepped forward to offer his support. "My esteemed lord, you are too modest. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. You are indeed a virtuous and honorable official. I would not hesitate to extend my service, whether it be for 10 or even 20 years of life." Sun Jian, acting with great righteousness, nearly convinced himself of this lofty rhetoric. "This ailment appears rather peculiar. I shall administer acupuncture shortly, and I humbly request Lord Wang's understanding should I offend in any way. If it can preserve the lady's life, I urge you to proceed without hesitation." With the objective and outcome now in sight, Sun Jian, no longer hesitating, approached the elderly lady and retrieved numerous syringes from his cloak. These syringes had been acquired through a common lottery privilege, specifically designated by the medical system. Upon observing the instruments Sun Jian produced, it became evident they were not ordinary silver needles, but rather transparent syringes marked with precise calibrations, filled with various unknown transparent liquids. Both County Magistrate Wang and Wang Yuan were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by their first encounter with such devices. "This is a time-honored revival needle. Please do not disturb me. I require silence for the task ahead." Sun Jian, holding the needle, instructed County Magistrate Wang to lift the lady's garments as per his instructions. To prevent direct skin contact, he thoughtfully requested that a thin veil be placed over her skin. The liquid within each syringe contained trace elements beneficial to the human body. The system had informed Sun Jian that these injections could be administered intramuscularly or intravenously, promising great benefits without harm. Thus, he proceeded without further concern. He chose to inject primarily into the limbs, disregarding acupuncture points, adhering to the principle that as long as he did not inadvertently harm Madame Wang, all would be well. These initial injections served merely as a precursor for the adrenaline and antibiotics to follow. Once prepared, Sun Jian discreetly retrieved enhanced adrenaline and antibiotics from his backpack, administering them into the outer thigh of Madame Wang. Done. Sun Jian removed all the needles, casually placing them back into his backpack before settling into a chair nearby. Is that all it takes? County Magistrate Wang remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how a few swift injections could suffice when the lady was on the brink of death. Wang Yuan, perspiration never leaving his brow, felt an immense weight in his heart, regretting having brought Sun Jian to treat Madame Wang. Sun Jian, confident in the efficacy of the medications provided by the system, calmly sipped his tea, anticipating that within the span of a mere incense stick, the lady would awaken. What? County Magistrate Wang was once again taken aback by Sun Jian's assertion. It was not disbelief. Rather, the situation was so extraordinary that it defied comprehension. Could this young man be jesting with him? Sun Jian shook his head with a wry smile. What? Do you not believe me? Master Wang, do you have a physician at your residence? Indeed. 3 doctors are waiting in the back hall. After a stick of incense burns out, summon them to take the lady's pulse. Sun Jian shrugged nonchalantly. Magistrate Wang remained silent for a long moment before instructing his servants to bring the 3 doctors to the bedside. In the blink of an eye, the incense stick burned down, and the 3 physicians took turns examining the lady's pulse. Their expressions mirrored the peaks and valleys of a roller coaster, shifting from initial disdain for Sun Jian, the young impudent boy, to astonishment and dread after confirming the pulse. Their pupils widened and cold sweat trickled down their brows. These 3 were well acquainted with Madame Wang's condition. They knew all too well that the old lady was on the brink of death. Chapter 16. The Prison Rescue. Moreover, the old lady had shown signs of a fleeting revival that very morning, yet by evening, her pulse had not only persisted but had grown stronger, and her breaths had begun to stabilize. Even a fleeting revival rarely occurs twice. Who is this young man? And how does he possess such miraculous skills to bring someone back from the brink of death? Magistrate Wang was no fool. From the physician's expressions, he quickly deduced the truth, and a wave of joy surged within him. He hurried to the sickbed and felt his wife's pulse. Could it truly be effective? At that moment, Wang Yuan realized that the young man before him had never boasted or exaggerated. Rather, he had underestimated the capabilities of a noble heart. Who could have imagined that such a miraculous physician existed, one capable of rescuing a soul from the gates of the underworld? Seeing Magistrate Wang repeatedly confirm with the doctors that his wife was gradually recovering and showing signs of awakening, Sun Jian finally spoke. I told you there was no problem. Do you believe me now? To his astonishment, upon hearing these words, Magistrate Wang straightened his attire and knelt on one knee, clasping his hands together in earnestness. I beseech you, allow me to pay my respects. This bow startled Sun Jian, who quickly rushed forward to assist him. What are you doing? You are a magistrate. I am merely a humble commoner. How can this be? No. At this moment, there is no distinction of rank, only the benefactor and Wang. Without your intervention, my wife would have surely departed this world today. She is my very life, and your saving her equates to saving me. Please, allow me to pay my respects. As Magistrate Wang bowed once more, this display of elaborate etiquette left Sun Jian somewhat bewildered, prompting him to assist him again. Earlier, Wang harbored doubts, but reflecting now, it seemed utterly foolish. You are truly a miraculous physician of our time. Such awe-inspiring medical skills are unparalleled. Wang Yuan, regaining composure from his astonishment, quickly added, I never anticipated that such a remarkable physician resided in my nephew's village. I was previously unaware. Young friend, may I ask your esteemed teacher's name? You flatter me, sir. Sun Jian cast a helpless glance at Wang Yuan, realizing that the old man had a knack for self-aggrandizement, subtly insinuating that it was he who had brought Sun Jian to this place. His esteemed master had always roamed the mountains and rivers, never lingering in one spot, and had chosen to live incognito, forbidding Sun Jian from revealing his name. Truly, the gentleman is a remarkable person. Sir, please wait a moment. I shall now instruct the servants to prepare dinner. The flattery from County Magistrate Wang and Wang Yuan was so effusive that it nearly elevated Sun Jian to the heavens. Had it not been for his preoccupation with concerns for Chu Qingqing's safety, he suspected that the two would have continued their praises well into the night. After a round of pleasantries, sensing the atmosphere had softened sufficiently, Sun Jian promptly stated his purpose. Master Wang, I have a request to make. What is it? Before the two men, Sun Jian recounted the matter of Chu Qingqing and the old ginger trading grain into the city, providing a thorough narrative. He also mentioned the troubles caused by Sun Hu and the officials who had slaughtered his family as plow oxen. Magistrate Wang, being a man of integrity, had only been in Hongnong County for a few years and had heard whispers of Sun Hu's actions, yet he had found no substantial evidence to warrant intervention. However, upon hearing Sun Jian's account, he was immediately incensed, his face reddening with anger, and he resolved to seek justice for Sun Jian without even calling for Old Ginger to confront him. Thus, the three of them set out together, not even summoning Old Ginger, but rather gathering several guards to rush to the dungeon to rescue the captive. At that moment, within the depths of the Hongnong County dungeon, Chu Qingsheng huddled in a corner, her expression one of sheer terror as she observed the man approaching her, his body trembling with anticipation. "Do not come any closer. What do you want from me? What do you think I want?" Sun Hu replied with a lecherous grin, his eyes filled with desire. "Oh, your skin is so tender and delicate. I wonder what fortune that worthless man had to dare marry you. But I suppose it makes sense. When one is on the brink of starvation, a beauty like you could provide a fleeting joy for half a month before meeting one's end. With a figure as alluring as yours, I would certainly be tempted were I in his shoes." Sun Hu crouched down, attempting to reach out to touch her, but unexpectedly, Chu Qingqing seized the opportunity to kick him away and swiftly rose to her feet, rushing to the dungeon's entrance, shouting, "Help! Someone, save me! Oh, I didn't expect you to have such fire." "This is getting interesting," Sun Hu remarked nonchalantly as he stood up, brushing off the dust and debris from his clothes. Still wearing that lewd expression. "My brothers from the constabulary have all gone to drink with my brother Sun Hao. This is a dungeon. You can shout all you want, but no one will come to your aid. What a splendid figure you have, so fair and ample," he continued, unabashed. Chu Qingsheng, filled with despair, continued to evade Sun Hu's advances, well aware that engaging in conversation with such a man was futile. Yet, the confines of the cell were so small. Where else could she possibly go? "Darling, stop calling that wretched pauper of yours. What do you expect him to do? Rely on him to rescue you? With his frail, starving frame? I doubt he could even make it here. Rest assured, the day of grain collection is approaching. Once he ascends the guillotine, I will bring over your remaining two sisters." Sun Hu's excitement grew as he lunged towards Chu Qingqing, pinning her beneath him, preparing to disrobe her. "Succumb to me, and I promise a life of indulgence and luxury. You shall not be wronged." Chu Qingqing fought desperately against him, yet her strength paled in comparison to Sun Hu's, rendering her efforts futile. For the sake of her husband's honor and her own purity, she contemplated the final act of biting her tongue to deprive this scoundrel of his victory. "My husband will not let you go. That worthless man. Even if I bestowed upon him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare show his face here. He ought to take a good look at himself. I am merely granting him the courtesy of being with his woman. I will see to his demise sooner or later." Just then, as if fate itself had intervened, the clamor of hurried footsteps echoed down the dungeon corridor, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Is that so? You need not give me courage. I am here now. Let us see how you intend to kill me." Sun Hu glanced up to find Sun Jian alongside Lord Wang and County Magistrate Wang, standing at the cell's entrance as the guards fumbled with the keys to unlock it. Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears, hope rekindling within her. Seizing the moment of Sun Hu's distraction, she delivered a fierce blow to his lower region with her knee, prompting a pained howl from him. Taking advantage of his momentary incapacitation, she sprang to her feet and raced towards her husband. In that first volume, Chapter 17, titled "If You Provoked the Wrong Person," death is not far off. They embraced tightly, wishing to meld into one another. In that moment, all their grievances and fears cascaded forth like a flood. Chu Qingqing trembled, tears streaming down her face, resembling an injured kitten nestled in her husband's embrace. His arms offered a sanctuary of solace, and she yearned to remain there forever. "It's all right now. Don't be afraid," Sun Jian murmured as he held her close, gently soothing her. "Lord Wang, what brings you here?" Sun Hu, grimacing from the sharp pain in his lower body, staggered to his feet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He could scarcely comprehend why Sun Jian and Wang Zhongwu were present in the dungeon. "Ah, Sun Hu, you disgraceful wretch. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes today, I would never have believed such a filthy person could exist within my jurisdiction." County Magistrate Wang's face flushed with indignation, nearly spitting fire. Cold sweat trickled down Sun Hu's forehead as he suddenly collapsed to his knees, hastily exclaiming, "It's all a misunderstanding, Lord Wang. A mere misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? I never anticipated that during my tenure in Hongnong County, such an incident would arise. It seems you are eager for the guillotine, Lord Wang retorted. Your subordinate is you. Sun Hu, in a state of utter despair, pointed at the standing Sun Jian and bellowed, "It was you who incited this. You are the one who has slandered me from behind. Lord Wang, you must not take this scoundrel's word at face value. Impudence. Your actions are witnessed by my own eyes, and Lord Wang can corroborate this. Dare you to argue further? Bring him forth." Lord Wang, weary of further dialogue with Sun Hu, summoned his trusted aide to restrain him. Sun Hu instinctively attempted to resist, but Lord Wang showed him no leniency. "Sun Hu, should you dare to resist now, it will be a capital offense." Upon hearing this, Sun Hu deflated like a punctured balloon, his body collapsing in defeat. As the head of the constabulary, he understood all too well the dire consequences of defiance. He was merely a head constable, at best akin to a police chief, while Lord Wang held the esteemed position of a city magistrate. The disparity in rank was stark. He was a mere 9th-rank official, while Lord Wang was a 7th-rank official. The difference in authority and status was overwhelming. Even if he could escape the guard's grasp, even if he could take a hostage, he could not evade the rigorous laws of the Daqian dynasty. The more one resisted, the faster one met their demise. He could even find himself on the path of exile. In that moment, despair enveloped him. It was over. All was lost. After toiling for half his life to attain the position of head constable, he faced the prospect of losing everything overnight, perhaps even serving years in prison. Damn Sun Jian. How deeply had he concealed his true nature? He was certainly not the incompetent coward described by his brother, Sun Hao. What extraordinary abilities did he possess that allowed him to conspire with the magistrate so swiftly? Sun Hu's eyes burned with hatred, wishing to flay Sun Jian alive, believing that his current plight was entirely due to him. Wait. At that moment, Sun Jian released Chu Qingxing and stepped forward. Sun Jian, when did this become your place to speak? Even if you have slandered and broken the law, that matter awaits Lord Wang's discerning judgment. You, a mere commoner, dare to obstruct Lord Wang's administration of justice. Sun Jian remained undeterred, relentlessly defiant. Huh, I relish this audacious demeanor of yours. He turned to Wang Zhongwu, saying, "Before you pass judgment on him, grant me 10 minutes. Seeing Sun Jian command the magistrate, Sun Hu erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. A mere commoner dares to command an entire county. Just as Sun Hu's words hung in the air, County Magistrate Wang interjected with a tone of utmost respect. Sir, please proceed. The reverence with which Magistrate Wang bowed to Sun Jian left Sun Jian's spirit on the brink of collapse. How could a dignified county official pay homage to a destitute wretch on the verge of starvation, elevating him to the status of an honored guest? Who exactly is this Sun Jian? What has transpired? At that moment, Sun Hu was utterly bewildered, scarcely able to believe his own eyes, even questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Yet, when Sun Jian crouched down and delivered a resounding slap across his face, the sharp crack reverberating in the air confirmed the reality of the situation. Clap. A crimson handprint, akin to a brand, was seared into Sun Jian's cheek. An agonizing wave of pain engulfing his mind, causing his body to tremble. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Had he not trained in martial arts for several years, that slap might have rendered him unconscious. What? Not so defiant anymore. Sun Jian glared menacingly at Sun Hu, grasping the swollen part of his face and twisting it mercilessly, eliciting a scream from Sun Hu. It is worth noting that Sun Jian's martial prowess far exceeded that of an average person. His grip was strong enough to crush Sun Hu's visage. Sun Hu, still reeling from the pain of the slap, gasped for breath, the remnants of his earlier bravado dissipating. Do you dare? Clap. Let me sweep you off your feet. Clap. I will kill you sooner or later. Clap. With each utterance, Sun Jian struck Sun Hu's cheek with relentless force. Meanwhile, Magistrate Wang and Wang Yuan stood like pillars of stone, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama. With each successive blow, Sun Jian's strikes threatened to dislodge Sun Hu's teeth, blood and saliva mingling and dripping onto the grass and his clothing. Sun Jian calibrated his strength with precision, ensuring each hit penetrated to the bone without rendering Sun Hu unconscious. Such filth deserved no less treatment. I advise you, heed this warning, provoke those you should not, and death will soon follow. Upon uttering these words, Sun Jian rose, turning to the still-dazed Chu Qingcheng, a smile gracing his lips. Qingcheng, watch closely. Your husband shall avenge you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jian delivered a powerful kick to Sun Hu's abdomen, sending him sprawling from the grasp of the guards, tumbling several times before crashing into the wall, falling into unconsciousness. Chu Qingcheng, frightened, covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Her eyes filled with love and warmth for Sun Jian. My apologies, esteemed Magistrate Wang. It seems I could not contain myself. After defeating Sun Hu, Sun Jian suddenly realized that his actions in front of the county magistrate and the courier supervisor might have been excessive. He quickly offered his apologies. Magistrate Wang feigned ignorance and turned to inquire of Lord Wang. Did you see anything? I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Is this not the prisoner's son who was apprehended and ended up in this state? Witnessing the lengths to which the two elderly men went for his sake, Sun Jian felt a surge of gratitude. He embraced Chu Qingcheng tightly, her beauty exquisite as jade. Chu Qingcheng nestled against Sun Jian, her softness and firmness igniting a warmth within him that was indescribable. Volume 1, Chapter 18, treated as a distinguished guest. Addressed as Sir, such a beast could commit such deeds. Who knows how many injustices and tragedies he harbors? A thorough investigation is imperative. Magistrate Wang's cheeks flushed with anger as he turned to Wang Yuan, declaring, Deputy Supervisor Wang, at your service. Take him directly to prison and assign this case to Deputy County Magistrate Gao Yi. We must investigate thoroughly and eradicate it completely. Yes. Wang Yuan was filled with joy, casting a grateful glance at Sun Jian. In the past, such tasks would never have fallen to him. As matters began to settle, Sun Jian expressed his intention to leave with his wife in front of Wang Zhongwu. Wang Zhongwu insisted that he had prepared a banquet at his residence to express his gratitude for Sun Jian's life-saving intervention. Sun Jian politely declined, for he had his own plans and did not wish to linger in the city. In that case, I shall not insist upon your stay, sir. This favor and kindness, I, Wang, shall remember for a lifetime. Once I have attended to my official duties, I will personally pay my respects to you. Deputy Supervisor Wang, select a few fine horses and guards to escort Mr. Sun to his residence. After delivering this statement, Magistrate Wang exchanged a few knowing glances with Wang Yuan, who, being experienced in office, understood immediately. Yes, my lord. After leaving the dungeon, Chu Qingcheng followed Sun Jian and Wang Yuan to the latter's residence. Sun Jian was puzzled as to why they did not first go to the courier station and proceeded directly to Wang Yuan's home. Upon arrival, he discovered that not only old Jiang awaited them, but also Gu Zijian and Zhou Wanner, who were pacing anxiously within the house. Wang Yuan explained to Sun Jian that when they accompanied Magistrate Wang to the dungeon, he had arranged for the two ladies to be brought over, all in the name of surprising Sun Jian. As dusk fell, and with many others still at the courier station, Wang had instructed old Jiang to fetch them. Concerned for their convenience, Sun Jian merely pursed his lips and said nothing. Upon seeing that Sun Jian had returned safely and even brought back a perfectly unharmed Chu Qingcheng, both women were filled with immense joy. Gu Zijian, with tear-filled eyes, rushed forward to embrace Sun Jian, anxiously checking for any injuries on him. Although Zhou Wanner was equally concerned and overwhelmed with emotion, she did not display it overtly. Instead, she gently took Chu Qingcheng's hand, continuously expressing her care. Sun Jian, indifferent to Zhou Wanner's lack of endearments or intimate gestures, had long accepted her demeanor since the day she entered his household. While others might question Zhou Wanner's identity and background, only Sun Jian, equipped with the system, understood that her behavior stemmed from her royal status. The essence of true friendship lies in understanding without uttering the obvious. Mr. Sun, as night falls, traveling by night may be perilous. Might I request you to stay at my humble abode for the night? I can ensure your safe passage home at dawn, Wang Yuan said, bowing respectfully with hands clasped. This sudden display of deference left Lao Jiang, Zhou Wanner, and Gu Zijian momentarily stunned. Mr. Yu? They recalled how, just earlier that evening, Sun Jian had brought Zhou Wanner and Gu Zijian to meet Wang Yuan, who had been quite haughty, even looking down on Sun Jian. Now, his attitude had shifted dramatically. Lao Jiang, with his mouth agape in disbelief, recognized his uncle's proud nature and never imagined he would witness him treating a commoner with such respect in his lifetime. After receiving Sun Jian's consent, Wang Yuan promptly arranged a room and even had hot water prepared for Sun Jian and his companions to soak their feet before retiring for the night. Once back in the room, the three women were filled with exhilaration, relieved to have survived this ordeal. Sun Jian lounged on the edge of the bed, surveying the modest quarters, and couldn't help but wonder, though the courier has no official rank, he is still a registered official. Why does he reside in such a dilapidated place? Zhou Wanner sighed softly, with the current state of turmoil. As the four nations engage in frequent warfare and bandits roam freely, it is quite fortunate to have such accommodations. Other officials might struggle to find enough to eat. A mere courier's life is likely no better than that of a county magistrate. One should learn to be content, she added. You seem to possess quite an understanding. Sun Jian teased, deliberately shifting the focus of the conversation. At his remark, Gu Zijian and Chu Qingqing directed their curious gazes towards Zhou Wanner. Flustered and blushing like a startled rabbit, she hurriedly defended herself. I'm just a woman. What do I know? I've merely heard others speak of such matters. Ah, I see. Sun Jian responded, bestowing Zhou Wanner with a knowing smile. Since marrying Sun Jian, this girl has never had any intimate contact with him, nor has she ever referred to him as husband like Gu Zijian and Chu Qingqing, although she harbors some feelings for him. It is evident to the discerning that she exudes an air of peculiarity, were it not for her noble status. Sun Jian might never have realized that this girl is a princess of the Great Zhou. Sun Jian understands well that Zhou Wanner, having been spoiled since childhood, has become willful and unruly, akin to what one might term princess syndrome in modern parlance, making her difficult to tame. After all, she is his nominal wife. If she chooses to maintain her facade and conceal her lineage, he is willing to indulge her, for true friendship lies in understanding without voicing everything. Dear husband, have you truly cured the county magistrate's wife? In contrast to Zhou Wanner's oddities, Gu Zijian is more curious about how Sun Jian managed to bring Chu Qingqing out unscathed. Indeed, how is it that even Wang Yicheng holds you in such high regard? Zhou Wanner inquires further. Aside from the healing of the magistrate's wife, they genuinely cannot fathom any other reason. Chu Qingqing, being quite astute, had already surmised the generality of the situation through their queries and added, it is not only Wang Yicheng who respects you. Even the county magistrate treats you as an esteemed guest, referring to you as sir. Wow, Gu Zijian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Sun Jian. To be treated so by the magistrate must mean that his wife was gravely ill, and all the physicians were at a loss. It was you who saved her. Then, Sun Jian must have proposed certain conditions, namely, rescuing me from the dungeon, Chu Qingqing deduced. Husband, you are truly remarkable, knowledgeable in so many fields. Even in the art of healing. Are you really just an ordinary commoner? Chu Qingqing's eyes glimmered with adoration as she grasped Sun Jian's hand, gazing at him with starry-eyed infatuation. Volume 1, Chapter 19. The Beauty Beside Me. A spring night together. This sudden display of intimacy left Sun Jian momentarily flustered. Ahem. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. I am indeed an ordinary commoner, born and raised. Who would believe that? Zhou Wanner shot him a glance, murmuring softly, enough of that. Ladies, it's time for bed. Sun Jian, wishing to avoid further entanglement in the topic, promptly removed his shoes and climbed into bed, even beginning to shed his garments, revealing his bare upper body. Chu Qingqing and Gu Zijian's cheeks instantly flushed, their heads lowered in shyness. Zhou Wanner quickly covered her eyes, stammering in surprise, what are you doing? Why are you undressing? Why shouldn't I? Sun Jian replied nonchalantly, even removing his undergarments. This bed is so spacious. The four of us can easily fit. Furthermore, we are all legally married couples, and our union is duly registered at the local authorities. The monthly provision of 150 pounds of grain is not given without due cause. What is wrong with me shedding my clothing? Am I committing an offense? Sun Jian, with righteous fervor, declared, I have toiled throughout the day. I cannot possibly sleep on the floor any longer. None of you shall sleep on the floor either. Come, let us all take to the bed. No, we shall sleep on the floor, replied Zhou Wanner, playfully linking her arm with Gu Zijian's. Her demeanor brimming with pride. Gu Zijian felt a rush of bashfulness. It was not that she was unwilling to share a bed with Sun Jian, but as a lady, it felt improper to suggest such a notion. How embarrassing it would be to outright propose sharing a bed with her husband. If he were to genuinely request her presence beside him as they drifted into slumber, she would likely acquiesce. Sun Jian shook his head in resignation. It appeared that his ambition to embrace 3 beauties in one night was fraught with challenges. Perhaps it would be wiser to conquer one at a time? So, how shall you sleep? He inquired. Sister Gu and I will sleep here. I will fetch a couple of blankets from the other room to spread upon the floor. You should invite Sister Chu to join you, Zhou Wan'er suggested, playfully sticking out her tongue at Sun Jian as she pointed to the floor. Following her words, she retrieved several blankets from the adjacent room and laid them upon the floor. Upon hearing Zhou Wan'er's suggestion, Chu Qingsheng felt her ears and neck flush with embarrassment, standing there at a loss. Perhaps it would be best to let it be? Sun Jian pondered silently. Letting the three of them occupy the bed while he remained on the floor seemed a reasonable compromise. Despite his thick skin, he still felt a twinge of self-consciousness at the thought of having Zhou Wan'er and Gu Zijian witness him sharing a room with Chu Qingsheng, especially considering she was a lady. Very well, you three may take the bed. I shall sleep on the floor. With that resolve, Sun Jian rose to don his clothing, a gesture that left the three women momentarily stunned. Dear husband, please take the bed. You are weary from the day's labor, Chu Qingsheng urged softly. If you find me distasteful, I shall squeeze in with my two sisters on the floor. What nonsense is this? When have I ever found you distasteful? Sun Jian sat up, drawing Chu Qingsheng closer, gently clasping her delicate hand. If you truly do not find me distasteful, then why do you refuse to allow me to share your bed? Chu Qingsheng lowered her head, feeling deeply aggrieved, and tears began to spill forth. Hey, why are you crying? Please don't cry. Seeing her weep, her gentle demeanor tugged at Sun Jian's heart, and he hurriedly explained, No, please, do not cry. Reflect on this. If I found you distasteful, would I risk my own head to ensure the county magistrate's wife receives care? I understand you hold affection for me, and I recognize that you are no ordinary man. To be wed to you is the greatest fortune of my life. You foolish girl, you are adorably naive. Sun Jian tenderly wiped away her tears and embraced her gently in his arms. To marry you is indeed a blessing for me. This simple phrase has profoundly touched the innermost depths of Chu Qingsheng's heart, intensifying the affection reflected in her brows. Observing the tender exchange between the two, Gu Zijian felt a pang of bitterness, uncertain of what to say, while Zhou Wan'er turned her head, suppressing her complex emotions towards Sun Jian. The beauty nestled in his embrace, soft and fragrant, ignited a fervor within Sun Jian, who lifted Chu Qingsheng onto the bed, where she shyly buried her face in his chest. Recognizing the moment, Sun Jian wasted no time. He enveloped Chu Qingsheng in his arms, swiftly pulling back the covers to envelop them both. As he caressed her delicate skin and tasted her soft tongue, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her body, a fiery yearning surged within him. Chu Qingsheng's skin was exquisitely fair, resembling freshly fallen snow, and her figure was nothing short of perfection, particularly her rounded curves, which could rival any international star of modern times. Gu Zijian, hearing the muffled sounds from beneath the blanket and witnessing the discarded garments, clenched his fists, his eyes reddening with emotion. Zhou Wan'er, feeling a similar pang, yet possessing a greater capacity for acceptance, gently patted Gu Zijian's shoulder, offering silent consolation. Unbeknownst to them, the lights in the room had dimmed. At that moment, Sun Jian and Chu Qingsheng were completely open with each other, lost in a moment of passion. After a while, the bed began to sway, creaking harmoniously alongside natural sounds. Zhou Wan'er and Gu Zijian spent the night awake, their hearts filled with conflicting emotions. This man was indeed extraordinary, possessing an enchanting allure that had ensnared them both without their awareness. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Wan'er was certain of one thing. If she wished to return to the distant Dezhou kingdom, only this man could assist her. Gu Zijian shared similar thoughts. Yet her concerns were not about Sun Jian's identity. Rather, she pondered whether she should truly dedicate herself to him, allowing him to aid her in seeking vengeance or to clear her family's name from the traitorous stigma. Although they had already established a marital connection, should she choose to deny it, Sun Jian would have no claim over her. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, after days of companionship, her feelings for him seemed to deepen, as if he were indeed her destined partner. Gu Zijian silently vowed, if he could truly help her family restore their honor and rectify their name in history, she would willingly serve him for a lifetime, even if it meant becoming his servant. The night quietly passed, and when Sun Jian opened his eyes, dawn had already broken. The three women had risen early, but considering Sun Jian's weariness from the previous night's exertions, they refrained from waking him. Husband, are you awake? As Gu Zijian entered the room, she discovered that Sun Jian had already begun to dress. A flush crept across her delicate face, prompting her to hurriedly approach and assist him with his attire. Sun Jian, taken aback by her sudden warmth, found himself in a state of confusion. Could it be that the commotion of the previous night had stirred something within her? Did she wish to partake in his share of fortune? In the first volume, Chapter 20, Cultivating Super Potatoes, he inquired about the two others. They have been assisting in the kitchen since early morning. The meal is prepared, and we have already dined, awaiting only your arrival. Jian helped Sun Jian don his clothing and led him to the adjacent room for breakfast. At that moment, Chu Qingqing and Zhou Waner were also present. Upon seeing Sun Jian, both blushed and promptly invited him to join the meal. After finishing their repast and preparing to depart from the Wang family estate, Sun Jian noticed that old Jiang was absent, having not been seen since the previous night. Considering he was at old Jiang's uncle's house, he chose not to inquire further. Before their departure, Wang Yurin and his subordinates had begun to prepare horses, carriages, and guards. The carriage was laden with a substantial amount of supplies and provisions. According to Wang Yurin, these items were a gift from Magistrate Wang, who requested that he inform Sun Jian to remember this great kindness. Although he could not offer gold or silver at the moment, these provisions would certainly aid Sun Jian's livelihood. Sun Jian counted the supplies, totaling 300 pounds, more than sufficient to cover 2 months of grain tax for his family, which left him quite pleased. There was even a plaque from a benefactor's household. Wang Yurin mentioned that the abundance of provisions might attract the attention of refugees, so a plaque was prepared to warn others against coveting Sun Jian's family. One must admit that, given the circumstances, Magistrate Wang's gift was imbued with sincerity and thoughtful consideration, as such a large quantity of resources had even been accompanied by guards arranged a day in advance. Since the gifts were offered, there was no reason for refusal. After bidding farewell to Wang Yurin, Sun Jian, accompanied by his 3 wives, set forth on the journey homeward. Unbeknownst to him, the miraculous medical skills he had employed to save Madame Wang had already spread throughout the village. By evening, Sun Jian and his companions arrived at the village. As they dismounted from the carriage, they found the entrance to their home crowded with villagers. What was going on? Why were they all gathered at my doorstep? Upon recognizing Sun Jian's return, the crowd parted to create a path. Their eyes now reflected envy and admiration, replacing the disdain that had once characterized their gazes. How peculiar! What had caused this collective change in demeanor? Just as Sun Jian pondered the villagers' expressions, old Jiang, covered in dust, rushed towards him, wielding a wooden trowel used for wall construction. Sun Jian, you have finally returned. Look at what has been accomplished, old Jiang exclaimed, panting as he gestured towards the house behind him. Gazing intently, Sun Jian's eyes brightened. The house before him was no longer the dilapidated, drafty courtyard it once was. Both the interior and exterior had undergone a comprehensive renovation. Although constructed from earthen bricks and tiles, it appeared significantly more appealing. The courtyard had been elevated and reinforced, and even the main gate had been replaced with sturdy wooden planks, exuding not only an air of grandeur, but also providing effective protection against thieves. As the 3 women disembarked from the carriage and beheld the transformation of their home, their hearts bloomed with joy. What had transpired? Witnessing the enhancements that rendered their home both safer and more aesthetically pleasing, Sun Jian felt a mix of delight and surprise. Old Jiang, scratching the back of his head with an innocent grin, explained, "The county magistrate instructed my uncle to do this for you," saying it was a surprise. Upon hearing old Jiang's words, Sun Jian understood that Wang Yurin had provided old Jiang with 20 pounds of grain and a swift horse the previous day, instructing him to procure fine items from the town and gather a few hands to ensure the renovations were completed before Sun Jian's return home. Now it made sense. Sun Jian nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the outcome aligned closely with his expectations. No wonder old Jiang had vanished before nightfall the previous evening. He had hurried back to assist with the renovations. One must admit that the feeling of moving into a new home was undeniably comforting. Old Jiang had even thoughtfully converted an adjacent room into a guest chamber. Henceforth, even if the 3 women were reluctant to share a bed with him, at least they would not have to sleep on the floor. Ever since the plaque commemorating the achievements of his family was hung above Sun Jian's door, a steady stream of onlookers gathered outside, unable to be shooed away. Initially, Sun Jian believed that his act of saving Madame Wang would remain known only to a select few in this age of limited information. But who could have anticipated that within a matter of days, his name had spread like wildfire across 10 miles and 8 villages? Every day, Countless versions of the tale emerged. Some claimed that Sun Jian had received divine medical knowledge in his dreams, while others insisted that he had practiced sorcery in the deep mountains during his youth. Neighbors, who had previously been distant, began to visit. The majority of visitors were village women, seeking to befriend Sun Jian's 3 wives. Zhou Wan'er was not one to indulge in such social games, and preferred to avoid these women. Thus, most of the hosting duties fell to Chu Qingqing and Gu Zijian. There were those who sought loans, those who brought gifts of clothing, and even beggars. Remarkably, the village head, who had once ridiculed and belittled Sun Jian, came by 2 or 3 times, his words laced with flattery. From a nearly starving, impoverished youth to now having connections with the county magistrate. Who would dare to provoke him? It was a stroke of luck to curry favor early and avoid retribution in the future. Regarding the villagers' dramatic change in attitude, Sun Jian expressed indifference, asserting that human nature is inherently inclined to seek favor with those in power, as long as it does not impede his plans. They are free to act as they please. At the very least, with his newfound fame, hiring laborers for cultivation and farming will no longer pose a challenge. During these past few days, Sun Jian has been industrious, enlisting the help of his 3 daughters to nurture seedlings of the super potato. Due to the extraordinary sprouting speed of the super potato, the initial few hundred seedlings have multiplied to nearly 10,000 in a remarkably short span of time, filling the courtyard to the brim. Drawing from his previous agricultural experience, Sun Jian estimated that approximately 4,000 plants could be cultivated per acre. However, considering that most of the land to be cleared is hilly and the super potato itself is quite large, equivalent in volume to 4 ordinary potatoes, his plan is to plant 500 seedlings per acre. With over 9,000 seedlings, he would need to clear at least 17 or 18 acres of wilderness. The process of clearing, renovating, nurturing, harvesting, and sowing for such an expanse indicates that he had not miscalculated. At least 20 laborers will be necessary to assist. Given the physical nature of the work, 20 individuals would consume at least 10 Jian of grain daily, amounting to a minimum of 300 Jian per month. As Sun Jian contemplated these figures, he muttered to himself, "My dear, have a sip of water," Chu Qingqing said gently, handing him a cup, her cherubic face resting on her hand as she gazed at him with affection. With a creak, the door swung open, and Gu Zijian entered. "My dear, old Jiang has arrived." Volume 1, Chapter 21. Is it truly so miraculous? However, to prevent others from coveting her primordial spirit, Granny Rue publicly declared that Bao Yi had perished that night. Jean Fengtian playfully replied, "Sister Qinxin, what would you do if I chose not to tell you?" Jean Fengtian had sensed the presence of the remaining pine and realized it was hidden nearby. After losing several avatars, Xiaoyu finally pounced, subduing the large bird and pinning it to the ground. Grasping the bird's claw, Xiaoyu extracted the key from its leg ring. Moreover, with his internal celestial essence now mottled and impure, he had begun evolving towards a warrior's path, causing Lu Guang considerable anxiety. Jing Chen responded succinctly, concealing the tumult within as he concocted peculiar justifications for himself, such as his status as emperor, which necessitated the concealment of his true thoughts. After resting for a while, Rui was soon joined by Rong Pin, who upon entering, immediately spotted Rui. It seemed she had something to say, but Lian Yi held her back, indicating the revered Yi Fei, who was resting with her eyes closed in a position of honor. Having received Rui's courtesy before, Rong Pin bit her tongue, suppressing her words with a huff as she took a seat a couple of places ahead. This victory came at a significant cost to the righteous forces, with officers, elders, guards, and disciples suffering heavy casualties, and nearly half of the palace had been reduced to ruins. "Esteemed gentlemen," Jiang Yi spoke, "the soldiers have assembled. Please step outside." Zhao Momo had already selected the finest blossoms, and after Rui carefully examined them, she found them quite satisfactory. Wrapping herself in a shawl and donning a hood, the group proceeded towards the Yongshou Palace. Chun He took his seat in the passenger seat, preparing to recline for a moment's rest, when he caught sight of a familiar face in the rearview mirror. As the flames danced dangerously low, seemingly about to engulf the members of the Guoxiu, Feng Hui suddenly sprang into action. Meanwhile, the stone monkey entered with a tray of copper coins, exchanging it for a platter of fruit, which he began to consume without hesitation. Tianji's lips curled into a smile, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. As long as Wang Siki remained safe and healthy, her heart was at ease. Lu Feiyu, as the clan leader, discerned that his ancestor and Yao Peng were not adversaries, but rather akin to close friends. The crimson cloud that had lingered over the zoo now raced alongside them, keeping pace with their swift movement. Could you remain silent for a moment? Kong Xian uttered through clenched teeth, his gaze unusually cold. Yu Lingjuet turned to glance out the window, whereby Yu's figure vanished around the nearby corner. Since the Luo family was merely a proxy, it was natural for them to amplify the excitement, with millions of spirit stones piled in the backyard. The previous pain seemed to dissipate, and the autonomous operation of the spirit gathering had relieved Lin Chen's burden. As Yuer offered her respects to the 13th master, she was swiftly embraced by him before she could steady herself. Is he truly asleep? Does he not feel the chill beneath this thin blanket? She pondered. Had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently? If you truly cared for me, why act in ways that make it hard to love you? Is drunkenness really an excuse for infidelity? Jian, forget him. He is unworthy of your affection, Chu Binxian gently advised, noticing the weight of melancholy that had settled upon Mu Jian upon her return. Darling, sleep now. When you awaken, we shall be home. The tenderness in Yi Yefeng's eyes was unprecedented. Gao Changhe watched in frustration as Duan Zhixing and Zhou Chuqin engaged in lively conversation on television, the flashing lights only adding to his irritation, prompting him to angrily switch off the screen. No, if the prince is well, I shall take my leave, Lin Hanqi said with a soft smile, though her heart felt icy. Had he truly not felt the slightest embarrassment over what she had witnessed? What then was her place in his life? Afang had never anticipated that Ku Nanfeng's audacity would rival that of a city wall. Yet she still portrayed herself as the innocent party, rendering Afang's existence seemingly superfluous. Refining the body, achieving immortality, continuously tempering oneself, endowed with treasures and strength. To cultivate a form that is both mutable and immortal, every step must be taken with unwavering determination. Li Ning reflected on the blacksmith's words as she traversed the mountains. Jun Yin took his seat in the front row, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Ada appeared unexpectedly, holding a drink in her left hand and a pastry in her right, and with a sweet smile, she took a seat beside Junyan. However, before Yang Bian could even launch his knife and fork, he witnessed a silver spear thrust into Yang Lei's backside. Simultaneously, his figure was drawn toward the frozen lake. As if compelled by the force of a sword, Yang Bian felt that even if Quintino Wilson refrained from applying a crosslock on him, the sheer binding power of the air alone could ensnare him, and this restraint was formidable indeed. By noon, Feng Yurong suddenly sensed an unusual presence emanating from her storage bag, a sinister force that seeped forth relentlessly. Gripping the tearless sword tightly with both hands, she felt a surge of pale silver light, merging seamlessly with the swirling snow around her. The vehicle, a modest Chevrolet Cruze worth around 100,000, served merely as a means of transportation, yet Su Yun felt a sense of joy. Life had deprived her of much, and perhaps this was a form of compensation. However, the other item could not be disregarded. It was an amber, unique among the myriad of ambers in the world, adorned with a cord that Lin Mashi had meticulously selected. Goodbye. Yang Bian was too weary to engage in conversation, as the torment of witnessing such a display of affection was already irksome enough. He had never encountered a protagonist so pathetically burdened with the role of a messenger. The concept of entrepreneurship was still relatively novel for these university students. They regarded it with a sense of unattainability, akin to the reaction of Lu Yuan upon first hearing the term. Do you truly believe the poison of bloodflower can contend with me? The ancient Buddha of light continued. Amidst the swirling smoke, bullets were unexpectedly fired, and the vision of Danny, hindered by the haze, was compromised. After sustaining numerous bullet wounds, he retreated to Hans's side, his expression one of disbelief. How could he shoot bullets amidst the fog without fearing for their leader's safety? Xiao Tianlang gazed at the ruins, obscured by weeds, within the vast pit before him, and posed a question to the three beside him. Despite the demons having a numerical advantage, they had not acclimatized to their own bodies. During the initial skirmish, many could barely maintain their footing, rendering the outcome of such a battle predictable. Volume 1, Chapter 22. Do not ask. It's magic. Have you not attempted to uncover the truth, or employed any means to restore His Majesty to normalcy? Lucy inquired. Within the passage, whether it was the various steel-forged equipment or the people traversing its expanse, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Hong Wan, Hong Xia, and the Crimson Moon gifted to Li Haier. Each corresponds to one person, and moreover, Hong Xia had upgraded to a second-generation transformer. enhancing its combat power to a high tier B. However, to ascend to tier A, it must rely on its own capabilities. I have no issues whatsoever. Whether you can endure this challenge is another matter entirely. Ziling Tian shook his head, wearing an expression that conveyed his unwillingness to assist. Yes, Sister Hong. The three of them responded in unison, closely surrounding Chen Fan as they made their way into the softly illuminated room adorned with pink lanterns. Upon glimpsing the photograph, I found myself momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether it was a mere figment of my imagination or a reflection of my own vanity. For some inexplicable reason, I felt a peculiar resemblance to the profile captured in the image. Chen Fan tenderly tucked her in, extinguished the light, and then retreated to the adjacent room. Closing the door behind him, he produced 4 rings and, with a series of incantations, erased their imprints. Before those inside could react, Shouchen had already materialized before them. Although the scattered stones possessed immense power, they posed no threat to those of the nascent soul stage. Thus, in a fleeting exchange of glances, the leader of the execution team acted with perfect synchrony, striking precisely when the moment arose. I have another question for you, miss. Earlier at the rain shed, how did you recognize me? Tianqi asked. Though he pondered this inwardly, Andre nonetheless rubbed his hands together, twisting his neck and displaying a fierce countenance as he approached Xinghan. However, upon closer inspection, his smile appeared unnaturally rigid, and beads of cold sweat clung to his temples. No, Chen Er replied thoughtfully, listening to Tsang Sun. The place where Qin Qin fell is near the Yu Lao Temple, and we must go there to avoid delaying treatment. His early departure was also due to concerns for Madame Shen's safety, Daya remarked. I had no choice but to carry the Beihai stone and follow his indicated direction. Flying approximately 1,000 meters before indeed spotting a plume of azure smoke rising. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and the weeds were instantaneously swallowed into a vast pit. Yuera cried out in terror as Gu Ruobai darted into the pit, his strong hands securely embracing Yuera's slender waist. Luo Fengyu shook his head, leaning against him. Observing that the more one cares, the more entangled one becomes, and the harder it is to let go of cherished things. Do you recall that I mentioned to Dongzhu a few days ago that there would be conflict in Jizhou within 2 years? Lu Tianhao retorted to Jiasu. No matter how many years pass, my feelings for Lyre have never wavered, Prince was said tenderly, as he cautiously reached for Feng Lai Tian's delicate waist. Sun Wu nodded slightly below, noting that while Case Moreau is often regarded as a purely defensive midfielder, he possesses considerable offensive prowess as well, albeit overshadowed by the presence of Cruz and Modric. Sun Wu vaguely remembered Case Moreau scoring stunning long-range goals on more than one occasion. After perusing the diary of the Grand Princess, she recognized that Princess Yi was a person of decisive action, capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. Is it akin to mowing grass? He was in the midst of putting on his shoes when he heard a commotion outside, followed by someone knocking on the cabin door and calling out, Captain Fong, something dreadful has occurred. The voice belonged to Shi Hu. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to sense the terrifying power contained within the 2 divine fire thunderbolts, his expression shifting noticeably. Mr. Luo's remarks were merely suggestions. His tone considerably softened compared to before. Undoubtedly, this is the result of his generosity. Fang Jinshi mentioned his wife because he was exceedingly familiar with the legendary Zhujiang dish, Song's sister's fish soup. It is said that the original creator, Song Wusao, hailed from Bianliang and only found her way to Linen after the fall of Bianliang. Upon hearing Song Qian speak of his mother's renowned fish, he deliberately inquired further. Li Gongxin had remained silent until now, when he suddenly felt a strange familiarity with Yang Yang, as if he had encountered this scene before. Who is she? Why does the unfolding drama evoke such a sense of déjà vu? In truth, Han Shun harbored lingering questions as to why the other party had spared his life and had not chosen to return to the illusory forest to seek her true self. Regardless of her breathtaking exterior, her heart remained that of a demon, a ruthless creature that regarded human lives as mere trifles. As egg after egg fell into the basin, Li Gongxin picked up an empty plastic bottle, and the onlookers watched as he squeezed the bottle, directing its opening toward the eggs. Gan Yi wore a smug smile, while Gan Lin bit her red lip, puzzled as to why her brother harbored such intense hatred for Han Shun. Xia Ning blinked, interpreting Yunrui's words to mean, "You handle the mess, and I will take care of the aftermath." The man exuded an aura of unwavering resolve, handsome in appearance, yet marred by a 10-centimeter scar on his left cheek. This scar did not detract from his looks. Rather, it lent him an air of sharpness. Volume 1. Chapter 23. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall block it. Subsequently, the silver-blooded beings surrounding them were vanquished, and Zhu Qiyun along with Karita approached to assist Macate, simultaneously witnessing Maybear's withdrawal of his thunderous abilities. Upon hearing Su An's refusal, Shang Wanying's expression darkened, and she shot him a glare, demanding an explanation. It would be impossible to escape in his presence. The reason he refrained from acting was merely to observe how much amusement these two could provide him. Noticing that Tiger was unable to inflict harm on the giant claw zombie, Zhu Qiyun handed the serum to Tiger. Covering his retreat from the basement while charging alone toward the giant claw zombie with his circular blade and shield raised, the disciples of the Confucian sect voiced their agreement. While Bai Feng nodded gravely, his heart a tumult of emotions. When they departed, these fellow disciples chose to follow him out of trust. Yet he had failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a leader, unable to protect them. Not only had he lost the discovered dragon energy vein, but he had also seen hundreds of disciples perish. After completing these tasks, Li Changsheng waved his hand, and 6 strands of dragon energy appeared before him, a result of his sign-ins across various locations. However, this time he realized that regardless of who Hao Jian was, he possessed an immutable identity. Recently, the demonic forces invaded the Nine Suns fairy realm, unleashing a wave of merciless slaughter. Even Princess Linglong found herself pursued to the brink of death by the demon King Di Gui. Shortly thereafter, the 10 great demon lords descended once more, instilling indescribable terror and fury within the hearts of the inhabitants of the Nine Suns fairy realm. Across the vast territory, the ground was strewn with corpses, a sight too horrific to behold. Even those who had not yet succumbed to death were corroded by the overwhelming demonic aura, crying out in anguish as they clawed at their own flesh, revealing gaping wounds that laid bare their bones. The blood-immortal king gazed at Li Changsheng, his eyes glinting with malevolence. The potential of his adversary was formidable, making him feel as though a thorn was lodged in his side. Now, having orchestrated this scheme, he anticipated the imminent harvest of his foe's life. The thought of his formidable enemy soon to perish brought him an indescribable sense of relief. Mo Wudao did not conceal the truth, recounting his experiences since their separation. Wang Yubing wished to avoid escalating the situation, aware that they were in a marketplace where any conflict could lead to unforeseen losses. Later, a classmate of Jiang Chun relayed the events to him, primarily to boast about his own prowess. That day, Aunt Zhao expressed her discomfort, suggesting that given the circumstances, she might as well return to the grand estate, for her age rendered her less useful. Those around her dared not speak, yet in this demonic realm, the heavenly path brought only calamity and endless suffering. Alongside the trials of reincarnation, these were the burdens imposed by the heavenly path. Once far from the island, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had relied on a stealth technique gleaned from the remnants of Mo Jui's teachings to obscure the spiritual energy of his carefree Dao technique. Fortunate that Yin Lingfeng had not detected anything amiss. At the very least, Niu Jindao was well acquainted with the magnates of the jade industry, introducing Jiang Chun to those surrounding Zhou Kuan one by one. After observing for a while, and noticing that Guanxi seemed to have fallen asleep, I sought a quiet spot to lie down, yet slumber eluded me. The Qi training stage is divided into 9 layers, each presenting a formidable hurdle, culminating in the great perfection of the Qi training stage. It was perhaps better to reveal the truth to her rather than continue concealing it. This way, she could prepare herself and behave more appropriately, avoiding reckless wandering. The Golden Luan Hall could be described as vast, according to Su Yan's estimation. It spanned at least 4,000 square meters, with 72 towering columns adorned with gilded dragon paintings. Silence. I forbid you to utter such nonsense. Before she could finish her retort, Gong Yue was already seething with rage, fearing that she might truly be driven to the brink by her words. He interrupted her with a fierce shout, cutting off her breath. The damage figures startled me slightly. After losing such a significant amount of vitality, he had only lost less than half his blood, implying that his total vitality was even greater than mine. This tall and robust man, exuding a menacing aura, unexpectedly broke into tears. After enduring until noon, I logged off to have lunch. In the afternoon, Morong Shanshan continued to recruit players, while I took Lu Xuehan and sinew to practice leveling up. We spent the entire afternoon clearing all the monsters in the Pegasus Plain. Jingqi, lacking medical knowledge, could only engage in mundane tasks like opening the medicine chest and arranging items. Meanwhile, Mog seized the opportunity while Moe was attending to Sima Yu's injuries, mixing several types of medicinal powder with honey to concoct a pill, which he administered to the suffering Sima Yu. Su Yan sighed and glanced at Su Yan before recounting the day's events in brief. After logging off, I first enjoyed a chilled beverage. As the weather grew warmer, this drink was both refreshing and delightful. I once mentioned my fondness for it, which made Sinyu so happy that she bought 4 cases, leaving no room in the refrigerator and even stashing 2 boxes under the bed. This felt akin to hoarding contraband, a secret known only to her. I knew only that I felt regret without remorse. Chudi paused before responding. Just as Ben Wallace was about to jump, Sun Jua had already surged forward, completely unaware of Ben Wallace's presence on the other side. He was already in the air, preparing to shoot. He did not regret any of his past actions, nor the decisions he made today, even if one day he would pay a heavy price for them. He remained steadfast, unrepentant. For an ordinary person suddenly confronted with such a vicious assault, evasion would be difficult. Grabbing the hair and yanking would cause the individual to lean forward, at which point a well-placed kick, whether to the face or the abdomen, could easily incapacitate a young man. Xiao Chuqing did not act, nor did Song Yu. Only a delicate-looking youth swiftly darted forth, cracking down on unlicensed fraudulent establishments, enhancing school training efforts, and standardizing religious practices while vigorously integrating domestic cultivation orders were imperative. The elder sister expressed approval of our outlook. Who emerges as the leader among the ISI operatives in Peshawar? It is Major Isha. Regardless of Taylor's deep roots within the ISI or the formidable backing from the M country, those days are past. Now we are in the Sandera era. Lin Zhumin continued to offer encouragement. I felt that we should not indulge Dwight Howard too much. Tim Duncan ought to teach this newcomer a lesson. Or we should employ alternative measures. Chad knocked on Popovich's door, wearing an anxious expression. Volume 1, Chapter 24. Are you planning to annihilate that band of bandits? Is concocting medicine so simple? Mo Qing was perplexed, for alchemy should be one of the most arduous and intricate crafts in existence, requiring years of diligent practice to master. How could it be as effortless as Yun Xian made it seem, as if even an observer could replicate her success? I initially intended to leave after delivering my gifts, but Lin Changhong insisted that I stay, adopting a demeanor befitting an elder. Unable to refuse, I reluctantly agreed to remain. Worm and Future raised their arms in unison, the light bracers and the aura of dream beam manifesting upon their limbs. Stepping out of the cave and stretching languidly, he basked in the bright sunlight. Feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him, he retrieved his phone from his bag to check the time, only to discover multiple missed calls from Qinjing. Suddenly recalling that today was Yi Jinming's grand birthday celebration, Li Wei, a promising young man, was instantly jolted as if struck by a high-voltage surge, freezing in a clandestine posture, lying motionless on the ground. Nearby, his classmates gasped in alarm at the sight of Su Hai being besieged by zombies. Fortunately, the forest lizard did not disappoint their expectations, firmly grasping the situation in the northwest, as he sensed the underground cavern sinking deeper and the imminent discovery. Wang Feng could not help but exhale quietly, shaking his head at Xiuyue before heading towards the direction of Flame Mountain. Sun Wanyu stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Zhou Heng would one day become her master uncle. Based on previous experiences, the degree of satiety required to enter the dungeon world generally determined the difficulty and rewards of the quest. Li Qinghe's arm had grown weary. Faced with a multitude of adversaries, he was uncertain if he could prevail in either a one-on-one or a multiple confrontation. Upon seeing the price of 50 million written down, Han Chi chuckled and tossed the contract onto the table. Karila expressed how much she missed him. Lu Qingshan suddenly addressed Jingfu, regardless of whether it was true, finally steering the conversation forward. How does this face suit you? Jingxing Su gazed upon Lin Yina's visage, memories of her youthful countenance from high school gradually resurfacing in her mind. Su Tai, summoned in haste, initially assumed the king was unwell. He hurriedly grabbed his medicine box and rushed over, only to find the king sitting comfortably, showing no signs of discomfort. Given Li Macho's sharpness and decisiveness, she would undoubtedly turn on her heel without a word, and there would be no stopping her. Lu Yingchuan glanced back at Ouyang Luo, savoring the name with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Receiving the news from the boss, the arrival of Lu Qingshan brought a sense of calm, allowing him to swiftly evade the descending thunderclap. Though he was not well acquainted with Pei Tugu and the others, he would not treat these two Mingjiao experts as mere laborers simply because they lacked spare funds. Zhang Zixiao was uncertain how she would react in such a situation. But the sight of Alwan before her was something she wished to avoid. It was far too bitter and harsh. Yun Luo, with her fair skin and exquisite beauty, had bright eyes that accentuated her unparalleled allure. Particularly after returning home, she had faced a reprimand from her man. She was not the type to be subdued by such lessons, nor was she one to acknowledge her own faults, always shifting the blame onto others. All right, I will take you home. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you, especially if it is back home. Lin burst out of the teleportation array, heading straight for the northern gate. No matter how many times you have perished, this is my first encounter. The business at the medicinal cuisine restaurant gradually stabilized, and Chun Taizheng and the others no longer assisted their daily. Chun Jiaoyang and Chun Ouyang also busied themselves with their own affairs, leaving only Su Qiao, the Zhou family, and Nuan Nuan to attend to the restaurant. Yun Jun turned to leave, but after Lin entered the restroom, she suddenly dashed back into the room, delivering a forceful kick to the machine. As the screen went dark, she swiftly fled without looking back. Who I am is inconsequential, but I can aid you in ascending to immortality, surpassing all others. You must understand, since that great war, no one has been able to ascend in the spirit martial continent. If you manage to ascend, that slightly hoarse voice of the man echoed once more in Yun Feng's mind. Han Shuer utilized the strength from her waist to straighten her upper body. She leaned in close to Jing Moshuan's neck, gently placing a kiss by his ear. Jing Moshuan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving noticeably. Wang Peng pondered how to resolve this situation. If he changed things, He Qiuhua would be displeased. If he did not, Chen Dongjiang would likely be unhappy as well. Nevertheless, he decided to leverage his unique rapport with Chen Dongjiang to persuade him to abstain from attending the scene. The revelry continued through the night, and by the following morning, the common folk began returning to their hometowns to celebrate the new year. Noticing Luo Yaoyao's flushed face, her uncle and aunt exchanged knowing glances and ceased their inquiries about her relocation. The phantom step evaded everyone's attacks, and when the lion returned once more, its body bore several deep scratches. Gather data on the top competitors from Huaxia. Tian Xiang wore a cautious expression. The World Martial Arts Championship was imminent, and they could not remain idle in the meantime. They at least needed to collect information on the masters of Huaxia. The young man regarded Shui Yun, who appeared quite flustered and seemed to shrink back in fear, the pressure from his chosen strength making it difficult for him to breathe. Thus, he took a heavy step back, observing Shui Yun, who appeared to embody the title of the noble. Volume 1, Chapter 25. He is your husband, not mine. Thank you, senior sister. Li Hexian understood that Shun Yun had good intentions, and having received assistance today, he responded with a smile. No way. After I finish eating, we will go out together, Luo Lingxian stated decisively. When the topic of Yun Yao arose, Rongya became animated, not noticing whether Jiang Yi had deceived her. The two engaged in a delightful conversation. I came today specifically to discuss this matter, so prepare yourself to kneel before your father, princess. Mo declared with a grim expression. Is it really that simple? Wang Dong mused, before pulling out his camera to capture the damage to the curtains. No matter how one looked at the tear, it certainly did not appear to be the result of an accident, but rather as if it had been cut with scissors. To her astonishment, Chenxi risked being discovered multiple times to check whether the pouch was secure in her room. It seemed that Yang Marin had truly resolved to bring about her demise this time. After a while, a dark figure, exuding a menacing aura, rushed towards Mo from afar. Simultaneously, the silhouette of an ice magic bird appeared in the sky. In an instant, a brilliant flash of the blade illuminated the surroundings, akin to the blazing sun erupting from the ground, transforming the scene into a sea of silver, leaving the disciples present utterly stunned and momentarily blank-minded. I have assured the lady that I will handle this matter diligently, so she need not worry, Hu Yunwan stated. Though internally, she pondered whether it was related to the haunting incidents at the brothel. Eagle Ming's face drained of color as he hastily followed Luo Li. Seizing her arm tightly, Ziwan, go to Fengqi Palace and convey a message requesting the Xie family to come to Shou Kong Palace to meet with me. Suddenly, The voice of the Empress Dowager resonated from the palanquin, lacking the usual softness and instead bearing a sharpness that had not been heard in years. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the zombies downstairs had vanished, yet their raspy voices continued to echo in Su Lu's ears, though not a single zombie was in sight. Du Song found it challenging to wait at the pawnshop for Su Lu. After an entire day, he finally encountered him, but the coldness of his demeanor was disheartening. In truth, they were somewhat aware of Lu Shuixing's disappearance, as Captain Lin intended to gather information separately, leading to individual interrogations. Su Lu planned to observe Captain Lin's interrogation process. Thus he remained close by whenever Captain Lin conducted an inquiry. Su Lu strode directly towards the large white sphere, cradling it as if he had discovered a remarkable treasure. Xian Tian Yu recognized the voice and the face before him, for he was sincere. His heart filled with shock and distress. He desperately wished to hear an explanation regarding the current situation. Tell me, why are you here? Can't you be with them? I ask you, where has my sister gone? Iron caltrops were scattered and layered with fallen leaves for concealment. Stepping on them would not be fatal, but it would certainly elicit a cry of pain. With bloodied teeth and a pale complexion, he managed to force a smile and remarked to Mu Rong Ro Ro, "You are truly a remarkable person. The Wild Wolf Gang is indeed a significant faction. We must engage with them, which is a grave mistake. Acknowledging this error, I hope you can largely circumvent us." Since she was not present, it was likely that Han Shui had taken her away. Luo Ren shook his head with a wry smile and exited the room, surveying the villa. One must admit, Danxiao Palace was quite aesthetically pleasing. The courtyard exuded the essence of a Suzhou garden, meticulously arranged with water and stones. Not to mention the situation at Songhai. Guan Lin was seething with anger on the other side. She felt she had done nothing wrong. The group had arrived and departed as they pleased. Returning to Magic City. It was just past 1 in the afternoon when Guan Lin stormed back home, visibly agitated. Assisting old Lady Lin with her words? Wouldn't that provoke the villagers' ire? They may not express their discontent openly, yet they would certainly whisper behind her back. Awaiting a response from the Tree of Life. I found myself in suspense for 2 or 3 seconds, only to receive no thought in return. I repeated my entreaties, yet still, silence reigned. "Uncle Hu, please take Daqian into town for a look," Songhai said somewhat sheepishly. The people of Wuhan have a penchant for eel and shrimp. She was promoting these river delicacies to Shen Peng, who would likely appreciate them. Initially, Zheng Ming had no specific task in mind, merely wishing to glean information from the mouth of number 12. The Fist had prepared a plethora of lessons prior. As the vehicle entered the residential area, akin to Qiqiao City, one could choose to travel by land or through the aerial glass tubes. Songhai had assumed he would depart early, yet to his surprise, these 3 individuals decided to return to their homeland even a day before him, leading him to believe they were already in the country, only to encounter them again at the airport. The man skimmed through the pages with a smile, but upon reaching the latest entries, his expression faltered, and a frown settled on his brow. Upon returning to the space with his suitcase, Mu Chan observed Su Xian's demeanor and surmised she might have been on a trip. He took the items from her hands and placed them in a corner. Su Yu once more bowed respectfully to Song He, taking a few steps back before turning to leave the valley. Moreover, after meeting Xiang Zhonghai, Qin Nana unexpectedly discovered a novel and more effective method to aid the farmers. Su Tianruo watched all of this with a sense of detachment. The townsfolk had just engaged in a morning ritual, the citizens of the Tianfu plain unable to withstand the toxic miasma that pervaded their land. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man waiting nearby remained expressionless as he stepped forward to collect the dishes that had nearly been licked clean by Sui Yuan, bowing slightly as he exited. Murong Fei found it difficult to regain his focus, his mind consumed by visions of Ajio's foolish antics, her pretending to be a wildcat, stealthily escaping, her adamant denial of their acquaintance at the city gates, her tearful rebuke, her flushed cheeks, her melancholic sighs. Lin Hao picked up the bronze ancient sword, resolutely deciding that he might have found the spiritual weapon suited to him. Before long, when Captain Wild Dog arrived in a flurry with his team, the 10 squad leaders had already gathered. Volume 1, Chapter 26. If one were to combine 6 different military strategies in a single attempt, would victory be assured? Does such a formidable green giant truly require our counsel? Long Xi's words are often enigmatic, yet strikingly precise. Black Girl has reached a point of blind obedience to him. Where did you acquire that jade around your neck? The proprietress inquired as she reached out to grasp the jade pendant hanging from Sanpongzi's neck. Below the precipice lay a daunting abyss, and upon merely glancing at it, Yun Xian felt a chill of sweat break out along his spine. Confused by her feelings for him, Hua Xuanji felt as if a multitude of individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle within her mind. Tang Luo wore a playful expression, undoubtedly having tormented others in a similar manner before, which allowed him to strike without mercy. The atmosphere was filled with joy as people exchanged heartfelt congratulations, while children donned vibrant masks, chasing each other in gleeful abandon, enveloping the entire Mongolian camp in a jubilant celebration. It was rather disappointing. Had she known she possessed such depth, she would have been more protective of her, waiting for the dragon's sting to fully develop her potential. In such a situation, to express her true thoughts would be the height of foolishness for the wildcat. This new year had proven to be the most intriguing. Having survived a perilous ordeal, everyone seemed to grasp the significance of cherishing what they had. At that moment, the largest blood spider lunged towards me, prompting me to hurl the ignited wax paper directly onto its body. Sister, if it weren't for urgent matters, I would not have waited so long at the palace gate. As soon as the restrictions lifted, I came out. Originally, she would not have cared about such prohibitions, but today she wished to avoid trouble. Should the emperor discover her presence here, it would surely cause a stir. The sudden silence enveloped the environment, leaving Chen Bo and the male ghost somewhat bewildered. In truth, within the room, only Ruo Shui maintained a steady breath, preparing for the next purification procedure. Ji Xian wished that Xu Outyin could be more ordinary and uncomplicated, thus eliminating the layers of suspicion between them and relieving her from the burden of feeling small in his world. However, some warriors, having heard that their comrades were suppressed at the bottom of the lake, grew furious, clamoring to reclaim their honor. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's direct disciple, the husband of Kushina in the original tale, and the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, showcased exceptional prowess in this battle, subtly hinting at the brilliance that awaited him. Earning admiration from the ninja world. From an old radio, a haunting melody drifted forth. Initially, the sound was bearable, but gradually it seemed the tape had lost its magnetism, becoming increasingly eerie, echoing through the space and amplifying its strangeness. At this juncture, Nagato would indeed strive to confront any situation through his own efforts. As the light reflected off the mirror, the puppet revealed significant signs of decay, especially its face, which appeared as though it had been doused in acid, slowly fracturing into countless crevices. At this moment, Nagato's actions would depend entirely on the changes he could genuinely effectuate, as numerous possibilities unfolded before him. As for Tony, he had no objections. He might prefer a dual forward strategy, but he was also amenable to a single forward approach. The latter would require him to endure the brunt of the pressure alone, while a dual forward setup would distribute the burden more evenly in the midfield, favoring his performance. Zhou Zhenghua felt a tightening pain in his heart, uncertain whether the force exerted by the Phoenix Lord would disturb the millennia-old corpse within the coffin. In a brief moment, Shun Shi's demeanor became composed, as the terrifying wounds on his body vanished, and the golden celestial blood that had flowed out reversed course, resounding within him like a thunderous roar. The most prudent course of action was to verify it personally, no matter what. She could not fathom that Brother Feng would be with Xia Feifei. Those who traverse the night paths often encounter phantoms. Mo Fan, feigning bravado, ultimately met someone equally earnest. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, and two elegant figures floated down from the heavens, leaving all present in utter astonishment. Nangong Li wore a cold smirk at the sight of Jiang Feng daring to confront his lethal sword with bare hands, regarding him as a fool. She incessantly gestured to Feng Shi with pleading motions, desperately hoping that Feng Shi would show her mercy. Lei, with tears threatening to spill, sought help from the crowd, only to be met with looks of self-preservation. He was well aware of the inherent dangers posed by the mechanism. Initially, he had merely intended to touch and inspect it, never planning to activate it without being fully prepared. Bursting into the Emperor's hall, she was caught off guard by the high threshold, collapsing to her knees without daring to raise her head again. Noticing her change, Mo Yuhang suppressed his inner desires, stretching languidly with a mischievous grin. However, he did not anticipate Luo Zi's sudden charge. Those around attempted to intervene, but were unsuccessful. As Luo Zi was about to collide with Baiyu, Qiang, having no time to retract Baiyu, swiftly threw himself in front of her, feeling somewhat guilty and reluctant to provoke his beloved wife. The man who typically looked down upon the world now resembled a pitiful, devoted husband, nodding sheepishly before driving her to work. Jin Xiong felt a twinge of annoyance. Why couldn't Kong Xinxin just leave him be and follow Kai Yansheng? Su Ying wiped away her unyielding tears, stripping off her dress in front of the black-clad bodyguards. Left only in scant attire, seeking guardians, incurring fines, and serving days of detention, none of these measures were overlooked by the time they were taken back by their respective parents. 10 days had already passed. Su Ruoqian's watery eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance as she spoke earnestly. Be cautious, sprinkle a bit more soil around the roots. There are likely numerous insect eggs beneath the surface. Su Qiqi wielded her homemade spray bottle, dousing the sides liberally. This private dining establishment was a favorite of Master Qin. They had ordered takeout from this restaurant twice, savoring the round, plump xiaomai, filled with fragrant meat and crisp bamboo shoots, utterly delightful. Subsequently, with a swift throw of his stick, he drew 2 knives from behind, pressing them against the hearts of the other 2 guards, executing the series of actions fluidly and seamlessly. No one feels compassion for her. No one mourns for her tears. She endures the welling sorrow, clenching her teeth, yet cannot suppress the wave of disgust rising from within. When Su Binghuai forcefully pinned her to the ground, and all her attempts at resistance proved futile, she truly wished for her demise. In Volume 1, Chapter 27, the epic lottery is unmatched. When the classmate made his move, countless shadows suddenly emerged, all unleashing identical attacks upon Lin Fan, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Originally, the white-robed figure thought that while he had managed to make Lin Fan sit, under normal circumstances, Lin Fan would not comply. After all, he was a general, and Lin Fan was merely an ordinary soldier. Anren, what do you wish to say to me? Chen Xiao is not a stranger. Speak freely, Chu Fan addressed her. However, before Yang Mu could take further action, the barrier enveloping the sky above Roselle Palace began to tremble violently. Although Ma Chao did not understand why he was refusing to allow the refugees entry, he surmised that his presence here served a purpose, especially since they had come to assist Tao Gongzu and could not afford to consider other matters, thus deciding to relay orders to circumvent the city. Seeing his demeanor, Ma Chao recognized that the truth must be spoken at the banquet, so he instructed his men to prepare a feast. Claiming that he and Li Su had not seen each other for years, the 2 brothers would not return until they were thoroughly intoxicated. The students, recently roused from slumber and still unclear of the situation, noticed Lu Hao's grave expression and hurriedly retrieved their prepared torches, placing them by the campfire, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Moreover, a relatively common method to swiftly enhance soul power is through devouring. Since the Weapon Corporation had agreed to provide an entire set of auto machinery along with all the necessary authorizations and technologies, Xia Bohan would soon embark on a journey with a vice president of the Weapon Corporation to acquire these materials. Beside her, the previously despondent Yulia, upon hearing Aisha's words, immediately turned her hopeful gaze towards Aisha on the screen. Subsequently, Fengdu's forces were divided, with a total of 25,000 troops proceeding first to Zhangzhou City. Jian Yuanbao, the eldest son of the Jian family and the legitimate heir, held a prestigious position within the realm of mortals. The chief examiner appeared troubled and conferred with the officials on either side. One suggested that Li Jin temporarily take over, allowing Wang Tao an 8-year sabbatical, after which he could resume his duties without delay. Thus, the position of the city god in Luoyang, Henan, would be temporarily filled by Li Jin. Clearly, this was a provocation. Long Yue seized a slipper from the ground and hurled it at Haolan's face. Taken by surprise, Haolan was struck precisely, leaving an imprint of the shoe's sole on his face, demonstrating the considerable force behind Long Yue's throw. During the Tiansheng period of the Northern Song dynasty, a Taoist named Xuanxu resided at the Zhaozhen Temple in Taiyan, Shandong, receiving the true teachings of the Chuanjin sect. He descended the mountain with his sword, wandering far and wide, ridding the people of demons and monsters, achieving numerous feats along the way. The battlefield is an exceedingly merciless arena where life and death hinge upon a mere thought. It is not the fear of one's own demise that haunts individuals, but rather the sight of seasoned warriors falling one after another, which rends the heart with profound sorrow. Humph, you coward, how dare you attempt to ambush me? The cold-faced man remarked, advancing without hesitation and delivering another punch. On the deck of the ship, Lin Xiao stood resolutely against the wind, Perceiving the earlier conflict as a trivial interlude that left little mark upon his mind, he had just returned from Xiangjing, having arranged affairs at his establishment there, and transported a considerable number of newly developed crossbows from the mountain. The wolf demon, with a dark back, grinned upon witnessing Ouyang Ruofeng's distracted demeanor, brandishing his 3-foot-long curved blade with a piercing sound, descending upon Ouyang Ruofeng with intent. What else could it be? Naturally, it pertains to Lord Luo Sheng. Lu Su chuckled. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the dome-shaped structure. His eyes reflected disdain as the last remnants of the rock mosque were reduced to ruins under the sudden onslaught of external forces. Long Xiang waved his hand, signaling Yu Jiao to descend. He closed his eyes, feeling powerless. Everything had transpired too abruptly, leaving him uncertain about what to do. Did he know of the Temple of Heaven? Upon hearing the Buddha reintroduce this condition, the Jade Emperor readily acquiesced, knowing it would undoubtedly create numerous adversaries for the heavenly court. Yet, with the 5 elders present and his clandestine forces at his disposal, retreating unscathed remained a feasible prospect. What's wrong, you slacker? Hey, you aren't dozing off again, are you? Li Dafeng exclaimed, noticing Yu Xian's unusual behavior. At that moment, Lu Zhiqian rushed in, nearly tumbling down the steps upon hearing the news of the financial ambush's failure. Without a capital influx, the Jiangnan manufacturing group would likely find itself in dire straits. Observing the fierce battle unfolding, Julius maintained a calm demeanor, methodically analyzing the situation. He extended his bandaged arm, pointing toward the location of Reinhard. Ximing herself had no affinity for violence. Her desire to approach stemmed from concerns for his safety. Upon hearing his words, she felt reassured and nodded in agreement. I am undoubtedly a warrior. If the general disputes this, why not have a contest outside the tent? Lady Chu remarked with a soft laugh, touching her lips. Indeed. After Yami concluded his lengthy discourse, old Master Qian fell into contemplation, and silence enveloped the room, as if everyone awaited the patriarch's words. Volume 1. Chapter 28. The Power of the Giant Grenade. Moreover, during his time at the Devil's Training Camp, Zhang Fan was wholly absorbed in enhancing his attributes. This individual was indeed the Lord of the Snowy Mountain. Duan Yuntu had long harbored suspicions, but it was only after hearing Master Jinghui's words that he dared to confirm it, for the Lord of the Snowy Mountain had not descended for decades. Yi Shuihan immediately sensed trouble, realizing he had fallen victim to Yang Sihai's treachery. His strike, infused with power, faltered midway, compelling him to dodge aside. How could this be? At this moment, Hinata could devour an elephant, and he believed himself a genius for aspiring to become the clan leader. Yet he pondered how long it took him to master the 128 moves of the Bagua Palm. Was it at 20? 22? A sense of inner turmoil enveloped Han Yun, as he subconsciously yearned for Lianer to engage in martial training, so she could at least defend herself. It was only after Han Yun vanished from sight that the smile on Yuan Tian's face gradually faded, with a flicker of keen insight passing through his eyes. He intends to kill me. Mo Chang was startled, sensing a wave of murderous intent. In that moment, he comprehended that the elder of the Huang family had truly harbored intentions to kill him. Although they had fought fiercely the previous day, he had sensed no such malice. The ball rolled slowly past the unsuspecting goalkeeper, striking the right post and rebounding. The referee's whistle sounded suddenly, with the assistant referee raising his flag to indicate Jiang Yuning had interfered with the goalkeeper from an offside position. One of the ancient demons, who had previously declared with certainty that Chen Qi would perish, now trembled, his face pale as he regarded Chen Qi with a look of disbelief. Mu Feng relayed Zhang Hui's phone number to Huang Hongbing, subsequently sending Huang Hongbing's number to Zhang Hui. Sun Xiaoshan cast a glance in my direction, his expression tinged with complexity, seemingly devoid of the earlier days. He nodded and swiftly descended the stairs. In the holy capital, as long as one's strength surpassed that of the weakest fighters, one could apply to help maintain order throughout the city. With slightly greater strength, one could even join the church as a priest, albeit only to assist in distributing food and daily necessities. The group smiled and accepted her bow, their gazes imbued with warmth. Even the usually frigid Adair softened considerably. Similarly, if the Americans were to abandon their investments in China, they too would falter, as evidenced by Hollywood's continuous incorporation of Chinese elements over the years. Is Kaida Group set to produce a zombie film? This news spread like wildfire across China in an instant. Consequently, The subtle implications regarding the lightning shadow's involvement in this matter drew heightened scrutiny towards the Akatsuki organization, prompting an increase in defensive measures for their own jinchuriki. Observing Lu Lin's solemn demeanor, Su Jialu refrained from further comments, recalling a previous remark made by Hyaming. In his endeavor to ensure the unwavering loyalty of the Grand Marshal, Mexico discovered that this Grand Marshal was indeed steadfastly devoted to the empire, never wavering in his allegiance. After all, the emperors of recent generations had been wise rulers. How could one harbor ulterior motives and simultaneously attain the position of Grand Marshal? How arrogant! Amid the ranks of the Mo family's convoy, an elder clad in gray suddenly appeared, bearing a large bow. As he spoke, he unstrung the bow and knocked an arrow, preparing to release it. The sharp sound of the arrow slicing through the air resonated like the chorus of 1,000 birds. A proclamation of truth that lingered like a melody, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Telenia was filled with joy upon witnessing the fact that the barbecue from the previous night had been entirely consumed by the mercenaries. The greatest delight for a chef is to see their creations devoured in full by patrons. This brings them more happiness than 100 compliments could ever convey. Thus, from the memories gleaned from the emperor's consciousness, Mexico understood that to disrupt the martial world, one must seize the perfect opportunity. Decades prior, the former emperor had already begun laying the groundwork, establishing organizations composed of formidable individuals such as the Six Gates, the Divine Marquis Mansion, the Dragon Guard Manor, and the East and West factories, among others, to thwart any potential upheaval. Although Mexico was aware that the power of the Great Way may not manifest in a sudden surge akin to that of a super scion, he believed that with diligent cultivation, the pace of his growth might not be inferior to that of the scion's lowly constitution. It was as if two lines, once intersecting, diverged after passing through a singular point, each following the trajectory preordained by fate, never to converge again. Where else could one go? Ultimately, there was a destination. The old man had come to bid farewell to his brethren. Du Lao wore a look of awkwardness. Lu Yao, why do you insult me as a dog? Even the dim-witted Situ Tianen could discern the implications behind Lu Yao's words. This was the result of discussions among the leaders of several nearby villages, who collectively signed and stamped their agreement, dispatching representatives to the county seat. One objective was to report the selfless teaching efforts of Zhou Lan, while the other aimed to secure a teacher for your classes, Jian Xin explained while wrapping dumplings. In that realm, there were no boundaries of time or space. I floated there, awaiting an unknown outcome. Every day, I spoke while burying my head in my hands, isolating myself from the onslaught of fearful thoughts. In truth, I had long desired to return that fragment of your true soul to you, but had never found the opportunity. After this endeavor, I shall fulfill that promise. Longyang assured the ancient souls. Wu Qing shrugged, indignant as he remarked, heaven knows how that wildling survived. Yet, hesitation flickered across his face. The girl nonchalantly sat upon my bed, casually picking up the iPad that lay beside her. Lin Jian, fuming, cast aside Lu Shasha's corpse, his neck stiffening. Ignoring the severity of his hand injuries, he was about to charge at someone when, unexpectedly, a cacophony of weeping filled his mind. Volume 1. Chapter 29. The Reincarnation of the Thunder God. Is that so? The voice of Haroheim was laden with astonishment and disbelief, even trembling slightly. The Susanoo was not shattered by the lightning shadow, yet the tremendous force propelled Uchiha Madara backward at an alarming speed. Have prices fluctuated significantly? Subaru Nizuki exchanged a puzzled glance with Rem beside him, then shook his head in confusion. Are prices really that volatile? Why was I completely unaware? Fortunately, Naruto. What are you doing here? Didn't you ask me to cover your attack? Uchiha Itachi paused, gazing at Naruto Uzumaki, who was helping him to his feet. A formation? Yang Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He had previously contemplated numerous methods, including formations, yet he was confined within the parameters of arranging such formations, entirely neglecting broader possibilities. Now, with Gongsun Ling's unexpected advancement in a formation, an ancient memory stirred within him. However, at that moment, a fierce wind swept behind him, and he felt a sharp pain in his neck, causing him to collapse, his vision fading to black. It was quite possible that the millions of troops from the Chinese Empire would await the Allied forces and the British and French armies to exhaust each other before launching a direct assault, obliterating them all at once. Ernie refrained from urging Yang Rui to endure, remaining silent. They were negotiating talent, not endurance. After a brief conversation, he believed Yang Rui to be a sensible individual, one who would not act recklessly. The prominent merchants exchanged glances, their hearts laden with dread. Had they received the news a few days earlier, they might have been prepared, at least managing to find Yang Hao before the fleet returned victorious to forge a path. Behind the Colosseum lay the prison area, which would facilitate the doctor's selection and testing of experimental subjects. Releasing these prisoners would undoubtedly incite great turmoil, thereby buying time. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination of the 5 million, De Wong was left with no choice but to forcibly escort him away. Was this not reminiscent of a century ago when she chose to crawl through a dog hole for entry into the Sunyuga Palace? Only to be bitten by the very dog? He fabricated a statement to provide this foolish girl an avenue of escape, sparing her further embarrassment. Xiaowan tilted her head. Leaning against the wheelchair, feigning sleep, she wished to avoid the sight of Dongfang Yi's face. More importantly, she did not wish to meet the curious gazes that were observing her. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment Xiaowan entered the vehicle, a Tibetan Mastiff also leapt into his compartment. "Stop, please," Li Mo implored, genuinely fearing that she might continue, uttering phrases about life and death, about inseparable bonds. On the cobblestone path of the long street, the occasional sound of hurried hooves echoed from outside the window. Baizé sat within the room, listening to the rain, his thoughts disturbed by the sudden downpour, preventing him from finding rest. If his objective was a meteorite, then his focus would shift towards it, leading him to a state of complacency, at which point the opportunity would arise. Jiefeng maintained a serene expression, fearlessly unperturbed, converging with the real man Cheng Yang to support each other against the onslaught of numerous adversaries. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Dongqing began researching the scale of internet users and the development of next-generation network transmission technologies. He even neglected the World Cup. In a prior simulation, Li Yi had invited some football hosts to provide their assessments. These hosts unanimously believed that the worst outcome would be a draw. Whether they could win depended solely on their ability to score, refusing to remain stagnant. He had almost made it a habit to keep his vision continuously engaged in dynamic imagery. Just as those 2 gusts of cold wind penetrated Tuo Fei's skin, he shuddered. A bone-chilling sensation coursing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, accompanied by auditory hallucinations. What on earth is happening? Who can provide an explanation? How shall we draft our report upon returning? Should we state that these drug lords were resolved by others before us, leaving us merely to clean up the aftermath? Accompanied by a dull thud, the bandit who had just seized Liang Shui was sent flying like a deflated sandbag, crashing violently against the bank's counter, rendering him unconscious. Wudong Mountain, located in the southwestern region of Diyun City, towers into the clouds, a place of exquisite beauty, perpetually shrouded in mist. It is the only primeval forest within Diyun City and a key protected area designated by the city government for tourism development. Although it is still morning, many visitors have come here to enjoy the scenic splendor. Dazzling sparks erupted in the air. Yet not a single bullet could penetrate the palm of the young man before them, let alone claim his life. Upon hearing this, Baihu instantly comprehended that I had likely caused Jin Guang to falter as well. Otherwise, given Baihu's understanding of Jin Guang, a man known for his fierce disposition, it was evident that if even Jin Guang dared not act, the reason for the recent slap across the face became clear. Baihu could not harbor hatred for Jin Guang, and thus redirected his resentment towards me. However, the 2 individuals in the vehicle remained vigilant of the northern forest and the people to the west and south, oblivious to the lurking Chun family ambush not far away. The issue of vote solicitation could not be entirely eradicated. The actions of the Wanli Financial Research Institute could certainly be deemed as vote buying. Yet, the transparency of the voting process instilled a sense of caution in the voters. The players grew increasingly animated in their discussions, eventually fantasizing about seizing control of the Phoenix dynasty and establishing their own dominion. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Luoying smirked internally, though her face betrayed none of her amusement. With an innocent tilt of her head, she gazed at the leader and queried, "How do you know those individuals are not dead? You have not even seen them." Her tone carried a hint of peculiarity, laced with a touch of reluctance, as if genuinely captivated by the leader's words. What does it mean to be like before? Does he remember? Lin Zhejia felt dazed, staring blankly at Shangguan Jie's retreating figure, yet remained silent. After sitting alone for a considerable time, Lin Zhejia gradually made her way back, though a lingering sense of confusion remained upon her face. Originally, he intended for the demon boss to eliminate all players of the Hongmeng Guild before making an appearance, but he did not anticipate their call for assistance. Great-grandfather, I wish to write a letter to Mom and Dad and send it to them tomorrow. Is that all right? Zimming inquired. Gu Qingyuan had likely taken a moment to step out, still clad in a white coat, with his hair cropped short, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. He Weiye, dressed in a suit, was enjoying a cigar. Volume 1, Chapter 30. Is this wretched wine truly worth 100 pounds of grain? Having received a flattering compliment, Jian Ke felt a surge of self-satisfaction, despite the bleak prospects of his cultivation journey. The acumen he honed in the mundane world surpassed even the most accomplished masters residing atop the mountains. The matriarch urged her to compel Gu Yenji to consume some delicacies. However, Gu Yenji had sought out the regent, and it would be quite inappropriate for her to coerce Gu Yenji in the presence of the regent. The white wolf gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly irate youth before her, unable to comprehend his words. Qing Ruo pondered that this time it would not do to let that individual bask in the limelight alone. She intended to take action, yet lamented that her previous attempts at garnering attention had yielded unsatisfactory outcomes. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that many areas of the drainage system in the southern Jiang prefecture required excavation of the ground to locate the pipes. The enchanting beauty gazed silently at the distant figure of the young man, whose shoulders subtly trembled. She felt utterly humiliated, despite her proactive approach. This man dared to slip away, which ignited her temper. A dream? If this reality were but a layer of dreams, then who was she in her original form? She dismissed Bai Ye's existence, yet who would dare negate her own? Miao Hong initially intended to summon someone to strip Han Iran of her garments, but reconsidered, realizing that Han Iran had a point. Should this situation tarnish Zhao Songyun's reputation, it would surely lead the media into a frenzy. Thus, a single stone ball propelled the progress of the Gu realm by 5 levels, a remarkable auspice for Gu Xian. Old Jiu, to be candid, I have come here with the intention of becoming your disciple, but not merely for the sake of inheriting your teachings, Lu Xian stated earnestly. The officers on the combat ship's bridge turned their gazes eastward, and shortly thereafter, a report from the observation tower announced, at a distance of 400 meters off the starboard bow, approximately 500 meters from shore, we have detected waves caused by heavy artillery fire. You truly harbor deep feelings for Lingyan. Regardless of the circumstances, is there no request you would oppose? Dantai Ruoyan responded with an even colder tone. Consequently, the monster's attention became entirely captivated by Long Xingyu. And even the fragment of Long Xingyu's soul that had previously wounded the creature transformed from prey to spectator. The onslaught that had once targeted him vanished entirely. The late summer night had turned rather chilly. The night breeze wafted through the gauzy window, bringing with it a penetrating coolness. I gave a wry smile, rose from my seat, and exited the room. Wu Tian, still shaken, glanced at the fallen object in astonishment. It was none other than the flying magical beast he had been riding, now severed by Ling Yan's Dragon Moon battle blade. Not even able to emit a cry before its demise. Though it lacked a head, the Blood Bamboo Demon King remained steadfast, its crimson glow staining the surrounding earth. In an instant, the skies, the ground, and the air were filled with skulls, howling and baring their jagged jaws, their eye sockets radiating endless beams of crimson light. This is not an issue. Chen Zhang felt quite emotional despite his perfunctory response. Were he a celestial soldier, he would likely request Chen Zhang to assist him in securing a comfortable and lucrative position. However, as a demonic warrior, his purpose was to engage in battle. At that moment, a white shadow swiftly erupted from Chu Chen's chest, leaping onto his shoulder. The sound of the bell resonated powerfully, piercing through the air like a thunderous explosion. Observing that the attacks from the silver-haired man and the wicked old man had no effect, the expressions of the remaining individuals shifted once more. Sun Yu, Guijia, Jiasu, and Cheng Yu were renowned in history not only for their exceptional abilities, but also because Cao Cao provided them with a platform to showcase their talents. After the previous season concluded, Williams was awarded both the Best Player and the Best Young Player accolades. As the season progressed, Williams retained his title as the Best Player, earning the distinction of being hailed as the finest star in the Premier League. Yet, even with a modest appearance, he exhibited remarkable strength. Witnessing Chen Xing's spiked earth wall technique, he maintained his speed and struck down towards the wall with unwavering force. Baroque chuckled, aware that having consumed the power of belief, Combined with fragments of divine essence, the purple lightnings might have evolved into a formidable force, devoid of its previous gentleness, becoming increasingly aggressive. One could imagine that even the divine essence and demonic projections were unceremoniously suppressed by the purple lightning's power. What hope did a few wolves stand against it? When did this happen? The Xian bird, with her back turned, whispered through clenched teeth, her expression obscured. Qin Mingdai recognized the significance of the moment. Soon, the oil would reach its boiling point, and she would no longer be able to intervene. Approaching the frying pan, she prepared to immerse her hand into the hot oil. After Shenrui scaled the wall and forcefully threw the desired items to him, Shui Tinghua hurried to collect them, discreetly stowing some into his bag when he noticed that Vietnam Chi was not looking in their direction. These beings could create countless lives with merely a wave of their hand. Yet forging a connection with the Lord of Slaughter for the sake of these beings was exceedingly unwise. Meanwhile, Mao Lilan observed that after Kudo Shinichi awoke, he fixated on his hand, showing no desire to acknowledge her presence, causing her to regard the comatose Kudo with a half-moon gaze. In Volume 1, Chapter 31, Playing a Game of Truth or Dare. Although he held some anticipation that upon defeating the spider monster, it might drop a summoning scroll, he had just assured himself that Xian Indian was concealing power to surprise everyone, only to find himself startled instead. Take, for instance, the 40 Conqueror Titans currently under construction. They would require more than 2 months before they could be launched. Within the Imperial Palace, exotic celestial palaces were suddenly besieged by a series of imperial princes and princesses crashing through, leaving cracks in their wake, with the dull thud of heavy impacts echoing relentlessly. Yet, in the next instant, a streak of light surged towards his neck at an imperceptible speed. Although he did not explicitly state it, the mere act of inquiring about the possibility of a challenge indicated that he harbored such thoughts. Upon hearing the sound of a crisp snap, Lu Xinping smiled momentarily before returning to his usual demeanor. Then he unleashed another beam of sword light. As the 6th beam was struck, the entire formation emitted a mournful wail, and the bloody environment shattered like glass. Sherman opened the star map, observing the number of Stargate transitions in the surrounding star systems, hoping to ascertain whether an organized fleet was approaching, thereby allowing for adequate preparation. In the rear hall, the young Sun Quan was lost in thought as he gazed at the map. Upon receiving word of Zhou Yu's return, he quickly rose to greet him. However, at this moment, he desired to practice this particular skill. Would a body cultivated from the illusory materials of the Shadow Realm face a reset? Would it truly be unharmed? Chen Shui inquired with a hint of doubt. If it were her, she could not confidently claim to be unscathed. The sacred beast mountain wound and coiled, resembling an endless stretch of the Milky Way, its vastness rivaling that of 2 provinces in the Longwu Empire, encircling the Longwu Imperial Assembly like a colossal arm. At this juncture, Qin Juanxi had almost deduced that they were not truly within the world of Ghost Blows Out the Light, but rather in the realm of a movie. Attaining his desires so effortlessly left Qin Juanxi feeling devoid of a sense of accomplishment. Observing Qiao Xian and Qin Juanxi, Duan Hanqin and Qingqing could no longer bear to watch. The heavy sword, originally aimed at the mechanical sphere, was suddenly intercepted by the Sea King, sending the dimensional survivor flying away. Ali sustained 100 points of combat damage, leaving him with 3,900 health points. With a thunderous boom, the lake erupted, waves soaring high into the sky, unleashing countless streams of water. These streams danced amidst the celestial bodies of the sun and moon, sparkling in the sunlight before evaporating into vapor and dissipating into nothingness. Yu Haili had already taken the initiative, placing both hands firmly on his son's shoulders, his gaze intense and his tone fervent. Hua Xi's eyes scanned the plethora of treasures, leaving him dazzled, though he realized they were merely for observation. Tao Ran quickly reined in his thoughts. This was a matter of saving lives, not taking advantage of others' misfortunes. After years of Taoist practice, faltering at this crucial moment would be inexcusable. The term lowly status is universally scorned, and for Tsang Juyo to mention it now was akin to slapping Mindanen in broad daylight. Professor Su also furrowed his brow, pondering how someone of Han Jiaowei's refinement could possibly be a scion of the Han family. It was indeed a tragedy. Regardless of whether these individuals were sincere or feigning respect, the outward display of deference was unavoidable. This was precisely the life Wu Shushua yearned for. Yet she could not provide it now and was at a loss for words. That night, No one spoke. They simply sat in silence until dawn broke. Thus, Wang Zhiqing found himself in a state of deep frustration, akin to a tiger imprisoned within a cage. Unable to do anything but roar in despair, even for the simplest act of relieving himself. Meanwhile, both the emperor and the lord of Yu casually instructed Song Luoqing to handle the matter, clearly wishing to dissociate themselves from the unfolding events. She must have lost her mind to agree to Jin Feng and Fu Zhan, now feeling like an infatuated fan. Those with ulterior motives secretly reveled, hoping for Song Luoqing's demise to resolve the situation once and for all. Mu Yining cast a cold glance at Nan Shiqing, who had no time to converse with Fu Xingyang, and as she turned to leave, she answered her phone. Lin Yue had never intended to dismiss Yi Lingfeng. Her selfish inclinations would not allow for such an action. Engrossed in his cultivation, he had no time to control the influx of purple energy, allowing events to unfold naturally. All right, and Xian responded, glancing at the seating chart affixed to the luggage rack, while noting the passengers in row 9, seat C. As for Vice General Li, he had likely incurred General Zhao's wrath and was relegated to guarding the entrance, where the sentinels rotated every 5 shifts during his illustrious days. Vice General Li could stand guard for 4 shifts within. Given these prior circumstances, Ding Chunhuang could boast about being a so-called county committee leader. Luan turned to wink at Mu Qinghong, only to find her standing beside him, water basin in hand, utterly dumbfounded. Luan pondered for a moment, suggesting they observe the story's progression before making any decisions, while emphasizing the need for preparation. Thus, the family lived in a state of nocturnal disarray, collecting information for a full half-month, during which Jin Lianyu's spatial bracelet triggered various skills, such as strength, agility, and wisdom. Ji Chu had grown accustomed to this. As Vice General Li stood guard daily, charmingly coaxing them with sweet words, a task not particularly challenging. I am Liang Lian, captured by Fei Qinghe. During my captivity, I encountered Nieyu. With such a revelation, the members of the Ji family hurriedly inquired further, while Liang Lian pointed at Fei Qinghe, who was embroiled in a scuffle. Volume 1, Chapter 32, A Night of Rejuvenation. Ha ha ha. I knew Brother Han was no ordinary man. What confidence! I never expected such swift success. Even the prestigious sign of Yunyan Tower has been secured. Luda laughed heartily. Ah, what can I do? Who knows how long this horse will fly? Han Yu replied helplessly. Su Sun sighed, having given them a small sum of money, fearing it might startle them, yet after receiving the funds, their spending habits evidently remained unchanged. I must seek my sister and senior brother, Lu Huanong said with an embarrassed smile, unable to comprehend why, despite reclaiming her belongings. She felt a pang of sorrow at Wu Yuchen's demeanor. The boy drove slowly behind them, as the rain fell incessantly. Despite the elderly couple holding an umbrella, they were still soaked by the slanting rain. He could not discern the correct path, had little inclination to keep a diary, and had even changed his QQ number, leaving him with only a handful of friends, everything else forgotten. To ascertain the true circumstances of Kong Ito's death, it would necessitate the opening of the coffin for a post-mortem examination. Are you willing? Jiang Yinji inquired. Upon uttering this proposition, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their eyes gleaming with an almost fervent excitement. You are indeed Yu Yan, exclaimed Tua Baogao, overwhelmed and at a loss for words. The trees atop the mountain were sparse, providing a broader vista. Near the summit, Han Yu stumbled upon a cavern, its entrance appearing vast and the interior presumably spacious. In this final stretch, he intended to seize the moment to gather energy, which naturally required the closure of the Xiantian ancestor realm. The wisest decision was to find a king as a supporter. In their eyes, Duan Mu Fei was undoubtedly overreaching. As he stated, it was merely a momentary suppression by my Bagua mirror. Thus, it would ultimately require the intervention of that specialized police department to dispel this malevolent barrier. Ouyang Hua replied. Jiang Chun hovered above the ancient castle of the celestial demons, quietly consuming a plethora of spiritual herbs, which alleviated the emptiness he felt within. He recalled a saying he had seen in QQ space. If you feel weary, it is because God is granting you a holiday. You should relish it. Yet, he pondered whether his presence before Lu Jun and the formidable Qin Guoqiang would yield any adverse repercussions. The aura emanating from this individual was as fierce as a dragon or tiger, undeniably formidable. He was a master who had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, surpassing even that of Luo Meng, the illustrious Bei Tang family's most exceptional talent. One of the strongest among the youth of Linghai City, the genius of the six extremes, was Bei Tang Jian. They had anticipated that after their arduous journey to the first Great Wall, their spirits would soar, only to be doused by a cold splash of reality. Long Mei was as direct as ever, executing her tasks with remarkable efficiency, leaving no room for procrastination. In mere half a day, she had completed a detailed feasibility report. Currently, the 20 or so industry experts were eloquently discussing the three treasures presented by Liang Wei, yet fell silent before the Wanbao Luo fossil and the high ancient porcelain with bamboo patterns from the Wei, Jian, and northern and southern dynasties. Further validating the challenges of authenticating these items, Old Shui, accompanied by three brothers from the Jiaoxiong mercenary group, descended like a divine weapon, swiftly securing the entrance to the city of eternal night. Shortly thereafter, Hua Jiu returned with an abundance of edible fruits. Not only Mo Shui but even Yi Li and Ji Lin were overwhelmed by the sourness of the fruits she had brought, their faces contorted in response. Lin Yichen's fans frequently boasted, which was not unusual. However, upon witnessing this information, the combat enthusiasts were left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Lin Zhenming and Li Yan, in their words, inadvertently provoked the old Taoist desire for a vigorous debate. He was taken aback. With a flick of his wrist, he released the staff, extending his fingers to channel all the strength of the Wolf King into them. With a powerful grasp, he lunged toward the body of the Sea Dragon King, tearing flesh and blood as 10 fingers indeed pierced into the Sea Dragon King's form. With a forceful pull, he soared into the air, astonishingly finding himself astride the Sea Dragon King. In that instant, the necks of the 7 wolves were drenched in crimson blood. A multitude of feathers scattered as they were violently plucked, and a mournful cry echoed, as if desperately fleeing from a dire fate. The following morning, Fan Zhao visited the Hanyun restaurant. Yi Zhelang had significantly recovered, the swelling in his right wrist had subsided, and he was able to move it slightly. Fan Zhao administered acupuncture to Yi Zhelang for nearly half an hour. That night, the various lords, along with Fan Zhao and Li Ao, drank to the point of inebriation. He Yuan was ablaze with lights, seemingly entranced within the radiance of Yangzhou's night. Faced with the menacing grimace of the rogue city officials and their venomous words, the limping elder bore an expression of helplessness, his face contorted in pain, tears glistening in his eyes. With a sigh, he shook his head and bent down to retrieve the scroll from the ground. The 9 dragons' spiral halberd gleamed in the moonlight, carving a silver arc through the air before striking down upon the ice sculpture. The sculpture began to crack from top to bottom, shattering into a cascade of ice shards. And the ferocious creature emitted not a single cry, disappearing without a trace. Upon hearing this, Rainfield's heart stirred. His formation tactics were undoubtedly derived from the 3-day Magic Academy. Could these 2 elders have any connection to them? The 2 men clung tightly, their magical energies intertwining to form a shield. Yet they could not withstand the overwhelming force of magic, swiftly meeting the fate of the giant wall, vanishing from sight. Flames surged from the furnace, madly engulfing everything in their vicinity. Several disciples of O Yezi hurriedly relocated their surroundings. In Volume 1, Chapter 33, titled Bandits Attack the Village, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the glass in the room with a clattering sound. The previously shattered glass rained down more fragments, creating a cacophony. On the ground, the human populace was struck with terror, and the mighty began to employ their powers to maintain order, preventing the impact from causing excessive disruption. He had never witnessed Fang Ao in such a state, nor had he seen such a moment. Fang Ao was always a figure of strategic mastery before him. He had never encountered this unfamiliar side of Fang Ao, nor such an expression on the prince's face. Not a problem, it's simple. The components are arranged in order on the ground. Just assemble them step by step, Master Ma replied. Oh dear, it's that ignorant one meddling again. A sudden scream erupted from outside the wall. With a dull thud, in an instant, a spray of blood burst from Hadalun's shoulder. Fu Jian was acutely aware of his physical condition. His current state was even more precarious than when he faced the mottled soul-devouring scorpion during the day. The difference, however, lay in the fact that the scorpion ultimately retreated, while these grotesque-faced bats would undoubtedly not flee. Confronted with such ferocious beasts, the only recourse was to annihilate them completely. Within the confines of the cell, an overwhelming tranquility prevailed. There were no flickering red lights, no blaring alarms. Everything remained eerily silent, devoid of any change. Huajie readily agreed, as this was merely a ruse to mislead others. In truth, Prince Min possessed two memorials. One reached the emperor through official channels, while the other required the Min Wangfei to personally deliver it to the palace, a matter of utmost importance, as the prince harbored distrust for anyone else. After completing these tasks, Jian Beiqing inexplicably felt a surge of relief, lighting a cigarette and quietly waiting as he smoked. Han Guangjin, observing his demeanor, felt a deep sense of discomfort. As he watched, his eyes began to redden, prompting him to glance at Tang Xiao. After Elder Jiang finished speaking, he led Elder Rong, Elder Jia, and the seemingly reappeared Jin Xing to take their seats on the row of horizontal benches in the middle. It turned out that Tuoba Shiru's earlier strategy was to divert the opponent's attention, thereby granting Mei Yanxin the opportunity to act. If one were to inquire why Mei Yanxin was so cooperative, perhaps only she herself knew the answer. When Jian Beiqing plundered the Mu family, they had exerted considerable effort, and thus, following the Mu family's downfall, Jian Beiqing presented them with one of the Mu family's villas, valued at over 20 million. Now, they had become the true masters of the Mu family. Luo Qing'er navigated through the blooming flowers and entered their realm, greeting Ling Shi with a smile. Ling Shi found her exuberance amusing and nodded in acknowledgement. Si Qianai buried her head in the crook of his shoulder, murmuring, "I need to use the restroom." Perhaps it was due to consuming too many hydrating beverages that she now felt the urge. Li Luosheng forcefully extricated her hand from Mu Yiqing's grasp, subsequently delivering a few punches toward him. With each surge of her growing anger, she felt her strength intensifying. The elder, appearing as one who had weathered numerous storms, turned calmly to the young ones behind him. Xiao Daoyun, while refining materials, also had to exert his magical power to maintain the refined materials at the edge of the earth fire, striving to keep them active. However, this demanded an alarming expenditure of his magical energy. Those items chose their masters based on fate. Now, do you comprehend how to select? Even if you could devour me, you would ultimately be destroyed by it. It is far better to follow him. He will not lead us into unforeseen peril. The Dao fire continued to persuade the heavenly fire. Recalling past events, Gu Chen's hand, which hung at his side, subtly clenched tighter before gradually loosening as he stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Xiang Mian. The ethereal snow wolves possess a mystical connection, and it was a celestial being, akin to Yi Qingji, who initially inflicted harm upon them. In her quest for redemption, she is forbidden to wield any spiritual power, demonic energy, or cultivation. She must confront these snow wolves solely as an ordinary human. Thus, Xiao Daoyun feigns a glance at the discarded washout potion. Yet he is already aware of its nature without needing to look. However, the accompanying zombies are formidable adversaries. Tireless and unrelenting, their assaults continue without respite. In contrast, the humans are utterly exhausted, as if delivering one last strike has drained them of all remaining strength. During the days of loyalty to Xie Tianyu, it must be said that he treated them like brothers, generously sharing all good fortune without reservation, be it elixirs, spirit stones, or martial techniques. Surrounding the dragon's form, the void has transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, clearly unable to withstand the dragon's might, resulting in rifts within the fabric of space. Nevertheless, the terrifying force of the void fails to inflict any damage upon the dragon's body. At this moment, Erho suddenly realizes he has made a critical error by exposing his back to the enemy. Just as he attempts to roll away to evade, he finds his speed woefully inadequate to match Xiao Daoyun's swift strike. In the past few days, consumed by revision and beset by the cold weather, Lin Mike and Fong Yi have neglected to tidy their beds, leaving discarded clothes strewn about, creating a disordered scene. What should have been a rather innocuous question takes on an entirely different connotation when uttered by this man, especially in light of his wicked gaze. The several chefs furrow their brows tightly. Upon seeing Gu Xingyue enter, it is as if they have all suddenly glimpsed the light. Su Hentian lowers his gaze slightly, lingering in the hall for a moment, observing as the princes feign concern while greeting the Lord of Franxing before departing one by one. Qinma steps forward, approaching Haya, and gently taps the latter's body in several places, effectively sealing the cultivation within Haya. He then nods towards Su Qingying. Volume 1, Chapter 34, Swift Reinforcements. Grand and sophisticated? Yinshen looks at Zhen Tian in confusion. What could these three words mean when strung together? Is it permissible to use them in such a manner? You have been in labor for quite some time now, and with the full moon celebration coinciding with my own busy schedule, I regrettably could not visit. This time serves as my atonement. Gu Jianbin has brought an array of infant supplies. My name is Lei Long. After graduating from middle school, I encountered a recruitment drive. Coming from a poor family and filled with admiration for soldiers, I managed to alter my age on official documents by 3 years through a bit of cunning. As my tall stature and youthful appearance convinced the recruiters of my claim. However, reality is often brutally harsh. Thus, even the most exceptional warriors find themselves unable to stir any tempest in Sri Lanka, in the land forsaken by the divine. Consequently, the prospect of following the magical counsel and seizing a chance to realize their ambitions presents an immense temptation to them. Last night, despite consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, Ziming remarkably felt no fatigue, engaging in video conferences throughout the night. Hai has truly become increasingly formidable, effortlessly eliminating such a sizable rodent. Kong San, ever the sycophant, noted that in the marketplace, advertisements for limited-time promotions invariably attracted throngs of customers during those designated hours. Jian Tian boiled water to prepare instant noodles. Observing that as one package was taken, another appeared in its place, while the eggs set aside remained unchanged in number. Crossing the suspension bridge, an expansive area emerged ahead, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Yet, upon glancing back, we discovered the suspension bridge had vanished once more. At that moment, I felt bewildered. Could it be that my mere words had altered the course of history? As the colossal hand drew near, Qing Huang's complexion paled further, realizing that he could not withstand the impending force alone, and he quietly uttered a warning. Although he intended to express something, he thought better of it, instead silently mourning for those deceived by the gluttonous fool. Moreover, the imposing figure beside Jiang Yang, seemingly of the demon race, emanated a palpable aura of ferocity and dominance, as if Qing Wei glimpsed another realm. Today, Bai Lin was unusually jubilant. Having ordered a bottle of red wine that was insufficient, he subsequently ordered another, consuming most of it himself. Ming Ren struck another tendon in the man's shoulder, causing the other side to sag as well. Witnessing the eagerness of those around him, Lung Ruobing felt warmth in his heart, tightening his grip on his phone. "All right, Ambassador Zhang Yi, please stay on the line for this meeting," remarked Premier One. "Damn it, Zhang Chun. Your compensation for my losses regarding the Black Thunder is not to be trifled with," Zhang Fan lamented. Zhang Chun declared, "For now, Reina will assume the role of class leader for the Super God class, with Chang Wei as the acting deputy leader. In my absence, all matters will be decided by them." With that, Zhang Chun turned to leave. On the throne, the war god Yu Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then gazed incredulously at Jiang Yang, unable to fathom that an ant in his eyes would utter such words. Furthermore, he did not wish for Tang Anru to be burdened with constant worry over Qin Shu, subconsciously perceiving Ling Mohan as a boorish and unreasonable brute, thus fabricating tales in front of Tang Anru. The members of the Peacock clan rejoiced, unexpectedly discovering their closest kin before even entering the hidden vault. Kong Qianqian had previously been groomed as the clan leader, while her husband, Haida, a black-striped tiger, could not ascend to the position within the Peacock clan. Zhang Shuowu approached Chunhaoren step by step. Under the influence of the mesmerizing powder, Chunhaoren stood no chance against Zhang Shuowu. Seeing Mu Chern block the doorway, Lu Haobo thought it prudent to first dispatch this man, allowing him to converse with Xiao He without interruption thereafter, a delightful prospect indeed. For several consecutive nights, the shadowy flames arrived as promised, silently coming and going, while Yan Ziyue seemed to be enveloped in a dreamlike aura, unable to resist the anticipation that gradually morphed into habit. However, they certainly would not remain idle, nor would they maintain the earlier silence. Meanwhile, Xiong Lang appeared oblivious, quietly bearing the burden towards the sky, silently following Yuan Yu without uttering a word. "Mother, I do not blame you, whether you strike or scold me. It is all in kindness towards me. My earlier tone was indeed too harsh. I deserve that slap," Ning Honyuan expressed, turning to comfort Ning Kursen. That night, Ling Mohan was more vigilant than ever. The slightest movement or sound from Qin Shu would rouse him, and he would gaze at her intently until he confirmed her well-being before drifting back into a light sleep. However, to his astonishment, despite facing the formidable Nirvana No. 6, Lin Aosi Luo remained remarkably composed, as though nothing in the world could unnerve him. utilizing various treacherous tactics such as hidden weapons and quicklime with remarkable ease. It was not long before the advantage in numbers diminished for Zhou Mingyang and Yang Yifan, especially with the Iron Fist Alliance. As several disciples from those sects withdrew from the Water Moon Mirror Flower, two of whom were even slain after having their Mirror Flower talismans seized. He even suspected that if the two brothers joined forces, Zhang Manyu would likely find herself in dire straits. In the first volume, Chapter 35, What if someone is devoured? What can we do? I must take her to find the key. Today is only the 4th day, and there is still nearly half the time left. We will definitely make it, Xingwei stated. The life and death demon ice armor had already been described as armor forged from the magical essence of Long Yun, a name bestowed upon it by Long Yun himself. Faced with this world-destroying arrow, Zhu Shi, stripped of the will to continue the fight, accepted it with a smile. While the Ice Star Bird, though surprised, still released the arrow. In this murky situation of unclear allegiances and rampant rumors, Su Mu resolved to first seek an audience with Helan Qinxing to further persuade him, believing that his silver tongue would surely fulfill its mission under such circumstances. Lin Xiao laughed heartily to mask his awareness that Yao Yao was referring to his involvement in drawing ire towards Yi Yinro. However, this matter was too complex to explain. The more one tried, the messier it became, so he deftly shifted the topic. I can only disappoint everyone's expectations. The situation in the land of snow is critical, and I simply cannot spare the time, Jiang Feng replied. Regarding the first step, Lu Fan called for a couple of taxis, and upon entering one, he disembarked in front of a renowned hospital in the city. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Fan emerged with a bag in hand. Checking the time, he hailed another taxi to the harbor, instructing the driver accordingly. The heavenly nation's breathtaking scenery is unparalleled and exceedingly noble. It exists ethereally above the heavens, gathering the innate holy beings from the 3 realms, for lives, 6 paths, and 10 directions, along with the supreme celestial beings. Such a paradise inevitably captivates the heart, leaving one longing to linger forever. Subsequently, the spiritual monkey also learned the true divine arts and celestial path from the ancient Bodhi ancestor. The elder, perceiving the exceptional intellect of Wukong, directly took him as a disciple. Through diligent study and practice, Wukong had achieved significant progress, and upon recognizing his accomplishments, the elder fabricated a reason to send him down the mountain. Mr. Kong, after a calculation, discovered that Marshall had long departed from the continent of Asia, returning to his homeland, the continent of America. Instead of selecting the more spacious living room, Kahara Yasushi directly descended into the basement, carrying the window-opening Hyuan. However, just as the 3 of them began to relax after the initial tension, a voice emerged from the cave behind them. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the strands of their hair, creating subtle ripples in the air. In the game, one cannot step on the white line. Any part of clothing or body must not touch the obstacles, for any contact results in a point for the opposing team. Yet, the situation has become far more complex. Yao Yi conspired with the people of Miaojiang, leading them into Baiming City, while maintaining her status as a prince's concubine. The matter has escalated to the level of treason, and Yao Yi hails from the royal court. Have you heard? Today, the beautiful Zhuang is going to take the plunge, said a burly man at a table by the street. His unkempt beard suggested he worked hard, and the muscles in his arms appeared quite robust. That day, I chuckled softly, gazing at the bioluminescent organisms in the Torii courtyard, feeling as though I had returned to bygone days. Although this room exuded a sense of tranquility, it was enveloped by another, more sinister energy. The crane-capturing dragon technique is a brutally fierce martial art, characterized by its tearing strikes. Once an enemy falls victim, a piece of flesh is mercilessly ripped away, targeting the most vulnerable areas such as the eyes, temples, or the groin. The sounds of the ball hitting the racket and strings snapping, the racket crashing onto the plastic floor, and the tennis ball ricocheting off the net echoed in succession. Before me, the bamboo forest of Shaoxiang lay in disarray. The withered yellow stalks sprawled haphazardly, unable to stand upright. The stone crow gazed down from the heavens, proudly surveying the vast and desolate land, embodying an air of unparalleled supremacy. We faced each other for a moment, and the shadow approached. As he drew nearer, I beheld a strikingly beautiful yet resolute visage, embodying strength and grandeur. Little did he realize, Wei Qingyun's connections were not as he imagined. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Liangxi refrained from dealing a fatal blow, for this was still the domain of the Western Sea, and he did not wish to become a target of the entire Western Sea clan. Let us return to Shin village. Xiao Chun felt a swell of frustration, having endured numerous setbacks that ignited his anger. To avoid revealing their issues to Lin Yan, he settled for a vague explanation. Pedro has consistently been a fortunate charm for Guardiola. Last season, he scored in 6 consecutive competitions, including the Champions League, league matches, the King's Cup, and the Club World Cup, setting a record for the team and demonstrating the extraordinary magic that resides within him. The reckless fire had not anticipated the sudden maneuver of Wei Qingyun. Although his long blade intercepted Wei Qingyun's attack, he failed to discern the true trajectory of Wei Qingyun's blade. In that fleeting moment of crossing paths, a flicker of terror crossed the face of the reckless fire. Alas, when they were merely half a mile from the stone sword, further advancement became nearly impossible. The lethal aura emanating from the enormous stone sword had materialized, forming an insurmountable and dreadfully lethal domain. With a single command from Xinyuan Tinji, those brief words ignited boundless fighting spirit among the elite soldiers, yet sealed the fate of 10,000 lives in Dongli. Father, there is no need for alarm. The walls of Beiping City are tall and sturdy, and the city is well stocked with provisions. Holding out for half a year poses no issue. We can steadfastly await reinforcements. Luo Cheng retorted defiantly. Chu Binxian found himself at a loss, speaking as he walked, while his driver from the Hua family waved from a distance, prompting Chu Binxian to hastily board the vehicle. Does Hanshi understand of father's intentions? Lin Guozhang inquired, returning with a hint of understanding regarding Lin Hanshi's feelings, yet he remained largely perplexed. I do not comprehend why I have undergone such a transformation, but I refuse to allow this emotion to dictate my decisions. Boss, someone is bullying me today. Lin Yu's voice was sweetly delicate, starkly contrasting with his masculine appearance. Upon reaching the second tier of the savage holy body, one refines the physical form with the power of the primordial spirit, even discarding the mortal body to merge with the primordial spirit, becoming indestructible, akin to ancient savage beasts, rampaging and crushing with sheer force. In Chapter 36 of Volume 1, if one is to aspire, let it be to the Emperor of 19 and the Supreme of 95. I scorn them all. At that moment, it was as if the person had been possessed by a powerful entity. While deflecting the magical doll's attack, they swiftly kicked it away with a single leg. Subsequently, they drew several more coins from the case, aside from a negligible difference in weight. The gold content remained stable between 70 and 72%. A resolute expression emerged in Xuelian's eyes. This mission not only impacted the forces behind her, but also concerned her own destiny. Moreover, even in memory of her 2 deceased comrades, she was determined to deliver the key. No, Victor's pass was merely a feint, designed to draw the defenders of Sienna's attention away from him. Victor's true intention was to pivot and evade the Sienna defender. Bai Ying acknowledged this, and Qin did not press further. Before long, Yanqi entered, emanating an aura of coldness from the outside. Peng Fanjin had indeed encountered the Hu family and Qin Guan, likely due to the prior instructions from Madame Peng. Upon entering, a gentle smile graced her face, and she engaged in polite conversation with the 2 ladies. Yet, Qin Guan could discern that the smile on Peng Fanjin's face was likely a mere facade. In the realms of the universe, encompassing the vastness of the heavens and the earth, there exist 12 grand continents, with the most significant being Zhongzhou, followed closely by Tianzhou and Dongzhou, both of comparable size. The next in rank are Shizhou, Dizhou, and Haizhou, which also boast similar areas. Within the residence, there were few male servants, all residing together. Once the individual departed, Qin Guan momentarily withdrew her thoughts. The elder known as Han Bo was named Han Li, a former steward of the Qin Yi estate. Following Qin Yi's passing, Han Li, due to health issues, took residence at Qin Yi's manor, where he also tended to the tenants of the estate. This gaze instilled a profound sense of unease in Long Xie. He was utterly perplexed as to why the other party would display such an expression before him. The sniper initially berated the submachine gun, and then the 2 exchanged it for a high-powered scope, aiming together at the head of the American Nazi Party leader. At that moment, the celebrated actor Wang Jia began his performance anew, a flicker of relief and joy evident on his face, as if he had encountered this scenario before, casting doubt in the minds of some onlookers. Wang Jia, engrossed in the antiquated charm of the shops and streets, paid no heed to the expressions around him. casually remarking on his observations. This was not without precedent. History had recorded a similar incident in America, a straightforward gang confrontation. However, at this juncture, Fang Qing effortlessly achieved a score of 200, indicating his potential for even greater heights. Nonetheless, Han Lin and Lu Chuan had lost the inclination to pursue further. Should the third young master of the Duan family stubbornly resist, it could lead to mutual destruction, an undesirable outcome indeed. Wu Tian chuckled lightly, remarking on the old man's considerable prowess, noting how he had detected his presence immediately. With a fearless demeanor, he strode forward. The Grand Commander snorted in disdain, as he had long commanded a formidable army for the Demon King, overseeing governmental affairs while other commanders, particularly Shin Fengjun, harbored considerable dissent. After Shui Baihe concluded her words, she waved farewell to the others and, along with Yilisi, transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring through the skies. I do not have a boyfriend, Luo Bai stated softly before stepping aside to tidy the room. Since he had acquired the Motalura Moving Company as an excellent cover, it was only fitting that this guise be utilized effectively. Many business ventures of Huaxing Technology Group would also be conducted under this alias in the North American market. Li He clenched his fists tightly, his arms trembling uncontrollably. He understood that Mr. Meng was still holding on. He firmly believed that Yin Shan and Meng Tian would surely return. Among the four prestigious sword sects were the Kunshin Sword Sect, Yunwu Sword Sect, Linghu Sword Sect, and Shuigong Sword Sect. Just as when he was encountered in the land of oblivion, Shunbai remains unchanged, devoid of any insignia on his military rank, stagnant in his position. This realization struck Yi Bai like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He then glanced at the other martial arts techniques available, with the more affordable ones offering merely a few dozen appreciation points, while those of slightly better quality reached only thousands, and those exceeding 10,000 appeared exceedingly rare. The technical team has essentially achieved the capacity for this type of robot to navigate a variety of environments effortlessly. The next step is to develop specific functional capabilities for this vessel. Stop! A warrior within the human alliance immediately stepped forward, conjuring defensive tools resembling shields above his head using elemental energy. The trio thus reveled in the abundant spiritual energy near the spiritual spring. A tremendous opportunity where a single day of cultivation here equates to over 10 days in the outside world, all without any side effects. The siblings felt a gentle breeze caress their cheeks, and at the same time, the embrace of Yinshan enveloped them. Just then, they beheld a face of unparalleled handsomeness gazing back at them, exuding golden energy that flowed forth like liquid. That evening, they casually dined at the hotel, with everyone planning to rest well after a day consumed by travel. The sharp, giant axe struck the left shoulder of the underworld demon, penetrating its form and cleaving downward until it finally halted at the abdomen. Chapter 37. Developing New Crop Varieties? This news was akin to a thunderclap. After delivering a slap to Yi Zian, Zhang Qiyu stood frozen, astonished that she had struck this man. Walking through the courtyard of the Scorpion Villa, Shen Shi discerned that the Scorpions had prepared their defenses long before his arrival. Despite the villa's seemingly deserted exterior, Shen Shi knew it concealed numerous individuals. At least 100. Schwerer, you can now rest assured. You have not had a good rest for several months, and seeing you like this pains my heart, spoke the White Tiger. No sooner had the words left his lips than disciples from the inner courtyard sprang into action. Though many were puzzled as to why they would capture a soul beast instead of simply slaying it, they complied with the orders. I dispatched someone to investigate. The proprietor of Shi is named Nangong Yishuan, the new president of the Merchant Association. What could be his intentions? Bai Li Ji inquired. Heiyu swiftly evaded Wang Qiuer's punch, leveraging the centrifugal force of the sword Qi Whirlwind to leap upwards, landing atop Wang Qiuer's head. Your Majesty, could it be that you are with child? The Empress, thinking that Shangguan Yueyuan had not heard, prompted again. The previous situation had been dire, with the Empress pressing hard. The maids were too frightened to breathe, fearing the Empress's stern demeanor. Yet, the Queen remained unperturbed, calmly facing the Empress's every challenge. Ultimately, leaving the Empress at a loss for words, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. The sudden appearance was baffling, and the nonsensical words spoken seemed an attempt at deception, albeit a clumsy one. Xiao Linfeng could not help but scoff. He believed in the principle of non-aggression unless provoked, and any who dared to challenge him would return crawling. The leaders expressed their gratitude in unison. "Thank you, Mr. Sun. Thank you, Mr. Sun," and hurried into the treasury to collect their rewards. Just as he was about to swing his axe, a sudden pain in his abdomen robbed him of his senses, and his hands fell limply as the axe slipped from his grasp, vanishing into thin air like a fleeting light. Wu Yulin, concerned by her mother's silence, felt pity for her and Uncle He, who were truly unfortunate. It was evident that Fiona was reveling in joy, while Sophie appeared increasingly distant. After a moment of observation, Douglas confidently appeared before them. "Ah, you have worked hard. But tell me, what brings you here?" A trace of sorrow flickered across Jiana's face as she sighed. "A chair?" Li Ji seemed to comprehend the intent of Qin Shihuang. However, upon the soldiers bringing forth a chair, he instinctively stepped aside, allowing Wu Zetian to sit down naturally. For in this negotiation, he was but a supporting character, with Wu Zetian as the true protagonist. In truth, I was well aware of the message behind Chi-Chi's enigmatic demeanor. Our discussions centered around the manuscript, and Chi-Chi had mentioned it was good news, likely indicating that the editor had approved it. "Is it about the manuscript?" I inquired confidently. Chang'e chuckled, stepping back a couple of paces before turning towards the car, leading me to believe he intended to run me over. To my surprise, he approached the rear door of the Mercedes and opened it. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Please, come inside. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." A deep voice resonated from within the cabin. Duan Chong exchanged glances with Chun Shui and the Zongzi, nodding before stepping into the cabin. At that moment, she felt as if swept into the eye of a fierce typhoon, with everything being carried away by the tempest, her strength, stamina, judgment, and even gravity, leaving her to struggle alone at the periphery. Injured, she gritted her teeth against the pain, enduring it alone, shouldering her burdens. "Mrs. Gong was astonished to find Yang Ji in a peculiar posture, her knees suspended in midair. Qinya intended to intervene, but suddenly felt discomfort in her eyes. She rubbed them, yet could not rid herself of the obstruction. Meanwhile, Yi Zhixing, Yi Zeshi, and their grandparents were in the adjacent interrogation room. Observing Yang Ji through the glass, Didi blushed with shyness yet stood upright, resolutely gazing at Su Qiao, embodying her determination. Would she still be herself if she shrank back in the face of adversity? Surrounding her was a comforting scent, reminiscent of a voice she had heard before losing consciousness. As Yushuani turned to look, the room lay empty. The moonlight, pure and radiant, cast a gentle glow upon Lian Chen's profile, imparting an ethereal beauty to her doll-like visage, which she accepted with grace. The news of the military's elite special forces brought joy to the crowd. As if they glimpsed a beacon of hope, Wang Lingyun remained silent for a moment, until she approached the illuminated crack, only to realize she was concealed within a cabinet. Pushing open the wooden door, she found herself in a modest guest house room, simply furnished yet impeccably clean. She wrapped her cloak around herself and suddenly recalled that Mu Qingya was clad in only thin garments, an inexplicable concern washing over her. Old Master Huang gently groomed his yellow-haired pet with his tongue, casually chiding Huang-san. Aside from Lin Sa, who was unaware of Jiang Qihang's volatile temper, when genuinely angered, he could be deadly. She merely informed Li Xiaoyin that the strength of a martial art lies in its hierarchical divisions and whether its foundational layers are solidly established. Hua Yi emitted a lascivious and lewd laugh, as a formidable and rampant dark energy enveloped the surroundings. During this time, Chun Zheng devoted himself to music, delegating most of the company's affairs to his subordinates. However, the domestic internet scene refocused on him due to ByteDance's launch of Douyin. The legacy of the ice god was akin to a sugar-coated bomb for Ning Ke. He now wished to peel away the sugary exterior and discard the explosive core. He Chu slowly awakened, gazing at Huang Dazhuang sitting beside him, his eyes darkened, clearly indicating a restless night. I tossed 2 large pork ribs I had purchased on the way onto the ground, waiting for Dahe to finish eating before leading him out. As the protagonist of this event, Chun Zheng found it difficult to feel joy, for once this bull market passed, he would lose the opportunity to be a prophet. Grandmother Qi Ying dared to plead with her grandmother on behalf of Boyan. With that, Zhang Qiang immediately knelt upon the ground. In the ancient battleground, blood flowed like rivers as 3 tribes clashed, their banners fluttering, a scene that felt eerily familiar, as if he had witnessed it before. The last of the giant bear dragons finally reacted, avoiding the fate of its 2 brethren. Yet the instantaneous power displayed by Sun in vanquishing the 2 giants instilled a deep-seated fear within it. Quite commendable, Yu Jingyan affirmed to Zhao Zhan. Instilling confidence in him at this moment was indeed beneficial. Volume 1, Chapter 38. Was this not a sacred artifact? Ah, truly. The unrefined essence of nature is the most beautiful. Chen Milan could not help but take a deep breath, exclaiming in admiration. A large bowl trembled as it brimmed with braised pork, topped with several pancakes. Chu Xiao devoured the meal as ravenously as a beast starved for 7 or 8 days. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of meat and pancakes vanished, and with a satisfied belch, he finally felt satiated. Yi Jingjing hung up the phone, inhaling deeply. Unable to suppress a fierce bite of her own lip, her fingers gripping the phone tightening gradually. Retreat. Leave the city at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Goshi led his men frantically toward the outskirts. Upon reaching a mile from Qingshui Pass, the military academy reported that just the previous night, the third young master and General Xiaoyu had seized Qingshui Pass. The emperor was assisted out by Tai Chi, while Yin Shang pulled up Meng Lianfeng, his expression grim. Heavy moisture between his brows, he dared not speak further, aware that the walls had ears. We have ample time ahead, Meng Zhaoyan mused inwardly. His leg injury had yet to heal, making physical intimacy somewhat detrimental to his health. However, should the wedding night pass without the customary red, it would tarnish Song Huazi's reputation. As they journeyed midway, Song Huazi finally caught up, having followed Meng Zhaoyan closely, her thoughts wandering until they settled back on him. Indeed, the rebellion of border generals was a matter grave enough to instill fear at any time. How often had heads rolled? The common folk were filled with grievances. Just as a companion inhaled sharply mid-sentence, preparing to confront Su Miao Miao in anger, the latter simply sipped her tea, casting a discreet glance his way. Li Xiao, should we gather the brothers from the club and capture that Song Ziang? Suggested the monkey. The great Qin dynasty spanned 7 provinces, encompassing 49 counties, covering nearly 1/5 of the entire divine continent, with an innumerable array of sects within its borders. As his heart pounded violently, an almost endless surge of vital energy flowed through Kratos, spreading to his limbs and bones. Suddenly, with a fierce glare, he enveloped himself in yellow earth magic elements. His might roaring through the heavens, the sudden concentration of magical elements caused a shockwave that forced many nearby to retreat. Listening to the man speak, Zhao Chong felt quite helpless. Logically, it should have been his turn to lead. Of course, it had to be someone from the Zhao family. For every participant in this endeavor, it presented an ultimate test of both physical strength and willpower. Above the primordial spirit lies the earth immortal, the realm that all cultivators yearn to attain. What realm the world destruction demon dragon truly represented remained unknown to Li Ming, yet he understood that beyond the earth immortal, there must exist even more unfathomable realms. Before the dishes arrived, he noticed Qian Yu and Yu Tian entering the restaurant as well. At this moment, there was no need for unnecessary conversation. While it was acceptable for everyone to engage in private banter, if they were to collide, they were all Chinese. Representing their nation in battle, and harmony was essential. As for the monster siege, one might wonder its importance. Yang Bufan sat down, reaching out to gently touch Qin Qin's increasingly prominent belly. Aside from her attributes undergoing extraordinary growth, Linglong had also acquired numerous new skills, leaving Yang Bufan astonished. What an incredible state this was. He unleashed the entirety of his dark energy, and from his form emerged an ebony skull armor. This was merely the most rudimentary requirement. To become an exceptionally formidable individual, merely reaching the pinnacle of a late-stage deity was insufficient. Upon arriving in Dai County, the Sword Saint and his companions dispersed to their respective positions. Lu Yi escorted Zhao Yu to Pei Zhua, requesting him to concoct healing elixirs for her. Snowflakes danced through the air, yet were repelled by the crimson glow. During their exchange, the other party gradually adapted to her newly arrived form and made another move, further highlighting the disparity between them. Strangely, when she beheld Lin Feng's smile, an overwhelming sense of reassurance washed over her, rendering all troubles trivial in that moment. Meanwhile, the guest from the island cast glances at Lin Feng as if he were a ghost. A thunderous crash erupted as the white light shattered. But the enormous blood-red sword also manifested cracks and shattered into fragments. What was happening? From where was the enchanting sound in the mountains emanating? Lin Xingyao inquired. Boss, Du Qinghong declared, your affairs are my own. It's not just about earning money. Even if it meant me, old Du, investing my own funds, I would gladly sacrifice everything for you. The disciples painstakingly nurtured over the years were a tremendous loss for the entire sect whenever one perished. Although the second round of competitions showed some improvement, they still fell short of their previous standards. The old man sighed in resignation, no matter what he said. It bore no fruit, as they exhibited little reaction. Moreover, the wild grass here was exceptionally sharp, each blade resembling a sword, gleaming with menace. Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly, "Then be prepared to roll out." Upon saying this, he closed his eyes to recuperate his excessively drained energy, simultaneously reflecting on the healing process to identify shortcomings, thereby enhancing his prowess. Perhaps due to Hong Kong's familiarity with the mainland, investors there had a better understanding of Dream Dragon's wireless value-added services, viewing them favorably without requiring extensive explanations. His body, like a fleeting shadow, alighted upon the rooftop. The third prince's residence housed several sorcerers. However, their ranks were too low to perceive the subtlety of Yu Mingxin's entrance. Lifting the green tiles, Yu Mingxin surveyed the situation within. The old man nodded. "You are correct. This training regimen indeed needs to increase in difficulty. However, it cannot commence immediately. It must be gradually implemented once Lin has adapted. Otherwise, should he choose to abandon it, our efforts would be in vain." The only remaining force was the Holy Sorcerer team, led by Sheng Fei, the most formidable combat unit, bound by unwavering loyalty to him, thus exhibiting the highest cohesion. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Such a person could incite change throughout the world. We tethered the horse to the bridge railing and walked across the expansive arch bridge, which was indeed remarkably wide. The railings appear remarkably sturdy, and the front section is quite lengthy. Surprisingly, it is not merely fishermen who occupy the area. There are also fortune tellers and vendors of wild fruits. After a day's journey, the horse-drawn carriage finally came to a halt. During this time, even mundane activities such as eating and using the restroom were conducted under the watchful eye of Gong Sun Yu's men, which instilled a sense of dread in Gong Mo, who found such an adversary formidable, given their meticulousness and cunning. Su Maoxian assessed Cui Yaxia and inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" As he opened the door and stepped inside, Yifeng was engaged in a discussion regarding the core positioning of a driver with his mentor. Meanwhile, in the office, the elder William gazed out the window, pondering a dilemma that left him in a state of indecision. Suddenly, it felt as if her arms were ensnared by malicious hands, sending a shiver down her spine and a wave of discomfort washing over her. "You? Don't be ridiculous. Brother, I question your driving skills. My cousin is the real expert. Come on, cousin." As Andre disdainfully tossed luggage into the trunk, Gulin watched the two similarly aged individuals squabble in silence, amused by their antics. After showering, Su Maoxian emerged, drenched in sweat. The two lay bare on the bed, while Zhang Bihan lit his pipe, gently embracing Su Maoxian's robust chest. Qin Hongshuang, hesitant to take charge, hurried to Qin Yan's side, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. Just as Li Jigua parked his car, a waiter in a white tuxedo approached, opening the car door with a smile and a courteous bow. Su Maoxian sat on the soft couch, smoking, his mind consumed by matters concerning the newly planned district of Jiangzhou. Since the imposition of the ban on speculative trading, certain opportunistic merchants harbored intense animosity towards him, while others genuinely seeking to conduct legitimate business praised his decision. Such a remark momentarily stunned Feng Chunliang. Realizing that the current situation might easily lead to misunderstandings by Zhou Xianxian, prompting him to shake his head in denial. Curiously, one wonders why he willingly pledged allegiance to the Holy Church, becoming a pawn under his master's command, serving the church with unwavering loyalty. Wang Xinyuan watched the television, where a news segment featured a hammer standing askew on the ground, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. "Sister 8, are you really this shy? I had thought you were a fierce tigress. Otherwise, why would Brother 8 say he fears you?" Avoiding even the banquet, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they observed the bashful Xiao Mo, though Old Tin quickly covered her mouth to silence her. Clearly, Lei Linzhan occasionally indulged in smoking behind his manager's back, as the latter forbade any actions detrimental to his image. "Ouch, that hurts," Iruhan murmured, touching her sore nose and fighting back tears. Yet, having chosen this path, she was destined for annihilation, her essence to be reduced to ashes with no alternative outcome in sight. However, some have discerned that if this continues, one day it will lead to a quagmire. Yet, the Americans, having grown accustomed to the sweet fruits of warfare, are naturally reluctant to relent. Why? Xiao hardly ever witnesses Lao Ba making such a resolute decision, and he usually holds Tang Da's capabilities in high regard. Tuzi immediately nodded, but he did not concur entirely, while he acknowledged the serious unreliability of Baozi. Reminiscent of their mother, he considered himself to be quite dependable, as she is the ambassador for CH. She has been invited to participate in a fashion show for the brand, requiring her to remain here for an additional week as a model. Sun Dazhong's sister-in-law and younger sister are both of extraordinary beauty, their allure unmatched, yet he finds himself unable to approach them, filled with vexation, particularly during the mourning period for his elder brother. The matriarch has decreed that he must not share a room with any female, leaving Sun Dazhong in a state of torment, nearly consumed by his desires, yet he forces himself to endure, suffering silently. The clash of weapons produced a melodious chime as several individuals engaged in a tumultuous melee. Yin Yushi felt a growing anxiety, unable to disengage as she protected Zhu Feng in her embrace, and could only remain vigilant to her surroundings. After Yi Bufan and Wang Kaixin departed, the sound of the ghoul's teeth crunching echoed ominously, reigniting the flames of anger within him, and he crushed the computer mouse in his grasp with sheer force. Xia Shigu breathed a slight sigh of relief, aware that the heavenly thunder had arrived. Yet she wished to inquire further about the details with Yun Yin when the second bolt of lightning struck without warning. Qiu Yi and Qiu Feng resided daily at their foster mother's home, though they were not entirely absent from their own. They would occasionally return home to check on their grandmother, feeling it inappropriate to vanish completely. Tong Li also contemplated this possibility. However, Jiaolan swore to the heavens that the kidnappers had merely brushed against her body through her clothing before handing her over to Wang Baogui and David. Just as Wang Baogui and David were about to commit heinous acts against her and Miss Zhou, their classmates burst in, leaving them with no opportunity. Give up. I have allowed you to live this long, and that is sufficient. Yun Yin maintained a calm demeanor, though his tightly furrowed brow betrayed his current anguish. The local magnate Wei Hong provided substantial financial support, enabling Chao to amass an army of 5,000 in a remarkably short span. To seize control of the world, one must first acquire it before engaging in the spoils, yet ironically, it is the family that has begun to quarrel among themselves. Jin's words were undeniably moving. Xie Qian exhaled deeply, pondering how he could neglect his son's well-being. After ending the call, Lin Yuding gazed out the window at the sun now ascended high in the sky, exhaling a deep breath. Wishing for a smooth journey on the third day of the Lunar New Year. Volume 1, Chapter 40. Plagiarizing ancient poetry requires a certain finesse. The once gently undulating terrain of the elven city began to rise, transforming it into a city perched upon high ground, resembling a crown resting upon this vast land. As she observed Yun Yi lying on the ground, Mo Rower was about to step forward to deliver another kick when she was restrained by Zhuer, who grasped her sleeve. Lin Yaru trembled with rage. Her intention was to mock Ji Xian, yet she inadvertently shot herself in the foot. At the easternmost coal mine of the county, there were 4 large shafts, and most of the workers hailed from the local farms or were soldiers with specialized training, all under collective household registration. Managed by an independent housing office separate from the county, Ji Xian found herself increasingly perplexed, unsure if her judgment had faltered, as she felt that Su Mei appeared rather peculiar that day. Wang Bue had heard of the term picking up a bargain, a phrase from the antique world, which refers to the discovery of an item's hidden value that others have overlooked, allowing one to acquire it at a remarkably low price. I had not anticipated that its previous silence was feigned. It was either unwilling to speak or deemed it beneath its dignity. Yu Bai pondered thoughtfully. With a swift movement akin to a ravenous wolf, Ing Luo lunged at Jian Li, his right hand transforming into a palm emanating threads of icy white energy. Lin Shu had not given much thought to whether Shuai Laodad and his companions would seek her out for trouble. She believed she possessed sufficient capability to handle them if they did come. Just as he thought he could finally relax, he was met with the disheartening news of Lin Xiaohuan being taken away by Hua Tianqi. Isn't it said that they happened to pass by? Why then the need for repayment? Does one think beauty grants the right to take advantage? Yi Shaoxian mused inwardly. Qian Chiyue raised an eyebrow at Yang Jiahua, her slightly strange expression revealing more than she cared to admit. She had anticipated his anger, his silence, even his abrupt departure, but she had never expected him to feel jealousy. A flush crept across her face, and the unexpected satisfaction that welled up within her left her astonished. Liang Yan regarded Li Zixiao with a malicious glint, her hand stealthily finding its way to his arm, giving it a firm squeeze. Kai'er understood that the individual before her was quite resolute in her opinions. She knew her words would likely be in vain, so she chose to remain silent, hoping fervently that matters would unfold as Yi Dage had predicted. Indeed, my lord, it appears that behind the scenes, there is a city lord's deputy or similar official who is exceedingly obedient to the city lord, and he promptly responded. The nauseating sensation faded, leaving her utterly drained. Lying on the couch, she found herself unaware that Wei Yefeng had taken it upon himself to care for her. In truth, she bore no anger, rather. She felt gratitude towards Ling Miao, for it was Ling Miao who elucidated what was truly unattainable. Zhuge Qinxue grew increasingly animated, her body trembling as tears spilled from her eyes, slowly approaching Li Zixiao to gently embrace him. In fact, the pharmaceutical structure of Kang'an Pharmaceuticals closely mirrored the local economic structure of Dongdan City. Both were overly simplistic, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable in the face of a crisis. Moreover, and most importantly, Li Xiaopeng believes that among these 2 points, the second point accounts for the majority of the reasons, as the first point seems somewhat far-fetched. After all, his acquaintance with Xie Andi is rather brief. Thus the second point emerges as the primary reason for Xie Andi's kindness towards him. The tale of the fox demon aligns perfectly with what Tao Yaoyao had surmised. However, Fa Lian discovered that it was improbable for a mere fox demon to possess such intricate formations and spells, suggesting that someone must have imparted this knowledge to him. In truth, he is not mistaken. Every town chief has enhancement capabilities, and one can fortify equipment even without an enhancement furnace. Across the street, the leader of the Mianyu people, Wu Hong, with a dagger hanging at his waist, raised his fist, causing all the Mianyu warriors behind him to halt in their tracks. As Meng An's words faded, a teleportation mage materialized beside him, accompanied by 2 enchanting figures. Gu Qingge chose this particular song for Yu Ruoyu, as she could not fathom how such a simple piano accompaniment could lead to Yu Ruoyu's downfall. With each step he took, the heavens and earth trembled, and the oppressive aura in the air grew increasingly terrifying. Ultimately, within the confines of the surrounding space, it felt akin to being at the bottom of an immeasurable ocean. The weight of the pressure was such that even an iron hammer could be flattened into a pancake. Lu Shutong initially possessed great enthusiasm for his role as a web editor. Many renowned editors in the industry commenced their careers from the grassroots level. And even as web editors, they could unearth promising talents. As Chunyu grappled with the pressure of this word, he felt a weariness that surpassed even the fatigue of combat in the Great Array or during the Ascendant stage. Wukong understood that the Mid-Age War was a significant turning point, a battle in which many had not participated, suggesting that the Sanqing had aimed to preserve the flame of hope. They had likely prepared themselves for the possibility of death. A figure emerged from behind a tree, stunning Jian Yang with her breathtaking beauty. Yet, this visage bore an unsettling familiarity. For years, Dongfang Lianma had been suspected of having close ties to the Xia kingdom. Yet he was precisely the one who ardently sought to eradicate the remnants of the Western Xia. Even someone as clear-headed as Zhao Wuan, upon learning such news, would likely be filled with doubt. Volume 1, Chapter 41. A poem shakes the literary world of Daqian. This fact, Lu Taijun also acknowledged to be true. However, based solely on this, it could never serve as a bargaining chip or justification for his defection from the white to the black. Jier believed he was someone else, a notion that proved to be a mere wishful thinking, and shaking her head, she rose. Aren't we supposed to dance? Extending her slender jade hand, Qian Ruo found herself in a perilous situation, pleading with Qian Li to endure for a moment longer. Shen Yifeng continued his actions without lifting his head, his tone exceedingly gentle. Kill. The subdued lizard man seemed to realize that it was time for him to take action. If he hesitated any longer, his warrior spirit might shatter, making any future return to his kin an arduous endeavor. Zhou Li and the 10 or so foundational cultivators remained motionless, their expressions cold, gazing into the distance at several locations. The silver soul beast opened its mouth and wept bitterly, crimson tears cascading down its cheeks, transforming into red pearls upon hitting the ground. Grateful to me? With your relentless digging, you'll turn to bubbles before even reaching a tunnel. How could you express gratitude? The miner gazed coldly at Zhou Li. At the very least, you ought to show some sign, shouldn't you? It is often said that practitioners of the beast sword way are the most heartless. In my view, you are even more callous than they. Fei Beinu furiously pointed at Qing Meng, cursing him. Shen Tianqing had long since vanished, but given his formidable skills and familiarity with the palace, Hua Lingyu and Luo Shui paid him no mind, knowing he had his own affairs to attend to. The Haoyan divine bracelet, its golden beard now stained blood red, remained silent, while beside it, the gluttonous beast stifled a laugh, a sly grin forming on its wolfish face. Just then, the heart of the engine spoke suddenly, beckoning Guan Yu, and together they vanished into a swirling cloud of darkness. The sweet potato in his hand was pierced by immense energy, its internal temperature rising rapidly, releasing a delightful aroma. I have broken my promise. What will you do about it? Dou Wuji chuckled dismissively, regarding Feng Chunhai with utter disdain. As for the previously jovial President Clement, who had been waiting in the banquet hall, he vanished without a trace the moment Loren won $1 million. No one knew where he had gone. He became so immersed in emotion that he intertwined the experiences of 2 lifetimes, losing track of what belonged to the past and what to the present. Now we must gather the surviving heroes to discuss how we can defeat the chaotic demon, Neza said, patting Daji on the shoulder. Along one side of the main passage in the cave, numerous chambers opened low, revealing only the legs of cultivators seated in meditation. Thank you, boss, for considering the struggles of your brothers. Wu Deong seized every opportunity to flatter. Thus, she was the first among the crowd to react. Save for the previously arrived Ming Zhua and Ming Yu, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Han Dong teased over the phone. The key point was that they knew they were being foolish, yet they naively removed their shoes and one by one climbed the ladder, following the leader as they scurried chaotically up and down the tree. Before receiving guidance from Guan Yu, Lu Tianhao trained to the point of exhaustion, such as that day on the grassland practicing his horse stance. After training with Guan Yu, although he still felt fatigued, he did not feel as if his life was at stake. Guan Yu's training methods maximized Lu Tianhao's overall development. Sun Qing felt an involuntary chill run down her spine. As far as she knew, the only living beings present were herself and Miao Miao, who, despite her spiritual sensitivity, could not yet speak. Just as Xiao Zhu said, they had idealized love too purely and simplified life too naively. Going to the mountains? Officer Chu believed that they should venture outside the village to apprehend individuals, as there was a possibility of catching someone on the way. Just then, Sun Muqing's agent, Cheng Fifan, happened to pass by, prompting Gu Qin to beckon him over. With Sun Muqing's recent surge in popularity, her endorsements and invitations had increased significantly. The company had long since assigned her a more prestigious agent. Following the incidents involving Gu Manli and Wen Nanping, it became widely known that the relationship between the O and Gu families was fraught with tension, leading many clients to sever ties with the Gu family for fear of offending the Jian family. Cheng Mo remained unhurried, allowing his teammates the opportunity while he observed the audience, offering Qian Shi a direct gaze. Uncertain of the location of the Ji Qi Tian Dao Peak, Chang Yueyun felt they had already plunged into the depths of the night within the underworld of Qi Tian Dao, and he sought to find that elusive peak. Sun Qing grasped Jingjing's hand and closed her eyes, channeling her spiritual energy. At the moment she shut her eyes, a faint blue glow emanated from her body. Her fear of her grandfather transformed into rage. Had she not been concerned about the villagers' gossip, she might have discarded her grandfather's corpse into the water trough in the west of the village. Lin Fei, for the time being, you must remain by my side and learn the legacy of our heart power sect. Lu Yun casually rested the silver bow against the center of the mysterious man's long sword, which flared with a murderous aura, descending like a shedding snake. Chapter 42. These are not soldiers. They are worse than bandits. Most of the cultivators attending the gathering were at the late stage of qi refinement, with some having reached the pinnacle of that stage, akin to Gui Bao, fully capable of secluding themselves to advance to the foundation establishment stage. The Eastern King had just reincarnated for the 3rd time and was beginning to awaken the true spirit of reincarnation due to the immense tribulations rising alongside Haoyan. With the red cloud reincarnating into a true spirit, he swiftly flew towards the cave's apex, yet before nearing the summit, Tian Xuanzai felt a constriction in his body as a bolt of black lightning struck from above. The hundredly floating group became ensnared like a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Not daring to linger, he immediately commanded his treasure to return to the ground, compelled to search for another route. The Emperor of Earth is also one of the 6 sovereigns of heaven, the Lord of the underworld, and the Mother of the Earth, revered by all living beings. Despite losing possession of the ball to their opponents, they excelled in metrics such as shots, on-target attempts, and key passes, dominating in key statistics throughout the match, yet still faced defeat. Barry, an experienced veteran of the Premier League, has honed a balanced skill set over the years, being adept in both offense and defense. This individual continued to compete in the Premier League until 2017, surpassing Giggs' record for appearances. Upon hearing the Fairy Lingyi's threat to annihilate the golden-eyed spirit ferret, Gui Bao revealed a hint of helplessness. Bound by caution, he could not forcibly seize the ferret. Having obtained it only 10 days prior, he would not mind parting with it, but he could not tolerate the threats directed at him. Thus, Old Tywin found himself with but 2 choices: to deliver a devastating blow to the Northern Alliance before Stannis' arrival, or to turn and swiftly eliminate Stannis himself. "My lord, has something transpired?" The sound of Taoji shattering the Lingguang jade drew the attention of his betrothed, the mermaid princess, Quan Yufei. However, he found it difficult to explain such matters. Let Pei Mingyang hold on to his misunderstandings. After concluding the call, Du Ziyuan resumed his work on the comic. Xian Yuan Tianyue stood with arms crossed, his Qingming sword held horizontally, his handsome visage adorned with a hint of mirth, a touch of elegance, and an air of composure. Gazing down upon the world like a lofty sun amidst the clouds, radiating an innate kingly aura that inspired reverence. Jean Mu was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the jade pendant, smiling. It was the first time she had received such a direct gift. She had assumed she would receive it from the princess of the southern wilderness the following day. The words spoken by Wei Ruyan echoed the inquiries of Wei Ji. Thus he refrained from interruption, eager to know the answers himself. Averted his gaze, he dared not look at Wei Ruyan any longer. At this rate, he would inevitably claim her for himself. Upon opening the door, he found the living room shrouded in darkness, while the adjacent door stood ajar, lights spilling forth from within. It appeared that they had yet to retire for the night. Luo Qingyue's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could Luo Yu comprehend their conversation, and even more astonishingly, why did those individuals heed his words? Yun Duo, feeling sheepish, glanced at the crowd and stuck out her tongue. It seemed only the divine beings could persuade the common folk at this juncture. When Wei Ruyan spoke, it was naturally the shadow guards who emerged. Their rank was of the highest order, far surpassing that of He Yinran's father. She stubbornly believed the fault lay with her. Years ago, someone had foretold her fate, claiming she bore a hard destiny, destined to encounter isolation, urging her parents to send her away to become a nun. Although Yun Tian had served the nation and the current emperor well, his contributions so esteemed that the emperor personally honored him with a memorial, he could not alter the mysterious and bizarre deaths that plagued the Yun family. This was the paramount advantage of clones. Ordinary human infants could not withstand the immense storage capacity of data. During the great calamity of the underworld, King Hades had even contemplated severing its chains to send it to a place of safety. This act of kindness had transformed into the most unwavering conviction. The root cause of my mental exhaustion may not solely be the lack of inquisition regarding Neri, but rather my disdain and anger towards my own lack of self-trust, which I unjustly redirected towards those around me. This bow, crafted from human vertebrae for its frame and human sinews for its string, bore an uncanny essence, emanating a formidable aura of malevolence that shook the surrounding space and left the Qing Tian sect in awe. When Wang Meijia emerged from the recording studio, her first words nearly choked in Liang, particularly due to her melancholic gaze. Fortunately, her subsequent remarks were more conventional. Incredible. Wang Chui and Su Bing exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. How could such an extraordinarily gifted warrior be obscured among the ranks of the ordinary army? Su Xiao immediately halted. Inhaling deeply, the gaze she cast upon the individual exuded palpable vigilance. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 fans stealthily approached, intending to gently press their heads against the door, eager to discern the sounds emanating from within. A new auctioneer ascended the podium. He was the most distinguished auctioneer from the Treasure Pavilion Auction Company. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere grew solemn, and an air of quietude enveloped the room. Hearing this, Jessica refrained from further conversation with Kim Tion. Instead, she nodded and retreated into the room to assist Ouyang Lanru in packing her belongings. despite feeling somewhat intimidated by the throng of heads before her. The various tribes of the prairie inherently valued survival above all, leading them to advocate fiercely for their own interests. Please, refrain from the noise and take a look at this post. Someone remarked in an unusual tone. Yi Suiyun, reminded by her words, recalled a scene witnessed aboard the ship of Jiagong, where he feared that without Zhang Shanshi's intervention, the entire group would not survive. Individuals like Chao Gaizi truly deserve their fates. Resolutely nodding, he declared, let it be so, while simultaneously contemplating the search for the jade-headed golden dragon. Volume 1. Chapter 43. The Heart's Desire, Unfettered by East or West. I understand, Zhao Daizhao softly uttered before turning and returning to the imperial throne in the main hall. The visage of the high priest beneath the crystalline mask appeared increasingly grotesque, revealing only a pair of eyes before a transparent pane of glass. Within the glass enclosure, dozens of masked researchers meticulously observed and recorded various data points. Left to guard the main camp, though feeling somewhat disheartened, he did not dwell on the matter excessively. Entering the city of Ginkgo, it was undeniably livelier than Tongji town, reminiscent of a bustling metropolis within the realm of Taoist spirits. Numerous merchants lined the streets. And although the foot traffic was not overwhelming, the atmosphere was vibrant. Due to Kamora's lack of deliberate obstruction, the mercilessly murderous Chiritan soldiers left no survivors in this settlement. Thousands of Toadalians perished. As a collaborating entity with the United States military and defense, Lin was also invited to the Defense Contribution Awards ceremony, where he received multiple nominations. He absorbed the fire elemental energy from the surroundings, gradually integrating it into his heart. Before long, he felt his heart brimming with formidable fire energy, safeguarding his chest. His perspective, though perhaps unable to discern fleeting openings in professional leagues, easily detected the unguarded handoping during this high school competition. Missiles rapidly struck the colossal mechanical entity, partially obscured by dust and smoke, unleashing a storm of debris and flames. Following a relentless barrage, the mechanical form seemed to vanish from view. Observing this, Su Manqing felt as though her martial skills had been in vain, pondering, though their ages are comparable to mine, their martial prowess is astonishing. With just a single move, they have rendered Yuan Xiaoya utterly constrained, especially that young man in white, whose martial prowess was truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Xiaoya had deliberately orchestrated this, internally lamenting. The elders of the Shun family did not intervene with Shun Ningyu. Firstly, she had already shed tears, and secondly, they sought an explanation from the Qian family. Thus refraining from speaking, the youth seated on the prominent sofa appeared composed, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Jiang Jiyue ceased to regard her, turning instead to engage in combat with those nearby. As Lu Ling observed the skirmish, she gradually regained her composure. However, as the fighting intensified, her inherent stubbornness resurfaced. She seized an iron rod from the ground and charged forward, striking indiscriminately. There was no need for cautious probing at the periphery, we should directly charge in, disdainfully asserted Murongxia. Surrounding them remained an endless expanse of wilderness, devoid of anything noteworthy. Jiang Haochen, Jiang Haoyu, and Jiang Shui, noticing that Jiang Jiyue and manager Lu had matters to discuss, quietly sat aside, indulging in pastries and tea. Just as he intended to shout, he suddenly heard the iron gate creak open and saw an unfamiliar figure, Chun Chun, enter. Rest assured, it is not my first time venturing out, Lin Xiao remarked, playfully sticking out her tongue after inadvertently revealing too much. The reasons behind this were not beyond Zui Wuqiu's capacity to articulate. Rather, the emotional toll was too profound. To revisit it would be akin to reliving the heartbreak and deep sorrow that he desperately sought to avoid. Chun Jianfeng swiftly evaded the attack, pressing his body against a hollow in the rock wall, where his opponent could no longer reach him. Chun Zhao spoke, clearing his throat. Today, as everyone has witnessed, a considerable sum was spent. In the future, expenses will only increase. In contrast, the substantial order from the art community in West Asia was regarded by Wan Changsheng as a report card for the members of the Great Beauty Society. At 18 years of age, with a youthful appearance of 12 or 13, it was truly exhilarating to contemplate. Were it not for Zhang Fan's remarkable self-control, he might have transformed into a ravenous wolf at the sight of Li Linger's pure and charming demeanor. In the void above, feeling the power of the moon's fall, those of lower status underwent a stark transformation, fleeing as if in a great escape, while even the quasi-emperors were filled with trepidation, temporarily withdrawing from the energy circle of battle. However, upon arriving at the Imperial Medical University, he discovered that his once prized talents in the county were rather ordinary. Overshadowed by numerous individuals of superior capability, the guards no longer glared at Xiaoyao Changsheng as they had previously. They could only swallow their pride and follow in the footsteps of the young master. Under the ominous gaze of the two hulking figures, Xu and Jianfeng stood resolute, coldly returning their stare. Gu Chao seemingly had no other relatives left. Gu Nianqing and Lu Yun had divorced for many years, and the other members of the Gu family had likely severed ties with him, especially now that Lu Yun was no more. Undoubtedly, the youth had spilled the soup, scooped fresh water from the tank, and placed it back on the stove, intending to prepare another pot of sweet rice balls. With a straightened back, he caught a glimpse of Luo Ming, standing to the side with a pallid complexion. His gaze darkened, and the curve of his lips slowly turned cold. At this moment, Qingwei had completely forgotten where she and Nan Chongqing were, and the ambiguity that lingered between them. Bei Dao, though shy by nature, had been subtly influenced by Ying Yi and had developed a touch of rebellious spirit, unwilling to tolerate even the slightest hint of complacency from her teammates. It was her belief in Sang Yu that led her to entrust the final shot entirely to her, confident that she would emerge from Lu Sheng's shadow. The prince received news that the wife of the Marquis of Pingle had learned of the eldest son of the Yun family and had departed for Tsangtsang Mountain 4 days prior. Before leaving, she had sent a message to the princess, but it was intercepted by the steward of the Yun household. Outside the carriage, a man stood with cupped fists, respectfully delivering the news. Cui Jingxian, upon graduation, diligently sought a position at Yikai's company. Through her unwavering efforts, she had quietly ascended to the role of chief administrative assistant, progressing step by step toward her goals, always believing that the place's dreams could reach would eventually be within her grasp. Volume 1. Chapter 44. An unintentional encounter at the brothel, where one pushes open the door to revelry. The fourth prince journeyed to Jiangnan to inspect the rain situation, aiming to resolve the current financial shortage, while also concerned that should another person undertake the inspection, the matters of river works could be used against him. As she let her heart's blood drip into the Buddha's tea, a golden light appeared, gradually expanding and extending. After admonishing Ruoli not to drink any more alcohol, Chu Yuan soared towards Songming Valley with a robustly dressed man. Moreover, prior to this, Qin Wuliang had brought the emperor's original words that one day he would lead an army to trample the capital, causing the Qin family to weep rivers of blood and leave no trace behind. After consuming a bowl of light and non-fishy fish soup, Mo Fu felt a warm sensation enveloping him, and his appetite was whetted. However, to his followers, Qin Wuliang was a man of his word. In this world, there was nothing he could not achieve. As one of the most illustrious figures in Chinese history, he had once wielded power that could obscure the heavens, effortlessly obliterating countless formidable foes. Fu Huiqing greeted Qingyu and Gu Qingyan, and just then, Lin Ping could barely contain her excitement as she announced the good news. Qi Qingye donned a white shirt, appearing youthful and upright, while Gu Chang dressed in a shirt adorned with a striking silk scarf, paired with wide-legged trousers, exuding both youth and fashion. Suddenly, flames erupted, and the black mist expelled by the ghost lord of Yingshan was instantaneously swept away. As the sun's true fire erupted, the heat wave swept over its long robe. Mu Zichen, in a state of bewilderment, moved closer, following Zhang Zheng's gaze and peering outward. Fang Dazhong turned towards the source of the voice and noticed a rotund man sitting there. It was Luo Dachong, the director of the Zhu Tingyun group. Lu Hong was aware of the taboo surrounding Lu Hong's discreet outings, which necessitated concealing his true identity. Consequently, he could only play the role of a benevolent uncle. To speak of lineage, one might as well employ this designation. The helicopter journey spanned approximately 10 minutes, while the drive, considering the peak morning traffic, would undoubtedly exceed 40 to 50 minutes to reach the school. Thus, it would be prudent to inquire, "Have you arrived?" It appears the military administration harbors no intention of annihilating the Zhang family entirely, which is a relief. Zhang Qishan did not rise, merely glancing at Su Xingxia and offering a slight nod. At this juncture, the other 34 extraordinary beings had similarly donned their metallurgical space suits and, shouldering their respective large crates, approached the wormhole. Situ Yao comprehended the situation thoroughly, and with Zhao Hui's solemn admonition, she assured that no mistakes would be made. "What's Yubing?" engaged in jest moments earlier, did not immediately grasp why Sun Yu's voice had quivered, yet a gentle whisper from Wei Qing provided an impeccable explanation. However, why had Cui Yan, having discerned Cao Cao's deceit, refrained from taking further action? Was it truly merely out of compassion for an innocent newborn? The moment Sun Cheng's gaze fell upon the golden spiritual horn, he abruptly rose, startling Lu Bao, who was conversing with him, into stunned silence. With a swift stroke of the Demon Slayer blade, the first form of the Great Sun Blade technique manifested, revealing a blade of light over a meter long in midair, which then transformed into a colossal sun-like radiance, charging towards the opponent's silver arc of blade light. This third cup is dedicated to those who labored diligently and earnestly. What say you, Lexington? Chang Fei glanced towards Lexington, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Yang Tian utilized his divine will to wield his sword against the rope. Yet the rope seemed animated, rebuffing the blade twice before ensnaring Yang Tian in a tight knot. The power of true flames merged with a portion of the dragon vein's essence, surging into the Demon Slayer blade. Without hesitation, Sun Chung unleashed the dual sun's brilliance. A remarkable technique. Faced with the three adversaries, Yang Tian laughed heartily, for he was now a celestial being. While the trio before him merely reached the pinnacle of dark energy, not even having attained transformation, how could he regard them with any seriousness? Especially after nightfall. The tedious patrol duties became unbearably monotonous, easily inducing drowsiness, and with little to occupy one's time, the Shadow Division offered scant opportunities for leisure, naturally clashing with Xingsuan's temperament. Behind Fong he stood the heavenly realm. What was an ordinary power for him was perceived as an absolute force in the outside world. Come here for a moment and help shield a bit. I may need to lift her clothing to prevent others from seeing, Fong he lamented, resorting to attempting the massage technique from Hua Tuo's medical arts. If you refuse, we shall take everything. A chilling voice emanated from the bald elder beside the king of 10,000 demons. At this moment, Lin Susu was clad in a tight-fitting black lace undergarment, reclining on the sofa with her eyes closed. As the carriage rolled to Naiha Bridge, Lung Mose retrieved 2 white lanterns from a hidden compartment, handing one to Ji Lingrong. As the guards stood at the entrance, a bespectacled figure resembling a student hurried down from above. Mo Li merely raised an eyebrow in curiosity, remaining silent. The world is filled with sounds that often bear resemblance, and this alone could signify nothing. Furthermore, Mao Lian had been witnessed entering the mortuary by him. No matter her capabilities, resurrection was beyond the realm of possibility. What is your connection to the Qianji kingdom? During these few days in Wu County, Long Xiaoyan had nearly resided in Qianji kingdom, which stirred great suspicion in Hilanyao. As the three stepped outside, they encountered a burly man standing in the courtyard, none other than their cousin, Qiu Yuqian. The wealth he amassed came easily, and thus he felt no remorse in spending it. However, the thought of spending 1.64 million on a jade bracelet left Xiao Nian feeling somewhat pained. In the mirror, Zhang Heng and his companions stood behind Ding Xintong, and as she twirled the fruit knife in her hand, the restroom light began to flicker ominously. Chapter 45. What is the purpose of your request for silver notes? Truly, your 7th company is remarkable. Despite such significant casualties, it is indeed an honor, remarked Captain Yang with a sardonic tone. To be candid, I do not particularly enjoy studying. Yet I am fortunate to have mastered sign language. Caesar shrugged. He turned his rigid neck to see a tall, round-faced, balding middle-aged man. The iron cage imprisoning Qingluo Hong was shattered, meant to confine the owner of imperial artifacts, and it was indeed a cage crafted for a righteous genius. Yet under this sonic wave, it was utterly obliterated. Dishes made from elm flowers, elm flower dumplings, steamed elm flower, scrambled eggs with elm flowers, cold tossed elm flowers, and fragrant fried elm flower cakes were all present. Mo Lingfeng firmly pressed her feet into the stirrups, her legs clutching the horse's belly, tightening the reins as she steadied herself atop the steed, with the setting sun casting a resplendent silhouette behind her. Lu Qingji became acquainted with Min Erlang through a treacherous scheme by their kin, which nearly cost her virtue and forced her into marriage. It was Min Erlang who rescued her, providing cover that allowed her to escape unharmed from peril. Once the door was opened, a steady stream of patrons flowed in. Ensuring business was never a concern. Everyone was busily occupied, scarcely able to pause for breath. In a bid to assert their stance, the Tang family coerced the elder sister into marrying the crown prince. She resolutely refused, ultimately being driven to her death by her kin to eliminate future threats, thereby securing the crown prince's trust in the Tang family and his promise of rewards upon his ascension. No, please do not. Yet Sheng, who had already scooped her up, running off with a shout. The tattered shirt and denim jeans, stained with dirt and sweat, had vanished, replaced by a splendid silk Tang suit. Unless the underworld could be restored, the chasms of the nether realm would remain perilous, akin to the heavens. The transformation of Gu Nie's soul enhanced its quality, yet offered no significant increase in its strength. Well, can you not tell? I suspect your mother wept when sending you to the airport, didn't she? Lu Jian could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing the news, the League recognized that several clubs would never consent to Yin Shen's retirement. As for his withdrawal from the heavenly domain, given Yin Shen's character, he would never abandon it without substantial reason. At that moment, Xiao Xiao was restrained by Huang Chutian, while Hui Yuhao lacked direct offensive capabilities. Just as they were on the verge of despair yet again, Hui Yuhao, who had remained silent, suddenly shouted Wang Dong's name, and a fleeting flash of purple-gold light flickered in his eyes. Because he was surrounded by vital energy during his lethal actions, the blood was repelled and did not stain his garments. If one were to identify the source of the greatest concern for Li Yuan, it would not be the bustling Hedong nor the imminent conflict in Zhonghui, but rather the Shandong region, previously occupied by Dou Jianda and his former subordinate Lu Haida. The players' grievances were profoundly genuine, to ensure reliability, or perhaps due to technical limitations. The content of these VR masterpieces appeared somewhat mediocre. Although the quality surpassed earlier VR games, it still fell short of players' expectations. Upon the revelation of the required medicinal herbs by Mingyue, Lin Xiaoying's heart involuntarily tightened. These spiritual herbs were exceedingly precious, and he could not recklessly hand them over to a captive of the spirit hall without careful consideration. Only upon reaching their destination could they commence the development of the gold mine and initiate city construction. Once firmly established, preparations for the relocation of their kin could be made in accordance with the actual circumstances. He raised the teacup to take a hearty sip and was about to rise when a faint blue light flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a surge of green smoke rising from beneath his feet, swiftly dissipating into the air. The elderly man paused momentarily, regaining his composure after a few seconds, and gently rubbed his abdomen. Most computer-generated three-dimensional visuals were colorful, and the mere thought of it filled Qian Jing with despair. What should he do next? He blurted out. Through the NPC's narration, players learned that a cataclysmic battle had once transpired here, with the two giant remains on the mountain serving as relics of that conflict. The flesh of these colossal beasts possessed the capacity to contend with mechanical monsters in this era, once formidable in the demon beast rankings. The swift windfire python had a relatively straightforward method of attack: fire-breathing, charging, and biting. If one could devise a means to counteract these three tactics, it would effectively suppress the creature. Regarding these individuals, Zhu Zhangji remained indifferent, scarcely caring whether scouts had detected their presence. The arena trembled violently, nearly on the brink of collapse, as the formation distorted and shook. Had it not been for the powerful artifact wielded by the middle-aged man in purple, it would have long since succumbed. Xie Yin paid no heed to the warriors of the evil wolf clan, gracefully striding toward the center of the temple. Although the design of the temple was identical to the first level, she navigated it with familiar ease. This matter had already receded into the past, and she had gradually come to terms with her sorrow. However, now, stirred by the melody of the qin, memories surged forth anew, evoking a quiet heartache that she could not dismiss. Certainly, the talents of my father-in-law are truly remarkable. Yi Fan surmised that this must be a result of accumulated experience. Once the constraints on his cultivation vanished, his potential erupted, enabling him to ascend to the status of an immortal sovereign. For 1,200 spirit diamonds, esteemed friends, is there anyone willing to increase the bid? If not, the elderly man with white hair proclaimed with a voice as resounding as a bell from the auction stage. The black-armored demon bear, realizing its magical techniques were ineffective, began to fight with desperation, roaring with a ferocious intensity that transformed it into a bloodthirsty beast, infused with boundless killing intent and savagery. Weren't you once like me? Su Xin chuckled lightly, subsequently sitting beside her. She untied the ropes binding her hands and also released her acupoints, having tied her up earlier out of necessity while searching for food. At this moment, Chen Nua's face had turned cold, and his shifting gaze and the pitch-black surroundings could indeed evoke fear. Dian Wei felt a commotion within, hesitating to make a definitive statement lest he speak incorrectly. As someone approached with deer antlers, it became evident that once they were secured, neither horse nor man could pass, inevitably leading to entrapment. Without a moment's thought, Han Meng seized a nearby individual with bare hands and hurled him away with a shout, then charged forward. It was no wonder Yuan Hong was astonished. The fame was indeed overwhelming, rivaling the brilliance of the moon over the sea. The mere presence of this figure exerted unparalleled pressure that rendered him nearly incapacitated. Really? Upon hearing Media's response, Zhou Chao could not help but express his surprise. Although he was aware that this journey to the Nether Realm might yield extraordinary rewards, he had not anticipated such a significant breakthrough that directly resolved the long-standing dilemma troubling the trio, facilitating substantial progress in the power analysis work. Volume 1. Chapter 46. My dear girl, allow me to correct you. It's 2 men and 1 woman. Following the illuminated beacons along the path, Yi Qingyan and Yi Li arrived at the restaurant. The dining table was vast and peculiarly shaped, already laden with an array of unfamiliar dishes to Yi Qingyan. Among these peculiar beings, some were merely born with minor ailments or were frail, while others faced severe deformities or even premature death. I will kill you. In the next instant, Hart finally reacted, his fury igniting. Furthermore, with an additional 80,000 points of negative emotional value, there was no hesitation. Defensive measures must be prioritized. Since the second mock exam, Gong Yang had increasingly participated in answering questions during class, and the students of Class 2 in their senior year had long since grown accustomed to his progress, aside from the initial shock in the first few days. I don't need that. Xixin shook her head, jesting. The interrogation room beneath dawn still holds Yulan captive. To have this shadow manipulator accompany me would be to expose myself. Recollecting those harsh words, Rong Xia could not help but feel remorseful, realizing that as a mere maidservant, she was powerless to defend her master, unable to articulate even a few words in her favor. As soon as Gong Yang stepped out of the company, his phone rang. Upon seeing the name Yi Shifeng flickering on the screen, he instinctively moved to the side before answering the call. Qing Chun, the old woman, hurriedly retreated, seeking refuge behind the peculiar figures of the green-clad specter and the devilish elder. The garments were entirely handcrafted, with the attire of the servants predominantly made from hemp, while the visiting relatives, as well as his parents, donned exquisite clothing made of cotton and silk, soft and refined. The meticulous craftsmanship and opulence even surpassed the gowns and wedding dresses witnessed in his past life. This year, the winter sweet bloomed several days earlier than in previous years. It had not yet entered the 12th month, yet it blossomed profusely. Empress Chang's son continued to fiddle with a few flower branches, commenting on their early bloom. Consequently, even though Barbassa was not a member of the royal aristocracy, he bore no grievances regarding his nomination for the title of Poet Laureate of England. Ning Gang had never contemplated severing this connection entirely in one swift stroke, for its size was too daunting. What he aimed to do was to continually strike at the same wound with his blade. It's me, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Should I inform grandmother to summon the doctor? Upon seeing Xia Ke's expression return to normal, Chu Qian felt utterly drained. Realizing that crafting such a difficult piece was not as formidable as it seemed, he recalled once telling Huixiang that 30 billion would suffice, and that the remaining amount could cover his expenses from the previous shopping trip at the Wanwu Tong. To his surprise, Huixiang transferred the entire sum without leaving a scrap behind. The old man snorted disdainfully, seated in the secret chamber, and with a mere gesture, he pierced through the spatial rift, as if plucking an item from thin air, directly aiming for the reclusive Dan god. What on earth? Is it really necessary? Sukin exclaimed in shock, hastily calling for it to cease. Moments later, the two-headed silver wolf erupted violently, transforming into a peculiar essence of spiritual energy. Naturally, such remarks were merely a means for the team members to vent their frustrations. While formulating their battle plan, they considered the possibility that Chang'an City might not open its gates today, leading to a city-wide manhunt, which would prevent them from returning to the Martial Hall on time. Lao Bei was acutely aware that, thanks to his spectacular coaching in these 2 remarkable seasons, and his contributions akin to that of a savior, he could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the world's elite coaches. Although the skirmishes here were evenly matched, what transpired elsewhere was a different story. The troops brought by the Han were utterly decimated, mercilessly pierced by arrows, followed by the cruel removal of their heads. I will temporarily assume the position of the Grand Lawmaster until you find a suitable candidate to replace me. Sun Yang felt a twinge of regret for having heeded Hu Yanxio's persuasion to come to this master hall, never anticipating that this seemingly honest and dependable senior brother harbored such cunning. Once again, another realm awaited. If one were to encapsulate Xing Lang's current predicament in a single phrase, it would be akin to the adage of breaking through barriers as one drinks water. The rising tide of his circumstances affords him no joy, for an inexplicable sense of crisis perpetually lingers in his heart, refusing to dissipate. When she disregarded the servant, who, upon witnessing this, attempted to grasp her hand to halt her progress, only to find his wrist seized by another, the servant winced in pain, as if his wrist might shatter at any moment. Chen Daoxian exhaled in relief, supporting the half-finished artifact in the air while turning to Chen Daoqiu, advising him, I have infused your life-protecting armor with second-tier Gui Shui Jinjing. Qin Jiulan sought to intercede, glancing at Lu Tingwei, who rebuffed him. The events of the evening had been far too absurd. Moreover, today marked the engagement ceremony of Wan Qingyao, the daughter of the mayor of Beiqing, to young Master Tan. 30 minutes later, amidst the sound of urgent brakes, Pei Jinnan's car came to a steady halt at the school entrance. Lu Jingxin was perplexed, having merely pointed. She wondered why the man before her was so agitated. She raised her hand to touch Lu Qinghan's face, puzzled by his tears. Had she committed some error? Certainly. I am aware that our acquaintance is fleeting, thus I refrain from imposing upon you to pull strings on my behalf. However, do you have a hand warmer? I would like one for my left hand as well, Chunyun suddenly interjected. Yet, upon preparing himself, he awkwardly discovered that there was but a single cup in the room, and it was his own. Zhou Yun disdainfully snorted, stepping aside to allow Lan Yueyin to enter, leaving the Nye family members momentarily awestruck, their mouths slightly agape, glistening with drool. The purple marten was quite astute, chirping and gesticulating animatedly. Its expressions varied as it stomped its feet and waved its hands. Yao Yi's bright red luxury car came to a smooth stop at the entrance, and the attendant graciously opened the door, bestowing a sense of pride upon He Siyuan and her companions. Of course, this is merely the preparatory phase. Integrating these oil fields will require time. Feng Fan directed his blood axe, accompanied by a dazzling array of crimson brilliance, towards the elderly man in black with fierce intent. When the axe struck the azure shield, it merely elicited a slight ripple. The black-clad behemoth, possessing peak mid-stage cultivation, hesitated momentarily before launching his own attack. Volume 1. Chapter 47. Is this pill truly so formidable? Ah, my master did not deceive me. The wines of the mortal realm are indeed fiery, incomparable to the peach blossom brew crafted by my master. Previously, Lu Huai had accompanied Wei Zhang to meet Ji Yanru, and afterward, Wei Zhang would surely relay the matters discussed to Zhang's son, ever since he inexplicably caused the armored figure to vanish. An unspoken consensus has emerged within the underworld and extraordinary circles of Mexico. This rotund Chinese man is not to be trifled with, for it could prove fatal. This matter is more severe than anticipated. No one knows the true extent of the debts owed by Hongchong Bank, nor how many individuals' fortunes are at stake. On the streets of Suzhou, the foot traffic is sparse, with most of the few passers-by congregating before the Hongchong ticket office. Today, the Crown Prince has graciously arrived from the capital via a special aircraft to attend Xian Mao's birthday banquet, signifying the importance he places on Xian Mao's accomplishments. The disciple understands that while everyone may act in unison, it does not absolve them of wrongdoing. Acknowledging his mistake, the disciple is prepared to face the elder's reprimand with no words to offer in his defense. Xiao Moran bowed his head in silence for a moment. Gong Xianyue remained mute, her fingers gradually clenching into a fist, a fierce crimson light erupting from between her fingers, causing the once blooming peach trees to wither instantaneously. The leader of the Leo constellation has gleaned from Tutankhamun Zhang Taibai's descriptions of Tianqi that its ultimate goal is to eradicate all beings save for mutants, a notion not dissimilar to world annihilation. She had never witnessed the usually aloof Moz Li in such a state of fury, trembling with rage, his complexion paling slightly in fear, pointing a finger at her, yet at a loss for words in his ire. One must alter their demeanor and appearance, ensuring that Xian Mao does not perceive them as familiar. Depart now. Feng Qianxuan refrained from further discourse, closing his eyes to rejuvenate, for he had been fatigued of late. This day was extraordinary, as two individuals capable of running a mental hospital convened, and were they to harness their specialties to establish such a facility, it would indeed be a boon for humanity. However, they had no such intentions, instead seeking to undermine society in their own fashion. Her demeanor suggested an awareness of Lu Ji's identity. He roamed about, occasionally recognized, but that bore little consequence. Yet, in this locale, vigilance was imperative. If one were to assess combat prowess purely, Black Panther outstripped even Captain America Steve Rogers, who had been injected with super soldier serum, by a significant margin. While singing, his peripheral vision fell upon Qinghua, acknowledging his adeptness in social interactions. It seemed that Qinghua did not intend to punish him deliberately, granting him a modicum of respect. Granny Jinhua suddenly chuckled coldly, her left hand clawing towards King Xianzi's shoulder. Because of love, even when the other has aged, even when their once bright eyes lack their former spark, their once lovely visage bears the marks of time, and their graceful figure has faded, as long as she remains herself, love endures. I am not drunk, not drunk. I can still drink. Gong Moli gently pushed aside Yang Mama, approached Liffey, gazing at her unwaveringly, causing Liffey to lower her head in guilt. Qin Yu's words lacked overt reproach, yet her thoughts on Nangong Luojing were unmistakable. It was precisely this understanding that led her to refrain from pursuing the topic further. Xiao Weiwei slowly closed her eyes, immersing herself in contemplation. When she reopened them, her gaze towards the swordsman was imbued with a palpable fervor and reverence. As the middle-aged man spoke, his entire being suddenly transformed into a golden seed, soaring into Jun Ye's Dantian, where it peacefully settled in the upper space of the Dantian. The situation between the two was akin to dry tinder meeting fierce flames, igniting instantaneously. However, they were preoccupied with the urgent task of rescuing the abducted children, leaving them no time or opportunity to indulge in their burgeoning emotions. Both had to fiercely suppress the blaze within their hearts. At that moment, a smile graced the father's face, filled with pride as his son brought honor to him. Hades's revelation left others in stunned silence, particularly the Gemini gods and Artemis, who had always believed themselves to be the rulers of the world since time immemorial, unaware of the myriad stories entwined within. It was said that beyond the oceans of this continent lay a kingdom embroiled in fierce battles, seemingly combating a species known as the dragon's offspring, prompting organizations to traverse the seas to conduct experiments here. Lahanna, with an impassive expression, made a startling revelation. Bai Zhu and Fei Xian were aiding the Purple Cloud Emperor in the annexation of the Daqian Empire, an endeavor spearheaded by the Seven of Us. Ying Huang stated with composure. As cultivators, they could shield themselves from external heat, preventing it from assailing them. Prajna, astute as ever, not only grasped the implications of Mo Wang's words, but also understood their meaning clearly. She halted, looking at Mo Wang with a serious promise. Thus, when the Civil Affairs Bureau personnel requested Lu Wei to finalize the name of his company, Lu Wei, feeling both frustrated and fatigued, could not muster the energy to think of a catchy name, casually uttering Weixing technology. Shu Xiaodai was wrapped in a piece of white cloth, upon which a shocking line of words was inscribed in blood. Volume 1, Chapter 48. You truly are an extraordinary person. From the Iron Shopkeeper. It was learned that the company established by Mr. Su in Xiangjiang appeared to be dedicated to this very endeavor. This bold invitation was also to inquire if your company would consider accepting investments. Might I join forces with Brother Ding? Previously, upon learning that Yi Zhang had slain Xiao Ong and persuaded Lu Bu to side with Yi Zhao, the situation had begun to spiral out of control. Neither Yi Zhao nor Cao Cao had anticipated such an early onset of conflict, as both sides were still gathering strength. Everyone lined up in the courtyard, and 4 other men dressed in the same blue attire as Lu Zian stepped forward. Given time, perhaps the crocodile turtle might also possess the potential to evolve into a Xuanwu. However, the journey to evolve into such a transcendent divine beast would undoubtedly be exceedingly long. With his techniques, physical body, and true energy operating at their utmost limits, Su Haibao was singularly focused on cultivation and the arrangement of protective barriers. Under this extreme suppression, both his cultivation realm and mental state were continually advancing. Now, this ugly phoenix had become increasingly finicky, resembling a delicate young maiden who required a bath daily, and after bathing, could only dry her feathers with a soft towel. It matters little now, as long as she has confirmed the existence of Tu Liang Duku. She can proceed to unearth the counterfeit one and seek out Wu Hao. Your Majesty, it seems the neighboring kingdom has favored another princess for the union. Mo Ran reminded from the side. It has already become tainted. How much worse can it possibly get? Meng Tao chuckled dismissively. A solitary tear suddenly welled at the corner of Yun Liantian's eye, cascading down his cheek. He caressed the blade with the utmost gentleness, akin to Lin Xiufang, then pressed it against his chest and abruptly closed his eyes. Old monk, for the sake of a heavenly sword, you disregard even the venerable mother of Lishan. Thus, I cannot be blamed. The thousand-faced fox discerned that this was the empty wishing monk's scheme to strike first and report later, seizing control directly. General of the northern city. He is a brother who has fought alongside me through thick and thin. I stake my life on the assurance that he would never engage in such treachery. General Nangong immediately knelt before the beautiful Li Fei. Upon hearing Shinshichi's call, Long Yu halted, turning to gaze at the perspiring Shinshichi. Due to the escalating tensions between Dong Zhuo, Lu Bu, and the officials of Chang'an, Dong Zhuo ultimately returned to Maiwu with Lady Chao. Leading 10,000 elite troops under Li Ju and Guisi. He spent his days reveling with his beauties, oblivious to the conspiracy brewing against him in Chang'an. The one-eyed fierce wolf howled, its recently blinded eye still oozing blood, turning its back to Yinghua. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Fu Lin's words, De Qiao felt elated and obediently responded. At that moment, Qiu Tianyi leaned against the wall, basking in the warmth of the fire, lost in slumber. Unaware if she was dreaming or what she dreamt of, only to hear her incessantly calling and weeping. Shortly thereafter, Jixiang returned, reporting that the mother and child encountered at the temple had lagged behind, arriving at this point only now, having nowhere to spend the night. Seeing a campfire in the woods, they sought refuge. As Old Bone trembled, clutching Zhao Jian's cold body, a flicker of regret appeared in his eyes for the first time. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the crimson space. Accompanied by this tremendous sound, a massive white imprint emerged, as if someone had cleaved through from within. Chen Han had already plunged into deep concentration, channeling all his mental energy into the sinister eye at his forehead. As the colossal stars fell, the entire night sky seemed to be illuminated in that instant. Old madam, there is nothing to worry about. We merely encountered a band of robbers ahead, and they have been dealt with. Dong Xiaoxing replied. Chen Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of frigid madness coursing through him. Without any hesitation, he swiftly struck down with a furious palm. Suddenly, a terrifying gigantic hand descended from the heavens, forcefully crashing down upon the ground. Until she was sent off in the carriage to marry far away in the state of Yan, she had been unable to discern her father's visage. Only recalling the pair of dragon-patterned boots that halted before her, their cold, dark hue sending shivers down her spine. In an instant, she realized that over 20 formidable beings had descended, materializing from the void. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng draw considerable energy within the secret realm, she felt reassured that his fate had yet to shatter. Luo Song and the Golden Lion were drenched in cold sweat. Now safely on the ground, they collapsed. Gasping for air, their faces still etched with terror, their lips trembling. The great sage Miao Hua, the great sage Miao Song, and the great sage Miao Qing were all transcendent figures above the eighth heaven of immortality. At that moment, 3 torrents of immense energy surged forth from their beings, coalescing into pillars as thick as rivers, soaring skyward. In truth, it was unnecessary for these mentors to take the initiative to send messages. The commotion from the 7 celestial drums within the first layer of the celestial tower had already caught the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. Although she was puzzled as to why Orochimaru assisted her in slaying the 10,000 serpents, his aid proved invaluable, ridding her of a watchdog before the White Snake Sage. Lu Yunyun coughed heavily twice, raising her hand to gently pat Zhou Minheo's chest. Why his chest, one might wonder. It was simply because her arms were pressed tightly against her body, completely enveloped in his embrace. Under the onslaught of the shockwave, Guansong struggled to reach Mu Feng's side, one arm encircling her while the other pressed against her chest, continuously channeling internal and magical energy into her, alleviating the sharp pain in her abdomen significantly. It was only then that Luo Yu remembered Tang Royao, whom he had carelessly thrown onto the bed. Turning around, he found her awake, gazing directly at him. Being newlyweds, and given the ancients' emphasis on progeny, celebrating the blossoming of children and an abundance of descendants, The bedding in this nuptial chamber was lavishly adorned with nuts such as peanuts, sunflower seeds, lotus seeds, and longan, requiring no tidying. After being struck and sent flying over 50 meters, Du Chong spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head in resignation. The regenerative abilities of a half-dragon were vastly superior to those of an ordinary ninja, yet they still paled in comparison to those of a true-tailed beast. The mournful cries of the horse echoed incessantly, laden with anguish. Upon investigation, it became evident that the horse's foreleg was ensnared in the mud and stones, and I clearly saw the site of its fracture, blood gushing forth, already saturating the hardened earth. Mars seemed to have anticipated this, maintaining a reserve of momentum as he swiftly turned to confront the counterattack of the Thunder Tiger. However, at the moment Mars pivoted, the force of his punch sliced through the rocky wall ahead like a keen blade. Volume 1, Chapter 49. Oh, I am curious to see how you intend to break my leg. Qing Wei suddenly bellowed, her form transforming into countless tendrils of dark energy. The eyes of the light pope shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment, Have you truly inherited the power of the Dark Lord? Damn it! How could the demon grant you such power? With each additional rule, Sun E grows increasingly formidable. This prompts him to ponder that if he were to gather the 5 elemental forces, it would form a colossal rule, leading to a significant enhancement of his strength. Please elaborate on your investigation results in detail. Li Er ordered 2 dinners, while the brown-haired youth across from him filled their glasses with red wine. Next came Thomas's performance. He enumerated the losses of Falcon, and the others silently observed his display. He spoke only of trivial matters, delaying the mention of the losses incurred from Falcon's report to the authorities, as well as the dealings with the automobile company and the Japanese. Suddenly, he faltered, his face reddening as he buried his head in his meal. I thought to myself, you truly have a knack for bringing up the wrong topics. I refrained from pursuing this line of conversation and began to fiddle with my gun. After removing the spring from the back of the firearm, I disassembled it entirely. However, Du remained pessimistic. He swiftly joined forces with Hong Ling's fleet and headed towards Nie Yun's fleet. At that moment, another fierce battle awaited them. Brother Chong, what do you propose we do? Tang Jin scratched his head, feeling anxious upon hearing the severity of Brother Chong's words. Meanwhile, Luo Yu stealthily trailed Ma Fengbing and the others to the empty valley, concealing himself atop the cliff, observing the unfolding conflict from a vantage point. Jia Bai Yao Yi activated the formation once more, as countless streams of azure energy swirled around the phantoms and Mei Luo, producing a continuous hissing sound. Suddenly, an incoming call caught his attention, causing his brows to furrow deeply. After retreating to a corner to take the call, Gong Sun Yu greeted Yi Hongling and drove to a tea house on Huaihai West Road in Suwei District. Sui Ching had long intended to take Qing Yin away, yet his sister had finally found a good friend to play with, ensuring companionship in his absence. However, when she exited the elevator, they likely did not recognize her and cast her several curious glances. After all, those who plunged into the sea were not alone. Numerous valiant guardians of the waters perished alongside them, resulting in the drowning of hundreds. The ocean, unfathomable and frigid, churned violently as the dragon boat sank, creating a whirlpool from which escape was impossible. Just before it completely settled into a pool of black liquid, the lone remaining head nearby unexpectedly opened its eyes. At that moment, the scent of burning in the air intensified, and aside from the 3 of them, others began to react, clamoring towards the entrance. Zhu Ren laughed heartily, pulling Chen Fan's arm as they entered the room, eager to prevent him from escaping or having second thoughts. During this time, he had witnessed much and was well aware of Hu Wucong's collusion with Cao Xiu over the years, secretly reaping considerable benefits. Nonetheless, this matter was of little consequence, as Hu Wucong was unaware of Cao Xiu's true identity. As they spoke, even Murda could not suppress a laugh, and Ron, holding a scoop of crushed almond ice cream, accidentally dropped it onto the bed, prompting him to laugh while wiping it up with his hand. Even his hesitation was consumed by the endeavor to protect the henchman, resulting in the building being breached by monstrous beasts. The prior ability to extract information stemmed from this very tactic. Now, being labeled as a madman was also a consequence of it. Truly, a case of success and failure intertwined. The half-kneeling behemoth had its black stockings completely incinerated, revealing a pair of long, exquisite white legs. The assistance from the Dark Wanderers Alliance was merely a strategy to confront the Liangshan Brotherhood. preventing the international consortium from exploiting coastal city to alter the situation in the southern continent. Although the reasons remained elusive, the apparent benefits suggested that perhaps these words held significant power, as if stirred by an unseen force. The hundreds of feet deep black hole at the mountain's mouth suddenly became indistinct, trembling and resonating, giving rise to ripples in the profound darkness. Revealing an incredibly unstable gigantic passage, the entrance to the hidden realm finally unveiled itself. In an instant, engulfing flames enveloped him, and before the other formidable undead could react, it had already been refined. Soon after, Mu-Yi felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him, replenishing his previous depletion, while the oil within the lamp also significantly increased once more. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan couldn't help but feel perplexed. A century is but a fleeting moment for cultivators of the Three Pure Ones realm. Since the previous Onmyoji was willing to assist them, wouldn't everything be resolved if that individual returned once more? Wu Yong pondered briefly and inquired again, since Dr. Wei is making rounds. Do you know where he is headed? What affliction does the patient suffer from? Du Gu Wei silently chuckled at Shen Ling, who resembled a monkey pilfering corn, having traded a sesame for a watermelon, ultimately failing to grasp the entirety of the situation. As Mu-Yi rose, he chanced upon Su Qing, who was clutching her head and roaring loudly. Since the onset of the Eastern Sea War, the prices of items related to ship girls had skyrocketed. The precious consumable core for ship girl modifications had seen an even steeper rise, leaving the financially constrained Li Huamu with no choice but to bide his time. Hesitant to act decisively, Qin Yinghuai navigated directly around Jiang Wanqing, with one hand gripping a sack as he took large strides forward. Having learned from past experiences, this time, the materials for the Cool 2 project were abundantly prepared. The only hurdle was the short-term production capacity. Zhuiyue ended the call and immediately conferred with Li Dong about which company to enlist for the manufacturing of data cables, chargers, headphones, and other mobile accessories. Lin Qianquan brought a potent anesthetic that rendered an individual powerless within moments with just a small dose. When Lin Qianquan made his move, he targeted the neck, leaving no possibility for recovery. How could one compensate for such a deed? Moreover, a single piece of fabric, at the very least, measured several dozen meters, allowing her to create 4 or 5 complete outfits in one go. The resounding call caught Tian Feifei's attention. Upon turning around, she found Zhuiyue in a rather disheveled state, his gaze fixated on his feet, seemingly inspecting for any wounds or blood. It's of no consequence. This is undoubtedly a natural demise, the director remarked. Even if these individuals did not perish by sheer coincidence, but rather through a meticulously orchestrated plot by their adversaries employing a hired assassination group, what difference would it make? In the first volume, Chapter 50, an elderly man with a beard and hair as red as fire appeared, undoubtedly a result of long practice in fire-related secret arts. Yet, the bloodshot veins in his eyes were evident, clearly a result of my recent mental intrusion. A few days later, deep within the realm of the underworld, in the abyss of the 9 nether purgatory, Xidagarba emerged from a pool of black water, his fingers brushing over the scars on his arm, which should have been severed, now starkly visible. My perspective aligns with that of Mr. Fu. Establishing the company headquarters in Qianan County could potentially hinder the company's growth. Bai Huayan, noticing the collective gaze upon her, pondered for a moment before speaking. The absence of metal and water in the 5 elements reflects the trajectory once forged. Now that she possessed the ability to harness that power, how could Su Xing let slip such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Gu Wenxuan felt her mind clouded. Though it was true that she had been cradled in his arms at a certain hour, the kiss, when did that occur? She had certainly overheard it. Her demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding an air of equality. Si Zhen was banished to the far reaches of the Eastern Sea by her lord. On the day of Lord Yu's departure, an edict was issued to strip him of his celestial envoy title and send him into exile. A screenshot lingered in her WeChat chat box, with many expressing envy and jealousy. Although she did not possess Mo Shu's WeChat, she recognized many of the likers, including Xiao Yuanzizi. The great Peacock King, while speaking, gathered his primordial spirit, conjuring an avian figure that materialized in his grasp. Yu Mingming hurried after, her snow-white, crystalline fur attracting considerable attention, as her violet-hued horns sparkled radiantly, causing the servants to gaze in astonishment, both intrigued and enamored. Guan Jinlin fell directly in front of Lu Zuoyan, who recklessly lunged towards him, attempting to roll him aside. The gunshots from Inzi and the monkey rang out simultaneously, forcing the assailants encircling Guan Jinlin to retreat. Wu Yuhan retained 2 spots as potential candidates for the upcoming month. You lose to me, yet it is no shame. For this was destined from the start. It has always been thus. Zhao Taiju's expression darkened as he and his subordinates advanced towards the wolf dog. Compensation? Ji Yulian felt her heart skip. She sensed boss Zhao's ill-intentioned gaze. So that is how it is. But, General Xia, how did you come to know about spiritual energy? Huang Danny still harbored doubts. I have not been with him. Wu Zun wiped his nose and settled beside the fire. In these times, their new rules dictate that while they do not attack me, they also do not extend a welcome. For the sake of the old monkey king, I am still willing to comply. Pan Dagong, lacking an understanding of Japanese, remains oblivious to what Erda is shouting. He gazes vacantly at him before turning his attention to Kandali. During the burial, it was only the friends and family from Daxueyuan who bid farewell. Even the monkeys residing in the hospital, including Erda and Lu Tzuoyan, were not informed, as everyone's focus shifts to the fierce battle between Deng Lixing and Bai Mingtai. Jiang Yin quietly slips away, seizing the best opportunity to escape. As for the supposed grievances between Insha Valley and the Baiming clan, he truly wishes to remain uninvolved, keeping as far away as possible. This adult has visited the auction house several times. However, I have nearly become a commodity on a few occasions within its walls. Shidwa awkwardly scratches his head. At this moment, the battle between the two intensifies, with Wu Feng having abandoned the strategy of brute force, relying instead on agility to evade the onslaught of the Zhanyue overlord's attacks. He then retaliates, inflicting furious roars from the Sun Soul prison, yet achieving little to no effect. He harbors deep feelings for Wei Wei, a sentiment he has never ceased, seeking out Zhu Tingting and others periodically to inquire about her whereabouts since her departure from the sales office. Although Lei Zhan is uncertain of the utility of his thoughts, he feigns confidence, presenting himself as composed. While the question posed is simple, the implications behind it are far more complex. It embodies the dreams of countless individuals. For each soldier, the ultimate aspiration is to join the Shunlong Bureau, which signifies the most viable pathway to becoming a king of soldiers. Amidst the laughter, a faint shadow emerges from the demonic clouds, wielding a massive axe-like weapon. A crescent-shaped black light slices through the air, aimed directly at Neza's back. With a chilling whoosh, a massive earth-tone sword streaks through the air, unleashing a thunderous blast as it targets the earth-tone barrier with tremendous force. Zhang Yang instinctively reaches out to wrap his arm around Anren's slender waist, and she naturally leans against his broad chest. However, Zhang Xiaozhu is unaware of the heaviest source of pressure. He only senses it, realizing that any further awareness would be futile. This is also one of the reasons Gu Yuang does not permit Zhang Xiaozhu to engage in practical combat. Thus, if you choose not to come forward, perhaps you might share your thoughts. Should you wish to withdraw, you may present your shares, and I shall buy them back at the original price. Alas, Chao Zhen does not contemplate how to deal with Sima Yi. The pressing concern is how he should respond to the evolving battlefield dynamics. What might it resemble? Certainly, it remains a mire. Originally, that location belonged to the new city in our era, deliberately established as a military factory nestled within the mountains. Guliang considers it fortunate merely to locate that place. The anguished cries of Smith echoed continuously as he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the devil, ultimately succumbing to despair. Reflecting on the events that transpired just yesterday upon their arrival in the Ma family gathering, one could grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhao Hao wrestled with his inner turmoil, uncertain of where to place his hands. He yearned to express, "My dear lady, I am but a mere projection." Perhaps this aligns with the age-old adage that misfortune can indeed lead to unexpected fortune. The corpulent man silently mused, recognizing their own formidable strength. Further bolstered by the recent victory in Jingzhou, the rebellions across Chao Wei's territories surged, with many local strongmen covertly supporting Liu Bei or seizing the opportunity to grow amidst the chaos, incessantly creating troubles for Chao Pai. Chapter 51. I will ensure your family accompanies you to the grave. Are you suggesting that someone desires my demise? The elderly Chongqing, nearing his 50th year, responded to Rancinian's implication with unexpected excitement, as if he eagerly anticipated such an encounter. What is the meaning of this? Why have you become increasingly unreasonable, denying even the chance for an explanation? Is there truly no way for you to trace the source, Ilian? This was the sole aspect that left him more perplexed. Ha ha. Let us arrange for Brother Chang to visit my home one day. I'll ensure we indulge until we are inebriated, Tang Hui remarked. Why then? If you were not violated, why publish such a video online? Chu Zicheng's stern expression belied his uncertainty regarding Mi Yueqi's honesty. Xiaoming's countenance suddenly shifted to one of peculiar intensity. The most extraordinary occurrence among these events was, astonishingly, linked to him. Upon reaching Lu Xiaoge, Yang Luer recounted the happenings of the court that day, eliciting hearty laughter from Lu Xiaoge. From the chief's words, it was clear he believed the crystal ball had fallen into the hands of the demon clan. Their reasoning, while elementary, was not without merit. However, I held a different conviction. Until substantiated, all possibilities remained viable, including the notion that it might have been an insider's doing. After an arduous journey spanning thousands of kilometers, even with his blood surging like a dragon, he could not escape the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped him. With a stomp of his violet feet, his body surged forth, racing with urgency, and then, with a powerful leap, he soared into the air. The grim sound of iron hooves piercing flesh intertwined with the screams of agony and despair, sending shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. The unprepared soldiers of Chaozhou, caught off guard, were repeatedly thrust from their mounts by lances. Akin to late spring's remnants of snow meeting the abrupt onset of summer, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. His voice dropped to a whisper. For Jin Lingji had risen from the coffin village, ever since she had encountered a significant setback with Bai Lai. Hu Taiwa had seemingly adopted a more courteous demeanor towards her. Observing the frenzied cries of Tianjue, a flicker of sternness and madness crossed Zhang Xiaofeng's face. With a swift motion, he hurled the Yuan Ying towards Tianjue, who cried out in alarm. Those who achieve great things are not confined by appearances. Despite his grotesque and frenzied laughter, he suddenly emitted a copious amount of blood. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming force surging through my body, as if I were being controlled by another. My hands wielded the sword fiercely, each strike toppling at least 2 or 3 Qin soldiers. My eyes turning bloodshot and my body bearing numerous wounds. 2 to 1. The opinions of Her Highness the Princess could be disregarded. Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Shower. Yun Tian bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, yet imbued with profound desolation. The echoes of his shout reverberated across Yunqing Peak, sending shivers through the crowd, who were left bewildered by the unfolding events. Before Chu Liuxiang could speak, a door nearby swung open, revealing not Bai Lazui nor Gongsun Jiu, but the formidable Guzi Chang. In that instant, Li Fan's vital energy radiated outward, nearly enveloping a 100-meter radius. Fortunately, each training room was sufficiently distant, preventing other practitioners from sensing Li Fan's energy. The next moment, with each breath Li Fan took, the surrounding spiritual power was drawn in, entering his body. Shang Tang chuckled softly, shaking his head with a sigh. Aside from the 4 great witch clans, the king cannot indiscriminately execute other ministers. Who among them is truly superior? This time, I have meticulously selected 5,000 of the most robust black beasts and 20 trained wyverns for you. How shall you thank me? This formidable individual hailed from the capital, possessing a genetic rank of N, and thus immediately sensed the fluctuations of the imperial token belonging to the youth of the capital. A single strike unleashed a ferocious wave, a fan-shaped blade rising against the wind, rendering indistinguishable whether it was the demonic winds or the spiritual force of humanity, howling with the cries of phoenixes and roars of dragons. Even if he could return to Earth after a sea year, that Earth would have aged 165 years. Would his parents and sister Nen still be there? He did not know, nor dared he ponder, especially considering the uncertainty of whether he could return after such an extended time. Enough with the suspense. What miraculous elixir did you consume? Jin Xiangya inquired eagerly. Contemplating this, Luo Wuxing's face bore a hint of melancholy. Yi Qingjue is to be wed. What do I have left to hope for? It seems I am fated to be apart from the handsome ones, due to Su Mu's elemental affinity being earth and wood beneath the magma. The confined void nail proved ineffective, with only 50% of its attack power manifesting, making it nearly impossible to inflict damage on the rock beasts. Zhang Chunxiu, after completing each task, would seek solace in bars, finding men to unwind. Thus, her method of leaving a key had become second nature to her. If he continues to disregard the greater good, Then I shall consider my efforts in vain, Huang Fu Qingtian declared coldly. Luo Wuxing, her face stiff and filled with resentment, gazed at Yi Qingjue. What do you think? She longed to unleash her frustrations upon Yi Qingjue. Should it not be her questioning them instead? Seeing that nothing could be extracted from Yu Huarong, Wang Hao nodded subtly at Ning Yong, indicating for him to take care of the situation before departing from the basement. On the other side, Shuang Yuan was panting heavily, his strength waning, while the Saint Bear Ao advanced relentlessly, signaling that a massacre was imminent. Liang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. The voice was unmistakably recognizable, possessing a magnetic quality intertwined with a customary aura of intimidation. First, you know him, that scoundrel from Beiying, who has been missing during this period, has ventured to South Asia, said Nan Yan. Yes, I am acquainted with a brother named Li Yuhao from Linghai City. I may have misidentified him due to the darkness. I sincerely apologize. Chu Bing fabricated, displaying the poise of an actress, her heart steady and her expression utterly composed. Meanwhile, a stream of information swiftly materialized in Qin Yi's mind through a mental conduit. The youth known as Li Yan emerged, bowing respectfully, akin to blood sovereign, concealing daggers behind a smile, yet lacking the diabolical allure of blood sovereign. Volume 1, Chapter 52, Standing Before Authority, no kneel, no punishment imposed. At the very least, one could attain a reputation both in life and death, with countless souls observing and praying. However, before Su Wuyo could finish his words, he was promptly interrupted by representatives from ZY Trading and Magellan Trading, who, almost in unison, conveyed their thoughts telepathically. Consequently, every character within the King of Fighters realm became original, undoubtedly elevating their recognition both within and beyond the industry. As the prodigies had concluded their matches early, public attention towards other illustrious names on the cloud rankings waned, shifting instead to discussions surrounding Ling Hao. The prodigies previously defeated by Ling Hao on the Cangbang were also occasionally noted. Aside from this, there were no significant flaws. Regrettably, there was Bai Yutong, whose martial prowess and appearance were both inferior to Bai Yutong, rendering this second naturally less remarkable than the first. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted in the sky, 12 suns detonating simultaneously. The cataclysmic energy shockwaves swept across the land, leveling millions of miles and causing the earth to collapse. Indeed, Uncle Li Ao, as a seasoned authority in mathematics, was there to guide the younger generation, not to provoke. Even if he were an immortal, confronting 100 robust bandits was no trivial matter. Zhu Kan plopped down onto the ground, his face as dark as a pot bottom, strands of hair escaping their confines, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he had undertaken a monumental task. He gasped twice, lifted his eyelids, and suddenly changed his demeanor, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he struck down with a palm. I did not say that. I merely had someone follow her. If she truly gets lost, we shall rescue her. Once she reaches the palace, there should be no reason to seek further trouble. My concern lies with her being abandoned outside, which would be precarious. Jing Mo stated coldly. As Feng Yong was about to reproach Bai Lan for her extravagant attire during the visit, she noticed Li Sheng entering from outside. All the magical practitioners collapsed to the ground, their souls trembling in terror at the scene of annihilation before them. Some with weaker cultivation were immediately reduced to ashes, their lives extinguished amidst the sonic waves. Bai Ji, her face obscured by a veil, was already weeping profusely, her red-rimmed eyes revealing the depth of her heartache. Suddenly, Ouyang Qinhao tasted salt on his tongue and realized that Shangwan Zihan was in tears. After their farewells, and Rushu drove directly to the predetermined restaurant. With time to spare before Gu Qingqing finished work, she settled into the reserved spot and casually ordered a drink while waiting for him. The stringent control of the Great Empire was, in part, attributed to the existence of the virtual realm. I understand, but I fear my actions may not lead you to the right conclusions, she confessed with lingering trepidation. Was it possible that their household was, in fact, impoverished, with her partner relegated to such circumstances? As Shi Lian burst forth, she transformed into a magnificent lotus, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yun Mu, momentarily taken aback, soon expressed delight. Before Su Qi could speak, Tan Jing interjected, bewildered as to why Zhou Jian was perceived as an easy target to exploit. Having just escorted Director Ming, she felt exhausted and had yet to rest, remarking that Xiangzi had taken a bite of his meal. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Eating tofu." Their laughter resonated with a hint of schadenfreude. Naya was adept at following, utilizing monitoring devices that not only captured sound, but also observed the surroundings of the monitored. Ouyang Mingjing, intrigued and slightly puzzled by her retort, regarded her with curiosity. Amidst murmured whispers, Yun Mu furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation over the fleeting thought that had just crossed her mind. In the snow domain, maps indeed existed, suggesting that its inhabitants needed means to navigate rather than wandering aimlessly. However, the methods of discernment remained a closely guarded secret known only to them. The naval forces had proven effective. This news seemed to have been suppressed, yet the situation was far from resolved, as the adversaries were evidently prepared for a heavier blow. Moments later, Sun Yaoyang appeared to have made a resolute decision, dialing the number for Lu Jingshan of the Lu family. A few grains of rice clung to her lips, indicating that she had thoroughly expelled even the slightest morsel of food she had consumed. Shi Shitian glanced at Shen Fei, remarking that such a statement would surely please the prince, confirming Shen Fei's adeptness in his role as a court official. A crisp sound resonated on Shi Longhai's face, leaving a fiery red mark on his right cheek. Following the intense fire control competition among Yun Shu and the others, the venue had been utterly wrecked and could no longer serve as a banquet hall. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the freshly made fruit wine, Hu Minglin found it rather palatable, yet he could not quite pinpoint what was amiss with the beer. Consequently, Iyer deduced that attacks derived from the forces of nature posed no real threat to Pan, who could potentially manipulate such assaults to his own advantage. Song Isa Su-i, Duan Jingchan, and Sun Qingmu collectively breathed a sigh of relief, the first three relieved to have narrowly escaped a calamity, while Sun Qingmu silently acknowledged Mo Qianya's broader perspective and kindness. However, in the very next moment after the cane shattered into fragments, Zuoling surged forth with lightning speed. A pair of robust arms suddenly emerged from the debris, enveloped in a golden glow of spiritual energy, striking forcefully against Shangguan Xiaoyu's chest. His heart raced with anxiety, pondering what more he could do to brighten her spirits. Ming Jiejia, upon hearing this, timidly recoiled, expressing her reluctance to approach her father. Yet, as the black gold spear pierced through, all three defensive artifacts crumbled like mere tofu, the spear embedding itself into the chest of the cultivator, unleashing a terrifying force. Xiao Zizai swiftly countered with the thunder sound sword. The impact of the punch landed on the broad blade, yet it still sent him staggering backward, his hands numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on his artifact. On the courtyard wall, a figure clad in white garments adorned with mysterious patterns, tall and upright, stood under the moonlight, the pure luminescence casting a soft, warm glow upon the mask. Du Yun, is that you? Why are you running? At that moment, a group intercepted the path of the young Du family members of the law enforcement hall, with the leader dressed in black, tall, and imposing, bearing a black sword on his back. Volume 1, Chapter 53. Evil begets evil. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the horizon gradually lightened. A ray of sunlight filtering into the courtyard, as if draping the anxious Wen Han in golden attire. This was an act of stepping forward to serve as a human shield for the boss, an exemplary display of flattery. One of the more sophisticated survival tactics in the workplace, yielding multiple benefits. The weather in Lan City at the end of October was quite frigid. Upon stepping outside, Yi Wei donned a light-colored coat, bracing herself against the gusts at the entrance. Noticing no one approaching, she made her way directly to Fu Jingtian's side. Fang Quan, observing the incoming dragon head fist's force, disregarded the consumption of energy and formed hand seals, causing an ephemeral shadow to reappear. Although, from the strongest perspective, the factory's flower undoubtedly held the title, it did not imply that merely possessing the skills of the factory flower assured success in all endeavors. Mo Han noticed her relishing her meal, yet some words he refrained from uttering would only wound her deeper in the future. Undeniably, your time with Dada brings you joy. However, I dare assert that your moments spent with senior sister Su grant you a sense of comfort and relaxation far beyond that. Zhao Yi responded with earnestness. Subsequently, a surge of vitality akin to a dragon coursed through, as the blood dragon roared, unleashing a fierce cry towards the heavens, ultimately biting down and shattering the initial wave of assault. With his gaze directed at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, he assumed an air of unparalleled clarity amidst a world clouded by confusion, embodying the notion of sobriety in a realm of intoxication. This time, The golden-eyed demon king intensified his resolve, fully activating the moonlight mirror, anxious it might mirror the previous incident where the demon lingered in the valley. Yet, the moonlight mirror remained unresponsive, an anomaly of great concern. Thus, the 12 formidable imperial guards, who instilled trepidation even in the Ghost King, were reduced to mere detritus in the void. Boss, I have now reached the 7th layer of the acquired realm, and I am not far from the innate realm. Lin Daji exclaimed excitedly upon encountering Ihan. Not only could he soar through the skies, but he also wielded flames, possibly possessing even more untapped abilities. After settling the bill, the trio followed the directional signs to the renowned natural hot spring resort. Is the white cloth wrapped around that person the treasure you speak of? Ihan surmised the nature of the artifact mentioned by Di Tao, and if his conjecture were accurate, it would indeed pose a significant predicament. He circumvented the firewall and charged forward. However, Wukong and Lu Er did not collide with them, instead soaring through the air. Zhao Gai stood atop a great stone on the peak of Qinglong Mountain, gazing at the vast expanse of water, with the fierce winds lifting his garments and beard, evoking a sensation of ethereal transcendence. Perhaps, while the martial emperor and Ao emperor might preserve their lives, the fate of ordinary peak holy kings and late holy kings remained uncertain, largely dependent on the whims of the blood emperor. It could be surmised that whoever he desired to eliminate would undoubtedly meet their end. Yet, upon hearing that he faced the greatest trials, they felt sympathy for Yichun. As the ancestors who had entered the ancestral land during its initial 5 openings could not even endure 2 layers of tribulation. In contrast, the reticent Hao Luxiang and Tang Yan exchanged wry smiles, shaking their heads in resignation. He Chihuan shook his head, disinterested in debating with Shang Wanren. Nevertheless, Zhao Na's remarkable prowess and renown took He Chihuan by surprise. The dashing man who had spoken earlier resumed, his face tinged with anxiety, yet predominantly laced with skepticism. At least in his view, the limitations of logical reasoning were vast, making absolute application exceedingly difficult. Gazing upon the immense, seemingly endless square before him, Ding Yang could not help but nod in agreement. Simultaneously, he turned to look behind, where an incomprehensibly massive spatial wormhole loomed, surrounded by violently twisting spatial fluctuations. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Bedeville hastily waved his hand, indicating that everything on his end was in order. The 2 fleets, desperate to break free from the encirclement, surged forward, bolstered by intelligence provided by the vessels ahead. They faced no fear of sudden environmental dangers. All that mattered was their relentless acceleration. Before long, they had outpaced the Clyde's fleet trailing behind, particularly for individuals like Song Zhe and Meng Xian. A return to their respective sects at this moment would elevate their factions to formidable powers within the cultivation realm. As when you responded to Tang Yan's inquiry, she instinctively cast a glance at Su Ning. Caught in the radiant gaze of Su Ning's suddenly brightened eyes, she felt an urge to escape and hurriedly lowered her head, awkwardly making her way towards the door. Now at a pivotal juncture, a breakthrough to the supreme level loomed. Should they succeed, harnessing the power of the abandoned heaven path might allow them to defy fate, erasing all present troubles. Due to the angle, Bai Ruxue and the others were oblivious to his movements, perceiving only that he was speaking to her with his head bowed. Sa Du held Lin Zhao's hand, while Duke followed closely behind, lifting his gaze towards the figure frozen in the void, a man whose presence echoed through the vast heavens, his azure robe billowing in the fierce winds. The mention of Sniper left the students and teachers, initially bewildered and astonished, ultimately filled with excitement as they glanced around. Having only encountered such scenarios in games or films, never having the chance to experience them in reality. As his life force began to diminish at a rate of 1 per second, his strength and physique surged uncontrollably. Lin Xiao and Xiao Qihan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a steadfast will to live, and they shared a knowing smile. Among them, the disciple of Tong Tian was the Taoist duo Bao, who, due to his early initiation, received preferential cultivation and was imparted with the finest knowledge by his master. Volume 1, Chapter 54. What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? Originally, Fan Lanqing would never possess the patience to watch over the unconscious Ling Yu. However, upon Xu Feng's suggestion that he should enter a period of quiet cultivation to harness his first thread of internal energy, coupled with Fang Ruqin's request, he consented to personally attend to Ling Yu. Today I shall spare the immortal sound of favor and let you live." Upon hearing Yinmeng's words, Emoli recalled this matter and ceased his actions, uttering a brief remark before turning away. It seemed as if everything lay within his control. He felt neither surprise nor intrigue at the emergence of the three great demon lords. "Let us go? Let us find Rabbit and she to forget about our original intention of jumping into the lake," he said, pulling Wu Qi along as they dashed away from the onlookers. Zhang Xiao tended to Yun Tian while simultaneously observing the movements of the martial artists outside the medical hall. During this time, he gained a general understanding of the sects gathered around Xinjiang. Yet the two golden dragons continued their relentless assault, weaving through the air with formidable might as they lunged toward Zhou Xiaotian. At that moment, within Fan Chen's mind, a multitude of memories surged forth, some hazy and indistinct, while others remained vividly clear. The individual's expression faltered, filled with a sense of helplessness, as he gently urged, "My friend, you have yet to address my inquiry." He did not reproach Qiu Li for his lack of reason, but instead reiterated his question, scrutinizing the two men before him. According to Casa, in the later stages, the physical prowess of the body becomes secondary. The majority of battles are determined by the strength of the laws governing each side. Should there be a significant disparity, even the mightiest of physiques would struggle to compensate. This past half year has felt like a dream. So much has transpired, Meng Ying murmured, her head bowed. Perhaps this was his first encounter with Shun Yuelin, the man who had taken his wife and nearly shattered his life. Yet they met for the first time in the somber atmosphere of his own morning hall. Xiao Yu remained silent, as did the old man. Yet I could sense the discomfort within the old man's heart, his face betraying a sense of awkwardness. Li Songlin had no inclination to bicker with Wafakian. All his thoughts were centered on Lu Yan. The old man's words left me shrouded in confusion. My understanding of the 4 lines of poetry was utterly lacking. At that moment, the old man reached into the air with his bare hand, and in the blink of an eye, a bone appeared in his grasp, which he then tossed into my hands. Kai Feng dared not confront Aunt Chu, lowering her head in acquiescence, and after a brief chat, she exited. Feng Di had an inkling of the immense power possessed by the python, although combat had yet to commence. He knew he would have no chance of escape once it began. In such a predicament, what should Feng Di do? The injured individual slowly turned in his embrace, and suddenly, a terrifying smile crept across his face as a dagger, gleaming green, pierced Ronus's heart. Following this, a radiant palm struck the dagger's hilt, driving it deeper, with the light reflecting upon the heart. As I sensed the presence approaching, I settled upon the ruins, my expression cold as I watched them descend. Could it be that Master Mei Yun had indeed fallen under Shun's control? Fifth Line's heart raced, clearly thrown into disarray. Upon seeing the dish brought forth, the formidable Wei Wu Ho could not help but swallow hard at the enticing aroma. On the phone, Han Haofan hesitated, his stammering irritating "Do you go?" who found his fleshy demeanor vexing. After a prolonged pause, Han Haofan managed a perfunctory response. However, the first order of business was to have Tuoba Ming introduce them to the overseers of this barbarian city. Mother can't read a single word, not even her name. She often laments the struggles of being illiterate, always wishing to cultivate me into a university student. Zhenji added softly. Zhuheng's gaze fell upon the life contract. The Shao royal lineage, wishing to break free from constraints, would undoubtedly desire this contract, for it served as their foundation. While it may not be possible to reverse curse through the contract, possessing it equated to grasping the essence of fate, which he could utilize to his advantage. Regarding the immortal sorcerer who invaded the Nathan airship, Edward felt a twinge of regret. Had the opponent not employed poisonous barriers, Edward had intended to capture him alive. With a firm grip, he squeezed the sorcerer's arm and delivered a blow. For one without martial prowess, they would struggle to lift their arm the following day. Shui Yuqi stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished by the outcome of the contest, as the highly anticipated Shui Qi suffered a dismal defeat, revealing no possibility of victory. It appeared that the other academy instructors had already acknowledged the qualifications of Qin Wu, and the mere thought of Qin Wu eventually becoming an instructor at the martial academy filled her with revulsion, as she sensed the profound fury emanating from Yuan Qingyan. Sun Dafu's heart sank, realizing that his day was irrevocably ruined. At that moment, the internal dissolution of all 3 fissures commenced a new transformation. The abyssal corruption was sealed off, and the material from the cosmos surged into the suddenly vacuous fissures, stirred by the starry winds. What do you mean? I did attempt to seize this jade pendant from you, yet you did not relinquish it at that time, did you? Upon hearing this, Chu Jiangye's expression darkened. The princess emptied her purse onto the table, counting the contents, which amounted to a mere 40 coins. However, Yun Yao was aware that her mission was to ensure that outsiders believed the emperor and the empress dowager had reconciled, and that she, as the empress, had made efforts toward this end. Yes, regarding Xiang Paker's situation, I have dispatched additional personnel to investigate, and any news will be relayed back to the alliance immediately. Based on the current intelligence, I am 70% confident in confirming this matter, Tez Sao respectfully replied to the figure seated on the throne. Shortly thereafter, Li Yi and the others finished their meal, while Yang Feng and the attendants of the carriage began to prepare for departure. Li Yi and his companions, unwilling to delay further, concluded their idle chatter with LV Luo and rose to their feet. Volume 1, Chapter 55, The Blind to the Obvious, Unaware of Mount Tai. All right, cease the flattery. When the time comes, it will naturally be your turn, Chun Xiang said leisurely. A hint of a relaxed smile appeared on the faces of the 5 elders of Shushan atop the tower, their gazes suddenly clearer. Boyfriend? Mu Ronghua's expression grew more serious as her gaze once again fell upon Shin Yi, scrutinizing him carefully. The footsteps of the skeletal logistics officer seemed heavy. Wang Luo glanced around at the others and pointed towards a nearby tent. Subsequently, Brokis appeared to understand his intent and entered the tent. Why? She tilted her head, somewhat perplexed, though her thoughtful expression was quite endearing. What particularly baffled the soldiers was how Zhang Chun could endure without food or drink for so long. Could he truly not feel hunger? His keen gaze quickly spotted Wang Gu, who stood dumbfounded, surveying the scene of the incident. Upon learning of the events that transpired in the Yur department, Jin Qian was indeed taken aback, disrupting his strategic arrangements in the north. He was compelled to relocate a portion of his craftsmen to Yur ahead of schedule and adopt a more conciliatory stance with the surrounding tribes, thereby securing precious development time for consolidating his hold on Yur. Master, have you summoned us today to assign us a new task? Inquired the elder Lu Yun. Breaking the silence, Wang Gu had grown accustomed to the desolation and stillness of the northern nights. Yet such scenes were merely reminiscent of his days in a second-tier northern city while attending school. Although Chu Zheng's attire was immaculate, it fell short of sophistication in comparison. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the return home, especially as notable figures from Shanghai's political and business circles had attended a disheartening match, casting a shadow over the spirits of Shanghai residents. Failing to secure a deal implied that the mysterious grand gift and lucrative contracts were beyond their reach. They would invest their money without any return, resulting in significant losses. Thus, the decision to involve Chun Feng felt akin to a gamble for them. Brothers of Baoshan, do not be agitated. The fault lies with my subordinates, Yang Kai reassured. Just as Luo Shaoqing was about to inquire, Chen Feng had already made his move. Leaping from the second-floor balcony, every living deity harbored the uncertainty of whether they would be the next to be ushered away. Qin Feng was about to pursue him, but noticed he had already dashed inside. Mu Shui, unwilling to see him, was stifled by a wave of frustration, prompting him to exit instead. This palace is excessively lavish, exclaimed the crowd in unison, as they had never witnessed such opulence before. Yet, the odds remained nearly insurmountable. Now, the Grim Reaper had to claim over 20 souls, coupled with a victory in a battle royale, to secure a playoff spot. Rest assured, I will secure 1 million. Let us expedite this, Chun Yin proclaimed, feeling as if he were orchestrating a heist, though he could hardly afford to dwell on such thoughts. Brother Jiangyu, how can you be so ruthless? Is it a crime to love you? Who in this world loves you more than I do? Yin Shanshan's voice rose several decibels in her excitement. Fuxi, too, refrained from overthinking, returning directly to the heavenly realm, acknowledging that the ensuing matters could only be addressed to the best of his ability. What my master said holds true. One seeks profit and another seeks fame. If I were to divulge this to you as you suggested, would that not be a mere pursuit of your trivial benefits? Would it not further disappoint my master? Qiu Guer declared stubbornly. Contemplating this, Qiu Guer's expression grew despondent, leading him to lower his head and slowly consume his meal. Xiao Wanju scoffed. Recognizing that in the depths of the aristocratic residence, the strong preyed upon the weak. If one were to appear vulnerable, they could only expect to be victimized. To the north of the southern Marsh Mountain Range, although swamps are prevalent throughout the area, This land is considerably milder compared to the harsh environment found on the opposite side of the Marsh Mountains. When shall I attain enlightenment? This was the question posed by the young man, who had long sought a master but found it exceedingly difficult to do so. He was clever, eager to learn, and possessed a steadfast heart for the path, yet faced countless setbacks in his quest for mentorship. Lin Tianyao quickly shook his head. The last gift he received was still in slumber, lazy and unproductive, merely a consumable without any substantial contribution. If another were to be introduced now, the outcome would be uncertain. Shi Dongshan felt that Nangong Ming did not strike him as someone who would lie, especially not with such a trivial deception. I and the lady shall be responsible for the military supplies. So is the general aware of your intentions? Yuan Zisu's eyes sparkled with intense hatred as he spoke. The shimmering barrier was automatically set by the invincible inheritance of the golden official. Only one at the pinnacle of the awareness stage could breach it. Even though the master of the martial illusion sect had reached the pure thought stage, he still fell woefully short. The way the grand system conveyed this felt akin to casual conversation, which made Mo Yufei feel a sense of warmth. Miss Ling, please hold on a moment. Just as Ling Xuexian raised the cup to her lips, a voice timely interrupted her. The inner court official felt the weight of the pouch just placed in his hands. Satisfied with its heft, he glanced around before lowering his voice to utter a few words. Song Yun had been anxious and worried for most of the day, but upon seeing Song Waner safe and sound, he finally felt a sense of relief. Effortlessly obtaining the Songyang fruit, Yi Yuan and his companions hastened towards the Heishui Gorge, the dwelling place of the seven-colored flowing cloud python. The barbarian tribesmen were not of the physique of the Central Plains people. They followed the water and grass for sustenance, thriving as robust herders. However, each invasion ultimately resulted in failure, showcasing the formidable strength of the martial king's mansion. Zhu Houwei appeared dazed, his mind preoccupied. Based on the banquet's atmosphere, it seemed that the governor and the county magistrates were oblivious to the situation. After all, their expressions showed no signs of abnormality. If they were feigning, it would be truly remarkable. After breaking through to the 5th tier, Yi Yuan finally unlocked the 2nd level of the Purple Extreme Hall and acquired the treasures within. Haha. I have made some progress regarding the issue of the Black Spirit Herb. I currently require all laboratory data to validate my hypotheses. Additionally, after being away for some time, the hospital has accumulated some matters that need my attention, so I plan to return, Mo Feng said with a smile. Upon seeing the prompt from the mental system, he noticed the verdant fruit tree in his palm, its large, crimson fruit growing ever larger until it eventually fell. Volume 1, Chapter 56, Two Maidens in Embrace. Soft as if boneless. This girl is truly obsessed with men. Gongsun Furong sighed involuntarily as she watched her retreating figure. If Luo Feng were indeed a high-ranking official of the Daqian Empire, his identity and background would be crystal clear. There remains a glimmer of hope for the emergence of a wise ruler. After such an extended period of companionship, Qin Jun felt a surge of confidence. Recognizing Yin Xiao's reliance on him, the disciples of the Supreme Master, Miao Ying and Guo Shou, were intently observing the fluctuations in the formation. At that moment, a vast sword aura pierced through the murky array, soaring into the heavens, stirring the tempest and altering the skies, causing the entire formation to tremble and reveal numerous vulnerabilities. Consequently, the group had barely touched their breakfast, fearful that the ferocious beasts might charge once more. Thus they refrained from lowering their guard. Particularly now, with the infusion of so much dark sorcery, your cultivation's purity is bound to be compromised. Should you genuinely aspire towards benevolence, I can, through the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism, rectify your current powers that oscillate between righteousness and malevolence, lending you a helping hand. Otherwise, your efforts may come to naught, leading to regret too late. Lu Lijun accepted the documents, scrutinizing them for a moment before returning them, yet her gaze remained coldly fixed upon her. However, she refrained from uttering another word. The sword before her appeared blunt and hefty, seemingly forged from profound ice, its hue leaning towards silvery white, with a golden pattern etched at the center of the blade. The mermaid princess, Lana, felt a surge of heat within her, prompting her to channel her true energy to summon more moisture to gather at her surface. Let us revisit this later. I cannot articulate it clearly at the moment, Fang Yuan said, waving his hand in annoyance and wishing to avoid further discussion. Chao Yin had forgotten her mission inherited from her mother's clan and the significance of rules. At this moment, She spoke her mind freely. After a while, just as Wu Shuang was about to give up, Feng Yufei suddenly spoke softly, yet her voice carried a profound pain that seemed unshakable. Wu Shuang struggled to comprehend the bond between Feng Yufei and Chen Xiang. Even amidst deep master-servant affection, was it truly necessary to gamble away her entire lifetime? Gu Xiaoyan smiled faintly, not responding to Xia Tian's words. The black-feathered messenger understood her intent and carried Gu Xiaoyan to the breach in the hot air balloon, seemingly aiming to mend the opening. He was a figure of immense influence, dominating both Fuxing and Guangxing provinces. Is this truly worthwhile? Upon hearing this, Yan Rushua, who had been anxiously glancing back, suddenly revealed a captivating smile that exuded warmth and charm, much to Xiao Sheng's astonishment. This was a basement illuminated by glowing stones and perpetual lamps, furnished with several seats, and in the corner stood a wine rack laden with aged fine wines. Lu Shui's heart suddenly surged with excitement as she gazed at Zhao Ruoji with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, asking, "Is that true?" Her visit felt akin to a reckoning, as Zhao Ruoji had not reached out to her in days, leaving her discomfort. She had always been the one to initiate contact. Even the towering trees lining the road would not escape his discerning gaze if anyone were to hide among them. Han Qian, seeing Su Hao, nod in approval. Couldn't he help but radiate joy? She quickly summoned her maid, Hong Lian, instructing her to carefully wrap Su Hao's drawings to prevent any damage. Love is never something you can possess without the risk of losing it. Often, what is not cherished in the moment may not belong to you in the future. Bingyan and Xie Xingfang dared not linger in the Yao residence any longer. They hastily supported each other and rushed home, fearful that Qin Jiao might suddenly pursue them again. His extraordinary strength stemmed from a particular medication, a concoction invented by a doctor, which, when ingested, allowed one to possess a highly efficient brain and strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Yet, this substance was even more addictive than drugs. You disregarded my prior warnings, intentionally summoned Miss Xia to the back garden, and then fell into the water yourself. At that moment, Sun Yi just happened to pass by, and under the pretense of seeking justice for you, she conveniently executed Miss Xia. Am I correct? Spoke Duge Qiyun in a calm tone. Initially, only the extraordinary community was aware of the emergence of these two super geniuses, and their names were listed in various associations. However, why had such individuals never appeared on any rankings? Could they be newly emerged prodigies? Finally, on a Sunday evening, an opportunity arose. While Bai Zihua took his dog for a walk, Yi Xingtian stealthily sought out Uncle Wu to inquire about that day's events. Chu Weio paused, contemplating. She wished to affirm, knowing that if she did so in this moment, given Yi Lancheng's temperament, he might indeed refrain from approaching her in the future. With nothing else to occupy her time, she pondered whether she could occupy herself with the formation through other means. The crevice was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, often requiring one to turn sideways. For someone as tall and robust as Lu De, traversing it proved quite challenging. Thus, after only a few steps, his clothing was already torn. Of course, it was not merely a matter of pressing a button. One also needed to find a card akin to a pass, insert it, and then press the button for the pyramid to open. The imperial city appeared remarkably tranquil lately. Following a seemingly perilous battle, the shadow of the undead seemed to be receding from the grandest city of St. Lancy. The civilians within the city had begun to resume their daily activities, with the only concern being the ongoing conflict in the eastern part of the continent. I would never abandon it. Princess Shan, perplexed as to why her face flushed again, tossed the towel at him and dashed out. Meanwhile, Luo Tong, witnessing the undead bird's current state, felt a surge of anger. Having been pursued so mercilessly by the creature earlier, he felt compelled to retaliate. Volume 1. Chapter 57. I assure you, merely a nudge, not an intrusion. As that voice echoed through the woods, every member of the Iron Shield Mercenary Corps simultaneously displayed a look of exhilaration. It was as if matter had once again transformed into energy, returning to the void, as though the past life had never existed. The role of a diplomat is not solely to rally everyone to one's side. If individuals who might have been adversaries can be persuaded to maintain neutrality through diplomatic efforts, that in itself is a success. Furthermore, the pride of the disciples of the Tai Su sect forbids them from fleeing, especially when their adversary is merely a late-stage Chongxian cultivator. However, the matter of the yellow dragon remains shrouded in secrecy among the divine kings, Few elders of the myriad races in the Hongming realm are aware of this individual. Beneath the resplendent exterior lies a terrifying force of destruction, with an explosive core that propels all matter outward at high velocity. The overwhelming heat and power of this blast sent Chunrui hurtling away, had they not been within the confines of the super system. The sheer might of this attack could have reduced him to ash in an instant. Moreover, Ambella emphasized the importance of the three teams refraining from underbidding one another to avoid vicious competition. Thus, it became essential to delineate the approximate benefits across various aspects. Luck, young master? He laughed softly to himself. Although he had encountered many prominent figures, he had never before met one of such grandiosity. He audaciously claimed all the rewards of others, yet presented it as though bestowing a favor. Shenyi's 3 shots struck the transparent creature, and the blood blossoms floating in the air revealed their target, prompting all present to aim their firearms skyward simultaneously. When one is hungry, there is an innate desire for ample sustenance to quell the gnawing hunger, especially for a ghoul that can never be satiated. Chu Jing's expression had spiraled out of control, his face twitching in agitation. Despite his high cultivation, as the lord of Qingxiu and a leader of 2 clans, he too possessed a temper. Our people contacted the patrol vehicle on Jian Road, confirming that no such incident of violence had occurred. They are far too weak. I have asserted my formidable prowess. Lu Mingyuan turned, caressing her soft golden hair, the fragrance wafting to his nose, uplifting his spirits. After a long moment, Angela raised her head and rushed outside. But there was no trace of Feng Shui. The chestnut horse slowly approached Angela, nuzzling her. She, being astute, deduced that Feng Shui intended to convey that Kashi was the mist knight, having altered his and by Xi's memories. Upon hearing the sudden exclamation, the commander had not yet found his voice to admonish when a deafening crash resounded, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently. Many were not well informed about the circumstances beyond the Dongqing domain and thus did not observe closely. Meanwhile, the rebels' defenses had been reinforced by engineering robots, rendering them impregnable. Steel bunkers lined up in formation, and the M61 Vulcan cannon unleashed its fiery tongues, resembling orange petals blooming upon the bunkers. This was merely the first layer of firepower. Does the Lord enjoy stargazing? Delicate golden butterfly wings fluttered gently as the officer-clad figure ascended the supply ship, landing soundlessly atop the vessel's dome. Hearing Old Wash mention this, Jin Hung suddenly recalled that he had turned off his phone during discussions with Lawrence regarding the farm acquisition, in the joy following their conversation. He had forgotten to power it back on. Yeah, we may extract her eyes, but we must not take her life, Yu Fenyu remarked, casting a glance at Lung Su Su. Tonight, tomorrow night, and the night after, Mother will make sure you all sleep well, shall we? Su Muqing, suppressing her reluctance, endeavored to soften her voice, smiling as she spoke. Observing his demeanor of innocent slumber, Qian Mingming couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. Various goods, crates, and some equipment lay scattered about. These items likely belonged to adventurers and the ill-fated merchant convoy. The remnants, carelessly strewn, suggested that the sandworms had discarded the useless belongings after devouring the corpses. Within a 3-meter radius around Kurosaki Ichigo, an invisible aura seemed to manifest, one that eluded his perception. His and Luo Hongyi's current prowess was insufficient to contend with heavy firearms. To escape unscathed, they needed a reliable support. The main encampment of the Ming army had, of course, been meticulously planned, fortified with multiple layers of defense. It appeared that Yulong and all the soldiers remained unfazed by the sudden appearance of Nurhasai and his formidable contingent of 15,000 banners, perceiving them merely as ordinary foes. Yet, this imperial uncle was one who cherished beauty over power, for the sake of a commoner-born princess. He resolutely relinquished his claim to the throne and the trappings of authority, preferring instead the life of a leisurely prince. This time, Lady Wang Chunlin did not accompany them, and the Shun family's carriage, being more crowded, created a lively atmosphere, rendering Wang Ke somewhat isolated. Qi Yu, humming cheerfully, pushed aside Xiao Dongyang's tent, only to be met with a scowling face. Entrusted by others, I am here to fulfill my duty, the old man Zhang lamented. Do not move, Lin Yong bellowed, his tone both fierce and menacing. Tu Ying, observing Lin Yong's blend of impatience and fear, stood frozen. Very well, there's nothing of great concern here. You may check the accommodations. Taigamo, Accompany him and arrange a suitable place for him, Fengxing Shengjun instructed, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Taigamo. What did Yang Ziqing mean when he said the outcome differed from my expectations? Could it be that Hu Feng'er genuinely wishes to marry Wang Jueqin? And why would the formidable Hu San Taizai warn against brazenly entering the Qingjiao? Is this sect truly more powerful than such a great demon? For safety's sake, Xintian had always placed the life pearl atop the Black Mountain within the Wanhuobeo world. Spare me the trivialities. Provoke me further, and I shall deny you your wages, leaving you to flaunt your arrogance, I jestingly admonished. In truth, I had no intention of luring Li Changqing over. This turtle, capable of enveloping the entire lake with demonic energy, was undoubtedly formidable. Even if I managed to bring Li Changqing along, he would surely be no match for that creature. Should anything happen to him, my conscience would be burdened. I am the divine beast of the Western Kunlun. How foolish of these imbeciles to think they can subdue me. Ye roared, as myriad claw shadows surged across the arena like a tempest. The factory once again fell silent, the vast space echoing only with the sound of my master gulping down beer. Volume 1. Chapter 58. The Origins of Guzijiang. I am unwilling to witness the progeny of the Shintu family perish before reaching the age of 30. The year Shintui departed. He was merely 28, and Shintu Ing was even younger. Biyu's words were thunderous. Moments later, the contents of the pot began to bubble vigorously, causing the immense vessel to quiver ominously, as though it might explode if the lid remained sealed. At this moment, the claws of the ethereal void glimmered with a chilling light, exuding a sinister aura as they descended to within mere meters of Yang Ren's head, their formidable presence enveloping him entirely. Taoist master, you unfortunate soul, involuntarily swallowed the talisman, his face a mask of terror, bewildered by Gan Liang's intentions. Niu Xiaofeng, somewhat perplexed, found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the conversation between Wang Jiandong and Wei Feng, casting an innocent glance at the duo. In truth, that grand anti-commercial bribery initiative from years past inadvertently aided He Manzi. Typically, it would take considerable time for someone like her to recover. Yet this initiative acted as a timely boon, allowing her compassionate service to sprout prematurely. President Su, many matters are not dictated by human will. Consensus is clear. Seeking the protection of the Huang Group is currently Yunhai International's only hope, an elder shareholder remarked meaningfully. Are you akin to fish and water? I would argue that a comparison to wolves and jackals would be more fitting, He Manzi retorted. To my surprise, despite years apart, your tea brewing skills remain impeccably refined, exuding an exquisite aroma. While I find myself stagnant in progress, Nie Xiaoxue remarked after a prolonged silence. Naturally, Su Jiayao would not personally intervene. With numerous companies under her command, a mere phone call could resolve any issue. Upon receiving a call from Yang Sudong, she promptly made arrangements, anxious not to impede his important matters. The bathtub used by Yu Miao Miao was rather small. When Wei Jiuxiao tumbled in, she became entirely wedged at the edge, unable to move. Driven by impulse, this fellow astonishingly scaled 3 flights of stairs, arriving at the window of Yu Xiubu's room. How am I being pretentious? I am accountable for both of us. If I do not love him yet remain with him, is that not a form of irresponsibility? Lu Jingzi said with exasperation, resting her forehead in her hand. I paused at the doorway, observing the mother and daughter as they returned to their home on the back street. To outsiders, this might seem quite humiliating, a family disgrace exposed. Yet for Tan Meifeng, such occurrences had long ceased to raise eyebrows. However, my entire body trembled violently, as though it were being torn apart. Grasping Yi Jin's clothing, my fingers nearly ripped through the fabric, sinking into his skin. Meanwhile, as the thunder contemplated, he activated the Holy Master Experience token, forming a rudimentary protective shield around himself, and then, accompanied by Feng Yanxin, leaped into the teleportation array. Ahead, a fiery blaze suddenly erupted from the ground, appearing from a distance as if veiled in a delicate golden radiance. However, Baiku could not be bothered to explain. For once inside, this lady would naturally be entirely convinced. So you do acknowledge me as your wife? Lu Jingzi exclaimed, her emotions flaring momentarily. Yet she swiftly restrained her subsequent words, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. Before she could fully collect her thoughts, a startled cry broke the silence. Xiao Guanyue stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground. Why did you choose to be Aya's bodyguard? Bing Yuye inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. revealing his keen curiosity about the matter. You refrain from speaking because you know the emperor would never consent, CC remarked with a slow, sidelong glance at Lao Ba. At that moment, the heavens and earth manifested numerous fissures, while Tai Kai remained motionless, gazing upward at the iridescent beams piercing through the void. His black palms suddenly came together, and a deep voice began to resonate slowly. Wu Lei looked up at the golden pangolin, which obscured the sun and sky. His expression tinged with gravity. Given Wu Zhongshan's prowess, executing such martial arts would be a formidable challenge even for other innate grandmasters, compelling him to approach the situation with utmost caution. Feeling a sense of urgency, Wu Liang resolved to head to the headquarters, but abruptly recalled something and turned to inquire. Is Senior Yuan currently in the Summer Kingdom? If so, I would like to pay a visit to the venerable elder. After 2 days of intense battles, the strength of the group had significantly increased, and their coordination had become more harmonious. Li Hongming had genuinely solidified his position as captain, addressing the 5 individuals before him with solemnity. Just moments ago, Ryan Zeus, who had been seated at the bow of the ship, turned to glance at the man beside him. He noticed him shaking the water off his hands before examining the auction list. While the ancient Jingwei's treasure was indeed desirable, one must be alive to enjoy it. Yet, the current situation left him feeling a pang of guilt towards Wu Lei and the others, for they had exerted tremendous effort to reach this point, only to be forced to flee like lost dogs before even arriving at the site of the ancient Jingwei's demise. Upon mentioning this name, and Rushu felt a flicker of doubt cross her mind. Ever since the incident, it seemed she had not seen Yu Xingji again. How he ended up entwined with by Man remained an enigma. Volume 1, Chapter 59. My dear, when did you visit the brothel? At the same time, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan soared from the Panga Divine Palace, returning to their respective tribes to expand their influence across the vast wilderness, consolidating power throughout the primordial realm. Yet, the Dao ancestor had proclaimed that no wars should commence within 3,000 years, lest they swiftly descend upon the heavenly court and annihilate the demon race. For now, they could only accumulate the strength of the witch clan, preparing for any unforeseen events that might arise in future conflicts. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingjun felt increasingly uneasy. He had his own ulterior motives for this visit. In order to incite the disciples of the Jun Tian sword sect to assist him, Liang Xiji deliberately claimed that there were copious treasures in Biqingzhai. Whoever managed to ascend the mountain and seize them would claim them as their own. The elder brother's mindset could not be altered overnight. However, she aimed to seize this opportunity to transform his disparaging perception of merchants. What on earth are you asking for if you already know? Jing Liu suddenly exclaimed, leaping up with a look of disdain directed at Qin Ling. It goes without saying that only a fool would engage in a head-on clash with an entire clan of demons. Even if the sect leader is unafraid, they would never undertake such a laborious and thankless endeavor. Faced with the demonic army, charging directly into their ranks would be sheer folly, as the demons would undoubtedly have numerous concerns, and uniting against them would be laughable. Gradually, the formation stabilized, and with a resounding boom, the entrance to the cave sky was forcefully opened. What now? Yinqin, are you all right? If he has perished, that would be one thing, but what if he has survived? Together, we cannot hope to contend with it. Kai Zifeng vehemently opposed. At this moment, the Yang sisters, who had just descended from the platform, encountered Su Yang. Yang Yu winked at him, making a gesture of encouragement. This matter will be determined by the emperor. I dare not speak recklessly. However, if there is no severe punishment, how can others take this to heart and remain vigilant to avoid repeating their mistakes? Zhu Lin stated with an air of impartiality. Meanwhile, as the people on the ground were left in astonishment, none noticed the fleeting glimmer in Qin Ling's eyes or the faint smile that graced her lips. It turned out that just moments ago, Ming Xin had overheard 2 individuals conversing amidst the sound of the waterfall, discussing the recently uncovered relics. It seemed that the awakening process was not particularly intense. Thus, the wooden figure should be safe. However, tranquility also implied that his extraordinary abilities might be rather ordinary. Just then, a loud shout and the vigorous pounding on the door shattered the stagnant atmosphere. Consequently, the scheming families, who had long plotted over the years, began to rise against the ruling families of the outer planets, while mysterious figures from various planets emerged, and numerous envoys and notable individuals from powerful extraterrestrial factions met untimely ends across the cosmos. Phyllis was surrounded by new students eager to learn more about the situation. Yet she herself was still unclear about the purpose of the supervisory council. As she fumbled for words, a tall and handsome figure with a slick part in his hair, Jekko, approached from behind and casually placed a hand on Phyllis's shoulder. Ahem, this is quite detrimental to your health, but I shall allow it. The monk king ceased his words, focusing instead on channeling the 8 treasures of auspiciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Yu pondered during his time in the outer sect that despite the daily chopping of copious firewood, which was more than sufficient for the hundreds in the outer sect, sometimes even leaving excess, he could not fathom why they chopped daily. It turned out to be for the inner sect disciples. Observing the current demeanor of the young lady, with her cherry lips slightly curled and an air of playful annoyance, Su Yi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He recalled that he and Zhao Wanner had entered at least a few hours ago. Yet had she remained at this doorway all this time without departing? Yang Cheng had no doubt that had he wielded the original force amplification weapon from the outset, unleashing merely 30 shots of original force, he could effortlessly deliver 100 lethal strikes, given his mastery over such power. It appeared that the particularity of the original force amplification, which Zhou Jianfeng had previously neglected to mention, was indeed this. It was high time for him to acquire a similar weapon. Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of so many people gathered. But since they were already present, it was best to engage in a proper contest. Ah well, considering your current capabilities, you are unlikely to stir much commotion. Whitcrow did not glance back. He proceeded forward with determination. Watching Zhao Meng scream as if wounded, Lu Sancher turned his face away, secretly amused. Yet he had no intention of letting Zhao Meng off easily. Yi Xiu suddenly sensed a familiar sensation. This topography, the terrain, and the mountains by the sea were reminiscent of the Xinyuan realm. Qin Mo furrowed his brows, aware that Li Jiuge would not merely be a simple sword thrust. Both he and Li Jiuge were disciples of Dong Shang, and although their interactions had been limited, he had heard tales of Li Jiuge. Like himself, Li Jiuge was a multi-system warrior, particularly excelling in the assassin category. Having said this, the King of Hell cast a low-tier spell towards Yu Yinyu, causing her to dart about in disarray. Within the OB live broadcast room, a warrior remarked that although the red team had lost 4 members in this skirmish, the orderly delay and coordination exhibited by Zhao Xian and Syndra during the team fight was commendable. Only Yi Xiu lifted his gaze, his eyes fixated on Ling Luo's unclothed form, awaiting her to don her attire. Upon exiting the doorway, Lu Sancher glanced towards the far end of the corridor. Upon his initial entry, he had already noted that Mommy's office was located on this floor, in the second room to the right of the stairs. What should be done next? Apologize to Lu Sancher? Not a chance. Huang Jianshu would rather see him perish than offer an apology. No. Daqian desires the largest kidney, the most succulent kidney. Daqian began to throw a tantrum once more. With just the right level of satisfaction, he promptly removed the slime staff and replaced it with the pinewood staff. Zhou Tian hurriedly pulled out a handful of money for them, saying, "Here, this is your auspicious red envelope from Uncle Zhou." He scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he regarded the stack of money. I activated the ice sword technique, which boasts an attack range of 10 meters. The magic sound bat, despite its low altitude hovering, could still be targeted. Though this process was somewhat cumbersome, it would ultimately reveal the advantages of effective management and optimal utilization of personnel in the later stages. Yining, those floral wreaths were indeed brought by Cheng Muwei. I leaned against Yining's shoulder and whispered my inquiry. I cast a curious glance at her. In truth, I am not foolish. Zhao Qin's words illuminated certain truths for me, prompting my inquiry. Is your discontent related to the Yi family? Upon noticing me, Zhen Jiaxuan greeted me with a smile, leaving a kiss on Chu Shaoling's face before turning away. In Volume 1, Chapter 60, the young lad remarked, "Whom did you just accuse of being blind?" Savi roamed silently within the disheveled laboratory, every few meters revealing a trembling bald figure cowering in the shadows, while others cast watchful eyes upon Savi. Zheng Shan displayed a hint of intelligence, distinguishing himself from the typical, slothful individual. Upon closer inspection, he was not unappealing in appearance. Why then squander his life so? The confusion on the faces of the elite from the gaming family sparked the imagination of journalists, leading to them becoming the focal point of interviews. When a player, whose grievances conflicted with the concept of recycling, voiced their complaints, the global media mobilized swiftly. Su Hang believed that San Yang, having experienced much, would possess some insight. Yet, upon merely glancing into the creature's eyes, San Yang fled in terror, Having not even seen the entirety of the beast, how could she possibly discern its nature? His reasoning was sound. The physicians of the celestial realm differ from those handling water-related ailments. A dentist cannot treat neurological disorders, nor can a neurologist address orthopedic issues. Here, the healer is omnipotent, unlike Chongqing, who, despite failing to cure ailments, vociferously claims they are not severe. Meanwhile, Lu Si smiled, her expression deemed grotesque by ordinary standards. Yet Savi understood the purity and beauty inherent in such a smile. You are truly beyond redemption. Is it worth taking so many lives for your absurd dream? Liang Yin stared at Yin Feilong. The teleporting tower, undoubtedly the opponent's most formidable artifact, seemed impervious under the cloak of evasion. Nevertheless, it appeared that vanquishing the adversary was not an impossibility. With a resolve solidified, Li Si hesitated no longer. This marked the second grand assembly since Chu Lingyu ascended the throne, although it was not his initiative but a convening of the three consorts. Chen Yuru's delicate form trembled inadvertently once more, resembling a drenched chicken. The distance from Bailey Town to the capital was over 100 miles, making the 1.5-hour carriage ride a prevalent choice for many. In an instant, he sensed that his vessel had not traveled far. It felt as if something had severed their connection. The indomitable fortress, Fu Qinjiu, and the radiant holy sun overshadowed the heavens, gathering other newcomers around them. Once free, Tian Zhongling stretched his limbs, licking his crimson tongue, his face contorted with overwhelming excitement as he gazed at Tai Jia before exclaiming, "What a fresh soul." He stepped forward, eager to engage. However, it seemed that the situation in Nandu was merely an anomaly. Wang Hucheng, having fled to Star City, remained unshackled by the dominion of the Angel Foundation. Li Jin hurriedly bowed his head in deference, yet his peripheral vision could not resist stealing glances, stirring a ripple of unease within him. Although Yi Bing's body had not burst apart under the terrifying impact, it was easy to imagine the countless bones that must have been shattered within, suffering severe injuries. A gentle hand patted Lin Yunju's shoulder, and upon turning, she saw Qin Wan gazing in the same direction. Yi Haoyan, whom the Ghost King believed to be dead, slowly rose from the pile of wood shavings. His shirt was soaked in blood, and his left hand rested over his heart, clutching an unremarkable square brick that had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Mo Qinghua shared the cheerleading routine selected for the day with all the members of the cheerleading team. Once the dance was confirmed, she announced that starting tomorrow, the cheerleading practice sessions would be held in the dance studio during both afternoon and evening study periods. Indeed, a wonderful companion, albeit foolish, yet endearing, capable of amusing antics, such as fetching her owner's slippers to barter for her toys. Particularly, Huang Fuye's icy demeanor instilled a sense of fear, rendering one hesitant to engage in light-hearted banter. She believed that now, regardless of who she encountered on Heavenly Island, none could inflict harm upon her, and she would not succumb to fear. The mere roll of her eyes seemed to ignite Mo Qinghua's spirit. She had already been feeling overwhelmed by various matters, and with Shun Xinye's provocative words, her eyes widened in surprise, lashes fluttering, her expression darkening. Observing the two portly figures grappling with one another, Li Huinan promptly recorded the event. For such moments are rare in life. In the face of the divine temple, an existence that transcends all mundane powers in both might and status, Yi Haoyan instinctively recoiled and resisted. Amidst the thunderous roars, he stood alone against three demon generals, while Zhu Zhu and Ying Jiu engaged in a fierce tussle. Su Ning'er's colorful lotus in hand bloomed and contracted continuously, and before 100 black-armored warriors could approach, a substantial number had already fallen. The space pillar, a remarkable treasure with considerable hardness, felt quite satisfactory to hold in its current state. If a dual-scale approach were employed, followed by amalgamation, could it not potentially slow the rate of loss? Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback by his own thoughts, realizing this could be a method worth exploring. Wang Xiu squinted slightly, glancing at Yu Linglong and Lu Shan with a hint of surprise. If this decision was made spontaneously, why were the disciples of these prominent families already aware? Zhong Buchuan opened a black bag, retrieving an array of stylish, colorful stockings for us. The Ling-Yin realm. Wu Yu's mind jolted. It seemed to be a terrifying existence comparable to a Holy Spirit realm practitioner. Yet the individual before him had dispatched it without even lifting a finger. Volume 1, Chapter 61. An expert's initial move reveals everything. It is uncertain how Huangfu Yishuan and Zhu Lan conversed, yet a few days later, Zhang Li's smile became more pronounced. Zhong Anxiang noticed Jolene and subtly signaled her to leave. Distracted, she suffered a grievous wound as a sharp blade pierced her left shoulder. Qiying, after this new year, you shall pursue further studies at the Huaxiao Academy. The venerable old Master Long, as direct as ever, issued commands with an authoritative tone that left no room for dissent. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Fu Er felt an urge to follow, yet halted, as the intent of the astute General Mingli was unmistakably clear. Though Grold and Kelly remained silent, their gazes towards Tang Zheng conveyed their thoughts. Upon hearing Broly's words, Ji Hui nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, brother-in-law, you are truly clever. What do you think? Is it not delightful?" As she spoke, Ji Hui playfully shook Broly's arm. Amidst her musings, Bai Lian suddenly felt a chill brush against her cheek. Upon exiting the palace, the guards indeed dispersed, leaving only a coachman behind. However, the opulence of the carriage remained conspicuous as it traversed the streets. Princess Wen An's heart skipped a beat. This was the very pollen of the evening primrose that she had instructed her maid to place in Yi Hua's chamber, intending to catch her red-handed. She planned to eliminate Yi Hua before any repercussions could arise, even if Yi Fu were to arrive. To her dismay, the pollen had spilled forth. Naturally, when winter arrives, a certain individual would not express it so. He would abandon the once selflessly devoted cold lord and instead succumb to the warmth of the warm lord. Zhong Yu spoke candidly, and indeed, such was his thought. To him, drinking water was merely a means to quench thirst. As it stands, the strategy of limited sales has proven effective, resonating within the capital with potentially greater success. Thus, the qualification for the first place in the Earth Ranking Association to enter the Kuindo illusion realm continues to rotate among their top 10 sects and 5 prominent families. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the hall turned towards Yi Qianing. Even the matriarch seated in the main position narrowed her eyes slightly, awaiting Yi Qianying's next move. The youth was incensed. How dare an outsider be so audacious, harboring inappropriate thoughts towards Xiongling? Yet, in broad daylight, why had he come to sleep? Could there be a hidden secret? Shun Lingyan, embodying the spirit of gossip, perked her ears high, hoping to catch some sound. Unfortunately, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Lu Su contemplated, upon arrival, to negotiate with Sun Quan, allowing Liu Bei to seize the 4 counties of Jingnan. This sequence of events seemed feasible. No rush was necessary. Jiangdong's acquisition of Nanjun could not be accomplished hastily, whether it took half a year or a full year. It would still be achievable. Liao Hua, a general in Guan Yu's army, held the position of Du at the time, experienced and astute. He was deeply loyal to Guan Yu, who held him in high regard. After contacting each other, Yu Mingyuan hurried to the designated location first, aiming to stabilize Yu Mingzhou. Officer Cheng, accompanied by his subordinates, made all necessary arrangements before also proceeding to the agreed-upon venue. Everyone was aware that the 13 red-faced monks were from the Central State Alliance, serving as the organizers responsible for maintaining order during the auction, preventing any incidents of theft. Li Lvy had sheltered Luan Jingjing behind her, fearing that Bai Jiangqiu had already discerned the situation. If this room indeed harbored such mechanisms, then 25 years ago, he must have understood the reason. However, he had remained silent until now. She could not deny that the actress was undeniably beautiful, exquisite and enduringly attractive, with features capable of withstanding scrutiny. Unbeknownst to her, she straightened her posture. Witnessing the sacrifices made by the private first class, how could she refrain from leading by example? Chu Juanxiao's expression darkened progressively, a vein at his temple throbbing subtly, his tone barely concealing his simmering rage. Upon seeing the blood, Feng Shaoli's emerald eyes instantaneously brightened, his thirst for it vividly manifesting on his face. Leaning against the car door, Feng lit a cigarette, increasingly growing fond of it, especially during moments of agitation and unrest. The princess? Yangshan questioned. Taken aback by the fact that a princess of the Xia kingdom was purchasing horses, was she plotting a rebellion? Regarding this, Feng glanced at his tattered military uniform. The temptation of a hot shower followed by a restful sleep became almost irresistible. That evening, after dinner, Li Guang set off towards Lu's family grave with iron tools and an axe as the sun dipped below the western mountains. I understand your concerns. You believe my investment lacks legitimacy. How about you accept my pursuit, and allow me to be your boyfriend. That way, it becomes justifiable, Li Hui spoke earnestly. Noticing Liu Yesung's composed demeanor, unperturbed by his previous disdain, Xiao Rang felt a flicker of admiration for him. This individual possessed an excellent disposition and would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Subsequently, Qinto Chuan recounted the events of Ran Luoshue's battle at the 4th defensive line with clarity. By the time he finished, an involuntary smile of triumph had crept onto Hatada Higashi's face. Yet, at that moment, he felt a twinge of apprehension, for no micro-level cultivator could contain their own cultivation. But this young man beside him could. If allowed to grow further, how would he face him? Zhongqing gritted her teeth against the pain etched on her face, her feet racing forward without a moment's pause. The morning sunlight was particularly delightful, the dew dampening her hair tips. Birds sang merrily in the branches. Yet she was in no mood to appreciate it. Wang Zhuan nodded thoughtfully, lamenting that her father was not present. Such matrimonial affairs would need to be decided in the south. Early autumn in Beijing was exceptionally enchanting, as summer relinquished its sweltering heat. And the autumn breeze brought refreshing coolness, adding a touch of warmth to this ancient, yet newly vibrant city. Certainly, there must be someone who, regardless of the circumstances, must uphold the dignity of the seventh master. Chen Rong nodded in agreement. If you wish to see me, how about I make my presence known to you? An empty voice resonated, as a figure slowly emerged from the blood sea before Xiao Rang. This figure did not create a commotion like the previous wretched souls. Rather, it appeared silently, as if it had risen from the depths of the ocean. Such a needle technique could claim the lives of both the old earth and the old sea, for they could not extract the long needle. The needle remained, still serving to seal the acupoints, lingering within them. Volume 1, Chapter 62. What is the true identity of this old man? One initiates a relentless assault, while the other fortifies the meridians, each compensating for the other's shortcomings. In this vast world, only he possesses the ability to wield these two extraordinary skills simultaneously. Xing Feng. Earlier, before climbing the tree, I asked if you would eat, yet you declined. Now that the climb is over, you find yourselves hungry? The camera could only capture her profile, revealing the creases in her sleeves, a sign of the tension she was under. Mr. Liu, tonight's affair is not directed at the crew, is it? Such antics are uncharacteristic, Kai Yong expressed, feeling his blood pressure nearly erupt from frustration. When did the family head begin to consider matters with such meticulousness? It is truly eye-opening. The Grand Elder was acutely aware that this time he would likely escape death but not the pain of living, still uncertain of the methods Yun Rongqing would employ against him. Every drop of the medicinal liquid blended harmoniously, achieving perfection in every step, from refinement to melting, from embryonic form to congealed elixir. Such talent transcends mere genius. The bound individual displayed an attitude of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the situation, even beginning to mock. His martial prowess was already comparable to that of an average third-tier warrior, coupled with the wind-chase step, overbearing fist, and dragon flame blade. It was akin to bullying. How amusing. If the police were effective, why would you need these shamans? Merely as mascots for our nation? Rest assured, if your president cannot handle them, then she has no business being president. Li Na discerned their thoughts and offered words of comfort. In battles where both sides are evenly matched, the audience tends to feel a heightened sense of tension, whereas in overwhelming skirmishes, despite the occasional surprises of a comeback by the disadvantaged side, the viewers remain less anxious. Old Sun had matters weighing on his mind, eager to act alongside the unique team. After much effort persuading Lei Jian, hope appeared to arise, only to be thwarted by Zhang Guanghua, who was attending to the injuries of the three. In his haste, he sternly reprimanded Zhang Guanghua. As for the second matter, I demand 100,000 dwarfs. Regardless of your methods, be it through theft or force, I want 100,000 dwarfs. Moreover, they must be free from disease, without disabilities, and of sound intellect. Adam declared resolutely. Of course, upon reaching the final card, I discovered it belonged to a Dao. Adao gazed at the photograph of himself, momentarily curling his lips in disdain at his current status. He had been lying there for about 20 minutes when he began rummaging through the bedside table, retrieving a box of cigars. Meng Fan, upon the loss of his left hand, had nearly relinquished his will to live, while Wang Hongya, stripped of all his supernatural abilities, questioned his own resolve to continue existing. He added, I will remember the contributions of both of you. Discovering this treasure is indeed a monumental achievement. warranting the bestowal of the copper eagle medal. Though Bai Lu had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. A golden aura of fighting spirit enveloped the crowd. And under the icy gaze, the black-robed bishop shivered involuntarily. Over 400 cavalry soldiers, with a formidable and majestic presence, wielded their sabers, severing the limbs of the enemy. And within 5 minutes, the surrounding foes had been entirely annihilated. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the battle had already concluded. The elderly couple prepared a clean room for them, and later, while the two elders were distracted, a beautiful young woman stealthily approached. The enemy was caught off guard. With those in the front swept away by the flood, horses and all, as cries for help and curses echoed through the air. The onlookers were astonished and rushed to assist her, while 2 others quickly restrained Daqian. This blend of intimidation, allure, and persuasion seemed to be an art form perfected only by Ling Luyu. At first glance, his 10 fingers resembled the elongated nails of a zombie, appearing so sharp that one might fear they could ensnare a person to their doom. Even Xinyuan Sin Shao would find them chilling to behold. Although the division of the Holy Tang had not been fully realized, it had nonetheless significantly weakened the dynasty with the cooperation of the Grand Emperor. Just 2 years later, as their fingers intertwined once more, his cool touch was hauntingly familiar, causing her heart to race. If Ling Yu's lack of foresight could be excused, it was because she never pondered deeply. No one is born superior to others. Ling Yu's previous capriciousness was something she could still forgive. Before Ye could utter a word, she was already being pulled by Benben, hastening towards the nearby hill where Moon Mingyan was located. Benben had clearly detected a potent stench of decay, indicating that the situation there was the most perilous on the battlefield. Moreover, who said one could not turn these individuals into their audience? Chang Yao was curious to know if the fate of the one named Chaogo would still favor her if she lost the support of her spectators. They waited, anticipating Mo Halbai's return to Bianjing, eager for opportunities to cause mischief in the absence of the 7th prince and his wife. Volume 1. Chapter 63. Why are all wealthy individuals like this? Li Daoran's captive gazed at him anxiously, refraining from uttering a sound that might disrupt the contemplative silence. Fearing that such an act could lead to a woeful fate, Tan Yongxing sincerely apologized to Tang Ming, and considering Tang Ming's formidable medical skills, he anticipated that this individual would undoubtedly create a sensation if he were to participate in a medical competition. Dantai Zijing said little, taking her seat, activating the microphone, clearing her throat, and directly addressing the matter at hand. The cacophony of noise interrupted Mo Chen's sweet dreams. He rubbed his bleary eyes, reluctantly donned his clothes, and exited the room. Each clash between the azure flames and Chunhao's doppelganger gradually dispelled the dark energy clinging to it. From the perspective of the mid-stage celestial realm's ability to rival the peak celestial cultivators, it could be said that this path possessed formidable strength at the celestial level. Mu Zixin pondered the situation, reasoning that since death had already occurred, there was a chance of revival. She gestured towards Tang Ming's lung. What sort of jest is this? Wei Zhan, snapping back to reality, wore a grim expression, suppressing his anger as he let out a low growl, his gaze fixed sternly on the bride. After a moment of shock, Chun Xuanzang's complexion grew increasingly pallid. He shouldered the monk and took him to a physician's home, requesting some funds from Hua Bao to treat the monk's injuries. Lin Yi's internal energy surged, his eyes like lightning, his body as solid as stone, exuding the aura of a formidable being with every gesture. The numerous sea demons, sensing his presence, which was even more formidable than Xin Chang's, halted their retreat. The 30-year-old core formation cultivator at the forefront was none other than the disciple who had returned from the 36 formations. Upon seeing that it was the Yuan brothers blocking his path, his expression darkened instantly. In that grueling, demonic training, fewer than 5 had survived out of 5,000 participants, resulting in a staggering elimination rate of 90%, an authentic trial of life and death, a true demonic training. Most of those eliminated did not perish due to the training itself, but rather succumbed to unbearable torture, opting for suicide. Thus, should anyone employ substantial force to breach his barrier and shift the stabilizing pearl, traces would undoubtedly be left behind. Just then, a raucous laughter echoed through the air. Not originating from Xianyu, a fire-wreathed horned demon materialized in the sky, effortlessly bypassing the heavy defenses of the celestial powers, moving freely as if they were mere illusions. Moreover, she possessed an unmistakably strong noble aura, yet exuded a warmth that rendered her utterly unrepellent. They would synthesize chemicals in the brains of insects, thereby exerting control over them, issuing commands that compelled the insects to relocate to areas conducive to fungal growth. Only then would they be killed, their bodies repurposed as nourishment. Jian accepted without hesitation, placing the item into his storage bracelet. Just moments ago, he had unleashed his sword escape, striving to restrain the two individuals, preventing either from entering the valley. You have not failed. Rather, I have conquered myself, Yi Fei remarked with a smile. The smile that emanates from the depths of one's soul is the hallmark of a true victor. I speak with utmost sincerity, and I never retract my words, Yi Fei remarked, his tranquil demeanor and confident expression leaving the students of Jiaodong University profoundly astonished. Do I not appear convincing? Arthur exclaimed, soaring gracefully towards Yuko. Hands on his hips, his voice piercing the air. Despite Wang Fan's formidable defenses, Suzuki Onamara's claws proved to be akin to divine weapons, leaving deep gashes upon his skin. Consequently, as Xiaoyu offered no response, the others dispersed, knowing that the Qingke Palace ruins would remain for 5 days, and they were to return thereafter. Li Shiyuan glanced over, his eyelids twitching in surprise at the terrifying ferocity of the seemingly simple monk, whose demon-slaying staff shattered even the dining table with a single strike, demonstrating unimaginable strength. He recalled that he had once outwitted the celestial beings from beyond the heavens, and thus felt disinclined to target the living essences of the demonic entities. Meanwhile, Chun Biani and Zhao Guozhu, who had been mere observers, exchanged silent glances, remaining utterly speechless. At that moment, the virtual stands erupted with cheers from spectators who had wagered on Wang Fan's victory. Although I had indeed provided the free Earth Spirit Talisman, significantly reducing feudal fatalities, it was still unable to prevent certain slow-reacting ghostly messengers from meeting their demise at the hands of others, even while possessing the talisman. The governor disregarded the murmurs around him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed upon Li Shiyan at the pinnacle of the sacred temple. I shall follow you. Please instruct me on what to do. Nidhogg's spirit soared with enthusiasm. Firstly, Ji Qianxiu was quite certain that with so many nobles present, the typically self-assured Baiming Lu would never dare to act against his own status. Secondly, she was eager to observe what schemes these two intended to concoct. He contemplated calmly that without strength, abandoning everything would be futile, leaving no room for choice. Against such a fundamental backdrop, crafting a welfare system that aligns with employees' psychological expectations seemed no different from chasing a mirage. Particularly, his response to the reporter regarding the audience's perceived lack of appreciation resonated with widespread agreement among netizens. In fact, Wang Yu had previously urged his father Wang Yin to compose a memorial requesting the emperor to dismiss the aforementioned old Go. However, Wang Yin did not heed his son's advice, opting instead to, like Han Qi, subtly prevent the other from underestimating the situation for the sake of self-preservation. Throughout the journey, Gong Yi elaborated on the formations and mechanisms within the Nangong residence, astonishing by Li Qin and Yang Guang. Had it not been for Gong Yi's explanation, they would have been oblivious to the multitude of formations concealed within. In a moment of shock, Ji Yi lifted her gaze, only to behold Ji Qianxiu, resplendent in a bright yellow palace attire, seated regally upon a high chair. Yet, despite this grandeur, the interrogator remained steadfast, unwilling to relent even in the face of such imposing presence. In Volume 1, Chapter 64, the dialogue unfolded. Would you have me compensate you with 100 taels of silver notes? Why not simply resort to theft? Suyu nodded, and after observing Yi Jie and the male host depart, he finally settled into his seat. Throughout, the third prince did not cast a single glance behind him, unaware that at the moment of his departure, a glimmer of moisture appeared in the emperor's eyes. A palpable silence enveloped the room, only to be broken by a soft sigh emanating from Director Qin. Li Feng's gaze towards her gradually grew hazy, as the last vestiges of rationality flickered like a candle flame, swaying in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The strange cry from the illusory dragon was not merely an expression of rage. It sought to disrupt Muriel's rhythm, preventing the continuation of Waya's third song. Father, please don't. Bai Ruyi rushed forward without hesitation, resolute in her determination to shield Bai Patian from any harm, even if it meant standing against Bai Sheng himself. Chen Bing lowered her head in silence, her expression shifting as if she had suddenly grasped an understanding. The maidservants, in unison, were struck by the same thought, their eyes sparkling with realization. In this world, there is nothing I, Huang Yin, would shy away from. Huang Yin scoffed, casually lifting the curtain to expose the two individuals within the carriage to the crowd. The city lord, however, was not excessively disheartened, for the corpulent Jian had previously informed him that Jian Yun would accompany him out of Huolong City. Ultimately, the city lord broached the matter of the martial technique, hoping to borrow it for a glimpse, with the assurance of appropriate compensation. He dismissed the young man, stepping back to request Feng Bai's assistance, methodically organizing the assembly into a line. With Cold Cloud's inherent pride, retreat was never an option. He bellowed in anger, striking forth with a decisive slash. Suddenly, a beautiful visage emerged in his mind, her countenance a blend of icy elegance and gentle warmth radiating from her kind eyes. Clad in a sophisticated trench coat, her flowing hair seemed to exude a faint fragrance as she walked forward. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps recalling something poignant, she slowly turned her head and offered a subtle smile. Even as he raised his spear of death high, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the blasphemer before him, the Abyss Lord's projection found its motion abruptly halted. Senior, would such a colossal enterprise as Tsang Yuan truly invest in our university's gala? That seems rather far-fetched. Ling Qi expressed her doubts, observing Tao Liqui's confident profile. Thus far, Dong Guozhang had not witnessed any soldiers fall, yet he was certain the enemy numbered at least 60 or 70. Roy furrowed his brow slightly, silently invoking the condensation of fire elements. However, such a haphazard approach was evidently futile. He shook his head while gazing at the earthen-hued energy spikes hurtling towards him, taking a deep breath before leaping to the right. The cultivators pondered the matter, recognizing that the elemental stones were remarkably hard. Even if they failed to strike any of the numerous practitioners, it would be disastrous should they hit a mere mortal. Rather than engaging in such perilous antics, they might as well present the elemental stones directly to the mortals, sparing everyone the arduous effort of throwing them for a scramble. I understand, teacher, Gandwa murmured, his body trembling slightly as he clenched his fists. He raised his gaze towards Teacher Baines. Despite the elder's slightly hunched and frail figure, he radiated a dazzling, faint golden glow under the sunlight. The figures intertwined, their intentions continuously shifting. The Miao people's wind absorbed new transformations, their eyes reflecting the sun and moon, their bodies embodying mountains and seas, their feet treading upon the heavens. No longer confined to a fixed realm, or rather, a realm dictated by humanity. The essence of existence intertwined seamlessly with the 7 orifices of the body. After a brief respite of 2 hours, the final qualifying rounds of the Hidden Dragon rankings commenced with fervor. Upon hearing Li Ziyuan's response, the commander revealed a hint of a knowing smile before gesturing to Li Ziyuan, indicating his understanding. The eerie smile sent chills down Li Ziyuan's spine, making him wary and reluctant to linger any longer. With each footfall, a chilling aura swept through the space, freezing everyone in an instant, be they legendary tyrants or those on the cusp of legend like Ding Hua and the Six Paths, along with other champions of greater renown. All became momentarily rigid under the pervasive cold. Having completed his promise, Lu Chui, with tears streaming down her face, said nothing further. Instead, she softly uttered her love before kissing Li Ziyuan once more. This time, in contrast to the previous gentle guidance she offered, Lu Chui appeared wild and fervent. Her towering bosom, reminiscent of an inverted jade bowl, showcased resplendent cherry blossoms in the most exquisite shade of pink. Your Majesty, I must take my leave for a while, Yao Yao announced. At this moment, Qing Jing Yao had little inclination to engage in the trivialities with her. Thus, they parted ways. One group heading towards the martial god empire, while the other ventured down the path of the underworld cultivators. Li Tianyu proposed an unavoidable solution. The winding roads of Kunlun were intricate and peculiar, home to a formidable hidden power, the second alliance of the Kunlun clan. It was revealed that when Boyo awakened in the ruins of the divine, he had already become a divine bearer of 7 divine fortune stones. In truth, divine bearers were not limited to humans. Many spirits had also ascended to such a status. The boundary of consciousness leads to the threshold of the lost realm. A place you should recognize, echoed the voice of Al Michel, evoking in Al the vivid image of the vibrant garden adorned with a resplendent rose, the synflower belonging to Lolita. Upon catching sight of an exquisite man early in the morning, Yi Chenming took a considerable while to regain her composure. She had made promises to both Hua Juanjia and Gui Zhitong. Although all this was for the man before her, how could she convey it to him? Would it hold any significance to reveal her feelings? The lord of Wanbao City furrowed his brow at the scene unfolding before him. Acutely aware that Chu He's punch lacked any power, he pondered whether it was merely an act. Yet the following moment filled him with relief that he had refrained from confronting Chu He earlier. Eventually, after Qindong had unleashed an unknown number of punches, the Xian snake lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any breath. Volume 1, Chapter 65. A mere child, utterly audacious. Having spent many years in this world, Sean's understanding had evolved beyond the hazy impressions once gleaned from a screen, becoming far more vivid and comprehensive. Chu Tian projected his mental energy, attempting to discern the expanse of the white radiance, only to discover, after a brief moment, that the brilliance appeared infinite, eluding his mental reach. And he sensed no presence of others nearby. Yet at times, the truth could not be spoken, leaving silence as the only recourse. His curiosity about the object in Chu Tian's possession grew stronger. What could it be that caused Xingran to disregard their friendship so completely? As he spoke, a flicker of terror glimmered in his eyes, as if he had witnessed the most dreadful sight imaginable. The 787 is characterized by its size. The aircraft's cabin is divided into 2 levels, in addition to a cargo hold, totaling 3 tiers. Its maximum passenger capacity can reach 600, surpassing the so-called airborne train, the A380. Liang Yu observed Ling Ryue entering the temple and, after a moment, noted a powerful aura rising skyward. Unmistakably Ling Ryue advancing to the 3rd step, prompting a smile to grace his lips as he turned his gaze to a massive stone tablet deeper within the temple. Remaining silent. Not every superhuman possesses the intellect of a scientist, capable of discerning the potency of a specific weapon. They remained unaware that these contraptions paled in comparison to their own 3, which far surpassed in technological sophistication. I deem this matter unjust. Jian raised his head, boldly proclaiming, meeting Zhongda's gaze without a hint of fear. Every living being, by nature, harbors a fear of death, with a concrete instinct for survival. Only those endowed with this instinct can be considered true life forms. This was her self-analysis, seemingly self-justifying. However, within her heart lay another layer of thought. After so many years of companionship with Li Yunhao, could it be that she truly harbored no feelings for him at all? If she were able to speak, Ji Weiwei would undoubtedly have initiated a greeting, yet the current circumstance rendered her voiceless. Upon finishing her sentence, he noticed the peculiar glances directed at him from those around. Their expressions a blend of suppressed laughter and hesitation, which was most suspicious. Why the urgency? After all, he had made a special trip here and surely had ample time. Pei Yiling began to tease him about his presence at this location. Upon hearing Ouyang Sweki's voice, Fan Yinyin was immediately taken aback, pondering how this could be possible. Wasn't Ouyang Sweki captured? How could she still answer the phone? If the phone was in her possession, why hadn't she answered it earlier? Upon receiving this information, Fan Yinyin felt even more perplexed. What could Zhang Shi be doing at the courthouse? It was late, and the courthouse was closed. Had she been kidnapped? Were the kidnappers truly so foolish as to take her to the courthouse? That would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Just as Mu Qingsu was engulfed in suspicion, her gaze fell upon Liao Mujing, who wore a smile imbued with deep meaning. At last, the immediate crisis had been averted, ensuring the safety of the emperor and others. Lu Chongfeng could not help but exhale a reluctant sigh of relief. Agreeing to Wei Rigao's terms, he resolved to take one step at a time. Adapting as circumstances unfolded, this was the best course of action he could conceive at the moment. Just as the 7th aunt was reveling in the perfection of her actions and preparing to clear her inbox and recent contacts, her phone was suddenly snatched away. The importance of this was underscored by its role as a stepping stone to university. The higher the score, the greater the opportunity to enter a prestigious institution. Yet she had to concede one undeniable truth. A high score did not guarantee future success for the student. The individual in question was Yang Tianlang, who was startled by the sudden voice of the monk and turned to find a tall figure with a full beard standing behind him, having appeared unexpectedly. Many who had been roused from their slumber by the loud rocket also caught snippets of the conversation between the two. Hearing that Master Kasayapa had not commanded them to depart immediately, most returned to their slumber. It was not until dawn broke that they began to pack their belongings and set out on their journey once more. If you wish for me to let you down, then cease your thoughts of bathing here. Hurry and rinse your mouth and wash your face. Return to the tent. Did you not just say you were tired and wanted to sleep? Why the need for a bath? Hurry, I too am feeling a bit weary, Tang Yunxiao remarked. No. Wasn't it you who said to let me go? The person on the other end was taken aback by Tang Yunxiao's sudden outburst, stumbling over their words. To be honest, Wen Ning's proposal was somewhat impulsive, spurred by the provocations from the opposite store. After their experience with the ghostly sect, the two refrained from recklessly involving themselves in martial affairs. Shin Maiyun, still in his youth and filled with a playful spirit, wandered aimlessly with Yin Feng. One day, upon reaching the vicinity, Yin Feng mentioned that an uncle resided on a nearby island, which piqued Shin Maiyun's interest, compelling him to insist that Yin Feng take him to explore the island. He cast a cold glance at Ning Yuru, uttering not a word, before retreating to his own chamber. The void tree evidently burgeoned from the celestial realms beyond Earth, penetrating deep into the ocean's abyss. What astonished Yi Ji once more was that the resplendent forehead of the sword sage, upon enduring the strike, remained unscathed, not even a trace of injury marring its surface. Chapter 66. You know only one side, not the other. If she doesn't come, then so be it. We are not particularly acquainted. However, how many children do they have now? If she returns, the customary red envelopes must be appropriately prepared. With this, he curled his toes inward and moved slowly, his steps resembling the plow's passage. Then, with a sudden burst of force from his heels, the soles of his newly purchased athletic shoes screeched against the rubber floor, propelling him effortlessly to the entrance of the martial arts hall, a distance of 4 meters. On the other side of the wall lay an interminably long cabinet, within which exquisite porcelain gleamed under the light, dazzling the eyes and overwhelming the senses. What on earth does it mean to gain 400 favor points upon completing a task? Even for Aina, the utmost favor increase from a task only amounted to 50. Groups of military equipment emerged from the hands of craftsmen, while a significant number of able-bodied men joined the army under conscription. A man from the Sunrise Nation, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a pristine white priestly garment, with refined brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of elegance. Bai Zhou called them, inviting them to stay at her home, yet her father rejected the offer. He was well aware that the military base of the Bald Eagle Empire was not far from here, merely a few dozen kilometers away. Nonetheless, this was the airspace of Malaysia, and he did not anticipate that they would breach it so boldly. In her attempt to protect her, Qing Ying was confined within a bottle by this malevolent master, refusing to be released. Upon reaching the age of 90, Xinjing Nifa finally comprehended the essence of qi. Although his understanding was nascent, this qi was sufficient to contend with the water ghost. Though the two animated figures were unfamiliar to everyone, upon their initial sighting, the group was instantly captivated by these comic representations. Perhaps they could not yet rival the venerable Bounty Hunter Guild, a titan in the gray market, but they had already surpassed the burgeoning giant, the Xiaoqi studio. Yet, when the Soul Emperor made his move, he obliterated 2 of the ancient 8 clans. Even now, the ancient clans dared not openly oppose the codex of the Soul Palace. With his current prowess, even a casual strike could instantaneously annihilate a common sea creature. Yet he found himself unable to breach the defenses of this colossal entity before him, as long as one does not overreach. External aids and private servers are undoubtedly the optimal investment for reincarnators seeking to amass substantial capital. Since that encounter with Huan Yu, despite numerous attempts to challenge the 4th stone lock, all have ended in failure. However, the young naval logistics soldier before her left no impression on her whatsoever. Yet he could effortlessly call out her identity, which stirred her emotions slightly. Upon returning home after work, before she could even settle down, Lan was stopped by Jingda, who was bustling in the kitchen, leading to the somewhat muddled exchange that transpired. Why dwell on those bygone adult matters? Lan certainly did not forget that war. During his first battle, he severed the head of an enemy general, marking the beginning of his renown. Suyu did not dwell on the earlier incident. While training in the depths of the mountains, she had encountered strangers before. Either they were slain by her or by her father. Thus, she regarded strangers with indifference, as they were all destined to meet their demise. General Stillwell emerged, clad in standard American infantry combat attire, equipped with jungle combat boots, wearing a steel helmet, and wielding an M1 carbine. Zhou Zhanfei caught up with Fei Qinyang in the parking lot, but Fei Qinyang brusquely declined his offer, swiftly entering his car and driving away. The disciple had become the transport captain, while the master had turned into a fervent trainer. Over the course of 10 years, the Red Powder organization had clandestinely recruited well over 100,000 members. From this pool, Lan Ji meticulously selected and ultimately assembled a Black Iron Army comprising 30,000 troops. As Han Shui'er attempted to rise for the bathroom, Jing Moxuan firmly pressed her down, questioning how she could be so certain that he would not mind. Han Shui'er did not struggle immediately, instead gently caressing Jing Moxuan's face, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Shun Jia's work was not particularly demanding, and soon Han Shui'er and Lin Hanyu found themselves in his presence. Li Nan shook his head, aware that the time for his third brother had come. Without an antidote, salvation was undoubtedly beyond reach. Though he thought this, the impact on Han Shui'er's spirit was profound, leaving her momentarily unable to accept the reality. In the days that followed, Lu Hua found himself questioning repeatedly, especially as his influence rapidly expanded. He pondered what choices he would make if given the chance to relive everything. Yet, in the current situation, he was utterly oblivious. And to claim he was not worried about them would be to deceive himself. The interior was as shabby as the exterior, overseen only by an elderly man tending to the shop. We escorted Zheng Yongmo downstairs, and our people followed suit, as did theirs. Daylight lifted its gaze, eyes turning to gold, hair instantaneously transforming to white, as his realm ascended from the fourth to the fifth, reporting to the emperor. The individual is currently being interrogated in the jail of Jingzhou Prefecture. Lord Song, the magistrate of Jingzhou, promptly stepped forward to respond. Although there was no explicit prohibition against riding horses in the marketplace, such audacity, disregarding others, still left Lin Tian with a hint of displeasure. With such spiritual roots in hand, the masters of Flying Fox Path could undoubtedly produce in batches, a claim that was no jest. If the chief refers to me as the king of guns, then I believe he deserves to be called the god of guns, exclaimed He Ching Wang. Just as Xiang Wen stated, had that bomb chosen to engage in warfare, Chu Yang, Lu Zhengfeng, and all their kin would have been severed from contact with the Songshan sect. Given the life-saving grace bestowed upon him, Lin could undoubtedly afford the gift from Xiang Wen. Volume 1, Chapter 67. How can the Great Qian persist under such circumstances? By this time, the aluminum window company had been unable to secure many contracts, descending into peril and facing the threat of bankruptcy. He had no inclination to dwell on such matters, for after today, precisely at midnight on April 19th, the system would refresh its challenge tasks. Wei Feng and the others were taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor of Xia Honan. Had Xia Honan already been aware of their identities as members of the XY team? He was tall and slender, with slightly dark skin and medium short hair. Despite wearing sunglasses, his strikingly handsome features were still evident. Tang Lang was solely concerned about Ross's situation, while Ross, puzzled, wondered why this man, a stranger to her, was being so kind. Zhang Shui'er opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, her eyes filled with emotions of unfulfilled longing, affection, and reluctance. The bank manager nodded, saying, "Bring it here for inspection, along with the land certificate, property certificate, and the detailed ledger of fixed assets. Also, the economic contracts signed in the past 3 years must be presented." The vice leader of the Arrow Alliance, Jian Wuho, remained committed to the alliance's management even after the leader's scandalous departure with funds. Somehow, this matter reached Feng Meng, who was intent on acquiring Ho Yi's celestial elixir. On the morning of the 15th day of the 8th month, as Ho Yi prepared to lead his disciples out, Feng Meng feigned illness and stayed behind. Having tentatively selected these 3 songs, Enja decided against further deliberation, as he was now ready to retire for the night, having scarcely slept in recent days. Shortly after mining commenced, the earth-devouring beast broke free from its seal, slaughtering the miners extracting crystals, leaving only a handful of them clinging to life. Ultimately, they managed to reseal the beast using a token found by a magma lake. However, they dared not attempt to mine the earth element crystals on the rock wall. Thus, Sherry relayed what they had recently observed about Aaron's expressive demeanor to Luffy. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he regained his composure and internally scoffed, nearly revealing the truth about that fellow. "Village chief, can the esteemed Duke Missouri you summoned truly rid us of that wretched scoundrel?" In a courtyard within the village, the elders and gentry gathered, seemingly in discussion. One elderly woman, after hearing the announcement from the elders standing in the center, anxiously inquired. Inside the room, and Jia anxiously called out to Jian while urgently addressing his senior. For instance, Kobe, James Harden, and LeBron James were all vividly imitated by Brandon Armstrong. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Jia's eyes as he coldly regarded the other tribal mech rider. Following the examination, the anticipated parent-teacher conference did not materialize. Instead, the various subject teachers provided their summaries, and classes resumed as usual. He had been nearby when Tang Luo tormented Aoi Nozomi, overhearing certain revelations that seemed inappropriate for him to witness. Subsequently, an immense inferno erupted on the island, its flames spreading fiercely, burning for many days without extinguishment. Seizing a moment of inattention from Yun Xian, Diwu suddenly fled with the remaining black-cloaked individuals towards the stone gate. Along the way, Lu Yinxue, preoccupied with her husband, could not help but inquire once more about Gu Huaiyan. Before long, Qing Yinya raised his arms, channeling true energy through the 6 major acupoints behind Yun Xiuming, emanating layers of luminous auras that astonished all present. She understood Tang Luo profoundly, and her desire to take him away was not solely for his sake, but also for Captain Zhao and the others. Tang Luo gazed at the fallen Lu Chao. His mind ignited with rage upon recalling that this individual had incited the robbers to murder Han Ruobing. The remaining flesh-eating rats could easily be dispatched with an assault rifle. A few sweeping shots would suffice to conclude the battle in mere moments. I could not help but exclaim to Li Yinxin. Upon entering the orphanage, Tang Luo observed numerous workers laboring to reconstruct the dilapidated structures. He watched Du Ruo's silhouette, raising his hand to touch the spot that had been kissed. And gazing at the grand school gate, he suddenly felt a rush of romantic sentiment. How could such a nation dare to challenge the rules established by superpowers and great nations? Peering inside, the room was modest, resembling a standard mainframe array chamber, illuminated by a soft blue glow. Yet in the next moment, Lu Shiba sensed something amiss. He could no longer muster a smile, unable to hear his own voice. If that is the case, then your presence here serves no purpose. Hao Yan coldly scoffed, raising his hand to execute his adversary. However, just as he was about to strike, he glanced in the direction of Tian Yumen. It was then that Zhou Yi comprehended the extent of An Liang's dedication to ensuring his band shone brightly. The Ji family's clan competition witnessed the participation of nearly all descendants, and this gathering of formidable talents was rumored to have been decisively overcome by a so-called waste, single-handedly defeating 10 opponents. This rumor spread like wildfire throughout Yinfeng City. This was sanctioned by Qi, especially after hearing about the substantial rewards for placing in the competition, which further convinced Wu Fan. Zhao Gao's actions ultimately led to his demise in the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, another son of Bodhi, Su Fu, possessed both Bodhi's ambition and Mao's strength, refusing to remain subservient. Moreover, in the last century, when Japan's power reached unprecedented levels, it audaciously initiated the war of aggression against China and declared war on America. Zhang Shi felt a surge of anticipation and excitement at the thought of the upcoming annual Writers' Conference next month. However, the Academy of the Wild Sky understood the significance of Lin Menger and steadfastly refused to acquiesce to this matter. Consequently, the Divine Wilderness Empire had no choice but to pursue a secondary strategy, allowing Ao Yichen to court Lin Menger in hopes of attaining the coveted Xianbing physique. In Volume 1, Chapter 68, the old man was indeed formidable, with depths that ran deep. In the clearing at the back mountain, surrounded by undulating emerald hills and evergreen pines, lay fertile farmland stretching across the plains, an exceptional piece of land imbued with auspicious qualities. After the army had passed, 3 days had elapsed. Ma Tian, wishing to avoid the throngs of people, meandered along the banks of the Darim River, allowing the camels to carry her as she ambled slowly. Perhaps if he had offered his son a modicum of warmth back then, even a mere greeting, his son would not have spiraled into despair and taken his own life in Qianzhou. Now, with white-haired parents mourning their black-haired children, the emperor's pangs of regret could only be shared with Xiao, and suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from the crowd below. A burly man with a thick beard bellowed at the platform above. Shi and I purchased modest gifts and flowers at the mall before driving to Qin Jiming's home. What if I had truly entered the palace back then? Perhaps I would have grown weary of gazing at the sky every day. The capital of the state of Zhongshan, Lenu, saw its former king Lu Shi, exiled to Li Wu since the abdication of Emperor Xian of Han, now living as a wealthy man. When Guan Yu besieged Lenu, Lu Shi could no longer remain idle and stealthily led 50 retainers to the city. The technique of the cheery blades was indeed exquisite, slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Yet, it still paled in comparison to the Qiongyu sword technique. A sudden cry pierced the air, and Yang Jinxin turned in bewilderment. Tears streamed down her face, seemingly frozen in time, as she watched him rushing toward her. While she instinctively retreated in panic, most of the cloaked figures had been cast off the cliff by Wang Yin, with only a few remaining. Felled by his hand upon the mountain path, Wang Yiqing, lost in thought, remained unaware that Tang Jin's sudden attempts to ingratiate himself were merely a consequence of the moral constraints imposed by his romantic aspirations. He returned to the courtyard. Sitting in dull silence, and amidst the chaos of the dancing maidens, he absent-mindedly departed from Xiaodian's residence. Zhao Ruoji appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. Upon turning, he realized he had unwittingly seated himself on the steps of the Ice Palace, a realm forbidden to the Ice people, who could not trespass there. Chao Gu departed from Huacheng long ago, the airplane's wheels soaring into the sky, reverberating across the runway of the international airport. Cao Cao observed that the cavalry of the Qin army had already dispersed, initiating an encirclement. Although they were backed by a stronghold, the Qin forces seemed unhurried, methodically dismantling their defenses. Huang He reflected on numerous past events, a sudden unease gripping his heart. For reasons unknown, his heartbeat quickened, and he grew increasingly worried for Yun Daohua's safety, murmuring to himself, "My lord, may you remain unharmed." He let out a silent sigh, gazing at the sky as memories of Yun Daohua's kind visage flooded his mind. Alan contemplated rising to follow and explore, yet his resolve faltered under the piercing gaze of a certain elder, compelling him to obediently take a seat. With a gentle gesture, Xing Luo and the 3 individuals sitting opposite him, including Nangong Shiyue, offered a slight bow, indicating for the other to proceed first. Lin Yi smiled silently. The 2 characters were derived from the Taoist names of the venerable Xian Gan and Xian Yi, differing only in their written form. One could only hope that the authorities would not be too lenient with us, Brother Chong remarked as he lit a cigarette. Yin Zai and Ho Ningyu nodded in agreement, both stepping forward to sense the atmosphere. The extraordinary value of this moment required no elaboration. The mere act of Hui Qinyan submitting a request had already stirred the attention of Lin Yu. I responded with a smile, acknowledging that the presence of the grave matron would be most welcome. I initially feared that if old Lu were to storm into the nightclub after we ascended to the 2nd floor, Yao Lu and the others would undoubtedly be in peril. With the grave matron stationed here, I felt reassured. Finally, after enduring a period of relentless assault, the blazing deity expressed his impatience, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the ground to tremble. Upon witnessing this, Chuchen rolled his eyes and turned away, convinced that it was better not to watch. The comparison of individuals could indeed be infuriating. Lu Ming did not blame her. As the supervisor responsible for the safety of the entire entertainment complex, her actions were understandable, though the situation was not as she imagined. The computer screen was filled with the grotesque and terrifying visage, with every detail of the cracked skin and ghastly pores discernible. Thus, even amidst the existence of social hierarchies, many starkly primal jungle principles ceased to be mainstream. They had to be cloaked in seemingly beautiful phrases to continue prevailing in the world. Lu Ming arrived at the Hall of Sorrow, breached the barrier, and entered the grand chamber, standing before the body of Shang sealed within another isolated barrier. In my mind, only the soft, slightly cold sensation emanating from my lips lingered. Meanwhile, the commercial street adjacent to the shopping center still had some space. Sister Baozhu directly entrusted the planning of that area to him. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired. "Their foie gras sautéed with fresh scallops is quite good. A signature dish. Shall we give it a try?" he suggested to the 2. Continuing downward, the torch in hand flickered intermittently within the passage. He occasionally encountered the crimson iron spirit worms and toxic waters, all of which Yun Qing deftly evaded. If one day, Rong Fei were to find herself in peril because of him, Qin Yin would unhesitatingly shield her with his own body. Like many who yearn for unattainable love, the expression of emotion was profoundly evident, with every subtle gesture and tone revealing a depth of feeling that resonated deeply. Volume 1. Chapter 69. This entity harbors a chronic poison, and prolonged consumption may lead to an untimely demise, with armored vehicles breaching the defensive lines. Complemented by the Air Force's bombardments and gunfire, the artillery battalion of the artistic Musashi currently finds itself in a state of temporary inactivity. Thus far, his artillery forces have sustained no losses. However, the cumbersome weight of the artillery has rendered them somewhat unable to keep pace with the momentum of the breakthrough. In a mere brief span, an astounding sum of over 50,000 had been amassed. Jian, seemingly entranced, took some time to fully comprehend the situation. A majestic Bodhi tree towered, enveloped in an ethereal aura, exuding a profound sense of Zen, with faint sacred chants wafting through the air. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Ba and Jian sat facing each other, their expressions revealing an unsettling discomfort. The relentless onslaught of the mountain-toppling palm surged forth like an unstoppable tide, pushing the elemental forces of nature back in all directions. Recently, his company has been undergoing a frenzied expansion, while numerous family members are keenly eyeing his position, ceaselessly concocting schemes to unseat him. Suddenly, it seemed as though an infinite aura of death coalesced in the void, surging towards Chaoga. In an instant, the city of Chaoga was shrouded in ominous clouds, enveloped in a dreary haze, causing unease among the populace, who were left bewildered by the unfolding events. A chilling voice resonated from within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, yet despite the efforts of Guang Chengzi and others to search diligently, the presence of the three heavens remained elusive. Upon hearing these words, Long Yuqing felt a heavy heart lift as a smile of pure joy blossomed upon her face. Before them stood a wall towering approximately 2 meters high. Scaling this barrier posed no significant challenge. However, when Old Tang reached the final segment of the manuscript, he found himself at a standstill, as the concluding line announcing the couple's legitimate union and the details of the ceremony seemed to have been deliberately omitted from his memory. A strike landed, yet it split into multiple directions, each infused with differing energies, pulling in all directions and causing the light dust of Tianzhong to dissipate instantaneously. In a flourish of nearly 100 words, the powerful sentiment resonated deeply, evoking a sense of awe. Only the foolish would fail to recognize that these lines were crafted for Huaxia Xinkai, encapsulating an indomitable spirit that propelled Huaxia Xinkai to unprecedented heights. It appeared that something essential was absent from the Assyrian church, a deficiency that brought him an inexplicable sense of joy. Within the ancient castle, all surveillance had been completely commandeered by Zhang Yang. To avoid arousing suspicion, he made only subtle adjustments as necessary. Were he to be discovered, severing the surveillance would render him blind. If this were to happen to another, having one's heart replaced would undoubtedly be a source of profound discomfort. The African glanced back, and upon receiving the soldier's tacit approval, he turned to Hu Kai and said, "Very well, there is no longer any value in concealment. What harm is there in sharing this with you?" Through the window, they observed that the cotton plants in the fields outside no longer bore any white fluff. The history teacher at the podium let out a silent sigh, promptly exiting the classroom without a glance at the ecstatic students behind him, whose jubilant cheers enveloped the entire building. Gu Wenshin sat on the light gray sofa, hands covering his forehead, his gaze lost in the intricate grain of the oak floor. His passion for playing the piano largely stemmed from an admiration for Gu Bei. Although he had once dreamt of conquering the Western world with his artistry in a magnificent concert hall, his current skill level rendered such aspirations merely fanciful. Dressed in the official attire delivered by the court the previous night, I hurried towards the palace. Having initially declared that I would not assume my duties for another 5 months, only to find myself reversing my words today. The individual in question was the Slim Monkey, whose vehicle was notably swift. One car accelerated alongside him, yet the Slim Monkey showed no intention of yielding, pressing the accelerator fully to maintain his lead. The Fushua artillery, from design to production, was predominantly accomplished independently. The Americans had refused to provide the technology for optical aiming devices, leaving reliance on imports as the only alternative. Lu Qingyan expressed a hint of helplessness while discussing this matter. This reflects the current state of China, where the scarcity of essential resources is overwhelming and urgency proves futile. Angelina even contemplated whether, now that the Vatican had shifted from a strategy of territorial conquest to one of faith propagation, it might be prudent to invite a few winged beings to the continent, disguised as angels to sway the believers. Fang Jinxiong was not well versed in history, yet he understood that the steel industry constituted the lifeblood of the nation. While he could entertain substantial profits by courting American and German investments in the steel sector, he could not accept the prospect of the industry falling under foreign control. As Chun Qian, who had initially leaned against Zhao Xian, suddenly trembled, her face flushing slightly. She released him and moved towards the interior. "Who told you that?" Jiang Jingyi shot him a fierce glare, the authority in her gaze rendering Asano unable to meet her eyes. Kilisa was acutely aware that if she secured the assistance of the Jerusalem National Church and acquired the sword from the stone, coupled with her own influence, seizing the British throne would be virtually assured. Zhao Xian had just found relief when distant murmurs began to arise, emanating from Ao Qing and others who had entered after him. Above, as Yuan Tung's magic unfolded, the spear in his hand erupted fiercely, transforming into a shockwave that struck the formidable Mu Chong ahead. The latter felt compelled to exercise caution, but as he attempted to evade, he was instantly met by the wave, resulting in grievous injuries, blood spilling forth, his garments ignited by sparks, and a muffled groan escaped his lips as he retreated hastily. Volume 1, Chapter 70, A Matter of Reciprocity? Presenting the old man with a set of intimate accessories alongside a box of Viagra. Perhaps this was intended to expand the realm of possibilities, facilitating the capture of individuals? The pointer could find no reason to convince itself and could only think in this direction. With this thought, Ibaraki Doji offered a radiant smile as Qiao Shi opened her eyes, startling her so much that she nearly lost her balance. Sunbin, keenly observing the position of Ming Shirin, tossed a time bomb, which, at the moment of contact with Ming Shirin, unleashed a surge of verdant energy from his nearly depleted health. He still possessed a healing skill, and the threat posed by an assisting Sun Bin was exceedingly minimal. From an outsider's perspective, the interaction between Mikoto and me appeared as an adorable sister being comforted by her even more charming brother, devoid of any issues. The rent for this residence was 20 gold coins per month, which was decidedly not affordable for the average person. Zheng Yun struck the ground with a fist, immediately feeling a piercing pain in his palm, which brought him back to a calm state. Jiao Chan performed remarkably well, and with Sun Bin's assistance, it became somewhat intractable, as Jian and Su also shook his head in agreement. Consequently, with the mindset of keeping the gains within one's own territory, the San Francisco Roadshow for Fei Sun was ultimately held at the Hilton Hotel in the financial district of San Francisco. At this moment, Yifeng had accumulated 4 layers of passive effects. Assessing the situation, he swiftly leaped forward, unleashing a powerful east wind strike that pierced through both their forms. Observing Tang Yuanjia, although the sight of the slime's clone caused a slight change in his expression, he exhibited neither panic nor fear. However, this also indicated that his relationship with the princess could only reach this point. Any further progression was absolutely unattainable, as it had been made abundantly clear. Naturally, the scorpion demon was not particularly vigilant, as such pursuits were commonplace on the battlefield of different realms. Being a demigod, he had little to fear and preferred to observe the spectacle, perhaps even taking advantage of the chaos. Yet, Zhang Haoran was evidently undeterred by this. Waving his hand and bringing along his 2 bodyguards, was he still within the realm of the water and fire scroll? The elven elder, Morphus, could not help but grow anxious, displaying a look of dejection. Saying this, Yi Fei hailed a taxi and, upon entering with Qi Lear, instructed the driver to head directly to the 4S dealership in the southern suburbs. Long Xingyu took the item, flipping through it for a moment. After shaking it a few times and hearing a sound emanate from within, he proceeded to remove the stopper. "Why should I serve you like a beast of burden?" Li Ting remarked as she brushed past, leaving behind a striking comment. Her tall figure and slightly uplifted rounded backside had led most of the senior classmates to daydream. How could one remain indifferent? Young Master Chang Mo Chun displayed no hesitation in presenting Chang Feng, doing so without any reluctance. In this darkness, it was uncertain how much time had passed, as if there were no boundaries, with no end in sight. "Has it been over a month? Have you been taking care of me this entire time?" Mu Yi glanced at the medicine applied to his body and shifted his gaze towards Qing Xiener. With that, he abruptly ended the call and gently maneuvered his vehicle into the parking lot in front of the Imperial Hotel. Chang Sun Shuang, hailing from a prestigious lineage and being the foremost disciple of the Taoist sect, had encountered countless treasures, yet she had never laid eyes on such exquisite pearls. Upon hearing the mention of 5,000 men, Luo Ru Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he soon exhaled in relief upon realizing they were merely a disorganized mob. Being a bandit himself, he was acutely aware of where Li Zicheng's 5,000 men originated. Certainly, they were conscripted from the common folk along the way. Such a mere 5,000 posed no real threat, merely a facade of grandeur. Jian observed the expressions of Elder Yi and the Marquis of Pingbei. Their demeanor had shifted from earlier indifference to contemplative consideration upon hearing Du Manchio's words. Internally, Jian nodded, recognizing that contemplation was indeed a positive sign. Initially, there had been skepticism and disdain regarding this young general who had seemingly descended from the heavens and single-handedly reclaimed Malin City after several days behind enemy lines. Perhaps their fame remained obscure within the 33 heavens for now, but once they departed from the Kunlun ruins, they would undoubtedly achieve great renown throughout the realm. Pitiful Feng Ziyu, having gained a sesame seed yet lost a watermelon, reveled in his folly. Hearing this, Bufan ceased his resistance. Vaguely discerning the reason behind Feng Mu's insistence that Feng Wenxian bring him along, the man, despite perspiring from pain, maintained an unflinching countenance, his handsome features betraying no emotion, his dark eyes remaining cold and distant, exuding a melancholic beauty. It would be no harm to divulge this. Consider it a token of appreciation for your perseverance thus far. Soon, you will discern who the true contenders are. With a snap of his fingers, Mobius conjured an invisible screen of air before Chu Ling, revealing a ranking list. Yet, she remained acutely aware of Bo Yinzhou's temperament, fearing to approach too boldly, and thus bore her emotions in silence. Summer attire was not overly complicated. In the heat, it typically consisted of a simple inner garment coupled with a layer of sheer fabric, followed by an outer coat. When Li Yuangu noticed the stirrings of Li Changsheng and the others preparing to depart, he felt a reluctance to continue trailing behind. Observing that Qin Feng had barely touched his fried rice, Ji Linma unceremoniously seized his plate and transferred the contents to his own. The formidable leader of the Zhongyi society, Ge Laodao, led the remnants of his faction to Hong Kong. Given that the headquarters of the Zhongyi society was located at 14 Bahua Road, Ge Laodao rebranded the society as 14K. In the first volume, Chapter 71, titled Zhou Wanner's Quirk, several hundred meters from the cave, Lu Qingzhou was crouched low, skillfully tying a series of knots with fine steel wire along the hillside. At that moment, the assassin's entire right arm was rendered utterly useless. Even with today's advanced medical capabilities, there was no hope for restoration. Observing by Shishuan's gradual decline due to her yearning for her husband, Zhu Ma felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. She feared that if this continued, the young girl's health would inevitably falter, leading to her eventual collapse. Consequently, she hastily prepared some nourishing chicken soup to fortify her. Moreover, with Lu Qingzhe sending someone to contact Park Dong, Bai Shixian found herself at a loss for how she could maintain her presence in the realm of Huaitian. The significance of the hairpin was profound, as it symbolically belonged to Su Ying, and she decided to keep it safe. It was at this juncture that she confided in Xiao Guan about the perplexing questions that had long troubled her. The blood beads, crafted from the essence of the Blood Demon King, had eluded her despite her prolonged pursuit, yet Lin Xian possessed one, instilling a profound fear within her. Just as Xing Xiaohua specialized in the Breaking the Sky Wing Array, and Xiang Tianyi mastered the dust-shaking Star Liao Array, they may have knowledge of other formations. But those were learned elsewhere or devised independently. After all, everyone possesses some degree of innate talent. Half a month later, in the dead of night, Wu Qingtao sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing the Burning Sutra, inhaling the strands of spiritual energy that wafted through the air. From this perspective, their income appeared to be rather substantial. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so discerning. Noticing He Yingjun's despondency, Wu Qingtao felt a pang of concern. However, he sensed that despite He Yingjun's sorrow, he was not on the brink of despair. Thus, Wu Qingtao merely patted He Yingjun on the shoulder, offering a simple wish for him to rest well before departing the room and gently closing the door behind him. It was merely a misunderstanding. I shall clarify it with him, and it is no great matter. Observing the composed Duan Yingjun, the male classmates felt a flicker of admiration. Yet, given his demeanor, it was conceivable that he might indeed have the audacity to tease Huang Shanshan. His courage was commendable, though one could only wonder about the soundness of his judgment. As the police car departed, the guests who had been separated by law enforcement surged forward, eager to inquire what Meng Jinghang had divulged to Mu Qiyu and Gong Ming. Meanwhile, in the audience, Shun Songliang sidled up to Zhou Yibei, inquiring about Peyuan's abrupt departure. Alas, you old scoundrel, you accuse me of being a thief. Yet I suspect you are the most cunning of all. After the lord of the Mo sect spoke, he retrieved a brocade box from his pocket, revealing a glass bracelet entwined with golden threads. With no other recourse, she reluctantly settled for an alternative. Very well, I shall forego gaming. Perhaps watching a movie will suffice. Mao glanced back at the figure in red, feeling a sharp pang of discomfort. The red-clad girl laughed exuberantly, inadvertently revealing the visage she bore at the time of her passing. Ultimately, a total of 187 high-grade source crystals were utilized to establish the nodes of the Grand Formation, at which point Jian finally ceased his efforts. Satisfied with the outcome, situated deep within the Great Rift, Gungyun village, belonging to Yunma City, was not oblivious to the significant events occurring in the outside world. Luoan came and went without a trace, performing a few good deeds among the populace, bringing much-needed rain to the parched village, and thus his reputation began to spread. Is that truly the case? Brother, is this bracelet truly so remarkable? Mao inquired with a smile, clutching South Palace Chun Yi's sleeve. Are you risking your life for your future solely because of the spirit root chapter? Li Shi suddenly pondered a certain possibility and sought his confirmation. He had just checked the information at this table. They were merely ordinary clients, not VIP patrons of their establishment. With less than a minute remaining in the fourth quarter of the match, the journalists, weary from their toil, lowered their cameras, except for Qin Mingming, who diligently held hers aloft, meticulously observing the shifts upon the court. Jiang Yi was more preoccupied with the transformations of his bloodline into that of the descendant of the goddess Nuwa, contemplating the talents conferred by such a lineage. With no time left to form seals, as my thoughts stirred, dragon scales emerged upon my neck, barely shielding it. Heaving in haste, Baiming gasped upon witnessing the final scene of the fearsome Yama fleeing. He understood that among the 5 centurions, Jin Xiang held the highest rank. He was the leader of the inner guard of the Tubo King's golden tent, commanding 100 fierce warriors tasked with safeguarding the Tubo monarch. Cheng Jiankong, I scarcely recognize you anymore. In the beginning, you were so innocent, ambitious, and intelligent. I knew you would have a promising future. That dream felt so vivid, so real, that she reassured herself it was merely a dream, nothing to fear. Xiao Zhan towered over Li Daqian by nearly a head, and with his dignified attire and imposing demeanor, he rendered Li Daqian speechless. As several leaders of the Green Camp conspired to raid Ajij, genuine Manchu soldiers and some imposters were fervently gathering towards the Wangfu in Guangzhou. At this moment, the expression of the Liuli Guang Buddha finally softened as he received the bound vine and retrieved an oddly shaped cauldron from his Qinkuan ring. Although he could have produced these items himself, the involvement of Yuko from the westward temple rendered the situation somewhat unavoidable. They could only endure the meager compensation and the unending sorrow, weeping daily. Earlier, amidst the clamor in the courtyard, she nearly succumbed to the impulse to rush in and assist. They began to whisper among themselves, showing no regard for Feng Zheng and the others present. Volume 1. Chapter 72. The first batch of potatoes has yielded a staggering 150,000 pounds. Do you deem this insufficient? I have some matters I wish to inquire about, and I hope you can provide me with the truth. After all, I trust you. You are my only source of trust. The black bear cautiously approached, seemingly wary of Fan Yunyan, especially with her holding a knife. Yet the surrounding wild men shouted wildly, some even hurling stones, inciting its fury. The creature rose on its hind legs, opened its cavernous maw, and roared ferociously. After offering some comfort to Shi, Sheng Mingzhu withdrew. As she reached the door, darkness engulfed her vision, nearly causing her to stumble. But just then, Xianyuan swiftly stepped forward to steady her. Jin Shui, you mustn't speak carelessly. My brother and I are entirely innocent. Wu Yifei pouted slightly, displaying her discontent, while Su Jin Shui merely smiled serenely. A flicker of distinct emotion danced in Wu Yifei's eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Of course I am aware. Kong Qiao responded affirmatively with a grin, although his intention was merely to tease Tang Lily. Ding Jiao she proposed to seize the moment and solidify the matter, allowing for an early release of the pent-up frustration within. Yet, in this king's heart, only you remain, a voice that captivates Sheng Mingzhu, emanating from behind the screen. After all these years, upon hearing Xianyuan Yi's voice, Sheng Mingzhu's heart still raced. Is this a magic trick? Sure, Yi stammered, momentarily forgetting to lower her voice. Had it not been for Sheng Mingzhu's gaze that silenced her, she would have almost exclaimed. Xia Huanfeng observed the deepening twilight. Although Hangzhou did not enforce a curfew like Chang'an, the streets gradually grew sparse. Ordinary households began to shut their doors, leaving only a few raucous merchants, mingling with those who seemed to belong to the underworld. This place served as the stronghold of the Tianyi gang, naturally populated by its members. Lu Anning's mind was a blank slate as she aimlessly ran forward, as if this movement could force her to forget the haunting images she had just witnessed. When a formidable figure emerged from the Buddhist sect, the immediate reaction of all present was to believe that the sect was in peril, that a once-in-a-lifetime powerhouse could no longer remain in seclusion and must step forth to save the Buddhist order from its plight. Officer Dong, allow me a glance, Lin Feng said hurriedly, placing his hand on Dongfang Yan's pulse. He was not a top-tier healer, but although he discerned that Dongfang Yan had serious issues, he believed her condition was not overly grave. At this age, matters of love and affection seemed trivial. It was merely his chivalrous heart that compelled him to offer assistance at a crucial moment. Qin Wan gently lifted her sleeve, gazing at the 7-colored dot on her right wrist, standing dazed as realization dawned upon her. Dongfang Yuping nodded. In this realm of immortals and heroes, no one could afford to lose. For the cultivators here, should they falter in battle, the overwhelming consequence was invariably the same. Their souls would scatter. Only those who had attained the heights of immortality, divinity, or saintliness possessed a chance to evade the clutches of death. It seems that the Marquis's perception aligned with his own. With the presence of Shun Shaoqing from the Dali Temple as witness, he resolved to remain steadfast. Wishing to lend his support, riding the winds of fortune to ascend to the heavens. Hao Gu approached the indicated location with the spirit box, witnessing it suddenly leap from her grasp and dive into the black box below. An indescribably eerie aura began to emanate from within the box, and she even observed white mist swirling around its periphery, a sense of foreboding flashing through his mind. The core power within became intricately entwined with Zhao Zilong's spirit, amplifying his inner strength infinitely. In that moment, even with his eyes closed, Zhao Zilong could perceive the natural space surrounding him. Zhang Hong cast a fleeting glance at the figure sprawled on the ground nearby, then continued his leisurely stride, hands clasped behind his back, moving forward amidst the biting wind, his gaze reflecting the utmost indifference. A dozen siblings were still awaiting their meal in the cafeteria. Should the doors close, they would find themselves unemployed. Noticing that Tian remained silent, Zhao Zilong felt compelled to appeal to her emotions and reason. He perceived Lu Chuxi's discomfort, which undoubtedly stemmed from her encounter with those 2 boxes of contraceptives. Understanding that Lu Chuxi was not yet prepared, he was willing to grant her the time she needed until she was ready. The young man, favored by the renowned General Zhang Lingtian, the second son of the Murong family, had met his demise. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who stood observing from the sidelines, began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. The establishment had evidently planned this, yet it remained uncertain how the 2 siblings would respond. Through a video on her phone, she had witnessed the numerous scars adorning the boy's body, as well as the squalid conditions of his makeshift dwelling, his tattered clothing, worn shoes, and his gaunt face. Despite her reluctance to even dream of such a scenario, she still found herself yearning to act when faced with Gu Cheng. A collective gasp escaped the 4 as they were sent flying by a forceful punch, landing several meters away. It was perhaps prudent to distance herself from them, prioritizing her career. Otherwise, she might find herself trapped in this remote area for a lifetime. The conversation and exchanges with Lu Chuxi from that evening replayed vividly in his mind like scenes from a film. He recalled her confession about her poor sleeping posture, which deterred her from sharing a bed with Yi. Xiao Yiran instinctively glanced toward the large bed. The reincarnation mark on Elder Lei's forehead flickered rhythmically, signaling her impending return to the Reincarnation Bureau to replenish her energy. Excellent. Now I can afford to take it a bit easier, Yi Xiao thought. Admiring the sword in her hand and her attire reminiscent of a swordsman, a smile spreading across her face. Recently, he chose to overlook Wan Suyi's matters, deliberately avoiding discussions about her in front of Li Ruohan, which allowed Liang Yin to enjoy a few days of tranquility. As Li Ruohan had not caused any further disturbances regarding Wan Suyi, it was only then that Zhao Biao comprehended Zhao Dong's true intentions in endorsing Xinjiang. He pressed his lips together tightly, his expression darkening. After enduring and conceding repeatedly, it became evident that his brothers showed no gratitude, lacking restraint when it came to competition. Just as the Pope was about to be divided into two nearly equal portions, he swiftly contorted his neck in a bizarre manner. Qiao Shuli wished to inquire further, but refrained upon seeing Xia Xiang's hurried demeanor. Once Xia Xiang and Han Meng departed, the others began to chatter incessantly, all inquiring about what had transpired with Qiao Shu Jun Volume 1, Chapter 73, A New Plan. Time to unleash a grand endeavor. Xiao Qi's heart twisted in pain. Overwhelmed by guilt, self-reproach, and anger, as all these emotions erupted simultaneously, leaving him mentally shattered. Hojo Makoto suddenly recalled the events preceding his slumber, and an involuntary heaviness enveloped his heart. By some strange twist of fate, he found himself meandering towards the designated place. "You wretched girl, what are you shouting for? You nearly shattered your mother's eardrum," Zhao Zhilan exclaimed, absent-mindedly digging at her ears. Ling Su, with determination, relinquished 90,000 spirit stones to rent a ground fire house for 3 months. He lamented the scant few thousand spirit stones remaining in his storage pouch. After the plundering of the 3 great sects of Qingzhou, which had been squandered at the auction, my wife, AI, found her senses abruptly sharpened between the realms of dreams and wakefulness. She felt something gnawing at her, targeting her most vulnerable spots. Xiao Qi too pondered the resolution of his entanglement with Xia Ziming. Yet, he knew that any overt action would necessitate a difficult explanation to Xia Qingyi. Long Sun Wuji merely flicked his fox tail, redirecting his thoughts, and instructed the carriage to halt at his own residence. Upon hearing this, Ling Su inhaled sharply. Did alchemists truly earn such wealth? Though he had surrendered half of his elixirs, which pained him somewhat, the abundance of foundational elixirs, including mid-tier ones, led him to muse that, regardless of his subpar aptitude, he ought not to fail in his foundation establishment. My wife's face darkened with anger. Yet she could not deny the logic in his words. This scoundrel had been uncharacteristically subdued since boarding the aircraft, a realization she should have reached sooner, which indirectly validated their unfortunate descent into Teacher Yu's dreamscape the previous night. Xia Qingyi genuinely felt a twinge of guilt towards Xiao Qi, despite his numerous efforts. Zhao Zhilan continued to regard him with disdain. Chun Mo, with a flicker of inspiration, levitated the shattered beer bottles off the ground, hovering them before him. As he extended his tongue, a foul stench erupted from his mouth, assaulting the nostrils of those nearby. In an instant, a towering figure materialized before Ying Qi, clad in dark armor that accentuated Wang Jian's formidable presence. Many nobles present were aware that Oliver was a favored confidant of the Duke of the Mountains, and they quickly approached him with cheerful greetings. Bai Qi unleashed a fearsome slash, a terrifying attack that enveloped 500,000 soldiers of the Qingsha Empire entirely. Very well then, I shall shamelessly accept. Zhen Yingjia laughed heartily, having been seduced by the noble lady's exquisite tea. Chun Mo reveled in the profound connection between his demonic blood and the realm of the demon domain. Each drop of blood seemed to pulse with the spirit of battle, the energy of demonic blood surging forth, entwining around his fists and feet. Fortunately, all present were cultivators, agile and adept, enhanced by their spiritual techniques. And they finally stumbled upon the peak housing the Imperial Spirit Tomb by 4 in the afternoon. It seemed tranquility would elude them. However, was the power of temptation not exceedingly pervasive? Thus, Feng Wuqing abruptly found himself devoid of sympathy for these humans, despite his own human lineage. I am utterly perplexed as to how the Qin people, relying solely on the recently invented compass navigation technology, possessed the remarkable skill of surveying such vast territories. Accompany me into the depths. The exquisite and ethereal countenance of the cold and resolute figure emanates an aura of dignified authority that inspires awe. After all, Mu Bai is not a true hacker, lacking a systematic education in specialized hacking techniques. Indeed, it was at this moment that Naruto erupted from the earth, delivering a decisive blow that concluded the first match, embracing the adulation of the crowd as a triumphant victor. The boatman, possessing a modicum of discernment, observed Zhang Riyun's gentle demeanor and momentarily tempered his demeanor, removing the thrashing fish from the line, which was subsequently divided into 2 halves for culinary preparation aboard the vessel. As Zhang Riyun sipped leisurely, he assisted in the task, and by the time the fresh fish was prepared, the sky had nearly darkened to pitch black. Are you all right, Lin? When you suddenly entered the changing room, I feared you were injured, Genobali inquired. Fortunately, the old house had been renovated last year, accommodating the 5 families living together comfortably. Suddenly, a recollection of the moment when Gushi's voice unexpectedly emerged struck me, as if it were right beside my ear. The reason the voice was difficult to locate was due to its short transmission distance, leaving one unable to capture its essence in time. Who is Jiang Yang? He is the son of Jiang Zufeng, and Jiang Zufeng's business has recently flourished, reaching its zenith. The 2 families share a close relationship, to the extent of arranging engagements for their children, and the Yu family has consistently supported the Tian family. Why, then, did Tianxing suddenly betray them, delivering such a severe blow to the Yu family? Hong Jun was instantly elated, merging with the essence of this realm to perceive its pulse, seeking to grasp the heart of the universe and thus gain dominion over it. Although Ao Tian was seething with fury at this moment, he could not articulate his anguish, could not leave the waterfall, and certainly lacked the standing to challenge Yi Feng. He could only suppress his resentment within, adhering to Yi Feng's directives. While I hesitated, Gushi had already taken a piece of white jade from my hand and, without a moment's pause, pressed it against the wall. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, noticing no change in the surroundings, he retrieved a second piece and ventured a short distance away. Bai Zihua listened to the sounds beyond the wall, and until the footsteps faded, he uttered not a word. With the cacophonous echoes of 500 catapults, the piercing sound of wood slicing through the air melded into a singular symphony, accompanied by projectiles soaring forth, blazing circular wooden discs, hardened clay pellets fashioned from mud, and mingled amongst them, explosive oil bombs. Ultimately, I have succumbed. Zhou Sikong laughed heartily, a blend of sorrow and joy, embodying a man driven to madness by profound defeat. Volume 1, Chapter 74, A New Plan Begins. Brewing Techniques. All eyes were eagerly fixed on that spot. This was the most formidable technique of the third master, the ultimate move of fairy tale, encompassing the collective power of all its members. If victory eludes them once more, they would be at a loss for how to prevail. She meticulously arranged the light blue towel, making it appear as though it had never been used by Qin Tian. His battle armor, already somewhat damaged, had sustained further blows within a mere few days, ultimately succumbing to its fate, leaving only tattered fragments clinging to the venerable ancestor of Daqian. At the center, 2 black chests, distinct from the other red ones, stood prominently. While the crowd reveled, Jubi secretly dragged the unconscious gray away, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Ulu and Ulu Tia exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to intervene, while Leo followed suit. Money is here, Freddy declared, opening the trunk and laboriously pulling out a hefty sack weighing several dozen kilograms, panting as he placed it before Yang Guang. Shortly thereafter, Harry and his companions felt there was little left to explore in Hogsmeade, prompting Harry to cradle the sleeping Astoria as they returned to Hogwarts. Essentially, many affluent young gentlemen pursued Yishu away, each possessing considerable influence. The gold obtained from selling the Tier 3 scrolls was exchanged by Yang Guang for a modest number of Tier 4 scrolls, while he found little else of particular interest in that place. Xinjiang City, a prefecture-level city, was undeniably lagging behind when compared to the directly administered Donghua City, which had drained all surrounding resources, leaving neighboring cities unable to thrive. Lin Baiyun's face displayed a look of disdain as he formed a spell gesture with his hand. He suddenly barked an incantation, and a shadowy claw shot forth, seizing the neck of the malevolent spirit and dragging it back. Another thunderous explosion echoed, the sounds overlapping to create a cacophony akin to thunder. Yet, the large hand did not retreat, and the overwhelming male presence surged forth, igniting a restless stir within her heart. She found herself unable to think clearly, perplexed by Wang Bai's intentions and bewildered as to why she did not halt him despite reaching this point. Finally, 2 years slipped away in the blink of an eye, with the youth ceaselessly switching jobs, resigning, and being dismissed, silently squandering 2 precious years. Under the fervent gaze of Zhui Yun, Angelina's demeanor grew somewhat awkward, her eyes flickered, unable to meet Zhui Yun's gaze. Despite the open nature of America and her usually charming demeanor, she remained an absolute novice. Xiaofeng smiled at them and, after locking the bathroom door, nearly collapsed from the facade she had been maintaining. Yang nodded slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her neck, then to her more ample bosom, his expression becoming somewhat dazed. However, their sentiments were merely reflective, the prospect of offering assistance was beyond consideration. The formidable reputation of the Bone and Blood sect was not one they dared provoke, for they knew not when their demise might come. Lo Xinghe was already astonished. For Dongfang Mingyue was stunningly beautiful, surpassing her wildest imagination. The teacher smiled warmly as he watched Mo Yan's figure gradually fade away, completely oblivious to the malevolent thoughts swirling in Mo Yan's mind at that moment. At the entrance of the Wailing Cave, the 5 members of Quelsara arrived, only to find the area devoid of any presence. The followers of Nalarax had long departed, perhaps influenced by Feng Li's languid demeanor. One of them sighed helplessly and moved closer to Feng Li, taking a seat at the table. However, Lin Shen perceived that this deity of light exuded an air of ordinariness. After practicing ancient spiritual techniques, he had grown increasingly perceptive. Concealing one's true power before Lin Shen would prove to be an arduous task. Lin Shen surmised that the deity of light was merely a member of an ordinary holy light family. It was not that Zhang Dong shunned accolades. Rather, his father had sternly cautioned him against seeking fame, for the consequence would be a forced return to their previous life. He deemed it wiser to pass the reward to Yang Dan, thereby doing a good deed. Furthermore, the absence of a corpse king in Liang City made it quite challenging to amass a horde of 400,000 zombies. Yang Dan, a graduate of a prestigious university, had exerted herself far more than the average individual, dedicating her youthful years predominantly to her studies, remaining largely untouched by the romantic entanglements of youth. Love was a concept she had merely heard of, an ephemeral notion. At this moment, Wei Fan was well prepared, so when confronted with the attack from the side shadow, he was surprised yet remained composed. Everyone had anticipated this. If the black and white impermanents could withstand bullets, then the Oxhead and Horseface, being among the top 10 ghostly lords, would be no exception. Zhang Jia stepped forward, pushing Ren Yunxing aside, and blocked the opponent's dark fire fork with his short staff. There was nothing else to discuss. It was merely that Lo Sama and Hajaron wished to come to the front lines for training and had sent a letter inquiring about our opinions, said Kael'thats. On the screen appeared 2 distinct Earth-type magic arrays, each accompanied by 4 auxiliary arrays. Before the opponent could utter a word, blood suddenly spurted from their neck, and their head tumbled to the ground with a thud, landing before the real person of Pingnan. Good. After a brief conversation with Miguel and the blue light, they led the group further inside. The bandit leader, Wu Tianlong, wore a grim expression as he and the battered Hu Dafa contemplated how to deal with Yang Ming. Meanwhile, the previously relaxed expression of Elise tightened once more upon hearing his words, her beautiful oval face now taut with tension. Volume 1, Chapter 75, A Great Joy. The court has sent envoys to deliver edicts. Everyone opened their senses, yet they could not discern what had destroyed an ironwood puppet, whose combat prowess rivaled that of a late-stage Foundation cultivator, causing a wave of unease to wash over them as they gripped their magical artifacts tightly. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent until after approximately 3 minutes. It was Tianxing Qingqing who broke the silence. The sleeves of her garment were swiftly drawn away, and before Tianhe Xia could utter a cry, she felt a warm hand enveloping her own. Though she had refrained from scrutinizing him closely before, Chen Xuebing, with his slightly darker complexion and robust stature, exuded a palpable sense of security. Even the seasoned Su Jimo, having lived 2 lives, felt a surge of excitement within. He inhaled deeply and gazed around. He recalled Aunt Rose's words, that engaging in actions beneficial to the auspicious beasts would significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Protecting the wise while purging the corrupted was a daily endeavor, year after year, with even teammates not exempt from this duty. Yet, this matter remained a closely guarded secret within the Swordsmith Manor. By the time it reached Huatia's generation, only the venerable Master Yi was privy to it. After their departure from that place, regardless of the paths Lin Feng and Kabul chose, they would invariably return to this chapel. Particularly, the core formation. The 9-9 returned to 1, bore a striking resemblance to the array of the virtuous Wind Wanderer. Guan Honglai seized a fruit knife from a desk and forcefully severed a zombie's neck. His words were quite comprehensible. After all, the Divine Arrow spacecraft was a product of extraterrestrial luminal technology, and it was entirely reasonable that such advanced devices could not be easily unraveled. However, the super battleship was unequivocally not of alien origin. It belonged to this very star system, though its designer and operator remained unknown. Sun Hu's thoughts were indeed valid. For ordinary individuals, The ascent and cultivation realms required time and gradual accumulation. The distinction between entering the realm of knowing fate and subverting it was profound, with countless practitioners achieving the former yet never reaching the latter in their lifetimes. Sun, who harbored such concerns himself. What have I done? Yin Shui, who had been sobbing quietly indoors, suddenly seemed ignited by some unseen spark, rushing out as if a tempest had erupted within her, intent on confronting the caretaker. Tu Lin instinctively reached out to stop her, only to inadvertently tug down the coat draped over her shoulders. The sound that ensued was akin to shattering glass, as the entire ice layer fragmented into delicate snowflakes, ascending into the sky. The figure in black, lured by my movements, did not ponder deeply but relentlessly pursued me, intent on my demise. Not yet. That creature is well concealed. The monstrous mouth spoke, receiving messages from the hornets. I am unfamiliar with the situation along this border. Are we perhaps being overly audacious? Zhu Jianxing furrowed her brow. Zhu believed that the ordinarily calm Shihai Chuan was not truly himself. The sudden shift in his demeanor suggested he was struggling under immense pressure, leading to such a transformation. Without Luo Jiao's cooperation, perhaps finding it uninteresting, he exchanged a few words before instructing her to wait in the office. Teacher Lin Mu had just departed and would likely return shortly. Li Yu squinted at the elderly man opposite him. Despite having 2 arms, he instantly recognized him as the long-lost figure from Tianjin Mountain. The old man in the white robe moved gracefully, effortlessly evading the fierce onslaught of the guardian. Suddenly, the frosty aura swirling around his arms surged, and with a mere flick of his finger towards the void, it coalesced into several icy spikes that shot towards the latter's body with lightning speed. The once tranquil sea became tumultuous with the arrival of these warships. A vast island loomed in the distance, 10,000 meters ahead, where one could see formidable ships anchored nearby. The sight of the automated stone apparatus instilled a sense of trepidation as it radiated an ominous energy. The middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming chill. As Luma chattered incessantly, Ji Lingfei faintly recalled that night when Xia Zhichen prepared fried rice, marking the first time she had witnessed him in the kitchen. At this moment, both the chubby man and I were utterly exhausted, collapsed beside the well, gasping for breath. How could this be possible? Logically, the moment she transformed into human form, a birthmark should have appeared on her palm. Yet, at this very moment, there was no trace of such a mark. Did I interrupt you? I inquired. Boss, where has the lady gone? The charismatic Olivia approached from a distance, greeting Fong Li with a flirtatious wave. Fong De first gripped his staff tightly, advancing towards Fong Jian. With a clang, he drew a gleaming sword, 2 feet long, from the staff and pressed it against Fong Jian's neck. Wielding a long knife weighing over 1,000 pounds as a weapon, it seemed that in the entire realm of the Qian Kuan sword sect, perhaps he was the only one capable of such a feat across the land. Lin Tian maintained a calm demeanor, his hands gripping the firewood knife that had attracted countless curious, disdainful, and scornful gazes along the journey, instilling a sense of dread in Han Zhong, nearly causing him to lose his composure. While Wei Gongqi was intently monitoring the master of 1A Sir, Jiu Wumi's voice crackled through his walkie-talkie, abruptly disrupting the meticulously crafted plan he had just devised. Volume 1, Chapter 76. The Crown Princess Reader? Do you expect me to accompany him in reading? Who will tend to the fields? These matters had long been prearranged by Yi Jingcheng, rendering him indifferent to Wang Qi's response as he moved on to other inquiries. Suddenly, a gasp echoed, prompting us to stretch our necks forward. Upon observing the orderly formation ahead, everything appeared normal. And only then did we realize the sound had emanated from the police force behind us. What is the matter? Pray tell me, he asked, concern for his father evident. Gila also sat opposite, gazing at his long-lost brother. 20 meters, 15 meters, 5 meters, they had reached the optimal distance for firing in the water. Su Yubing focused his mind, his anger surging as he executed a series of precise shots at the indistinct figures rushing towards him. Mei Jie followed closely behind this individual, who had not uttered a single word. She wore a forced smile, resembling a submissive hound, indicating that he was indeed their master. This was an unforgivable affront to Bingo, who demanded an explanation for these events. At that moment, Supervisor Su and 2 security guards appeared as terrified as an old dog succumbing to the summer heat, mouths agape and panting heavily, clutching their chests. I sat silently, hugging my knees, at a loss for words. His silence and despair were etched in the furrowed lines of his brow. Initially, Ling's thoughts drifted to Tang Yui and his son. Although they had fled, it was reasonable to assume they would seek retribution. If even a master like Uncle Gue could be summoned, then surely this peculiar figure could be as well. As anticipated, after throwing dozens of punches, the shark suddenly halted, staring blankly, immobilized. Dayu was amused. Had it not been for the outstanding debts he owed, he would not have wished to provoke the Jade Emperor. Relying on skills that lacked prestige, he lived quite comfortably, more affluent than many ordinary families, even with a mountain of divine currency poured into it. Without decades of meticulous nurturing and countless fortuitous encounters, merely producing a bubble would be a stroke of fortune. Witnessing this scene, Shirley resolved to refrain from utilizing the ancient martial arts card for the time being, to see if the truck driver could vanquish the opponent first. Swosi was taken aback. What was the situation? As a mere facade of a mercenary, what was he being summoned for at this moment? Humph. Do you all think I am invisible? I called you here to discuss how to counter the Song army, not to engage in petty squabbles. Has my patience with you all truly reached its limit? A middle-aged man, resplendent in luxurious attire, casually remarked, a terrifying aura flashing momentarily. A primate at the initial stage of the Earth Immortal realm? Truly, as a member of the demon race. They exuded a fierceness that far surpassed that of the human race, imposing great pressure. Su Xian mused inwardly. Shazam, originally a wizard, had assumed the position of a celestial master after signing the divine ranking, gaining access to a broader array of magical legacies. As for Steelbone, he had also been assigned a corresponding divine role. Thunderous villain, why haven't you returned to seek me? Angela murmured to herself, her voice audible only to her. With such two monstrous beasts as companions, Su Xian's status naturally soared, inciting envy among many who whispered disparaging remarks behind his back, while others approached him in hopes of forging closer ties. Miyamoto Ryunosuk's pale visage appeared somewhat ashen. The once flourishing scene of blooming flowers had vanished. Yet a rich glow enveloped him, suggesting he was in better condition than Yin Tianbei. At that time, in the Supreme Land, he beheld the entirety of the myriad demon nest exposed before his eyes, and indeed witnessed a deadly formation. Great Tiamat, has Kasali Fiza perished? For a considerable time, Bianzora was overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the Frostwing, gradually regaining her composure. Her claws trembled as she gazed at the ice-encased corpse of the red dragon. Her voice laced with astonishment. Rest assured, I am undeniably stronger than they are. By the way, what task are we to undertake? Damien inquired enthusiastically. However, the Dragon Sword Immortal and the Evening Song Immortal were different. Their strength was widely acknowledged to surpass that of the Celestial Sovereign and the Starfrost Sovereign. In the realm of true immortals, only these two held the qualifications to vie for the title of the foremost among them, while others lacked even the merit to initiate an advance. The ascetic master had a vague understanding of what Song Mingting was up to. Despite his awareness of certain truths, he found the growth in Song Mingting's power to be rather exaggerated. Overcome by base desires, Alduin fell from grace, transforming into the dragon Alduin. With the support of the dragon cult and numerous dragons loyal to Alduin, he successfully established dominion over the region of Skyrim. What did you say? Moron Maching exclaimed, her face marred by frost, affronted by the whisper of disparagement. Why he maintained confidence in the ongoing situation, believing that with the passage of time and the expansion of his territory, his power would only increase. The cerulean sword light severed the head of the towering giant, a torrent of blood erupting from its chest like a sanguine fountain. Yet, amidst the chaos, there remained a calm individual who contemplated practical matters. The hat-wearing Acheng whispered, Brother Lei, will it be feasible on the mountain? The echoes there are loud, and if a gunshot were to sound, it is reasonable to be concerned. If someone hears and calls the authorities, it would not end well. Initially, Chu Yin thought that the two black Mercedes entering the general's villa would take some time. But to his surprise, the vehicles encountered no obstacles and entered the premises seamlessly. Wu Yong's expression resembled that of someone who had just ingested a fly. However, he could not blame anyone but himself for not discerning Xiao Yuye's true nature, leaving him with no choice but to turn away in silence. Chen Dongshun slapped his hand on the suitcase, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes as he observed Ma Qianen's reaction, compelling Ma to divert his gaze and change the subject. I'll give your father a call to let him know it's no trouble at all, said Mother Ling, embodying kindness. The two stood side by side, moving through the air with measured steps, their fists weaving through the void, sometimes gentle, sometimes forceful. Volume 1. Chapter 77. You must be cautious of these individuals. Sister Dandan asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" as she slowed her pace, waiting for Song Dandan while engaging in casual conversation. When Yi Tian presented the dossier to Su Ying, she was left utterly astounded. Although the specific data had yet to undergo meticulous verification, the rigor of the document and the coherence of the associated data chain were sufficient to substantiate the feasibility of the technology. How about it? Are you willing to concede defeat? Zhao Liying challenged Taiwa. If not, we shall continue. Taiwa, undeterred, insisted on pressing forward with 3 more rounds. The outcome was as Yi Tian anticipated. Zhao Liying was indeed fortunate today. After taking over from Hui Ruoqi, the success of this matter was largely divorced from Taiwa. Once they departed the camp, Bai Yi promptly leaped onto the branches and set off towards the concealed camp to the east. There will be no issues. You merely need to quietly fulfill your role as a guide. I shall handle the remaining affairs, Zhang Shan declared, his smile radiating warmth akin to sunlight, which greatly bolstered Vera Yadwa's confidence. In an instant, all those tuned into the program, whether engrossed in their phones or engaged in other activities, paused to listen intently. Had it not been for Zhang Shan's prior examination of the maze's architectural layout, which allowed him to discern the correct paths, he would not have managed to navigate his way out today. Xiao Yin laughs. You regard me as your master and call me Shifu, he remarked. Quickly discerning Wang Liang's remarkable aptitude, he was indeed a promising prospect. Very well, as you are friends of the doctor, I shall make an exception this time. Zhu also recognized the doctor's earnestness, understanding he was not jesting. The shooting aspect was comprehensible to Cold Father, as Cold Yinfeng frequently practiced with air guns and displayed some innate talent in this regard. However, the fact that he carried a weight of 57 kilograms over a 5-kilometer cross-country course in just 30 minutes left Cold Father utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the host was facing away from the contestants. Otherwise, a mere glance could have resulted in a swift and fatal blow from the 16 finalists. This is trivial. Those who compose music are the truly formidable ones. I believe this song will be exceptionally melodious, Lu Shi remarked as he retrieved the USB drive containing the data for the aforementioned piece. Come now, it was merely a matter of hiring someone to clean. Had it not been for that, we would have arrived much earlier. Alas, the pretense lasted but 3 seconds before the chubby fellow was ruthlessly exposed by the nearby 4th brother. The underworld is formidable, governing the mortal spirits of the Eastern world. Should we truly engage them in combat, it would inevitably provoke a backlash from the underworld, making it exceedingly difficult to reign in the situation. As for the 4 evils, they bore no names. Even if they did, they would not dare utter them. Such malevolent entities are best subdued through curses. For rather than incurring a doubling of karmic retribution and celestial backlash, one might instead accrue merit. Under the gaze of the gathered crowd, he approached the massive stone, extending his hands. Before anyone could react, his hands had already penetrated the stone, leaving only his palms visible outside. After the festivities, Lin Muzin noticed Wu Xiao and his entourage who had come to observe, and the lively scene was indeed a splendid sight. Not long ago, he had contemplated concluding the storyline following the fireworks festival, intending to share some subsequent tales before preparing for a new endeavor. In the 11th minute, the fans at Taldini Stadium erupted into exuberant cheers once more, their enthusiasm surpassing that of earlier. At the banquet, Shangwan, belching from the wine, remarked that all present were the elite from the capital. Apart from the emperor himself, the dukes, marquises, and high officials had all gathered. It appears that some rules may be unrelated to energy. However, one could argue, if you are truly formidable, how could a single sun not obliterate you? A single sun could not extinguish 100 lives. Could it extinguish yours? If the sun cannot claim you, can the Milky Way? In the direst of circumstances, even an entire universe collapsing upon you, would it spell your demise? What rendered Yang Ke even more incredulous was that, as the elder implored him fervently, the youthful creature beside him uttered words strikingly akin to those of the aged being. Not a problem, Josefa proclaimed, taking a hint of pride in his voice. The standard rifles and bayonets utilized by the previous army come as a set of 5 pounds and 5 shillings, complete with 10 rounds of ammunition. Fate indeed conspired to bring her twice into the West City, each encounter more extraordinary than the last. Contemplating this, Su Xiao found herself untroubled by the marketability of her wares. In this era, countless items were in short supply, rendering her anxieties unwarranted. Among them, one rider signaled for nearby companions to assist, while another approached the deceased for inspection. Since the moment Zhong Yi was supported by Zhong Bi, he had remained despondent. Lin Shichong disapproved of his demeanor, but found herself beginning to comprehend it. Arthur gazed anxiously towards that direction, relaying Jones's words and seemingly embellishing his background. At the threshold of the ancestral hall, weeping Aunt Fong caught sight of Li Yin, grasping her hands tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline. In tandem, the mark upon his brow darkened to an obsidian hue, shimmering like exquisite glass. Unbeknownst to all, Imo Qing Yi had not succumbed to slumber. He merely felt unworthy to face Bai Wei and all those he once knew. After the demise of Hui Ming and Xian Bei, Xian Mia ascended to the position of abbot at Longxing Temple, his gaze filled with barely concealed ire as he glared at the pale blue figure behind Abbot Hui Qing. Volume 1, Chapter 78. Goodness, in my current predicament, would assuming an official position not be akin to courting death? Ling Han, feeling the effects of intoxication, collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber, leaving Shui Huan at a loss. In retrospect, it seemed that Rong Fei had been aware of Wei Hua Qing's true nature, hence her astonishment regarding their relationship. The mid-laner of the Holy Radiance team was acutely aware of this as well. Thus, he intended to deny me any opportunity, relying on his own lane sustainability to relentlessly push and chip away at the tower, depriving me of minions beneath my turret while seizing the chance to assault my defenses. Before it burgeons, one must sever the budding growth, he pondered. He had acclimated to darkness, to coldness, to solitude. The warmth brought by light was accompanied by its searing pain. Have you returned merely to imprison me? Qian remarked, surveying the surroundings with evident disdain. Recalling Bai Lan's description of Xia Yun, Feng Yong concluded that Xia Yun was no ordinary individual. Upon returning home, Wang Xianyuan had already informed Steve about their departure the following morning, while the old man had contacted his comrades and shared their phone numbers with Wang Xianyuan. The two had conversed, coordinating their travel arrangements. Upon returning to Malibu, it was already past 10 in the morning. The bodies within the estate had been removed by the police, leaving only the bloodstains and the scattered remnants of destruction chaotically strewn across the ground. Please present your badge to verify your identity. If you do not possess one, kindly depart. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. The two apprentices spoke in unison, their tones indifferent, indicating that this phrase had been uttered numerous times before. Before long, Master Lu selected 7 or 8 stones of various hues. He carried a few outside to the edge of the lava pool, meticulously examining them. Kelson did not receive an explanation that day. Instead, he was met only with death. Not only the 3 consecutive stabs, but the subsequent 4 skills employed that day eluded his memory. I recounted the entire sequence of events and introduced my sister, Zili, to Wu Fengming. Wu Fengming gazed at Zili for a long while before quietly pulling me aside. Qin Miaoyin halted her steps, having moved a few paces away, turning her back to Jianfeng, fully aware that he had come to know everything. Upon seeing the note that simply read girl, he immediately recognized the other party's identity. However, Peng Yu was somewhat astonished at how obedient and compliant Cici had become. The commotion outside was clearly heard by Mo Shi, Yin Ruojuan, and Shun Hanluo within. Yet their reactions were unchanged. Mo Shi remained quietly nestled in Yin Ruojuan's embrace, while Yin Ruojuan continued to hold her tenderly. Given this situation, why should he continue to collaborate with me or accompany me to confront his own family? Now that you have emerged, it saves me the trouble of expending my energy to fight with these 2 guards. My lady has sent me to inquire once more. Where, precisely, is Qinxiang? Wu Shuang inquired. Raising her gaze, Li Tingting reached behind to retrieve several brown paper bags, and we returned home. The young man remained unhurried, sidestepping the leading ruffian's dagger. Seizing his wrist with a swift pull, the ruffian immediately dropped the dagger, clutching his wrist in pain while crying out. The young man then showcased his skills, causing the remaining ruffians to drop their daggers, collapsing to the ground in despair, while the leader, terrified, knelt and bowed repeatedly. However, the attack from the dark energy clearly missed its mark, as the elderly figure vanished almost instantaneously, leaving no trace of movement. Hello, Mr. Yang. May I inquire why you summoned me? Ruan Weiqiang asked first. All of this was, of course, due to Wu Yang's influence. His knack for causing trouble had become increasingly adept and brazen. Although this realm was illusory and would not truly provoke ancient behemoths, even the slightest stirring of their essence could not be compared to the abilities of current masters. Wang Zha's imposing silhouette loomed as he gazed skyward, his plea for defeat leaving all present in astonishment. As Qin Jijia retraced her steps, her toes inadvertently brushed against an object. She promptly picked it up, unable to discern its nature in the darkness, and casually tucked it into her bosom. At this moment, Huang Fu's Yuan, equipped with the moon-slaying great halberd and the crimson ears, could contend with true experts of the Earth origin realm, which swiftly placed Han Lin at a disadvantage. Disheartened by Wu Yang's betrayal, Tsunade felt no obligation to uphold her promise of protecting those important to him, given that the other party had already violated their initial agreement. I still have to work this afternoon. I cannot spare time to play with you. Go off on your own and visit wherever your heart desires, Zhang Daqian explained. Eternal life equates to eternal solitude. For an intelligent being, even a fleeting moment of brilliance is preferable to an unchanging eternity. Subsequently, Li Ling went to the hospital's billing department to settle Zhang Daqian's discharge procedures and clear his hospitalization expenses. After calculating the costs, the staff provided Li Ling with a settlement statement and refunded her any overpaid amount. With surveillance in place, it will be easier to discuss, Ning Yuanxi remarked with a smile to Mother He, who let out a long sigh, finally feeling at ease. You say that the tiger is not me, but Li Yuan. Now that is truly a tiger. I took a sip of hot water and stood up. I'll go change my clothes first. Li Yuan glanced sidelong at her busy figure, thinking that while she usually appeared carefree, she was quite attentive in critical moments. However, this did not imply that Li Yuan's words lacked impact. Did you not see how those fellows' faces turned crimson? Chapter 79. You know this too? Oroim turned slightly to glance at Yushula's silhouette before raising his gaze to Lord Icaron, sighing inwardly at the impulsiveness of these two. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and Mu Zhen felt as if something were pulling her back, resisting the urge to leave as she struggled fiercely, yet no matter how hard she fought, she continued to retreat. Qi Shen's eyes, sharp as arrows, locked onto her, and even without uttering a word, even Xiao Wan felt her spine involuntarily tense under such scrutiny. In preparation for the northern expedition, the Song army had made ample preparations, although they had not honed their skills for a decade. The training over the past few years had been relentless, and now their hard work was about to bear fruit. It was clear to her that these two had come for a purpose. However, she wondered whether Yan Fuhai and Madame Yan shared the same objective. Presently, they were equipped with the strongest combat power beneath the Great Luo, at least in this realm. Who could have imagined that the terrifying presence, a ninth-tier fighter thriving in chaos, lay quietly on the ship? The city defense commander, who was drawing a crossbow bolt from his chest, paused, gazing into the distance with tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Yelu Dashi possesses a far-sighted strategic vision, showing little concern for the gains or losses of a single city or territory. If it could persuade the Song dynasty to join forces against the Jian kingdom, he would not hesitate to cede the Shijing Dao as a reward to the Song. However, Zhang Bao is not easily deceived, and he would not be swayed by the envoy that Yelu Dashi sent to negotiate this matter. Lu Yun remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the flesh and blood in the corner, feeling a chill towards the deathly warrior before him. Rong Qian observed him, realizing that she was not foolish. The sound he produced gradually brought to light the events that transpired 3 years prior. Although Cao Cao could slay a few ordinary soldiers, his martial prowess ultimately paled in comparison to the formidable generals of the age. Lin Bixiao, having been thoroughly disappointed, no longer held any expectations. Once the ensemble concluded, Yan Shijuan found an excuse of feeling unwell to leave the banquet, leisurely escorting Shuolian and Wenqin back to Gongquan Palace. You need not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions, Shun Yin reassured, sensing our emotions. The security guard's brow furrowed deeply, taken aback by the fact that the section chief not only refrained from assisting, but also persistently proposed unfavorable ideas. He rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth. The Grand Empress Dowager? I felt a surge of astonishment. The late emperor's consort, besides the Empress Dowager. Who else could possess and reside in such a vast palace after the ascension of the new emperor? Yet, the emperor's remarkable attention to this Grand Dowager piqued my interest. In his early years, Cao Cao frequently led troops into battle, Though his martial skills could not rival those of the great generals, he undeniably possessed considerable ability. Now, although he was over 50 and his prowess had diminished, he could still endure a short bout of combat. I pressed the dial button and listened quietly for the connection. But after a prolonged wait, no one answered. Shen Qingxi could not ascertain whether her mother's words were right or wrong. But she had to admit that her heart was stirred. The shops in the entire wool market were predominantly rented out, managed by the Jade Association of Eastern Fujian. With the exception of the Li family's wool shop, which was their own enterprise, valued at over 100 million. Luo Wanmei spoke up. At this moment, upon hearing news from the south, the two naturally understood that it was inextricably linked to Mu Yu, nearly bursting out in exclamations. Gu Sangsong gazed at the milky white pillar of light, involuntarily swallowing, his expression reflecting unspeakable envy and greed, his form instinctively moving forward. Yet, the adorable girl completely disregarded the stares of the crowd, following Mu Yu step by step, her eyes fixed on him, a sight that broke the hearts of countless scholars. What does she desire? Although Hu Yunji was quite a character, she was, after all, a being of the demon race and not a fool. She could instantly discern the situation from the look of Tai Jun, which piqued her interest. Zhuang Minga refrained from probing further. He was no fool, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The third objective was undoubtedly to eliminate himself. While this could be somewhat justified as a sacrifice for the future of the nation, the question remained, why take away Sieguleta? In a fleeting moment, the fiery silhouette dazzled Jing Qian's eyes. After a brief daze, a sudden realization struck him, and his countenance changed dramatically, causing him to unconsciously diminish the force of his attack. I have a test paper. You can only become my teacher if you answer it correctly. Shen Na darted upstairs only to swiftly return, handing him a sheet. Simultaneously, the ancient sword spirit unleashed its full power, bolstered by the formidable force of the heavenly Dao fire, rivaling the might of a fourth-grade imperial fire, thus narrowing the gap in the contest against the Black Dragon. At that moment, the youthful and beautiful Zhao Shui, with her alluring legs, caught the attention of a lascivious onlooker, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. This lecherous individual was secretly speculating about the nature of Zhao Shui's relationship with Xiaoping. After all, having prepared for so many years, he was determined not to waste his efforts. The one who laughs last at the Heavenly Realm martial arts tournament will be me, and at the same time, the Heavenly Realm shall cease to exist. Zhou Yunxiao remarked with a grin. Qi Yueyao gritted her teeth, clearly agitated. The mere mention of the names Qi Jing or Sidu Jingqi evoked memories of the man who had caused her familial separation, making it impossible for her to speak civilly. 3 days later, the doctor from the prison hospital arrived with a stern expression, bringing a multitude of test tubes. He injected them into Zheng Shui's arm, indifferent to her fearful, helpless gaze and all her attempts to resist. This led one to ponder. If Qi Jing were to appear in the Five Elements realm with his son and Yunzi, it was quite likely that it harkened back to events from 30 years ago. Thus, curiosity about what transpired back then was piqued, especially given the village chief's comments, prompting further inquiry. Volume 1, Chapter 80. Who brings so many villagers to the capital for an official appointment? With such a perfect exterior, if this man truly loved her, she would surely be happy. Yet, he did not harbor any affection for her. Just as the security guard was about to explain, the captain approached due to a channel switch initiated by Chiozi. Chu Yi wished to continue pleading on behalf of Zheng Siyuan, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Xing had kicked Zheng Siyuan out the door. You may be nervous, but what does holding my hand signify? Not to mention, when was the last time you trimmed your nails? Lin Chen quipped, expressing dissatisfaction towards the nearby Lan Yunyu. In the past century, Newcastle United's achievements have paled in comparison to those of Manchester United and Liverpool. However, Newcastle fans remain unfazed, believing their team to be among the noblest in England. Even Fong Su himself was astonished to discover such peculiarities within the laws of the Tang dynasty. In a game of cards, regardless of the opponent's tactics, he could subtly alter the card points using his magical powers before the cards were revealed. As Su Hanlon's voice faded, Su Yudao was about to speak when a series of vibrations emanated from his mobile phone. He answered the call and was met with the rhythmic tapping of Morse code. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. This situation was indeed complicated. They had valid points, and there was another issue at hand. While it was easy to withdraw personnel, sending more would prove challenging. However, since it was Dogden's mother who initially fished Feng Wushang out, The conversation remained courteous. You all leave here first. I shall hold him off, Gao Zhangli addressed the group, aware that he was no match for Wei Zhuang. Unfortunately, I did not see anything. Otherwise, I would never have dared to run in that direction, even at the cost of my life. The door creaked open, and 2 attendants entered. The staff of Shiwikshuan donned in standardized attire, devoid of long coats or similar garments, appearing neat and tidy in their short outfits. After being sent back from the mundane world, the brains of DFA and Luo Rome were encased in meticulously cleaned, high-security brain containers, entering a prolonged state of hibernation akin to Wang Yang's. Apart from conducting memory scans, it was impossible for Mudo to grant DFA and Luo Rome's brains the capacity for thought or the opportunity for awakening. Good evening, everyone. Maizi gracefully approached us like a noble princess, gently lifting the sides of her skirt as she bowed in greeting. All diagnostic data indicated that she was not lying. Thus, her claim of being persecuted by a member named Xiao Chun, along with her fellow team members, was highly likely to be true, as reported by the intelligence personnel. Ahem. Brother Daqian, we previously agreed with Crazy Brother that our share of the Overlord would go to Blade Edge, Wang Tian said with a beaming smile directed at Daqian. Li Shimin unceremoniously tossed the item onto the ground, pointing at those present, leaving everyone uncertain as to whom he was referring. Then I shall continue. Your downfall is of no concern to me. Lin Chen completely disregarded his subsequent remark. I am the gambling king of East City, a living golden finger, a clairvoyant with open eyes, a frog immortal without deformity. If you wish to surpass me, wait another 10,001 years, I declared, proudly arranging the playing cards on the table while revealing my true identity. Just as he began to speak, his figure gradually faded, and his words became inaudible to Yi Meng. The party warriors, upon closer inspection, discovered that blood indeed flowed from Bai Wenji's palm, as if awakening from a dream. They charged forward wielding their great swords. The phone rang again, but Mu Guofu did not answer. After several rings, the sound finally ceased. If he did not wish to be at odds with the anti-Japanese alliance, why had he donned the attire of the royal collaborators, acting as Erguzi? Do you wish to leave this planet and return to the seas under your command, or would you prefer to remain here and experience the differences of this world? Li Ji inquired, looking at the Sea Princess Moneyer with a sudden smile. This dialogue was directed at Xing Nan, yet the subsequent murmurs were intended for those nearby. The long queue of onlookers cast envious glances towards the opposite passage, fully aware that those who traversed it were individuals of considerable stature. By dusk, Mei Jiotong arrived to visit Lu Yiyang, only to find that Zhai Jingyue was absent from the room. He hastily flung open the door, calling out Zhai Jingyue's name into the courtyard, yet after a prolonged silence, there was no response. A sense of foreboding washed over Mei Jiotong as he felt an unsettling twitch in his eye, prompting him to step outside in search of her in the stables. This frantic desperation, akin to a cornered rabbit that bites, reflects the madness that arises in times of despair in such a sordid realm. Who among them could claim to be untainted? The factory owner set a price of 2,400,000, encompassing the land, the buildings, and the labor involved in the equipment, all of which were transferred to Li Ji. With a sudden clarity, Yin Shui, having accumulated vast knowledge, finally breached the threshold of the transformative realm. You promised me you would reconstruct a more resplendent demon court. Feng Jiu suddenly turned to Lin Fong and declared. In the capital, those demonic spies could only glean trivial information, seldom daring to instigate trouble, adhering to regulations more strictly than anyone else. The disdainful glances directed at Zhu Feng from others ignited a profound sense of shame within him, leaving him feeling quite oppressed. Dressed in white, Lu Xueqing trembled as she pointed her sword, her cold visage radiating a palpable intent to kill. Chapter 81. Ambushed on the road. How the hell should I know? Please, have a seat. Dan Sheng's voice emerged, devoid of any aura typical of cultivators, resembling a recluse in a secluded forest, enjoying the tranquility of old age. Wei Wuji's face fell in shock as he swiftly raised his sword to block the attack. The 2 players beside him also drew their swords, stepping forward to assist their leader in deflecting Xiaohen's assault. At the roots of his teeth, 2 massive, ivory-like fangs jutted skyward, unmistakably signifying a fearsome individual. Upon returning to Fei Shui, I succinctly recounted the events to Director Gu, yet the formal report to the higher-ups could not reflect this narrative. The essence of my report revolved around the words spoken to me by Professor Chu, and whether the higher-ups chose to heed or peruse it was beyond my influence. Gao Sun quietly observed as those repugnant individuals fell one by one, counting their numbers. After securing the ladder, the players began to employ their lightness techniques. Climbing towards the city tower. What exactly is happening over there? Meng Duo's eyes widened like copper bells, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. Very well, Your Majesty, you may accompany us. But you must adhere to my arrangements, Su Shu reluctantly conceded. However, according to the earlier remarks made by the panda, the ranking of Winter Sun on paper still fell below that of the other individuals. I do not require the sympathy of that shameless wretch, Zhao Mengkong retorted defiantly, still baring his teeth. Thus, it can be said that as soon as Dr. Lu makes an appearance, he sets a record as the highest academically qualified player among all footballers. Feng Hongqi pondered and realized that there seemed to be no player with a higher degree than Lu Qiujian. The anticipated moment has finally arrived. Juni Xiao had foreseen this, and as he gritted his teeth, a blue bead burst forth from his body, shooting towards the one who acted first. Mu Shiying, while speaking, took the form from Lung Mufan's hands and presented it to him. He appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm today. Blake smiled at Thompson and remarked that in the upcoming rounds, Patrice exhibited an astonishing performance, dominating both offensively and defensively, rapidly widening the score for the Tigers. Han Lei wisely noted that having a simpler household would indeed alleviate many issues, especially for Qi Rui's marriage, as the absence of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts would be a blessing. The two sisters nestled close together, delicately combing through the long hair of the younger one with their slender fingers. As the surrounding monsters gradually refreshed, their area remained just outside the range of hostility, thus avoiding any turmoil. Sister, why is your attack power so high? One Yu curiously inquired, having never paid attention to her sister's attributes before. Qi Min whispered something in Han Lei's ear, prompting him to pause slightly before they both entered the room. Today marked the day of the boat trial. With much excitement anticipated for the water battle, many gathered by the riverside, and as noon approached, several dining establishments were already full. After delivering his remarks, Ni Swanjiao didn't forget to gesture dramatically, mimicking a firecracker set to launch before the imposing figure of the bald man. The power of the five elements. Unified into one, Wu Dao discerned the clues that Su Ruoxian had awakened all five elemental forces and further fused them, giving rise to another elemental power. However, what began to feel peculiar to Ni Swanjiao and his companions was that they had walked for a good 7 or 8 hours. Yet the white light screen above them remained brilliantly sunny, showing no signs of change. We are comrades who emerged from the same trench, so whatever you need, just ask. If it is within my power, I will certainly oblige, Lu Weiyan stated. Yet, he felt helpless. A sage was not someone he could easily influence. He suppressed his discontent, forcing a smile while his heart longed more for the path of primordial unity, convinced he was no less capable than anyone else. If Bai Zhe could break through, so could he. When Qin Shi and his team caught up, they only saw a silhouette, mistakenly believing it to be Feng Jing'an himself, and followed westward. Unfortunately, in a moment of confusion, they missed a chance to capture Feng Jing'an. This year, Zhaozhou has planted over 3 million acres of new rice, with nearly 2 million acres under the management of the Ministry of Revenue. Directly telling Yutong that she would likely provide what was needed sounded a bit uncertain from Qin Haoyan's perspective. In the distance, 2 enemies were struck down, and as Lu Weiyan retracted his firearm, 2 supersonic vehicles transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly exiting the traffic police station. Observing this, Zhang Zhiping hesitated, neither rushing to intervene nor immediately activating the secret technique he had devised to summon further memory illusions related to Lu Konghuan. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he promptly pursued the Lingfu Daoist. If that were the case, perhaps this could be of use. Adu retrieved a card, examined it, and inserted it into the terminal. After escorting Meng Fian away from the blazing city and into the slumbering forest, he finally released her. My sincerest apologies. I truly cannot predict whether your kind from Muzhin Star will come to wage war, but I fear you may not live to see that day. Yi Yuan pulled the trigger. Volume 1, Chapter 82. Reveal the behind-the-scenes manipulator, and I shall spare your corpse. In the afternoon, 5 brand-new American Jeeps rolled into the campus. Despite the acute scarcity of gasoline and vehicles, the special training class arranged for cars to transport the students, embarking on a new journey. The class leader was far too preoccupied to heed our banter, He tilted his head back and downed a glass of chivas in one gulp. Nan Lu Mo momentarily forgot his purpose for being there, his gaze fixated on Luo Qianhan, even touching his own nose in confusion. What do you intend to do? Xiaoyu inquired, her eyes fixed on the man, imagining his desire to eliminate Bai Li. At the conclusion of the meeting, Sun Donglin unexpectedly engaged in self-reflection. Admitting that the issue with Chun Xilan stemmed from his insufficient educational efforts towards his colleagues, acknowledging his leadership responsibility. That day, when you stealthily entered my room, what was your intention? Jing Moshuan suddenly asked, his expression icy, as if he had uncovered a hidden truth. Wang Peng chuckled and waved his hand, saying, drinking is fine. But let us refrain from speaking of promotions. I merely transitioned to a different unit, and my actual rank remains unchanged. With that, he raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. Wang Peng reported this situation to Ho Xiangdong, and after discussing it in the discipline committee meeting, they reached a consensus and submitted it to the provincial committee for approval, promptly implementing disciplinary measures against Guo Weiman. Their capabilities were limited to A and B ranks, comparable to Jiang Qian and Li Yueshi. Should they converge upon her, if they could withstand the onslaught, they would not be who they are now and presently. They should be facing no significant issues. The two commentators continued their banter, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness while inwardly expressing their frustrations. Upon arriving before the nuclear fusion reactor, they opened the tritium element and introduced it into the system, commencing operations. The so-called second stage challenge required participants to limit their strength enhancement to 1,000 attribute points. And players wishing to partake in this challenge needed to have secured an advantageous record from the first stage challenge at least once. During the downtime from network connectivity, Donnie was not idle. After several days of diligent effort, he had nearly completed the new game dungeon. This was a situation that would evoke envy and admiration from any director. Especially Yang Yu, who is involved in the film, feels a profound sense of disappointment upon witnessing such impressive box office figures. Surprisingly, he chooses to remain silent, still unwilling to confess. However, this silence conveys a message to everyone in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan is quite elated, particularly after Feng Jiao's pursuit, which only serves to affirm Feng Jiao's affection for him. When he requested that Feng Jiao give all the money to him, Feng Jiao complied without hesitation. Of course, the matter of enchantment is undertaken under Lu Neng's guidance. Otherwise, without any strategy, how would she discern which enchantment effect is optimal? If she were to obtain the most formidable touch, only to have it overridden and reset by her own actions, it would indeed be a cause for tears. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how a cultivator in the early stages of the Enlightenment realm could speak so boldly. However, this is merely a tactic of negotiation. Suze does not believe that this individual possesses no bargaining power whatsoever. Chun Min Tong, Hezekiah, and Kirito, along with a multitude of other players, remained completely still. In the midst of this silence, the system messages gradually faded away. Perhaps it is the beautiful nurse, murmured Xiongqi to himself. In that case, being so exposed would be worthwhile. The valley is vast, stretching endlessly into the distance. Shrouded in mist and imbued with a heavy humidity, dewdrops cling to the verdant leaves. His actual age exceeds 160 years. Having advanced to the late foundation establishment stage 3 years prior, he is regarded as a skilled practitioner within the Ding family. Presently, he manages various mundane affairs of the Ding family, though significant matters still require consultation with the family's ancestors. In Yin City, it is sufficient for Ziyi to return and keep watch. Chongming has no alternative. Cheng Yi, Huang Yi, Lu Yi, Qing Yi, and Lan Yi are all currently engaged in tasks, leaving no extra hands to spare. Her demeanor suggests she has no intention of granting him an opportunity to retort. Let us wait a moment. Not everyone has arrived yet. Madame Wu is preoccupied with conversation and lacks the time to give the eldest sister a thorough look. Jean Xing said ambiguously while sipping tea from the cup on the table. In this era, no one inquires about the medical qualifications of a bell ringer. Carrying a medicine box and ringing a bell suffices to constitute a bell doctor. Jean Xing prepared for half a month and officially became a traveling bell doctor, ringing her bell as she traversed the streets. Rumors in the martial world suggest that Qing Yuan is a man of few words, often appearing cold and unapproachable. Yet, his current demeanor towards Yin Xing reveals a deep and genuine affection for her. Once the overarching tone of the meeting was established, The discussions shifted towards how to handle Somi and the series of impacts resulting from changes in the one-hit members. Must Chinese individuals play with the politeness and decorum of gentlemen? Should they merely endure bullying and rely on their teammates for support? The astonishing revelation that all instant noodles contain beef left everyone incredulous, suspecting they had misheard. If all goes smoothly, I shall have no regrets in this lifetime. Should I acquire 500,000, my latter years would be secured. Xia Yulong and his companions followed the sound, traversing the mist, returning to the mountain's base. To their dismay, the path they had taken was now sealed by a thick blanket of snow, nearly as deep as a story high. The proprietor remarked, "Even if you offer me money, I shall not conduct business with you. Look at yourself, filthy and unkempt. Your presence deters others. You should dine next door." More importantly, Lu Bowen was a distinguished scholar, having topped the imperial examination, while Li Shanchong, the current chancellor, was but an unsuccessful candidate. One feared missing out on others' fortunes, while simultaneously dreading becoming the next protagonist in a tale of misfortune. According to the announcement, this monstrous creature wreaking havoc on the battlefield was a biological weapon cultivated by the Black Watch, directly commanded by the Legion leader, Layla Lin. At this moment, the system indicated a gain of 5 merit points for curing a case of scabies, but the effort proved to be a futile endeavor. After Yang Weiwei departed, she lifted her head, casting a cold glance in her direction before seeking out Gu Shaoqing. Theoretically, the Grand Fascist Committee could be likened to the speaker of a unicameral legislature, holding a position of great esteem, akin to Mussolini's second-in-command. However, in practice, as all power resided within the executive branch, the legislative body held little significance, rendering Chano's role one of high status but minimal influence. Tingting found herself yanked by He-san, her gaze fixated on Liang Xiao, whose once fair visage had become gruesomely disfigured. Tingting squeezed her eyes shut, nodding in fear. Unable to utter a word. Volume 1, Chapter 83. The objective is clear, not pillaging, nor an encounter. Yun Jing informed me that the 9-character formula, also known as the 9-character mantra, is said to possess the power to ward off all misfortunes when recited. Some speculate that Wang Sueki must have influential connections. Considering her beauty, it is unfathomable that she remains single. Surely, someone must be shielding her. When Su Chun returned, he brought fresh milk and bread, along with Yang Iru's sun-dried clothes. Zhang Zifeng set down a glass of liquor beside Shenzi, who was already intoxicated, drinking it down in one go. I knew that if I attempted to escape brazenly, I would surely fail. Thus, I bided my time for the right opportunity, with a mere fraction of a moment's difference. He swore an oath, and upon realizing this, Capricorn Cohen felt an immense relief, grateful that he had refrained from speaking it aloud. As I beheld her state, I could nearly empathize with her suffering and inquired if there was any way I might assist her. Yet, she offered no response. Not long after, I found myself racked with pain, my body beginning to convulse. From afar, one can sense an extraordinary aura, even before approaching the majestic round plum peak. An overwhelming pressure envelopes the surroundings, as if the mountain were a drawn sword, poised to strike. Her fair skin rendered the marks of passion conspicuously vivid, with patches of crimson glaringly piercing my gaze. Particularly notable was the leader of the Moron clan, whose eyes narrowed as he strained every ounce of his heightened perception in an attempt to decipher Su Chun, yet he found himself utterly incapable. In recent days, Lin Shan and Meng Fan have been beset by anxiety, too fearful to return home. Each time they cross the threshold, they are met with visitors bearing gifts, seeking favors. This morning, Lu Zhan gathered half a pound of fresh tea, 2 barrels of spring water, as well as 5 pounds of greens, 5 pounds of pumpkin oranges, 10 pounds of potatoes, and 10 pounds of eggs, returning home laden with 3 baskets of bounty. The children conversed freely, gradually maturing and cultivating their own thoughts, displaying an inclination towards independence. Every vessel that passed would be meticulously recorded, later analyzed through various means to ascertain the details of each ship. An unofficial reporter from a celebrity magazine could not suppress a whisper, yet his voice resonated throughout the corridor, audible to all present. Against the backdrop of the immense cavern beneath their feet, every witness held their breath, afraid to disturb the atmosphere lest they provoke another cataclysmic meteor. After sipping from the water, I observed as the girls who had entered before began to emerge, changing clothes, and my eyes brightened with keen interest. Xiao Deyu promptly stated, Relocating migrants cannot happen all at once. We must proceed gradually, beginning with a few 100,000 to test the waters and accumulate experience. Senior Bai, disheveled and seemingly a careless middle-aged Taoist, unexpectedly turned out to be 72 years old. A barely perceptible white light enveloped Yuan Shu's body in an instant, as if seeking to merge with him. What did I say? Qin Yin emerged from his meditation, suddenly enlightened, realizing he had nearly let slip a secret. Although Helian Yun's movements were challenging, only he could stand upon the quicksand without succumbing. Only Hua Wei remained motionless, stunned in place, maintaining her astonished posture until long after the moment had passed. Silly girl, why fear even Brother Gaoze? Gaoze reached out a hand to gently pat Yuan Zhao's head. Mu Qing stood there, her fingertip brushing her lips, her brows furrowed in cold contemplation, while a crimson light flickered in her eyes. Food. The prince raised a hand, and an abundance of fruits appeared. After stuffing them into Feng Hua's embrace, he nudged her into the peach blossom house. Does your stomach hurt? Are you all right? Should I fetch you some medicine? Ai Meili asked, concern etched on her face. Hee. Grandpa Qiao, you are Qiao Qiao's father. Does that mean you are my father too? Yi Jinmei looked at Qiao Su with an expression that conveyed the simplicity of her realization. There is nothing. I simply feel that Song Ju is remarkably impressive, having found Sister Linger in such a brief span of time. Bingzai playfully stuck out her tongue towards Long Songjua, her eyes fluttering adorably. Measles? A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Rian's eyes. Was it merely a coincidence that she contracted measles just as she was leaving? Ningxiao had already exited but turned back to call for Xianchuan, a gesture that brought her much joy. Not only is it immensely taxing, but Lin Yang can no longer afford to be as hands-off as before. He must now engage in precise adjustments from time to time. This is the feedback from the will of the heavenly laws. Of course, if he does not desire the truly exceptional, he could simply issue commands as he did in the past. That is Mu Ling Qing Xian. A glimmer of greed passed through the eyes of the Wang clan's ancestor. Even a martial artist of his caliber could not resist the allure of the spirit of heaven and earth. The blood dragon sprang forth from the mirror, stretching its form in the air before pouncing upon Yi Shua with a thunderous ferocity. There was no reason for Yu Huan to refuse. All right, she agreed, though she worried about the possibility of her adoptive father coming to take her back. Xiang Wei smiled and remarked, in light of what you said, the assassination of the fourth prince might indeed be a blessing. With the fourth prince gone, the ninth prince, being a legitimate son, stands to gain considerable support from the old conservatives. Volume 1, Chapter 84. There was an odd feeling, something inexplicable. Black smoke billowed from the gaping maw of the Modo giant lizard. Although the prior attack was not fatal, it was sufficient to inflict considerable pain. From a not-so-distant vantage, Chu Yun could faintly detect the scent of roasted meat. Onyxia, indifferent to whether she would be discovered below, transformed into a shadow and flew swiftly to a secluded forest where Chromie was hiding. Almost instinctively retracting his hand and slightly turning to evade, he blinked in bewilderment once more. This discovery thrilled them immensely. After continuous research, they gradually concluded that resentment could take form, and the spiritual power that humanity has yet to fully harness can govern this condensed entity of resentment. Chu Yun truly wished to inquire about the boy's definition of vigorous exercise. After pondering, he decided it better to ask a more meaningful question. Dirty beasts. Your appearance on the sky wall is unforgivable. A magnificently dressed wind element materialized at the entrance, glaring furiously at Richard. Just as she bent down, her perfectly shaped posterior was suddenly revealed before Lin Chen's eyes. Hey, are you all done? Upon reaching the hostage camp, Wang Jin observed his teammates just finishing off a few guards, while the hostages hurriedly boarded the vehicles one by one. In this place, I am unfamiliar with any of the plants. After a moment of bewilderment, Chu Yun uttered a statement devoid of significance. The gas flowed back to the Dantian, then returned to the Tanzhong point, which, having just regained its original state, swelled again. This cycle of gas movement towards the Dantian and back repeated multiple times until the gas finally settled in the Dantian, ceasing all motion. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators shifted their focus towards Yaya, soaring gracefully in the sky. During this period, the desire to take advantage of the situation was not limited to foreign capital groups. Domestic capital brokers seemed to have spotted an opportunity as well. Witnessing the soybean processing merchants being driven to the brink, they sought to invest in and acquire soybean processing plants. intending to later sell them at inflated prices to foreign enterprises like Wilmar International, which harbored monopolistic ambitions. Collaborating with domestic agricultural research institutions to launch joint research initiatives was, on one hand, advantageous for channeling national research funds towards beneficial endeavors for Jiagu. On the other hand, it represented a tangible need for collaborative research within the conglomerate. Although the capital recovery in the study room was sluggish, Du Feiyu sensed that business was gradually improving. Outside the front hall, when Tian Fu and his companions were taken aback and attempted to intervene, they were swiftly incapacitated by a kick from Shang Zhuo, rendering them immobile. Without officials to greet them, Yang Ziguan and others organized themselves, engaging in barter trade while the boatmen handled the procurement of goods. And they proceeded on foot towards the urban area. That accursed perceptive ability allowed her to distinctly sense the emotional shifts of those around her, her father's affection, Mei Mei's concern, the animosity emanating from the woman referred to as her mother, and the grievances and disapproval from several uncles. When Jian looked at her, sadness was evident on her face, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. It was no wonder, as the home she once knew had been taken from her. An indelible memory for anyone. Thus, Jian Xianrong had resolved to apply for an extended stay in China, intending to thoroughly observe the advanced practices in the construction of Jia Gu's marine ranch. As a legendary powerhouse, he committed an act of ambush against a lord of the undead. Although this was not an egregious offense, it nonetheless breached the established rules. Should a demigod of the undead take offense, Roda-ga would have no choice but to flee immediately. However, unexpectedly for Ayer Liko, the implications of this kagaya were unclear. After their escape, Chen, having reached his limit, dared not linger further and chose a direction opposite to that of Wan Ma and his companions, departing swiftly. He then pressed down heavily, feeling the softness and elasticity of what he held. Although Zhao Yuding was persuading Li Yinshan, the underlying implication of her words was more a reproach towards Feng Yifeng's lack of manners. As for the fingerprint, having already canceled his identity information, could it still be traced back to him? Clearly not. The fingerprint associated with his current identity bore no resemblance to his own. Under the prevailing rules, no sect would dare to recklessly eliminate any other sect's foothold in the chaotic domain, as such actions would be tantamount to disrupting the established order, leading to inevitable retaliation from the other two sections. As the Beauties gracefully exited, a number of journalists and advertisers in attendance began to depart in succession, while the stagehands commenced their task of dismantling and rearranging the set. Kikyo nodded, acknowledging that this assault had sufficiently breached the barrier's defenses. Any further obstruction would necessitate greater force. Zheng Yi grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, Minhao. I will find a way to manage the remaining funds. Let us discuss this further at the hospital. I am currently at the medical facility, said Jianhao. As did Detzi and I covertly uncovered the secrets of these cults. We were mercilessly discovered. Turning to observe, we could only see 6 lanterns suspended in the thick fog. Their purpose unclear, perhaps to conserve energy or to shroud themselves in mystery, while we could only hear voices without seeing the figures behind them. Long Yen shrugged non-committally and proceeded with Yi Feng into the abbot's quarters. The boys who had intended to leave returned to witness the lively competition. In an instant, Jianhao's visage expanded within her pupils, overwhelming her senses. How could he possibly be beside her? Was he not supposed to be at the engagement ceremony? I stepped forward and addressed the 2 monks. Brothers, do not feel obliged to show me courtesy. Unleash your full strength upon me. Fortunately, Jiao Er remained oblivious to these thoughts. Had she known, her face would surely have flushed with embarrassment. Was she perceptive? No. If she possessed keen insight and intelligence, she would not have met her demise in her previous life, as it was Zhong Li who had survived at that time. When she emerged from the bath, Jianhao was already awake, having risen from the bed without any garments. Tian, I recall you do not smoke. Has something been troubling you lately? He Qilin gently inquired, observing Guotian's troubled expression. 2 distinct streams of special gas, one from Ling Feng and one from Tian Feng, were acquired. Ling Feng deemed it unnecessary to share his portion with elder Tian Feng. The simultaneous arrival of the leaders of the 3 major factions in the city of Manyan was indeed a shocking spectacle. Chapter 85. A grand scheme, truly ingenious. Lord Jiraiya, I have been away from Konoha for over a year, traveling much like you, Kakashi respectfully stated. A figure clad in a crimson robe appeared. their pallid skin accentuated by round spectacles that lent an air of foreboding. Due to limited space, Yi Fan was forced to contend with multiple assailants, while numerous guards remained on the periphery, seeking the opportune moment to strike at him. Smoke billowed forth, filling the bright hall, reminiscent of the celestial abode of the Supreme Lord, imbued with an ethereal essence. Blood, corpses, dismembered limbs, and the cacophony of wails intertwined, painting a scene of both magnificent valor and brutal savagery. In a short span of time, he excavated a spacious pit in the ground, and without pausing for a moment, he continued to enlarge the opening, gradually delving deeper. Scoundrel! Although Americans are known for their liberal attitudes, it is evident that they have not reached such extremes. Jessica released her grip, ascending the stairs in a huff. In a confrontation of this magnitude, there is no need for subtle probing. One simply reveals their most assured capabilities. Ho Chao and Qin Shang exchanged glances with Xia Lu, both able to discern the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from her eyes. As for her mother not mentioning Zhang Rian's report about him, it is likely that she remains unaware. Qin Jifan could not possibly know that Zhang Rian's father was aware of the situation, yet chose not to inform her mother. Here, the venue has been arranged for a meeting. While the setup may not be ostentatious, it is well equipped with a conference table, mercenaries for security, a technical room, and simultaneous translation devices, all present. Indeed, the one I intend to accuse is right here today. Mog's gaze swept to his right, where Chun Zixing, the king's special advisor, sat, beaming at him. In his youth, he had been naive, lacking comprehension of many truths. However, Yi Jinping has since matured. The Night King and the Celestial Demon's attempt to coerce him into aiding in the search for some cauldron was something he found utterly distasteful. Perhaps it is related to the population of the giants. This mountain range encompasses the area of 2 provinces, and the giants occupy only a small corner. Or, as the old giant suggested, the half-beasts must conquer their environment and the magical beasts, rather than these immensely powerful giants. Of course, it is also possible that in such dire straits, Su Jingshu might be compelled to draw upon his resources. At that juncture, the aquatic tribes would undoubtedly suffer as well. If both factions resorted to their tribal foundations, the Sun tribe would likely endure a tremendous calamity. If I reveal the whole truth, will I still survive? Daok inquired with difficulty. Thus, Liu Yinsong produced 2,000 as compensation, afterwards calling everyone to join him for breakfast. How about we vote? With the absence of a commander, the group could only determine their future direction through a vote. Sitting beside Hua Zhenggang, Liu Yinsong easily deduced that this individual was likely from the Hua family. Though his status seemed inferior, possibly serving as Hua Zhenggang's protector or bodyguard, Deng Lijun once again found herself besieged, but this time the outdoor space was vast, and the crowd exceeded that backstage, leaving even the security personnel flustered. Attempting to retreat to the backdoor corridor, she found that the journalists had already surged forward. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Deng Lijun truly found herself trapped in a tight encirclement. Subsequently, the misunderstandings at the airport, Zheng Yuxing's scheming, followed by a series of popular song events, fan takeover incidents, punitive measures against juniors, and rumors surrounding Li Hairi unfolded. The remaining dishes include the extraordinary beast meat from the super beasts, various rare energy fruits, and celestial materials capable of directly enhancing the cultivation of low-level practitioners, causing Luo Tianhua, the unsophisticated bumpkin, to gaze in envy. The expression of Tian Xia Yushui widened in disbelief as he glanced back and forth between these formidable knights and Zheng Dian. However, Yin Yin showed no courtesy, effortlessly storing this powerful cavalry into her carrying badge. Tian Xia Yushui opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Nevertheless, despite his lack of endorsement, Zhang Li remained the revered Saint Lord of the greatly sacred land, an unassailable figure of immense status. His strength has always been shrouded in mystery. Commander, judging by the training and scale of these undead, they likely originate from a certain camp of the underworld, Long Yi analyzed. Upon observing their attire, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of confusion, as it clearly represented a stark era of cold weaponry, devoid of any modern equipment. Lord Han led a group of heavenly tribulation realm experts, gliding through the air at a leisurely pace, his expression dark and unsettled, enveloped in a foreboding demeanor. At that moment, the dragon's roar echoed once more, but Luo Tianhua, having anticipated this, swiftly dodged behind one of the horns of the Shilong beast, narrowly evading this sonic attack with the aid of his illusionary steps and the cover of obstacles. A relentless rain of arrows descended from above, as the security forces desperately shielded their faces, shrinking their bodies behind the trenches. Even so, several soldiers sustained injuries, prompting the medics to rush in, disregarding their own safety, to provide aid. On the night of the full moon, the Gu family courtyard was bustling with life. Uncle and grandparents had once again come to visit, and the eldest uncle personally crafted a large cradle as a gift for the child. This was not a difficult task. The ice powder had gained notoriety in town over the past few days, and many restaurants were not oblivious. Once they tasted the ice powder and witnessed its popularity, they could hardly resist the temptation. However, Hua Zhengxian, who was fond of beauty, showed no signs of anger. Instead, he quickly approached when he saw them rushing in, breathless. Enough already. Can't you keep your chatter to a minimum and let my ears have some peace? Xing Haodong grumbled. One cart was insufficient. The mountain delicacies brought by his uncle were far too abundant, and he would need to take half back. The stock his family had collected was all brought by Gu Wu, and he couldn't possibly deliver it all in one trip. Duan Run, having suffered 2 punches from Lu Zhe, broke his long sword and shattered his sword intent, causing his mentality to completely collapse. Upon waking, he would likely find himself, as Lu Zhe had said, devoid of any sword heart. Volume 1, Chapter 86, Dog Eunuch. You truly have played a masterful game. On the stone platform, Yin Qingkong observed the young man fleeing on his bicycle, revealing an expression of as expected. Lu Xiangxiang glanced at the large screen. Today's model test flight should proceed without issue, entrusting the subsequent matters to Engineer Yao, while she accompanied her master to the experimental building. 1 minute later, the celestial meteor plummeted to the earth, crashing before all present. Amidst the surging shockwave and a thunderous roar, the moisture in the marshland evaporated completely within 3 seconds, causing the area to collapse several layers down, transforming into solid, arid soil. The ethereal expanse, known as the Uni-Salt Flat, is, in fact, a vast expanse covered in a thick layer of salt, where both the sky and the ground appear white, reflecting light with remarkable intensity, thus earning its title of the Mirror of the Sky. Suddenly, the term Celestial Palace emerged in his mind, signifying the abode of deities. However, the abrupt appearance of this phrase raises questions. What could it signify? Can my quarry truly escape my grasp? Lin Feng mused, as he swiftly extracted 2 yellow talismans from his pocket, affixing one to each leg. With a single step, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Greetings. May I inquire who is speaking? Although he employed formal language, Maurice refrained from using Spanish. This call originated from Santiago, where he ought to have conversed in his native tongue, revealing a distinct lack of camaraderie towards his compatriots. On the battlefield, Lu Xan furrowed his brow. The skirmish had persisted for over 10 minutes, yet the last 2 green-eyed zombies had yet to make an appearance, instilling a sense of unease within him. The feeling of being in the dark while the enemy lurked in the shadows was decidedly unwelcome. Robert's words rang true, yet sincerity alone is insufficient in this world. What is truly lacking is tangible action. Given that the Night Watchers Legion primarily protects the northern territories, Age could hardly be expected to express overwhelming gratitude. After extending a formal acknowledgement to the Night Watchers Legion, he continued to regard the other party with keen scrutiny. It should be turned off. But that does not affect anything. The support should still be operational, Gao Gu remarked. Damn it, he muttered, clutching his side as blood continued to drip from the gaps in his palm. What he initially believed to be a mere scratch had become a more grievous wound after a piece of skin had been torn away, causing blood to flow incessantly. With the blessing of the wind, the healing magic was once again bestowed, barely managing to stem the flow of blood. Moreover, it is crucial to note that if one fails to secure a position that can dictate the pace within the bystander agency, all hope is lost. Playing a support role often means resigning oneself to fate, unless a benevolent soul willingly concedes their position. 35, he stated, opting to use livestock counting units to maintain his sanity, as human units were inadequate. With wide eyes, Bahamut did not respond to Lian's words. Countless streams of energy continued to surge towards him. The yellow light emitted this time represented the full strength of the enchanted mirror, and a subtle fissure began to materialize on its surface, gradually extending outward. Shin Jian chuckled. Aunt Lin, Star is becoming more and more punctual by the day. Just the other day, after we had a few drinks, he tricked me into believing he wanted to marry me. I thought, why not? If that's the case, then let it be. Shen Jialan's talent for whimsical nonsense rivals that of Lin Xingchen. In truth, no one desires to be mere cannon fodder. They can only choose to venture forth, for their leader is unlikely to abandon them. Xian's affectionate gaze never strays from Ziyang. The fans of the ethereal fairies, upon witnessing this situation, are engulfed by a profound sense of despair. The Twin Peaks. Pray tell, did you truly act with the interests of the Twin Peaks in mind? All of this is merely your attempt to take shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Merely a desire to reach that world sooner. Do not cloak your cowardice and laziness in such grandiloquent terms. Han Chongji was truly incensed. It seems I must also practice my horsemanship for greater convenience in my endeavors. Sun Shining accompanied Shen Nian in a meandering circle, as if caught in an immense dream, only to discover upon turning back that their hands were empty, having gained little. Yet, as they gazed ahead, the army stretched forth like a great dragon, revealing the true purpose of their journey into the mountains. He relished these flour cakes, having lived in this city for an extended period, savoring a myriad of flavors. Two individuals, both nursing old and new wounds, found it exceedingly difficult to dismantle the formation composed of black suspended pearls. Yang Ming cast a disdainful glance at Lin, the bearded man who disregarded the lives of his comrades. Such behavior would inevitably lead to a lack of followers in the future. At that moment, the driver exhibited remarkable patience, undoubtedly guarding this grand villa. Since this madman claimed to be his friend, it should suffice. The wealth displayed by the benefactor could easily keep him occupied for an entire day. The dark figure, secretly smiling, felt a surge of joy within. The more these individuals struggled against their circumstances in search of change, the happier he became. The once clear situation suddenly became muddled with the arrival of Yang Yuan and his companions. Although Yang Ming was not well versed in firearms, he had handled guns a few times in the post-apocalyptic world, thus possessing a basic understanding of them. East City, South City, West City, North City, each a super city, consistently ranking closely behind the capital, making them essential battlegrounds in competitions. The prowess of the students in the battle academies across these four cities is indeed commendable. Director Zhou, in his haste, collided with someone at the staircase, falling in a most undignified manner, emitting a series of anguished cries. What? Black-faced bagman was actually a dark sorcerer? How did he infiltrate the ranks of the white sorcerer's teaching staff? Allow me. After Su Ranran spoke, she seated herself upon Su Qinghan's lap, and then, astonishingly, she placed a certain part of Su Qinghan into her own body. Volume 1, Chapter 87. 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. Although the army of cultivators from the Tang dynasty has vanished, the Qing Tung Garden remains. And the two cultivation academies that had long been in planning have also been established, signifying the preservation of a spark for the flourishing era of cultivation in the Tang dynasty. With that, a melodious sound akin to the clashing of gold and jade resounded, as the Taoist technique naturally emerged amidst a flash of golden light. Once defeated by Cao Cao, Lu Bu found himself at the end of his road, with barely 1,000 weary soldiers left, and thus had no choice but to flee eastward. However, the high-ranking death beasts, transformed from humanity, were characterized by their remarkable caution. Having resolved to launch a simultaneous assault with 10 elite death beasts, they would not alter their course. As for the seemingly rhetorical inquiry of "Where are you?" it was merely a tactic to avoid revealing their intentions while maintaining a semblance of control. In the present moment, a storm brewed over Weiyu Island. As the 9 great clans gathered to welcome the 3 celestial sections, 6 leaders had already arrived, with the remaining 3 sects dispatching their formidable experts. Not to mention the presence of emissaries from the 9 great families. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck the sharpshooter. Her abilities had been rendered useless. Her complexion paled as thorns entwined her back, effectively binding her. The clan leader glanced at the assembly, finally identifying a voice of reason among them. Despite their family's considerable strength compared to the new earth, in the distance, Yin Yu observed her own offensive with a hint of satisfaction gracing her otherwise pale countenance. Reassured that her master would remain unharmed, as she did not believe her magic would pose a threat. Abel's voice echoed, yet no guards responded, as if they had vanished into thin air. After concluding the call, Yak breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, This film, which had taken nearly 3 years to complete, was finally finished. Cameron, you obsessive genius, tomorrow I shall meet you. She paused, pondering a peculiar remark made by Shang Mo Xian on that day. Were it not for the cycle of life and death, how could one wield such true energy to sever the darkness? Especially when so many capable hands were present in the realms of evil reign. There, Feng Wu's lips were parched and cracked. Her once lustrous hair now singed and withered by the fierce flames. Accompanying the overwhelming scent was a violent surge of elemental energy from the surroundings. She felt the chaotic air overwhelm her senses, nearly causing her to collapse. The Earth Ancestor, upon being reprimanded by Zhu Jian, was rendered utterly flustered. She had not anticipated that her words would invoke such fury from her elder brother. The grave consequences he mentioned instilled a sense of fear within her. Each encounter with you has deepened my fondness for China. How long has it been since you returned? Serlan inquired. What is this? After sharing a laugh, Fei Yunting discovered a black identification document embossed with the national emblem on the ground. With Zhu Jian's formidable physique, not even a body formed from mere lightning could withstand a confrontation. Even the most powerful innate treasures would pale in comparison to the terrifying might of Zhu Jian, a being that wielded the essence of annihilation and possessed unparalleled strength. How could this be? The heart of Yuan Shi Tianzun cried out in despair. Alas, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, this was indeed an unalterable truth. At this moment, the deities of the three realms finally comprehended why Zhu Jian possessed the audacity to confront the saints head-on. It was due to his formidable confidence. Zhang Bolun remained taciturn, his expression indifferent as he drew on his cigar, while Mussolini wore a complex expression, his eyes darting about without uttering a word. Roosevelt's gaze flitted between Chang Rui-Qing and Hitler, perhaps in search of a potential breakthrough among them. After some contemplation, Qi realized that if Tsunade remained at home for too long, the activities of the Akatsuki organization would inevitably be uncovered. Although he was untroubled by the thought of Tsunade discovering their actions, he resolved to keep it concealed for the time being. He then collided with Zhou Li's SSS. This team exuded a sense of chaos, leaving one perplexed. There was potential, yet the path ahead needed to be traversed slowly. Li Weilin, you claim that I administered drugs to both of you. Yet why did Zhu Jiamu fall victim while you remained unscathed? Yin Yi inquired. The heart of Hu Tang suddenly gained clarity, as he seemed to finally grasp why Jinghua had insisted so vehemently that Yi Shen Yu and the Lola sleep separately. Time passed swiftly. A month had vanished in the blink of an eye. Xian Yuan Ying had cured his demonic affliction, and upon returning, Yin Yi found himself back at the Xian residence. Shi Yao Si felt a sudden warmth, and her heart swelled with joy at her sincere confession. Gently, he wiped away her tears and softly kissed her forehead. It was as though a tempest surged around them. Yi Shenyu looked up, watching as the remnants of the zigzag faded away, now burdened solely with the title of pervert. Aside from the seventh magus, we have summoned the remaining 6 sorcerers who bear the command seal, he stated, causing a flicker of intrigue in the eyes of Qi, Jean d'Arc, and Artoria. Artoria could not help but gaze at her right hand, ensconced in a white glove. Having finished speaking, the individual remained hunched, awaiting the acknowledgement of a distinguished figure. Logically speaking, the 919 should have had a high probability of achieving victory, with no one within the safe zone and a vast plain ahead. It was indeed the moment to rely on raw strength. Yesterday was the Lantern Festival, perhaps due to the revelry of the night before. Everyone had stayed up late, resulting in a lackluster atmosphere during the morning court session, whether for the seated monarch or the assembled ministers. As the Buddha says, it is ineffable, it is ineffable. Upon arriving in Shurqing County, Brother Fong would naturally understand when it came time to utilize the items from those 5 large carts. Zhao Yunze remarked with an air of mystery. One must remember that while their war god society had shown promising growth, further advancement would require the personal endorsement of Brother Ritian. However, should such a setting be established, the game would incorporate a marketplace wherein players could procure a variety of keys, enabling them to unlock chests dropped by monsters throughout their gameplay. These chests could yield an array of skin variations for weapons, garments, and even rare pets. Within this virtual arena, all participants would be restricted to the same class of battleships, thus eliminating any discrepancies regarding the quantity of ships each player possesses. Upon hearing Chun Banshan's inquiry, the multi-eyed beast became melancholic, as a vivid image materialized in its mind, one of a colossal creature, rivaling its own form, yet immensely larger, stretching thousands of feet, perhaps even tens of thousands, only to witness the explosion of that very beast. Volume 1, Chapter 88. Were these words truly within his grasp? Would uttering them lead to a death sentence? The surrounding players appeared increasingly bewildered. One might be mad, but the presence of others joining in this frenzy was genuinely unsettling. Once the workday concluded, Song Wei donned her regular attire, embodying an ethereal being detached from the world. After a succession of purifying lights coursed through her, Sister Tan's complexion rapidly improved, her eyelids fluttering as she regained consciousness. Lin Tian unleashed his full potential, his immense magical essence resonating with the cosmos. An aura unique to the Tai golden immortal emanating around him, with the four swords of immortal slaying standing resolutely by his side, just as he prepared to take action. People do change, Professor Snape. Sylvia spoke with a noticeable lack of confidence. Are you injured on your leg? Would seem to have lost communication, oblivious to the world outside. Entirely focused on playing Quidditch. Then let us continue our tea. Once finished, I must return to rest, Li Hua replied nonchalantly. In their eyes, Su Ran undoubtedly hailed from a society that was intricately self-sufficient, perhaps a nation of giants or a tribe of colossal beings. To the enemy forces, the lives of the common people were deemed inconsequential, easily trampled or extinguished. In Grandma Luo's chamber, Old Master Luo was conversing with her when Luo Yuning entered, accompanied by Mo Jinxian, catching the occupants of the room off guard. Tan Shihui remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Young man, do not speak so recklessly. When I roamed the vast desert, undefeated in battle, your father and mother had likely not yet exchanged vows. The Xianbei cavalry roared with laughter, the sound resonating like thunder. She continued in silence yet moved her feet, allowing him to guide her to the grand phoenix bed, where she sat down, gently removing her embroidered shoes before lying on the inner side, turning her back to him as she tucked herself beneath the silk quilt. After some discussion, several lieutenants stepped forward to present their strategies, only to be pointed out by Zhu Jun and Huang Fusong for their oversights. Upon reuniting with Lin Sixian after several days, Song Ryu perceived that the young man before her had shed the shadows that once enveloped him, now radiating a vibrant aura, his eyes clear and luminous, gleaming with vitality, and his demeanor significantly softened. The following day, Yi Jingfeng refrained from allowing Lin Peng to continue chopping wood, instead guiding him towards one of the peaks among the 72 mountains. Lan Nualic had completely recovered, appearing unremarkable at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the snowflake mark upon her forehead radiated a peculiar light. More significantly, her typically vibrant ice blue eyes now reflected an unnerving coldness. A current seemed to pulse through her, and at that moment, his gentleness felt both tender and surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Milan raised his gun and aimed at the leader's heart, yet in an instant, the leader pressed the remote control. Lu Bu smirked slyly, one hand discreetly reaching for the hard bow at his waist, while the other stealthily sought the quiver attached to the saddle. Upon hearing these words, the elder's expression froze, sadness enveloping his gaze, leaving him speechless for an extended moment. After bidding farewell to the superheroes, Li Feng commenced the re-evolution of this universe, intending to revert the newly birthed rules to their original forms, thereby allowing them to flourish freely, a remarkably simple endeavor. Furthermore, should the celestial demon sage re-emerge, neither Ning Hung nor anyone else could contend with him, sparing the nine-in ghost mother from facing them alone. Sun Xianshan furrowed his brow, yet chose not to dwell on it, promptly following Qin Ping into the Jinwu sect. Li Feng's intentions were impure. Had he merely aimed to eradicate these pests, his methods would have been abundant. Regrettably, he sought to acquire the living biological cells of the insect god. Yukino's veins bulged as she pushed Wang Hao once more, feeling the need to confirm certain matters, as misunderstandings were not the outcome she desired. Just 3 days prior, Lian Xian had become entangled with the wife of a sect leader from Bailin Prefecture. Although the sect leader's wife was in her 30s, her beauty was renowned, captivating many in Bailin Prefecture. Li Yizhong, 8 years the senior of Li, had now reached the age of maturity. He bore a resemblance to Li Guangbi, yet at 14, still a youth, he already stood over 5 feet tall, presenting the silhouette of a young man. Contemplating the chaotic times, he realized that without strength, establishing a bank in a foreign land was tantamount to inviting robbery. Opening a bank locally would inevitably attract the envy of the powerful. Thus, it was only prudent to establish one when one possessed a firm foothold. Does God still know me? Hisakawa Nobumoto was taken aback. In his previous life, he had never believed such things, yet in this life, having traversed to this realm, he found himself questioning the very nature of resurrection. The cautionary tales of past exploration teams lingered vividly in memory. They had endured for countless eras, rendering immense service to the Land Bureau, only to be dismissed without a hint of gratitude. He managed to avoid poisoning thanks to the protective talisman he bore, barely escaping with his afflicted companions. While he could ensure his own safety, he was powerless to save others, forced to watch helplessly as his comrades succumbed to the insidious poison one by one. He was not the type to adopt a serious demeanor with acquaintances, especially after the tumultuous events of the previous night. It felt rather odd to address others with a tone of reprimand today. Sangi nodded repeatedly, affirming that only after engaging him did she realize he had gained the favor of the Goo God, having already mastered the art of summoning insects and becoming a Goo master. Professor Meg laughed heartily, responding earnestly, "You may discuss this matter with Gideon at your leisure." In an instant, Ching emerged from behind, brandishing a towering club, radiating an aura of menace. For the moment, he could only hope that the divine healer would restore these young souls, wishing to refrain from entangling the healer in subsequent matters. He opened his eyes to find himself before a stone wall, turning his head to either side, realizing he lay in a puddle of water. As the leader of the renowned Moonfall sect and the most beautiful woman in the realm, by Yunshang, she altered her name after merely one glance in his direction. Jiang Lin remained unperturbed, thinking it was fine, as his spine could still endure. With more burdens, he would fear nothing. Fire, adhering to the principle of idleness, spent her day playing with Li Jiahua and her son, and in the afternoon, reported to Sun Gu, adeptly navigating both circles. Despite her gentle tone, her subordinates could perceive the icy sharpness in her gaze, instinctively avoiding eye contact. Had it not been for their esteemed identities, the trivial deeds they had performed would have warranted their demise countless times over. In this moment, they truly believed themselves formidable. Volume 1. Chapter 89. This emperor is truly a nuisance. You say nothing, and do not seek Duan Ku. I am completely in the dark about what has transpired. Very well. I shall gather a team to find Duan Ku and clarify the situation. The more Sen Chong spoke, the angrier he became, ultimately hurling a harsh ultimatum before turning to leave. Li Wuxian immediately withdrew his energy, clasping his fists in apology. Just then, noticing the fallen Chu Yun shakily rising to his feet, the massive wound on his chest showing no signs of healing. Such splendid weather did not belong to Lin Yi. His hometown was slightly warmer than Russia, but still limited in comfort, still trapped in the throes of winter. Returning home for him was merely a means to reassure his working-class parents that their son was not entirely worthless, and nothing more. Li Wuxian pondered for a moment, refraining from probing further. Sometimes, knowing too much was not advantageous. The once dim golden barrier suddenly intensified, its brilliance flickering anew. The two-headed black dragon appeared to be in a frenzy, violently battering the four-colored barrier, which would briefly wane before instantly restoring its former strength. It seems that all the plants she cultivated differ vastly from their original forms. I truly cannot fathom how Luo Shui accomplished such a feat. The pharmaceutical factory, having recently weathered a tumultuous storm, was expected by Duan Ku to be sparsely populated this morning. However, to his astonishment, when he arrived with Tian Jun, the factory was bustling with activity, no less vibrant than usual. In truth, Lei Guofu's approach was remarkably prudent. He first established a firm foothold within the political arena of Linzhou before contemplating other pursuits. Hu Fei would undoubtedly adopt a similar strategy. With him, anything was conceivable. The figure clad in golden robes suddenly shouted, and with a gentle flourish, the robe billowed, creating a cyclone that reverberated through the palace. The identity of the young master had been stripped away, and in Elder Yun's eyes, it was evident that Chun Shaoran would seek vengeance. This realization led him to understand that Chun Shaoran would indeed come. Aliang's countenance changed dramatically, yet it was already too late. The man hurled a powdery substance towards Aliang, who subsequently lost consciousness, along with Hu Bei. Luo Hao placed a medicinal pill in his mouth, silently wishing for his realm to reach the lethal 7th stage. The 9 lotus flame array, with its terrifying spiritual flames, incinerated all. The four chosen ones felt their bodies momentarily freeze, impacted by the great formation. Even the golden radiance dimmed slightly. Although Lop Nur is an enigmatic and unpredictable place, shrouded in legends, it has long been a site of intrigue, with many yearning to unveil its mysteries. I shall see how you meet your demise. The figure identified by Jian Feng from the outset cast a cold glance at him. Consequently, Shu Li was the most favored disciple of the Heavenly Palace Master, serving as the Vice Palace Master, wielding significant power within the infinite Heavenly Palace, second only to the Master. After a brief walk, we encountered a mountain hollow, which appeared as though it had been cleaved from the sheer cliff by a mighty axe, strikingly abrupt. Thus, when Luo Hao discovered the blood needle, the distance between them was less than a meter. Even if he were to wield the 7-foot Aoshuan to shield himself, it would already be too late to counter this assault. I seized the opportunity to approach and offered them 2 cigarettes, thanking them for letting me light them. The man speaking was a detective, claiming he could uncover any information that everyone sought. Xiao Linfeng fixed his gaze intently on Mukong, who similarly scrutinized him without yielding an inch. Ultimately, it was Xiao Linfeng who let out a sigh. Yu Zijing observed his reaction and glanced at several young men. It was then that she sensed something amiss. Pain Yinbai snatched the Minghu jewelry from his hands and now sought to take away Boss Li as a client, which was a heavy blow to Song Feiyu. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became, leading Gu Jingyan to feel as though he was on the brink of madness. In the blink of an eye, Ming and Qing Huizhi appeared to have aged a decade. Their eyes, filled with desolation, leaned against the jade-like figure, their gazes rendered pallid and lifeless. The usually dignified and graceful Princess Qinyang now sat upon the concubine's chair, her countenance marred by despair, resembling a soulless puppet. To the southwest lay the Sultanate, governed by the Afadi family, rich in iron and mineral resources. Coupled with the presence of numerous prodigies, many weapons hailed from this land. The Sultanate was also home to mages adept in ancient magic, further shrouding the nation in an aura of mystery. Regarding the events of 3 years prior, Gu Jingyan had already exchanged words with Yu Shaozi. Whatever he knew, Yu Shaozi was equally aware. Gu Jingyan entered alongside Yi Jian, the 2 distinguished gentlemen capturing the attention of all present as they stepped into the room. Zhang Cheng was clearly taken aback. This seemingly youthful gentleman possessed such remarkable agility. However, he did not falter, intending to retract his hand for another attempt. In his youth, the prince lacked the current stature and status to openly release the 3rd prince, thus resorting to more covert methods to facilitate his departure. Volume 1. Chapter 90. Could it be that this elderly emperor possesses mind-reading abilities? Observing the unusual expressions of the disciples, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of several formidable figures. Why was there such a concentration of forces among these individuals? Let us proceed this way. After all, you have taken the lives of numerous creatures from the bitter sea. It would be remiss of me to remain idle. If 2 of you could step forth, allowing me to vanquish them, it would suffice for me to return with a satisfactory report. Sen Xiangzi remarked, patting his round belly. However, upon seeing that the opponent was merely a child of about 10 years, he ultimately restrained himself. Observing the blood-stained wings behind Kaifeng, Hua Xinqing retrieved a bottle of 3rd-tier healing elixir from his spatial ring, a concoction crafted by Dan Yu for their essential needs. Given his current wealth, such a remedy was of little consequence. Edward complied, and, alongside Aludaba and others, approached to assess the individual's condition. Having absorbed the essence of the ice bamboo flower, the ice lotus became crystalline and transparent, while the nearby ice butterfly flapped its broad, icy wings in excitement. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Digui implored Master Sun to cast a spell, initiating the process of claiming Lu Guoqing's life in retaliation for his expulsion. Witnessing this, Wang Yu revealed a faint smile. The issuance of identification was based on the essence of one's soul. However, at present, Wang Yu's soul was a fusion of 2, augmented by the celestial net soul technique, enabling the manifestation of Hua Xinqing's soul force while concealing Wang Yu's soul essence. Amidst the misty water, a graceful figure poured the spring water over her head, the transparent liquid cascading down her dark, silky hair, illuminating her flawless form. For factions have long established their presence on their respective islands, harnessing the elemental energies of heaven and earth through intricate formations. Now, in conjunction with the 5 formidable kings, their power is not something an ordinary sect can withstand. Even Songyun cannot guarantee the safety of all his followers. Zhang Ying then turned his gaze towards Haoyan, feeling a sense of complete control, free from the prior trepidations of their encounters. Mao Min kept his head bowed in silence. Zhang Lan inquired about the other sleeping students, who also remained mute. The meal was ready. Wash your hands and prepare to dine, Yan Aonan announced as she placed the final soup dish on the table with a gentle smile. Boss, where are you going? When will you return? What is this Yuzhanfei about? Kronk expressed his concerns anxiously. The air was infused with a warm, romantic ambience, reminiscent of the stone steps in Rome, where they two held hands tightly, strolling slowly as if they wished to walk forever, through the ages undeterred. What? The Emperor actually knows of my poisoning. The words were pronounced with astonishment. The moon waned and the stars scattered, the night cool as water. Two silhouettes, originally unaligned, ambled along at a measured pace, each harboring their own thoughts. Why should I let you go so easily, you voyeur? The demon man's lips curled into a deep, enigmatic smile, his starry eyes shimmering like the nearby crystal. Zhang Lan observed him, noting his pride. He would never bend, even if he internally acknowledged his faults. He would not utter a word. Yet, from his words, one could discern his recognition of wrongdoing, though the manner of his acknowledgement was infuriating. But who could blame her for loving him so dearly? Perhaps it was best not to press him further. Do you still dare to kill? Are you not afraid we will annihilate you all? The second in command revealed a hint of murderous intent. Seeking help? Futile. You should find a way to rescue your guards. Perhaps they can offer you a modicum of assistance. Mei Shulian derided. Then could it not be that others might impersonate you? If something were to happen below, and his superiors faced troubles as well, what would they do? At this moment, Pan Yuhong had yet to fully comprehend the workings of the poison sect. She truly felt for Bai Shaozi, wishing it were she who departed, rather than allowing those others to leave. The 6-month exchange program between the Xingling group and the Gu family had yet to conclude. Both parties continued their diligent cultivation in the sacred grounds of the Gu family, increasing workloads, reassigning positions, forcing employees into discomfort without a raise. These are common tactics to compel resignations. This is merely conjecture on my part, as they left not long ago, and the teleportation array has not been utilized by anyone. We could use it to investigate their whereabouts, remarked the slightly plump youth with a smile. Situyan glanced around, and to his astonishment, he beheld vast expanses of golden flowers blooming, like countless golden stars nestled amidst verdant leaves. Yet, none could shine as brilliantly, radiating a mesmerizing glow. So enchanting it seemed capable of stealing one's breath away. They appeared as if adorned with the halo of divinity. The remark from basketball expert Hollinger has been revered by commentators as scripture. Once his status was firmly established, the Blue Emperor extended the flames of war towards humanity. The initial step in his invasion was to unleash a viral infection upon the human practitioners of the cultivation realm, subsequently casting them into the soul pool. Conquering a martial king-level master? This seemed to be a task scarcely less daunting than ascending to the heavens. Observing Lu Xiu's grotesque visage and listening to the various tortures, even the remarkably composed Ko Sun could not help but tremble in fear at that moment. In the first volume, Chapter 91, his name had already created a stir throughout the vast Qian realm over the past few days. Regarding their basketball training, Yi Tian felt quite satisfied. They were all adults in robust health, and when one transitions from ignorance to passion for a sport, it is indeed a time of vibrant vitality. However, fasting is not merely a matter of dieting. It primarily seeks a state of tranquility. Rather than weight loss, it is more akin to a form of cultivation. Research on the gathering coral indicates that most of the barbarian formations derive their energy from essence blood, which is also necessary for the self-propagation of the gathering coral. Why was there none? The spaceship named Ark was, after all, a creation of humankind. Wang Shixian then dropped an informational bomb. Despite enduring 3 successive blows and criticisms from others, Lady Wang's innate pride remained unscathed. She continued to exude her residual authority within the Marquisate, much like a mother tiger unwilling to concede defeat. At that moment, the pot of snake soup had reached its perfect simmer, exuding an irresistible aroma. Truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. Unfazed by the price, a voice from the exclusive booth belonging to Yu Yun declared, "Add another 10 million. Yihai." His cultivation sealed, could not retaliate, his teeth gritting in anger. Qi Bo was no different, glaring fiercely at Dongfang. Chen Feng's gaze was fixed on the swaying aircraft, his clothing drenched by the rain. After his words fell, The plane seemed to find its direction, battling against nature's resistance, swiftly heading towards the villa district. Even if such formations truly existed and were successfully activated by the barbarians, could their fate be any more disastrous than this? Jiang Qingwan struggled to control her emotions. Not only did she wish to strike Yi Yuxing, but she also yearned to unleash her fury upon the person before her. Although an ambush is thrilling and tense, both Old Du and Wang remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of worry. Perhaps the presence of Yi Yan by their side provided them with sufficient confidence. Meanwhile, Song Qian was currently being heavily favored by Li Qingyan. Should Li Qingyan discover that he had a long-lost uncle, he might gradually distance himself from him. The public competitions stipulated by Jiang Yuan come in two forms. One is relatively private, conducted under comprehensive surveillance with no blind spots, while the other allows for a more open engagement. Wang, being an astute individual, though not extensively familiar with the circle, possessed enough knowledge to grasp the distinction between the two methods immediately. Upon witnessing Jiang Qingwan's expression, Mu Qiulan raised her chin with a sense of pride. Regarding Jiang Qingwan with a gaze reminiscent of one looking down upon an insignificant ant, the channels of information at her disposal were both sophisticated and extensive, encompassing not only news from Yangzhou and Luoyang, but also developments from the western regions of Chang'an and Taiyuan, as well as movements from the southern Song family. Though she had merely slapped him, the shock it instilled in him was considerable. Moreover, the revelation of his profound distrust towards her made her feel that the foundation for their continued interaction had been irrevocably eroded. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Wang Guodong, the director of the Economic Committee, pondered for a moment before responding. Yi Yan had also hastily taken a variety of fruits and vegetables into the kitchen, subsequently rummaging through to find Dan's food bowl, into which he poured a generous amount of cat food. Only then did Mu Charan approach Lung Qingyan, who had never before seen Mu Charan in such a light. Throughout the years, Mu Charan had always presented himself as a dutiful son in her presence. Aside from that one instance when she had consumed Wusher San and had genuinely lost her temper, he had never displayed such callousness. After all, he was not like Mu Charan, who could discern the weight and gaze of those before him. The fact that others were thin did not concern him. Huang Fujin gently set the person in his arms down, yet that individual suddenly turned away, positioning themselves against the pillar, their back to him. The divine light gradually faded, and countless petals danced in the air, akin to a myriad of beautiful butterflies performing a ballet in her honor. Her chest, waist, and the area near her thighs were all marked, with love bites and lingering fingerprints overlapping, creating a tapestry of dark bruises. She felt that the man truly deserved the moniker of Rogue Yi. First, it was imperative to seek a suitable location for horse breeding, then find a competent manager, followed by the horse trainer Duan Heng, who began to elaborate on his plans. Xiaohe watched him with a smile, while internally, he harbored his own calculations. Upon hearing the tone of Long Xian and his companions, the elder could only conclude that the individual before him possessed an abnormal intellect, indicating significant mental issues. Are you truly of the Lin family? Lin Feng was inclined to believe this, which complicated matters for him. Now that Ningyu had allied with the Lin family, he was the one likely to be cut off. This influential benefactor exerted such pressure on both her and Xiao Yi that she pondered, since she could not confront it. Perhaps the best course was to evade it altogether. In truth, the soldiers within the camp had already become alert. After Mingguang finished speaking, a contingent of soldiers emerged, forming a formation resembling a swallow's wings, comprising 20,000 elite celestial troops, followed by a select 200 angels. 3 concentrated blades of energy shattered the underbrush before hurtling towards Yi Qiu, the sword and knife energies of the initial martial king displaying a qualitative difference when compared to those of the martial sovereign. A continuous barrage of 1 million strikes, each infused with 80% of his magical power, unleashed a terrifying force. If the great universe-splitting blade technique was renowned for its overwhelming power, the million rapid slashes were celebrated for their astonishing speed, both techniques manipulating space to execute such extraordinary maneuvers. The relentless cycle had eroded the enthusiasm and hope of many, squandering the talents and energies of countless individuals. During the course of the investigation, Zhao Jingse was deeply moved. This Kunping, as calculative as ever, refused to suffer even the slightest loss. The Queen Mother of the West and Yuan Hong waited below for an extended period, observing that despite the Kunping demon's grave words, he was reluctant to take action. As time passed, they began to discern his intentions. Consequently, the Buddhist faction became even more hesitant to act rashly, thereby securing invaluable time for Xuanmu Island. When Zhao Zhengsa accurately pinpointed the crux of the matter, Lu Chaochu fell silent, becoming contemplative, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind.